Do you know Yahaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yahaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yahaya, you Yahaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀yìn wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ?
Because Nigeria cannot exist when we have no Nigeria. But if we work to ensure that Bola Ahmed succeeds, there will be tomorrow for anybody to even contest election at all. Our leader, Governor Nyesom Wike, have already made a declaration that in 2027 we are supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have nowhere to go, because that is what Nigerians believe. Even the past administration that took Nigeria from top to bottom, we allowed them to work for 8 years. So why can't a seasoned administrator, a seasoned politician, in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to rule us for 8 years?
$3 trillion economy is also possible within this decade. With today, I urge you, as Nigeria's foremost private sector think tank and policy advocacy group, to go much further than you have done before. Bring your ideas, bring your leadership, be highly inquisitive, and bring your capital. Let's build a future of renewal. We can do it in 1 decade. A fully networked and connected Nigeria by rail, gas, fiber, digital optics, and road network can be constructed in less than 20 years. Establishing thriving industrial zones in every Nigerian zone is possible before 2030. Be ready to challenge me after you've crafted those recommendations based upon high intellectual inquisitiveness and workable plans. I'm not standing here to say I'm perfect. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will make mistakes as a human being. I'm ready to listen to you, correct the mistakes, and move on. I'm a forward-looking president. The future is calling, and this administration will not hesitate to seize the opportunity of this moment. Our finest destiny is awaiting us all. Let Nigeria breathe a sigh of renewed hope and confidence. It is within your reach. I've had it on a number of occasions, and I've read it in several journals, that no one succeeds alone. That is why I'm here, to think with you. That is why the administration is ready to work with you, to chart the path for a greater, promising, prosperity rewarding Nigeria. There's various conflicts and contradictions around the world, but we are struggling and working hard to manage the business environment in this country. It is only with you, the collaboration, the effectiveness, the genuineness of your commitment to national growth that can bail us out of depression. I'm therefore pleased to declare this 29th Economic Summit open. Thank you very much. May God bless Nigeria. God bless NASG. God bless all of us and give us the prosperity that we desire. Thank you very much.
I am telling you that please, if I am on my feet and I will speak. I am on my feet and I will speak. I am on my feet and I should be allowed to speak. I will speak. And he's not the only one.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to
be
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I'm sorry.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know what is wrong with him. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't lie to you.
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubon.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us wherever in the world you are. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. This is April the 20th, 2024. This is Have Your Say, an opportunity for you to join us and have your say on issues concerning Africa and Nigeria, of course. Let's start. These are the stories that we are going to highlight today. The first one was about our fellow countryman who is now the most wanted man in Nigeria, and that is Yahaya. I can't sing that song that Dino sang for us. But Bello, Yahaya Bello, former governor of Kogi State, he is on the run. He is declared wanted by the EFCC and Interpol and everybody else. We're going to talk about that and talk about the connection with Ganduje, who is also wanted by the Kano State lawmakers and the judiciary there, and he's kind of avoiding that. So we're talking about that. We're also going to talk about Nigeria's economy. Nigeria's economy, we just heard from Bloomberg, is going to end up as the fourth largest economy in Africa, dropping 3 points. Nigeria used to be number 1, but now it's down to number 4. So that makes us to ask questions about all the things we're hearing from the economic management team in Nigeria, which is the central bank governor, Cardoso, and the finance minister. So the external reserve of Nigeria is going down, which we know about. Why is that happening? Some people are saying that they are spending the money to beef up the Naira. They are burning the dollar, the foreign reserve, to beef up the Naira. But some people in the government are saying that's not true. That's not what they are doing. So we're going to talk about that. What's going on? What's the price of this Naira gaining against all these other currencies? Are they doing? Are they really fooling us? What's going on? They are not explaining a lot of things. Also, we know that there's subsidy now back into the oil industry, subsidy in oil. They can't deny that anymore. They've come out to say that, okay, yeah, something is going on. So what kind of government do we have? That's in general. What kind of government do we have? We're going to talk about that. In other news, in foreign news, we are following the situation in America where you have Donald Trump being tried. And one man yesterday actually set himself on fire, and today we just heard that he died. So we're going to talk about that. What does that mean? We don't know why he did it, but we thought that most people are assuming that he did it to protest the trial of Trump. In other news, we have Netanyahu and Iran on each other, but it looks like there's calm there now, because we had today that Iran said they are not going to revenge, they are not going to fight back because Israel sent some missiles or drones, and they didn't cause much damage. All right, so these are some of the stories we are talking about. Oh, by the way, Davido is what is the story with Davido? Davido, okay, you guys are laughing. I think you guys, those in the studio, know what I'm talking about. Davido is also in the news. He went to see the chess player, Nigerian chess player in New York here, who I think broke the world record for the longest hours spent playing chess. I think he did that today. I'm seeing pictures showing that he accomplished that goal. Davido went there, but earlier in the week there were this story of this American model who came out and put up a picture and video of Davido and saying that she didn't know that Davido was married. So that's why you see Chioma on our cover picture. So we are going to use that to talk about all the issues around that. And any other issue that you guys have. So let's get in. This is your show. This is not mine. And let me get you guys involved and tell me what I'm missing. I think I probably skipped one or few things. Also, this month is April, is Poetry Month. So we invited some of our favorite writers to recite their favorite poems. So you are going to see some of them in the course of this program today. But in the meantime, let me bring our people who are here in the studio up and let them join me. I feel lonely here. Mr. Show, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rodolphe. Good evening. Nice to be with you all.
Yeah, man of prestige, welcome to the show. Now, if you are in the studio, please turn on your camera if you want to come on. I see a lot of people, but the cameras are not on. So until they do that, we are going to let them take their time. Mr. Show, what did I miss?
Well, I don't think you missed much, although I've got a few things like headlines, not necessarily worth fleshing out or discussing in details, but just a few headlines. Talk where I see you. So some of the headlines that I just want to share with the people. Most people probably know about them already, but on Thursday night, many people were unalived in Plateau State, and I think the danger is the press, and so some of us as well. We're getting to the point that a lot of people are becoming numb to it. It doesn't make the headline anymore. I mean, thankfully, we have Olumide here who would always remind us of these things. He would find a way to drag our brother into it and say he doesn't talk about it in the man of the pastor. You see, so I mean, that's for Benue State. But in Plateau State, on Thursday night, many people were killed again. And I think I personally, I got tired of hearing about this condemnation and condolences. I'm just hoping that the government will tackle this head on because, as we all know, once security is tackled head on, our economy would benefit from it. So that's that. Zamfara State have banned their political officers and civil servants from granting interviews to TV stations and radio stations without state approval. So if you work for Zamfara State, you have to take approval before you grant any interview to TV or radio station. Well, I didn't see this as part of the headlines, but you mentioned it already. PDP or the G5 within PDP have pledged their support to Tinubu for 2027. Federal government also, which wasn't part of what you sent out, but you've mentioned it, they now pay subsidy. The CEO of Reno, that's Ubeche, confirmed that they now pay 600 billion naira a month. Buhari was paying about 480, 485 a month in subsidy. So Ubeche, the CEO of Reno, who should know, is saying that we are now paying about 600 billion naira a month. And during Buhari, fuel was sold at 187 per litre. So you want to ask the question, why are Nigerians paying 650? If we're paying more on subsidy today, that's something that is worth looking into. And also, you on the last one, which is a good news. Tunde Okoya, he broke the record for another Guinness, world record for the longest chess marathon winning streak. So it's not just a case of playing for that long, playing and winning. So it was playing different opponents. As he defeats one, he jumps onto the next one. So he's broken the record. I believe the record was 58 hours or 56 hours. I think he's gone up to 60 hours. So that's good news. Paints Nigeria in good light. It was in New York, on the streets of New York, playing, and the federal government have congratulated him. Tinubu personally have. Lagos State have congratulated him. And I also want to congratulate the chess playing community in Nigeria. I don't play chess, but I'm sure it's a bigger news for the chess playing Nigerians and Nigerians at large. And Tunde Okoya, it's not just a chess player. If people don't know him, look into what he's doing, support his work. He's the founder of what's it called now? I think it's called Chess in the Slums Africa. So, they go into the slums. I think it started from Moshodi, where they go into the slums and they teach kids how to play chess, try to bring them out of the slums and give them a chance at life. So it's not just a random chess player. And shame on BBC Africa for that picture they chose to use. If you look at the article that they wrote, it's on Twitter, or if you go onto maybe their website, it will be there as well. Shame on BBC. And many Nigerians have called them out to say, why have you chosen this particular picture of that guy? He just looked like somebody who's just, finished fighting a war or something. He was younger. He looked hungry. His eyes were bloodshot. This guy is a good-looking man. He has beautiful pictures. His new style, where he just wears like a kaftan or like a cape, and and he wears his proper Omoluabi fila, gay fila proper. There are so many pictures that Nigerians are sharing and replying to BBC Africa saying, this guy has so many pictures. Even pictures of him playing chess on the streets of New York are beautiful pictures. Please change it, take it down. Why are you portraying this guy in this image? But they've refused. So I just thought I'd mention that. So those are some of the things I thought, I'll throw in the mixer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Sure. Man of Prestige.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning from California and good afternoon. Good off the show. That's probably afternoon over there where you are. So let me start with my opinion. Then I bring out about 2 or 3 points. What what we can talk about. That Nigeria should be like a case study. That should be studied how not to be a failing country. Maybe put in an archive, like one of the, some of the best university here. People should go and study that. So you don't know, so you can know how to, structure your country, make it better because Nigeria is not working. So having said that, let me start from the good news. I think Show has already said about the chess player. Let me talk about Burna Boy. Burna Boy has been nominated as one of the 100, important personality in the world in the Time magazine. So that's the good news for Nigeria. And the Davido sell out the arena in New York. I think it's about 20,000. So he's like the third Nigeria, Burna Boy, which has done the same thing. So credit to Nigeria, where they're doing well. I don't know if anybody saw what happened during the video appearance. A lady has a play card saying that she owe like about 100 and something million naira for student loan. So Davido invited her to the stage and gave her about $50,000 as part of to rescue her student loan. But it was later on found out that that was a scam. The lady did that in order to get money. Whether she owes student loan or no, people say she doesn't owe any student loans. She just came here because of the trend, whereby people performing or whatever, you can pick up somebody, maybe reward them for something. So right now, they are saying that it's a scam. The lady didn't even go to college. So, she doesn't owe any student loan. So having said that, that's a good news coming from Nigeria. So let me say some of the things, I had everything you stated that we have to talk about. Maybe we should include this about 300, I think Avga, defeated to Labour Party in Anambra State. And it's looking like Soludo may not win re-election the way things are going right now. This guy, that's the AP presidential candidate. I mean, he's popular and people, so he's kind of initiated and everybody, is clamoring for him right now. But 300 of them, defeated that. Second one, we're probably going to talk about, this price control going on in Nigeria, that the government had just implemented. They say they have to enforce it by any means necessary. I don't think that price control will work. I mean, to a certain extent, maybe subsidy and everything. Yeah, we know. Government help in that, that's part of price control in that area. But in the Nigerian space, definitely, it's not, it's not going to work. I mean, I think yesterday they went to Nasarawa market to enforce it. So I don't know what's the outcome right now. They will be going to every state, according to what I heard that is going to be coming. So that's going to be something for us to watch about. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Olumide, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good day to everybody else. So, I mean, I don't mean to be too. I don't mean to engage John Abba all the time about it. It's just that if the killing stop, I won't have to engage him. And it's his reaction as somebody from that part of the country. You understand? It's not raising enough awareness, not talking so much about it, and then is this one Nigeria proponent? And I don't know where in the part of the world where such a thing will happen, and then we tell ourselves, let's just move on. I mean, what exactly are these people? Is it because they are villagers? Is it that they are not more Nigerian than the rest of us? I don't know. I just don't get it. There are skirmishes going on. Not that I know there are skirmishes going on. The other day it was in Imo State, the boundary between Imo and Kogi or some other states, Benue. So these skirmishes are still going on and it's not looking good. But I don't know if you guys, it was in the news the other day. If you guys heard it, I've forgotten which of the dailies I saw it in Nigeria, where the guy, the Mileti Yala boss that the DSS arrested, made a supposedly confession that it was the governor of Nasarawa State that gave him the authority and finance the setting up of that militia vigilante or militia group that is started. So if Nigeria is a serious country, what they should be doing, the security agencies, it has implicated the governor. If they have ironclad proof, they should be presenting that to the State House of Assembly to impeach him so he can face prosecution. Because that is treason against the state. But if the assembly won't do that, then maybe they can wait for his tenure to end. But at least to show seriousness, so that people like the rest of us who are outside the country and seeing things happening will say, yes, this government is serious. But they're never serious about anything, and we don't trust them. And whether they like it or not, they keep digging themselves deeper and deeper into that shadow called Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. Mazi Prince.
So sorry, Rudolph, I'm gonna step out in a second. Just one last news that Olumide might just fall off his chair. I saw a video online that happened, I think it happened yesterday, where Miyetti Allah and the Farmers Association of Yoruba Land Southwest signed a memorandum of understanding, some sort of agreement to work together, and they're going to present that to Tinubu. Maybe I don't know why, but there's a video of the Association of Southwest.
Somebody said that on when Nigeria was anchoring.
Okay, so you already know about it.
Somebody said that, but I said he wanted me to comment, and I said I couldn't comment until that he should tell us the source. And I have the video,
but I'll share it later. I'll have the video
until I read intricately what that agreement is about. But for me, on the face of it, it is nothing but bookworm nonsense. That is not, you can't get through peace when you it's like cowering to them. You're cowering to them.
So hold on. Okay, sure. Before you go, do we know how many people died in Plateau State University?
I think it was. I don't want to get it wrong because getting one life wrong might offend people, but I think it was 18 or just under 20. Yes, just under 20.
18.
Yes.
They tell us we are one Nigeria. Move on. Forget it. Move on. We are one Nigeria. I mean, what kind of country is that?
But then, if you also add that of Benue, a pregnant woman was, killed with the students that kind of necessitated protests. The students saying that they don't want the soldiers anymore because how could they be there and things are going on? They only come when things are. They've been already, those perpetrators have already carried out what they're doing, and then they show up. Nigerian news these days doesn't excite me at all. I won't tell you lies. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Mr. Pansat. Good morning, Man of Prestige. Olumide, good morning, and Ed, good morning. It doesn't excite me because it's always some sad news, and pretty much the one I kind of followed is that of, in as much as I already knew that PDP, is dead. I think they should go and put it in the mortuary. It's gone. It's gone. They couldn't do a simple thing that they needed to do. Which was to take care of business, make sure that Wike is not ruling. Wike now rules the party. Wike rules the party.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that down the road. We have that on our site. Pansat, welcome to the show. Pansat? All right. I don't think he can hear me. Pansat, you're muted. If you can hear me, unmute yourself. He's checking his head as maybe he's listening to music somewhere else. All right, Ed, welcome to the show.
All right, thank you. I'll just quickly say this because I'm about to leave. There's some things that happened in the past week. The Dubai floods, if you want to talk about that. The Obi Cubana suits, actually, and how his legal team went about it. The the news that was mostly carried by Bloomberg about the depletion of our foreign reserves and the response of the CBN governor during the World Bank and IMF meeting. So I'd like us to talk about those. I'll leave now. I'll just follow you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's on our list, that Bloomberg story. Thank you. Let's go to Pansat and see. Pansat, can you hear me?
I believe so. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah. All right.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hello to everybody, fellow Nigerians and Biafrans and those in the chat section of this thing. Rudolph, what I wanted to do is to have an appendage to the headline you have, because I've seen a lot of discussion around Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Kogi State. Now, I want everybody to understand that he's still an innocent man. He has not been found guilty of anything. As a matter of fact, hasn't been arraigned. There's nothing wrong with accusing people of fraud. It's assumed that every governor, as far as I can think about, is guilty of that, fleecing the state, taking their money, and I believe there is credibility in that. It's shown the prima facie that all of them do the same thing. But we cannot be simplistic, like this cabal and this elite always make this thing out to be. I posted a couple of links for you in the private section of this chat to show a background and what I suspect is the main motive to the pursuit of this Bello, former Governor Bello. I believe that in this case, he fought for the people of his state by trying to prevent the Dangote group from taking over illegally a refinery that belonged to the people of his state. And he was a courageous man. And he secured that thing and took it back from them. We have a lot of monopoly going on in our country. As a matter of fact, that whole Nigeria is being run by Dangote as a monopolist. So those that he could intimidate, he will intimidate. Those that he could have arrested, he will have arrested. I'll let him have a case. Those he could exile, he will exile. And perhaps even worse. It could be more sinister than that. But this one is documented. So please, could you put it on the screen so that it's not my credibility that's on the line? I have two articles from credible sources, at least. If not,
I saw them. They were from 2022.
December.
Yeah.
Which would that
one was October 2022. One was in December. So they were talking about Dangote and Yahaya Bello meeting in Aso Rock.
Right. Could you show it on the screen like you normally would do as a journalist?
No.
You have a background to. I'm making an allegation, which is before I can make the allegation, then you show it. It's not me.
We have not started having the conversation on this.
Okay.
But we can go ahead. You are the last person here, so let's as well go ahead and have a conversation. So
go ahead.
This is the article from The Guardian.
Okay. Do you want me to read it or you want to read it? A little bit to give a background.
You don't need to read the article. You can tell us the background. This is from 2022. So you are suggesting that this is started. What is happening now is as a result of what happened here. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I'm saying that Yahaya Bello, more than likely, is a fraudster and he stole money of the state. It's alleged. And I believe that it's credible that he did that. But I also believe that all governors presently in the last crop did it. And there should be equality under our laws before the law, equality before the law, equality under the law. equality in the eyes of the law. If you're going to go after them, you have to go after all of them. However, in this case, this happens to be a pattern that they're using to fleece the people, take the resources of a state. In this case, this particular plant that's known as Dangote plant now belongs to the people of his state. And he was a courageous man. He went after them and said, look, let's have the assembly pass a law showing that he did not acquire that plant legally. Make a long story short, they tried to settle that case and went all the way to Asarok under Buhari. And you know that you have to be really tough to go after Dangote in Nigeria, right? There's no demarcation between his powers and that of the state. I'm talking about the Nigerian state, not to mention the little states. So he was, to make a long story short again, shorter, there was shooting and almost 27 of our fellow citizens were killed in that melee. So now it's not foregone, like the way you're trying to make it a temporal issue that ended in December of 2020. You know, it's fresh now because the courts were able to yank that plant back from Dangote Group and give it back to the people, the state. So now he's trying to fight the Dangote groups, trying to get that plant back. So I'm saying that we should not be simpletons like we are, most Nigerians, right? If the state goes after him under the guise, disguise, costume, a cloak of going after a criminal, he might have committed a crime, but we should not let our valiant people, such as Showore, for example, is the same thing. If Showore is accused of treason, we should not overlook the fact that they are abusing his fundamental rights, right? So I believe that this man, this Yahaya Bello, who I dislike him with every bone in my body, but he's entitled to due process. Plus, we cannot let them keep taking these resources from this state and having a monopolist corner the whole country, close the borders when he wants to, compete in the cement and make the price go up high. I believe that he's basically set this man up to be dealt with, and he's showing example to his successor. Hey, look, you think this is a white lion? You better let us have this plant. And I sent you 2 articles, and I want a thorough. There's been a lot of discussion, and this is part of your headline. You're going to have to show these backgrounds when you are doing a story such as this one. I know that Mazi Prince is raising up his hand. Let me take that interjection from him and then round up, right? Go ahead, Mazi. Is that something?
Yeah, Chief Pastor, my disagreement is, is not far-fetched. And the same Dangote that we are accusing right now is the same Dangote that EFCC ransacked their office few months ago, And not only that, we could say anything in as much as I don't support, Yahaya Bello, I don't support him. The people going after him are crooks themselves. My thing is, if you are being accused, if you are being invited, the honorable thing to do is to appear. They will not lock you up. Appear. And even if they arraign you that you have to bail, you'll be on bail. That's what he's doing right now.
Okay, I got the nutshell of what you're saying, and I don't disagree, right? There are exceptions. If he faces his life is a danger, because we don't have a state. We have to hear from him. It's a former governor, somebody appearing in court. First of all, he could be arraigned in absentia, right? But he is a known governor, and there's a respect given to this class of people, right? I disagree with it, but he had immunity when these things happened. and you can arraign him in absentia. You don't need all that threatening his life, because there's been some people who went into that Nigerian custody and they haven't come out, and there have been some who went in there.
But Pansat,
Yeah.
I'm gonna push back a bit respectfully, because Yahaya Bello, like I said, is a former governor. It will
Yes.
be given all the respect. It will be. I want to believe that they will accord him all the respect that he deserves, being a former governor. He could
Right.
have submitted himself with his lawyers, you understand, for
Yeah.
questioning.
Right.
And so, but now the fear from some other quarters that I have heard is that this guy amassed over 80 billion naira in government, the state government resources, and it was going to use that same resources to buy federal government properties or buy government properties. So it wasn't going to invest that money for the people of Kogi State.
Okay. Let me reclaim
He was going to use it for his own
that, and I know I'm going.
personal enrichment.
Yeah. Let me respond to you. Number one, the respect that has been accorded to former governors is actually smaller than the respect every citizen should enjoy. So it's not a case of them having a lot of exceptions. Respect. You're supposed to respect every citizen that you accuse of a crime, right? They're not guilty yet. A bail is not a punishment. It's just to make sure that you're going to appear. You have to arrange somebody. Then, depending on the nature of your allegation, if it's criminal in nature, then you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. No matter what you're alleging, 100 billion, 10 naira, doesn't matter. So even though they're still governors, they're not respected as much as a citizen should be respected in this kind of situations, right? That's one. Those coloring that you give in this allegation doesn't mean anything. You have to go and prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I posted another link.
That is why, Pansat, I am saying that he should have submitted himself
I agree.
to EFCC. He served the system, and that
Right.
system that he served and he served under, he
Right.
should have faith in it, because he also used that system to harass critics of his government.
I understand, but here's what I'm saying to you, right? The government of Nigeria is on many international lists. They do not respect human rights, for example, not to talk about civil rights, right? We saw what they did to Showore there. So he should appear in court, but we have to hear from him. Is his life at risk? I've just told you the cabal that's after him is a formidable cabal. Right now, I posted another link for you, Rudolph. Now, I believe now we are going into the substantive issues, not just the.
Pansat first.
Yeah.
We haven't presented the case as it is first before it's like you went into the defense already of Bello. Let me present even let me hear from Man of Prestige first. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. I was wondering about Pansat. He has been, he gone in detail when we are here. But anyway, my brother, I agree to you, Pansat. But we're here just to present, what we're going to talk about. It's a different topic. But Pansat, being that intellectual, wants to come here, and give us some other narrative. I respect you, brother. But anyway, having said that, yeah. So we're beginning from Yahaya Bello, right?
Yes.
Okay. What transpired this week is ridiculed, to Nigeria in international space, because that jungle, I don't know what word to use, call it salad that just happened over the, over this week, was it on Monday or whatever? But anyway, it's not important. But it was, I had it on CNN. This is going on in Nigeria. This is why I said Nigeria is a case study that need to be studied, and not to be a failing state. And we are there, and I'm not calling Nigeria a fair state. I love Nigeria. I would like them. I would like a better country. Nothing is really working as of right now. We can say about what's happening. From what I got, I feel that a little bit. Even the whole mess that happened, the security from the governor from the state. that came and whisked the man away. And according to what I heard, they hide him in the bush so that they can see him. You know, then they wish him back to Kogi State. And the man went back to Kogi State and said he was never in a, he was, I mean, this is what happened to these politicians. They came and bamboozled us, you know, like we are stupid. We don't know anything. Then Yahaya Bello was claiming that he was never in Abuja, that he was in Kogi State. That's what he's saying. You don't know why they followed, you know, the empty car and everything. I mean, they just say something like we are stupid. Maybe they will say that to Nigeria because you have a lot of Nigerians that are very docile. You believe whatever they say. I mean, look at what happened when this was actually happening, you know, live. You have some people hailing him. I don't need those people are bought to come support him. But I bet you, Dr. Rudolph, it's going to be some ordinary Nigerian who has nothing to benefit in this supporting him. This is how those people can't even afford 2 or 3 days meal. I don't even know if they can afford Gary to drink. Because now Gary is a luxury in Nigeria. We don't even export Gary. You know, we buy, you know, we import Gary from Ghana. So it has become a luxury. This is how things are, you know, are going into, you know, into pathetic, you know, in my own opinion. But anyway, let me stick on this issue. According to what I heard, if I'm wrong, let anybody correct me. About 80 billion this man embezzled. And this embezzlement when he was in office. So he was being investigated at the time when he was in office. But because of the immunity, which I don't think should have been taken away from all these Nigerian, you know, officials. So the investigation was already finished when he was in office, but they can't do anything for him until, you know, after his immunity has expired. And they have the right to go and try to. All he has to do, what is he calling for? I mean, if he's an honorable person, this is the problem I have, you know, Dr. Rudolph again, you know, we talk about the youth. Is he not a youth? It's not about youth. It's about personality. It's about antecedent. So I don't really believe that, you know, so-called youth, I don't know what's youth bracket in Nigeria. If it's 40, you know, it's supposed to be 40 and under. We have people about more than 40, they claim to be youth. But anyway, it's not about youth. I mean, you can bring somebody about 30 years and you can't compare Nigeria with Senegal. I know that Senegal is only about 18 million. I mean, Nigeria is a very versatile country or whatever. So I'm not going to come here and make that comparison. So we need to follow what happened in Senegal. But Nigeria need to build their own nation. Nigeria need to reset their own mindset. This is where everything starts. So now they declare him wanted. I mean, they know where he is. Let's be honest. What are you declaring him wanted or whatever? Everybody, I mean, the EFCC know where he is. They know he's in Kogi State. Why not go there and arrested him? And I heard that when he went to Kogi State, he called the president, said, "Why are you doing me this? This is what I had, and I don't have anything, you know, offensive from family."
Arrest him for what?
Said,
what is he being arrested for?
You need to come to my rescue.
What are you arresting him for, though?
You know, you need to
man of prestige.
So my question to anybody that knows, what has happened? This is their golden boy. This is the youth leader. You know, during the presidential happen. Is there anything that happened that, you know, that fall out between him and the president? That, you know, the president is not trying to guide him right now, you know, help him out. But that's what we have in Nigeria, Godfather and something like that. You know, when it comes to APC, you are seen and forgiven. Ganduje right now is the president is with him. Why is he not with Yahaya Bello? I mean, 80 billion is a lot of money, but he's not the worst in Nigeria. I mean, there have been a lot, you know, worse than that.
Man of prestige. Man of prestige.
Hold on. Let him finish. Man of prestige, continue.
So, it's just too much of things going on. The man need to submit. The man need to come out and submit himself. You know, one more thing I need to add to this, Dr. Damage. What the police, you know, they should be arrested. The police that obstructed the EFCC from arresting him should be arrested, should be disbanded, you know, for obstruction of justice. The governor should be investigated. Of course, he has immunity right now. But when he come out of his office, then, you know, he needs to be buried. Because this is obstruction of justice to the highest level. That is what they do. Those police shouldn't be serving. I don't care who give them the order or whatever, you know. that is guiding the governor to obstruct that justice. But I guess you can say the EFCC play a very calm role. They didn't want everything to go to a different level. Maybe there'll be shooting or whatever, when this was happening. Maybe people could have died and all that kind of things. And then maybe they maintain a kind of peace. So that has something to do with that. But it's a crazy country, Dr. Damage. I don't know where we're gonna go from here.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. So this is what we know. EFCC, we're looking for Yahaya Bello, and he had a court injunction. So because when we want to look at the Nigerian situation, we have to start from the beginning where things went wrong. So you have to think about these courts and the way they give out injunctions. So a court will give out an injunction saying nobody should arrest this person forever and ever, ever and ever. Nobody should harass him. Who gave the courts the right to make that kind of announcement? For what reason? Where? If you remember, it didn't start today. The former governor of River State, long ago, what's his name? Peter Odele, got an injunction that nobody should harass him, arrest him, and he was never questioned for all the things he did. So the court got Yahaya Bello got an injunction saying nobody should harass him and arrest him. And EFCC went to another court and got an injunction that they should go and question him because he has questions to answer. We know that. And EFCC went to his house and he started screaming, calling everybody. And at the end, his godson, who I understand is his relation, the governor, came and picked him up. Now, that wasn't the first time that has happened. Wike did that in River State. There was a government official that was wanted by the EFCC, I believe, and Wike went there and picked the person up. And who was that? Remind me.
Odele's wife.
Was it Odele's wife?
Yes, Odele's wife.
Okay.
And then this other woman in NBC.
Yeah, I know there's another woman that Wike went. Someone I didn't know it was Odele's wife. But yeah, but this is something that shouldn't be happening. The fact that a governor has immunity does not mean that he could go in and pick someone that another agency of government is looking for, and it's allowed. So this is what we know. Bayo Ononuga, who you guys know, is one of the people speaking for the president, said that Bello should turn himself in and get a good lawyer. That should worry you because essentially Bello, I don't even know what Bello is afraid of because essentially all he needed to do was to get a lawyer, go there and they will bail him and he will be like other people. I can count 100 people who are moving around in Nigeria today who have cases that didn't go anywhere after they were bailed. So, and then the police IG withdrew all the police people attached to Bello. So this is what we know. So the question is, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, before you go on, Pansa, let me play what one lawyer went on TV to say in defense of Bello.
Well, I personally have a very strong view about that, and it is not good for our democracy. Now, you can declare someone wanted. Perhaps you had invited the person and there is no court order and the person is on the run or something. You can declare such person wanted. But in this case, these circumstances, that is not the case. The person you are declaring wanted went to court to stop you from prosecuting, arresting him. An high court gave an order. There was an interim order which restrained EFCC from arresting a former governor. So if there was an order and EFCC went to Court of Appeal, if you believe in justice and if you believe in the judiciary and you believe in the court system, you took that matter, you went to the Court of Appeal to appeal that judgment. And the Court of Appeal has given a date for his judgment, which is Monday. So why will you then go ahead to declare someone wanted?
Okay, sorry,
Someone that
Sorry, we do not have a lot of time, so let's quickly move on this. As a lawyer, will you advise Yahaya Bello to turn himself in or not?
Don't forget that there is a court order, and the substantive case had already said you cannot prosecute, you cannot, you can't arrest. Yes, I will advise ex-governor to turn himself in if he has not committed an offense, because part of these allegations, okay, the charge sheet was from 2015, was amended to 2016, 3 weeks when he came into the office. You can see that something is fishing, which no one can say exactly what is happening. But personally, I would advise him to turn in. But then I am not the court that gave the order. And the order given by court is to say you cannot prosecute. So why do you then want him also to disobey the judgment of the court by turning himself in when the court has said you cannot prosecute, you cannot, you can arrest, and even there's an appeal on this matter. So why, look, there are two sets of people in this country that are destroying the rule of law, that are not helping the rule of law to grow in this country. Those set of people are, one, the politician, two, the anti-graft agencies.
Thank you so much, Oladene.
Yes, thank you so much. He's also one of those people destroying the country by interpreting the law this way. First of all, wait. When the court said he should not be arrested, the court did not say he should not turn himself in. You understand? The court did not say that Yahaya Bello could not go and turn himself in. The court said don't arrest him, and then they went to another court. EFCC went to another court and got another order saying that you can arrest him. All right, go ahead, Pansa.
Okay, what I'm saying is that you are looking at this thing in shallow terms, superficial, simplistic, jejune terms. There are a lot of issues. The guy makes very good points. You may have an issue with somebody going to get do not prosecute from a judge. That doesn't sound like the right thing for somebody to do. But you don't have to have the country you wish you had. You have to have the country you have. That's our country. A lot of things are wrong here, right? But the gentleman makes his points very eloquently. There's a subsisting court order that says do not prosecute him. Did you go and appeal that court order, or did you just go to a lateral court? You didn't go horizontal, you went lateral and go to the next courtroom. That's not the way the law works. But I'm saying to you, I have come in here because, Rudolph, I have to say it. It's people like you and others who are actually the problem that we have. Like we're simpletons, right? You know very well that the country is not a civilized country. Somebody could be afraid for his life. When you go, somebody like an agency, you have to file an information. On that information will be 4 more charges. If you're trying to arrest him to investigate your case, it's totally different. Everybody, the way we're presenting it here is like there's an information that has factual basis and for an indictment.
Oh,
right? We don't have a grand jury. These are in, yeah.
Are you saying that you are not aware of the charges against him from the EFCC?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Are you dismissing the charges?
No, there are no charges. I saw what you showed there.
That he embezzled 4 billion naira.
No, that's an allegation. That's
from the EFCC.
Listen.
Wait, hold on. No. They want him to. That's what we know. That's what is out there. They want him to come and answer, come and get answer to that.
Okay, hold on. I want you to understand the difference between the two, right? I saw the flyer you posted there with wanted stuff, alleging that there's a magnitude of amount, 40 billion or whatever it was, right? But that is not a charge, because when you charge somebody, you have to say in violation of section so of our constitution, right? You have to, on that information, it will have the information. But he, as an individual, has the right, for example, here in the United States, we call it the Miranda rights, right? You cannot force somebody to come in and tell you anything. He has the right to remain silent. If you have, if you're sure you've investigated your case and you charge him to court, right? You have to. That agency is nothing. The court is what we recognize. The agency is an organ of the executive branch. We have 3 branches of government. So you cannot go and apprehend like they've been doing, which we should not allow them to be doing this kind of stuff. You cannot go apprehend a corporate, force him to sign stuff under duress, only because those of us who know better, like you now, you know that a suspect doesn't have to tell you anything. If you have allegation, put it in the form of an information, charge him to court. If he evades arrest, you could arraign him in absentia, right? There are so many things that they have the tools to do. But you do not go trying your case in the media, and then after 4 or 5 years, we don't hear anything about it again. We saw the bravado. Okay, it's like Ashowore, your friend, right? He's accused of treason, a much bigger thing than Yahaya Bello is accused of doing. And I know that I've seen you on this platform, like you should, condemn the high-handedness. And to you, Ashowore wasn't guilty, but allegation is allegation. That is not that's no information on that thing that you posted there. It doesn't mean anything. All those are gossip. Yeah, sure.
Former governors. We've seen how the EFCC handle their cases. Why do you think Bello deserves something different? Why are you sounding as if in Bello's case we have to change the pattern, even if you don't like the pattern? Obiano went through the same process. They said to we wanted you to come and answer some questions. Obiano went and he was questioned and he got bail. And whether the case will ever come up again or not, we don't know. And that's it. Why would Yahaya Bello refuse to go and answer them?
And Rudolph, to add to your point again, did you remember that during the campaign too, there was a time they were making so much noise about Obi being corrupt and then the EFCC invited him for questioning. He went. If he had anything to hide, he would have gone and if he had anything to hide or he was scared, he would have gone ahead to get an injunction to say, oh, they want to prevent me from running from the presidential race, blah, 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 politicize it.
Right.
You understand? This man, you serve the system, you were in the system, go and answer to the system. That's what we are saying.
Yeah, he has to. And like I said,
Pastor, please, I'm not taking words from you. I've been raising my fingers up.
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is this, okay? They started investigating him since, but because of the immunity he has, they left him. Now this case is linked to his cousin, who he made the chief of staff to the current governor, and also to the governor too. So the 3 of them are the ones that the EFCC are looking for. The thing is this is simple. The simple thing about it is when you were talking about, they would have said they violated section this. Those ones already went to the cousins. It was from the questioning that they got from those ones, from the testimony that they got from those ones that linked him, and they only invited him to come and clear himself. If you're not guilty, why are you going to court and telling them, oh, they are about to violate my,
that is not the standard. The only thing that tells you you are innocent at this process is our constitution. If you have not been convicted beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty, you're innocent. That means you, Bello, me, Rudolph here. Anybody who's not been convicted is innocent. It doesn't matter how you try to twist it. What shows guilt is not somebody running. When you make your case, probably right now he hasn't been charged with anything. But the point I'm making, and I believe you shouldn't overlook this points. These constitutional issues, due process, they're very important because Rudolph asked me a question: is okay, why Bello? We know that they've been using selective prosecution picking up Southern Christian, especially Igbo former governors. This is the first time that you really see with any seriousness that they go with bravado against a Muslim and Northern, especially one that is entrenched with this government, right? So now the question is why? Something that you normally don't, that why goes to them. How come you're doing it this time with a Northern governor who was a youth leader that helped this administration come to office? And the answer is simply the Dangote factor. That's that particular, I know Rudolph, I don't know if he means to just set those things aside. That is the scab wound. It's in court. 27 people were killed. This man is protecting his state. Charge him to court. Don't try to get him to sign anything. That's what they did to Showore. He won't sign something. We have to stop these people from playing with simple minds. Another reason why, I had 3 reasons. I was showing my fingers when Rudolph asked me that question. The second reason is that, see, as an Igbo man, I said, Biafra, I try to not be particular about, say, governors from the Southeast. I say, okay, I'm defending an Igbo man. Now, here I'm defending a Muslim, a Northerner, somebody that I abhor. So I'm fair. If I came out here when they were hustling Okarawasa, one of their friends, because that's what they do, then I'll be accused and say, oh, you're doing this because you're an Igbo man. So I want Kogi people to defend innocent Igbos, and then Southeasterners to defend innocent, and believe it or not, he's innocent. You haven't convicted him yet. Now, Wike is accused of the same thing. He's right now heading Abuja. Ganduje is caught even before his term was over. Forget about the big ones. Putting watts of $100 bills in his pocket. He heads APC. Now, I posted, and this is where, if Rudolph wasn't just a known factor, somebody would know that's not a bad guy, you would say that he's hiding some of these things for them. I posted here on the private section of the biggest fraud in Nigeria that just happened up to like January this year, where the Dangote, the OPL 245, the oil with Shell, Eni, is given to the president's nephew. That's billions of dollars. It goes all the way to the top, to Aso Rock. Allegations. But you don't see the EFCC enforcing these laws in a manner that's comprehensive and with everybody being equal in the eye of the law. So I'm saying that Yahaya Bello, if you feel that your life is not in danger, right, go and submit. If there's no substituting court order that's preventing you from disobeying a court order, you go in there. You're not guilty. So go in there and prove and submit to the law, because it's against the law to evade arrest. And your life is more in danger because I believe that they want to kill him.
All right.
Because of that that factory.
Let me answer the question. Answer.
Yeah.
Are you consider me to be a Biafra?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, you may be an Igbo man. I know you're not a Biafran. People like you in those days, we used to call them Sabotoa, Sabo. Right? They were still Igbo, right?
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Just so you know, you mentioned that the former governor of Plateau State and Adamawa State, they've been tried and found guilty and locked up. So you get the impression that it was only American governors that have been tried for corruption. So
but no. You are looking at Northerner as geographic. It's not a geographical term. Colloquially, when we talk about Northerners, we talk about Muslims and Hausa, Fulani kind of thing. The people of Benue and the Plateau are being persecuted.
Adamawa and Plateau. If you want to say that, then Kogi is not too. If you want to talk about the middle belt,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Not.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just pointing out, you are making it that Bello was picked up because it's that is the first time that someone from the northern 19 northern states.
Yeah, in that case, I was speaking geographically. But Kogi's, this guy is a minority person, and most people who get the brunt of it, they're minorities, right? if you look at it, somebody like Ganduje would then be an exception to my rule, right? Mohammed, go ahead. Yeah,
let's go to that. Welcome to
okay. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm on mute. I was actually watching from the background. I'm so sorry. I will spend less than 3-5 minutes. I have a flight to catch. I'm actually at the airport. However, this discussion is of interest to me. Rudolph, know why. I have investment in Kogi State. I have personal interest in Kogi State. However, I'm not from Kogi State. Mr. Pensat, if you have been to Kogi before, I'm sure you will not be defending this young man. You need to go to Kogi and see what this guy has done in the last 8 years. I can authoritatively tell you that guy did not construct a 5-kilometer road in 8 years. As a matter of fact, if you go to Kogi, you weep for the people of Kogi. Today there is a video. I don't know if I can, let me see if I can play from here. A woman was standing in front of Aso Rock and she was crying, "Pay me my 7 years salary." Today in Kogi, there are people, civil servants, earning 2,500 as salary. Do you understand? So please, you can defend anybody, but please do not defend Yahaya Bello.
I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him at all. And I'm sure he's done worse than that.
I don't, excuse me, I don't know your point exactly, because at some point you are contradicting yourself. Number one, nobody's above the law. He has been invited even before he handed over, right? So if he had honored the invitation, nobody would go and lay siege in his house. That's number one. Number two, if he's not, they say, there's a popular saying that say the guilty are afraid. Do you understand? But I can assure you, I'm not speaking from the outside. I have investment in Kogi State. If you go to Kogi, you weep for that state.
Okay, let me respond to you.
Hold on. Hold on. I live in Bauchi State, Kano North. Do you understand? I have seen what happened in Bauchi in the last 7 years. I mean, let's say in the last 4 years. In the last 8 years, Kogi did not appreciate. It depreciated. It depreciated. Civil servants are not being paid. No construction, nothing is happening in that state. And that state, don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yahaya Bello. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him one second.
Do not defend a character like Yahaya Bello. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Yeah. That's all right. That's why I wanted him to be a guest, but he's saying that he will not be a guest, but he will want to.
Answer, if you are watching behind the screen, come on.
Anyway, the Blackson, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rodolph, and good day to everybody on the panel. One thing, I wanted to talk to Pansa because asking a question. Everybody that has been a suspect is being invited by the security agent. FBI do invite people, and FBI do siege in people's property to pick them up, to search and do whatever they have to do in order to arrest the person or to get evidence, right? So if the DSS lay siege on Yahaya Bello's house, there's nothing wrong about that. They have a right. If you invite him, he did show up, they have a right to pick him up. Even though they don't even invite him, they have a right to pick him up to lay siege in his house. And that's what they can do. They have the permission from the court, right, to lay siege and to get any evidence or any information, to search his house, get any information they want in order to head their case in court before they can charge him to court. That is why they are being invited for questioning. So inviting somebody who's a suspect or allegations or other allegation against him to appear to come and answer a question is not against the law. It is a right. It is the duty of the security agent, right, to invite anybody, let them come and answer to the allegation that is being laid against them. So there's nothing wrong about that, right? So I don't think the EFCC should, anybody in Nigeria is not above the law, no matter who you are, no matter the position you have held. Once there's an allegation against you, you have to be questioned. You have to face the law. You have to face the agency that is responsible in that area, who can question the person and get informations, right? So what they did, I don't say anything wrong about it, but the process by which they do it may not be right, but they have to do their job. Because look at Nigeria, nothing working in a normal way, right? Everybody seems, because he has been a politician, he has been a governor, he seems that's above the law, but he's not above the law, and he cannot disobey any agency that invites him, that invite anybody for questioning. So this idea of that I'm disobeying the agency or going to court to go take a court injunction, I don't know why the court even provide those injunctions to say nobody should be persecuted or should not be questioned. I don't understand that issue, that judgment from the court. Somebody's been accused, is being accused, right? The court would say, don't question him, don't arrest him. Is that person above the law? I cannot be arrested. Why can you? Those who has no power, who has no money to go to court and take such injunction, they are being arrested. But because that person has the power, the court will say, yes, don't arrest him. And they go to the state, like they go to their own state, whereby the judges are under their own appointment. So they have the power to say, do not arrest, they give an injunction, do not arrest this person, right? So this is also I always say that the judiciary is a problem to Nigeria. It's a big problem to Nigeria. The judges in Nigeria, they are a problem to Nigeria. They're not making Nigeria move forward. They are destroying the law they're supposed to uphold. So how can you give an injunction to anybody that he should not be arrested? On that what ground? So that's my take on this. Maybe I have more to say after. I have more to say later.
All right, thank you, Gladstone. Welcome.
Hi, Rudolph. Sorry, I'm busy with something. I only came to find out if you've gone to hell and come back yet, or are you planning to go there?
He's on the way. He's on the way.
Okay.
Preparing, you have to prepare.
Anyway, quickly, I'll still come back later on the show because I need to dash. For this Yahaya Bello thing, yes, was it Mohammed Yakubu, the guy who just left the studio right now? Perfectly correct. If you go to Kogi, if you go to Lokoja, there's nothing to write home about that state. I think before OT, the two most terrible and badly governed states in Nigeria were Abia State and Kogi State. Somehow Abia State seemed to have managed to get someone who is willing to come and do something, and I hopefully he will. But if you go to Kogi State, because I did my NYS in Abuja, which is not too far away. I used to visit Lokoja, way from the military days. I don't think that state has had any reasonable governor that has done anything to impact the people. Nobody. And they seem to have mediocres. Because even if this guy, Ododo, did not win the election, you and I know who the likely possibility or the alternative would have been. I mean, I don't want to mention names, but you know who I'm talking about. So when you look at that person and look at Yahaya Bello and look at the person who is in office, the place is a joke. It's a huge joke. So I'm watching this situation to understand what EFCC is trying to do, what they are up and about. Because, I mean, I watched something yesterday and somebody struck a chord with me. He said, EFCC has put up an advert saying that they are looking for, what's his name? They are looking for Yahaya Bello, that he's at large. How can a man who has police details, has DSS details, even has, any other, you and I know that all Nigerian politicians have security details. officially assigned to them. He has even though he's out of office, he still has security details from the federal government of Nigeria. And you are telling me you are looking for that kind of person?
Jim, that has been withdrawn. That has been withdrawn from him.
When was it withdrawn? A man of prestige.
Yesterday. That's what I had.
Okay, man of prestige. Sorry, that's a very. I don't mean any disrespect to you. Sorry, please don't be offended. What you're telling me does not make sense. You and I know that Nigerian politicians have access to details. Before they withdrew it, they knew where he was. So what kind of game are you playing? It's like in FBI telling us they are looking for Obama or they are looking for Trump. When they officially assign these people with security details. So that tells you that even the EFCC is not serious. I don't know what games they are playing. I don't know what games the Tinubu government is playing. I don't know. Is it that they want to prove that they can fight their friends? With first of all Ganduje. Now it is this other one, and then Ganduje's son went to court. Sorry, went to EFCC in solidarity yesterday. If people were following the situation, quite laughable. So anyway, I don't want to join issues with anybody, but I think if this guy is guilty of anything, he should be taken into custody. They should arraign him, and then let the judge find him guilty or not guilty, and all these things that we've seen this thing before. We need to go past this. So I wanted to say that, and then find out from you how the journey to hell was. That's why I came quickly to hear from you before I'll come back once I finish what I'm doing.
Thank you.
Chim, Mr. Chim, you can join in. You can join me. You can join.
No, I don't. I have no portion. I have no portion with hellfire. I'll be back shortly. All
right. Thank you. Just for the record, what I try to do here is to make sure that conversation is not between two people or one person that every other person is just talking to or picking up anything that crosses. So that's the point. It's not that I don't want Pansat to respond to somebody, but anyway, you guys got the idea. All right. Thank you, Tim. So let's see. The point is that we know that they declared him wanted. So this is where the think is going on now. So let's see. He was picked up by his relation, who is the governor, who has immunity, probably taken to the government house. If you guys remember that when he was leaving, the current governor said, "Oh, the main house." I think he said the main house. The main governor's house is reserved for Bello. Anytime you want, this is your place. I will move for you. If you want my bedroom, I will get
office of the immediate past governor.
You are good, Maz. You are good. I don't remember. Can I? Go ahead.
On this, so to Pansat's point, I get where Pansat is coming from. I don't blame Pansat for the kind of opinion he has about what is happening to Yahaya Bello. Like when people like us on the outside say the system is a shadow, part of what defines that shadow is the justice system, the way things are done. It is like justice is kind of selective. Look at what happened to Bobrisky the other day. When we know there are other people in government circles or people high profile society people who have broken that same law. You understand? So it's like judgment is justice is kind of selective. We all know there are people who petitions have been written against. We suspect former governors that have stolen money. Have they been investigated? People like Wike, people like other past governors who have donated to APC government, have they been left off the hook? People who have served in government. So it kind of looks like it's being selected. That is why some people will come from that angle and kind of, it has 80 billion naira watches. It can throw propaganda into the air and say, "Oh, because of what I did when I was governor, that's why they are after me." You understand? And people like that will believe that story. But more importantly, for people who are apologists of the APC government, or of this government particularly, let us start doing things right. You want to show yourself different from other past governments. We don't want the same stories of where you start a case, it becomes an online court trial, and we all forget about it, and then you move on to the next person who speaks against you. This is not proper. The very day the Attorney General has connection, he's the Attorney General, for God's sake. You can call the President of the Court of Appeal and get that same verdict he got at the High Court vacated to show that the government has power. If you guys want to do it, you know how you do it now. The 80 billion naira is stole. If you have ironclad proof, go before a judge and freeze that amount of money, freeze that money, get a judgment. Even before you arrest him, you know it is the Kogi people's money, you have ironclad proof. Freeze the money so that he won't start spending that money. He won't have access to it. Then invite him. And like what Kim said earlier, government agencies, EFCC, police, army, this is supposed to be coordinated up to the Attorney General's office, presidency. It's supposed to be coordinated. When you are going after, so that there's no clash between your officers, the EFCC and the police, you let them know ahead of time, this is what is happening, this is, so that there's no conflict, there's no shootout between two government agencies. We see that here in the States, in Canada, in UK, in the Western world, in Europe. Different agencies work together, they coordinate, and before you know it, your man is gotten. You understand? So this, you guys are just playing. It's like you guys are playing skits, and then before we know it, it's just bizarre. And when we call you Shido, people like forefathers are upset.
Thank you, Olumide. I agree with you, Olumide, but the only thing I disagree with you is when you talk about money in the bank, I don't think Bello is so stupid to have 80 billion in any bank account. You can't find that in any bank account. They have ways they hide this money. If you go to the bank accounts of all these governors, you can't find that kind of money. But everything else you said is right.
I mean, whatever. What I'm saying, Rudolph, is that if they have proof that he has stolen the money, and it's not in any financial institution, whatever he has access to in Nigeria, get a court, get a judge to put their foot on that access, so that they can begin to get him in. When they were going to go after Igboho, they froze the guy's assets. He couldn't have access to his money. He couldn't have access to his bank without even taking him to court.
Yeah.
And yet you have somebody who is high profile, and this guy will spend part of that war chest to fund propaganda against the government. And you begin to hear sorts of stories. Oh, they're after him because of Gangote. They're after him because of this. They're after him because of that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Let me make a point.
No, hold on, man of Presi, hold on. I want to go to Alaba, but before then, I want to give just 1 minute to Mazi, just if you have something you want to add.
Sure. So, Olumide, when we talk about Bobrisky and Cubana Chief, the difference is this. You will think that Bobrisky went to school. Okay? Him going in and pleading guilty was what, I don't know the kind of lawyer he has, or probably he didn't have money for lawyers. I don't know. In Canada, in US, when you get a traffic ticket, you can go to court. And when you go there, they will ask you, how do you plead? If you plead guilty or no contest, the judge will take, will give you their judgment. But if you plead not guilty, they will give you time to invite the officer or the trooper to show up. It doesn't change anything. If the person shows up and you're still guilty, you pay the money. If he doesn't show up, they will throw the case away. That's a simple thing.
All right.
Thank you. Going there and pleading guilty, just not reasonable.
That's what Mazi was saying with his narrative about plead guilty or not guilty. Yeah, that's perfectly correct. I mean, there was a time I was racking up traffic ticket, but it has been a while, 7 or 8 years ago. Yeah, when you plead guilty, I mean, what I normally do was I go to court, not to go.
How did we get it to this topic now about?
No, it's part of the system where things are working.
Okay, hold on.
When you have a traffic ticket, it could be $100 or $200. You got to pay for it. If you go to court and plead no contest, you pay for it, but you don't have to go to school. That is the good, and that wipe out of the system. So that's the point I'm trying to. But I wanted to say something about what Olumide said when he was talking about this Yoruba Nation guy. That was different. Olumide, when have they seized any of the governors' property? They don't do that. They only did that because of Igbo, who is an ordinary person. But most of the governors and all the apparatus in the government, they don't seize their property or investigate them in that regard. That's just the difference. The ordinary person and some of them in the government.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that it's selective. That if they want to work really hard, they know where and when to do that hard work. Well, when it comes to some people, they choose to ignore what they should do. That's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Alaba, the next thing.
Yeah, good morning to all the panelists. Greetings. I've been listening in the background, and I was busy cleaning the basement, and I was like, I have to come in quickly and make 2 attacks. One, a strong one, on people like Panzat, strong one, and then secondly, make my comment. The first one is that I think it was that man, that journalist who dig up Tinubu's situation, I can't remember his name, that's hiding abroad, that said that
David Hundeyin.
That said that the problem with the southern part of Nigeria is that they have a kind of education that is a form of miseducation, that it is better not to have education at all than for you to have an education that is not adequate. And that has been telling on the impact on the Nigerian history from 1960. The southern part, yeah, we all went to school, have PhDs, doctors, and you will see that 90%, although everybody likes to blame the north of what goes on in Nigeria, is indulged by those in the south. When I mean south, I mean both west and east altogether, collectively, anything below the Niger and part of the middle belt, the so-called educated people. They are always the ones in collision with the illiterates. And then everybody wants to point finger and say the North have taken control or have hegemony. I now totally understand why one Niger Watch is always in verbal fight with Panzat, because Panzat will come with some disgusting argument. You would wonder if that man has anything called a brain. And I was like, why would this old man and this young man be arguing? And now I'm beginning to see. Panzat comes here arguing on behalf of a wanted man by an authority. I don't like mentioning these politicians because I think they are non-entities. Giving them publicity by mentioning their names infuriates me. Panzat comes here and start arguing, well, the law this, the law that, and then he kills himself, shoots himself right on the foot by putting an ethnic tonation to the issue in discourse. What do I mean by that? Well, it's because they were Northern Christian, middle belt. That just killed. First of all, his argument was faulty to start with. It's totally faulty. Any authority, be it the FBI, EFCC, anybody calls you, Inspector General calls you into their office by statutory authority of the law. They are like the police. It's like the police calling you to come in for an investigation, even if you have been charged for murder. You have to respond. Your failure. Then the so-called educated Nigerian judges and lawyers giving this injunction. I had one injunction behind background of somebody being given an injunction of not being able to be arrested or tried for life. I'm like, God. Udein was right. The type of education you southern boys got, it would have been better we don't have education at all. We are that country's problem. We, not the North, not the illiterate North. We, because who collide with the illiterate North? The educated southern bank manager. So it goes on and on like that. So for Panzat to come here and argue that the man has some court order or this is not found guilty, you respond. Your failure to respond in itself is an indication of guilt and a defiance of authority. It's not like the EFCC too has good books in its arsenal. It doesn't. They are all criminals, because those ones, it's only people like Bobrisky that they go after. People with fake breasts. They don't go after people with real nipples. So let's just leave it like that. You know, no nuisance. Let's just put it like that. You know, but for that Pansad, I hope he can come back here and reflect back on what I'm saying. And then he puts a donation of a tribal issue on it. It's because he's Southern Christian. You see, Nigerian problem is impunity. People are bigger than the law. And until we fix that impunity problem, we are not going anywhere as a people. That's all I have to say on that one, Ojari.
Thank you, Alaba. Before I go to Edzara, I think you have first before forefathers. Let me just say that when we came up with the title, Yahaya Bello, is the EFCC waking up or just doing shakara? What we were thinking about was, sometimes we don't know the impact of what we do here, not just us, everybody, all the platforms out there. So when they arrested Bobrisky over money thing, people complained, why Bobrisky? That was when they now went after Cubana Chief Priest. And then people started saying, what about the real criminals? You know, it might be what triggered them to say, okay, let's look at who amongst all these criminals around that we should pick on first, and then on Bello. So I'm just saying that this is some of the things we may not, these are some of the things we may not think about, that what we do, what people do in other platforms, on Twitter, on every platform out there, that they impact what is going on at home. All right, Exora, you're next.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. The topic is a very interesting one. Very interesting because, I mean, when the present government took over, we never expected them to fight corruption. In fact, it's still like a mirage to me. I still don't believe they are sincere about fighting corruption. But I like the way things are going. Apart from Yahaya Bello now, as I'm seeing in the news, the EFCC is tightening its noose on Malami, Sirika, and Farouk Umar. So that seems like a good news. Though I'm not quite convinced that this government has the moral toga to go for those people. I mean, on what grounds are they fighting these people when the president himself is seriously indicted? You know, it's like kettle calling pot black. Well, for me, I just think it is fighting their enemies. While I like the idea, and I like these people to be seriously dealt with, who's dealing with them is the problem. If it was a Peter Obi doing this, I'll be like, they're going to go thorough. They're going to get to the end of this. But this government I'm sure they will not get to the end of this. They are only doing, like you said, shakara. And then this EFCC, is it the same EFCC that was too loose in the past administration? Did they change the officers? Or is it the same officers that turned? So, man, I'm not convinced. To be sincere, I'm not convinced. Secondly, the case of this guy, Bobrisky, and what's his name, the Igbo guy,
Cubana High Chief.
Yes, I felt so sorry, especially for that Cubana High Chief. It's like once they know you have some money to part with, they just put something on you. I mean, look at how they are using if they want to say this thing is now a crime, then put all Nigerians into open a large cell. How are you going for people because you know that they can afford it, they can pay the 10 million, so you just keep their 10 million or something? Why are you going for? Because everybody, even some governors did it. Some governors have done it. Some of these ministers have done it, because there was this governor's or this was the president's daughter who was doing his her nikah, and they were spraying money too. So what are you? So if you,
that was Niger State governor.
yeah, exactly. So if you, that's why I felt sorry for Cubana, because I felt so sorry for the guy, because now, you know, when you are a big man like that and your location is public and you cannot run away because your properties will be seized by this criminal government. Well, how will you do it? You better go and give them their bail money and then deny it and tell them it's fake. That's my advice to all Nigerians, because this government seems to be looking for money left, right, and center. Very soon now, that's why I also preach to Nigerians in diaspora. Don't leave money in any bank there, because they are going for it. They are looking for excuses. These people are broke, and they are no longer as smart as the former people who used to create SPVs. Now they just go and take your cash. They don't even create SPVs to steal. You know, I feel sorry for people like Cubana and other millionaires in Nigeria, billionaires in Nigeria. They're in terrible shit, because no matter how you made your money, they look for one excuse and they will bring you to their EFCC or their shitty police. And when they say, you did this, and you deny it, they say, okay, bail yourself with 5 billion first. What kind of country is this? No, big men are not enjoying. Poor men are not enjoying. No.
Thank you. I've been corrected that it's not High Chief Cubana, that is Cubana High Priest, Chief Priest. I don't know this people.
All the same.
I see their names everywhere. I wonder what they do.
All the same. The man is now on high sheet. You know? So I'm tired.
Thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Rudolph. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, I found it funny when he said that this government is looking for money. That is very true, because Tinubu, if you know his from what he's done in Lagos, it's clear that he tends to know how to take money from Agberos and keep it for himself. So that pattern is repeating itself again in his government. You can see what he did to the foreign exchange market too, where he basically limited the period, he changed people from making money while his foreign partners are making a killing, speculating on our currency. And you can see it everywhere, even in Abuja, you can see that they are trying to get in revenue, which to me is not a bad thing. They need to be getting revenue wherever they can get it in Nigeria, because we don't pay into the state as much as we should. However, this Bello matter really infuriates me to an extent, because that state is connected to Ajekuta still. And I think a lot of people need to burn in hell in Nigeria for what they've done to that institution that could have given thousands upon thousands, maybe even millions jobs in Nigeria, and really pull Nigeria out of the dark ages. And Yahaya Bello is connected to one of the issues that delayed the process again in getting that steel plant up and running. I can't believe I saw a video of him 6 years ago talking about Ajekuta Steel coming on, that the Tinubu Buhari government is going to get it back running. And even till a year ago or so, they were still talking about getting it running. Till today, nothing is still working. These people, they've just run our country to the ground and nothing seems to work. No, some people are blaming this in the praising Tinubu for the currencies appreciating. It's like these guys depreciated the Nigerian currency by about 100% in less than a year. Something that took a Emefiele 8 years to do. It's like crazy. And they were talking about this guy running the economy now is good. The entire thing is a whole shambles. And a court goes around handing people immunity. I don't know. What kind of, is it contextualized immunity, like, okay, immunity from don't prosecuting because of what specific things he did in office, or just general immunity, don't arrest this guy, don't prosecute him? What is that? Why not just giving immunity for immortality too? So that he can just some kind of nonsense that Nigerian courts come up with. I don't understand it. And the fact that he's running, he's probably worried that he stepped on the wrong toes. The thing in Nigeria is that there is no real form of justice in terms of justice itself.
People barely follow the law. Most of the time when they are pursuing cases is because the person is not on their side. That is the reason why they are pursuing. It's mostly political games that they are all playing with each other there, and power struggle. This elite class in Nigeria, they are trying to own part of the economy before the economy becomes fully privatized. That's why you see Atiku is controlling seaports, this one is controlling that one, and they are using it because of these their struggles. They are delaying the progress of the country. That is the one that really annoys me the most. I'm really, you can say whatever you like about Buhari. The fact that he's managed to get Dangote refinery, I couldn't believe that that was during his term. He started it. During the time of Buhari, Dangote refinery started.
No, I don't think so.
Was it not? I thought it was around 2016 or so they started it.
Not possible. No. I don't think so. But someone can check for me. But I don't.
I thought I did check it once. I checked it once. It was during his term. That's when he started, and they completed it. That if you,
Father, you will go from zero straight to prison. You were doing good before, and then you just took a U-turn and killed.
Tell me now, am I mistaken? No, because I checked it once.
When you come here and praise Buhari and Dangote is part of what is killing us.
Why would you say Dangote is creating jobs? What are you talking about?
What jobs is he creating? You don't know how many products we can get from petroleum refinery. He's only refining diesel. Do you know how many byproducts come from petroleum?
No, it's not only diesel. There's so many things coming out of there.
It's one of our biggest problems. They killed all the national refinery just to use our money to build the refinery. We were doing good before.
The guy is doing a lot.
He has a fertilizer production now. He fertilizer now from his refinery now.
He's doing a lot, actually. He's one of the few that is actually
and that's
offering
why we
value.
are where we are, because he's doing a lot. We will find out soon.
See, there are other people that are robbing the economy that are not offering anything. The 80 billion naira they are looking for Yahaya for now. What are they?
Have you ever heard of robbing Paul to pay Peter? That's what they are doing with us. With
Dangote so hold on, forefathers. First of all, Dangote refinery was September 2013.
2013. Okay, that was under.
Yeah, that was when he got the money, the financing for the project.
And Buhari came into office in 2016. Okay, that's when he got the money. But when did he construct the development start? Because I gathered that it was under his administration. That's when it started. I think around 2016 period. Or that's when I got it.
It says September 2013. That was when he announced it. All right.
Okay, which is fair, and it means that within 10 years or so, they were able to get it. But the Ajakuta still, from what I gather, has outlived more than 10 presidents of Nigeria, head of states of Nigeria, and they still haven't gotten it going. And that is a very, very important institution. And now they are talking about another 3 years again, plan that they've got. They keep having plans, and nobody is really dragging this one and saying, what is going on here? Why is it that we keep pouring money down the hole and none of you are getting this stuff working? I don't care whether I spend 1 billion. I don't care whether I spend 2 billion. Because Dangote refinery to me, the Ajakuta steel to me is almost priceless. Because the value it offers to Nigeria is beyond just my jobs. We are talking about strategic industries that is going to allow Nigeria to start manufacturing some serious, do some serious manufacturing here. And these people are killing it. They are basically saboteurs. They are not just saboteurs. They are traitors and all kinds of stuff, because you can't look at something that is so vital to a nation and you sit on it. If there are people that deserve capital punishment, or anybody that touches that institutions and try to drown it, they too should be drowned in Nigeria. The ones that are touching our petrochemical industry, any strategic industry, they shouldn't be messing with it. They are killing the country.
All right, forefathers, thank you. Let's stick to finish up this conversation. Let me highlight what Olumide said that I think is very important, which was the security apparatus, the way they say it in Nigeria, all the agencies should have worked together to pick Bello up. There is no reason why people guarding the governor, the current governor, Ododo or something, that should be able to stop EFCC if they work together. And that tells you something about continuity, that this happened under Buhari, where the DSS will go to arrest somebody, and then somebody will bring another agency of government and stop this group from doing their job. And this is the same government. So that tells you that we haven't made any progress. If we're still at the same point where EFCC, agency of the federal government, we want to pick up somebody, then police or DSS guarding a governor will stop them from doing that, which tells you they didn't talk to the president, they didn't talk to the attorney general, who should control this, who is in charge. You know, it doesn't show that we are a serious country. Can go ahead.
Yeah, good day, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone.
Welcome.
So I'm here actually to not really to speak for Pansat, but to make a little clarification over what transpired here. Yes, it may sound so inappropriate for Pansat to say what he said to Dr. Damages. However, I think when Mohammed was giving his making his own speech, he called out Pansat, and I think it was a misunderstanding. Maybe some of us are not really getting what Pansat is driving at. Yes, it is okay to invite Yahaya Bello. It is okay to go after criminals. However, what Pansat is trying to say, from my own understanding, maybe he has a different idea, but from what I understood, I think he was trying to question the legal rights of EFCC with the way they, operate, with the way they go after people. Do they have such right? Maybe trying to question. I don't know the right word for that. I don't know if it is a statute of limitation or something.
Do you mean
right?
if they have the right jurisdiction?
Kind of something like that. Do they have such rights?
But I think they do.
Okay. So I think that was what Pansat was trying to question. What right do they have? Not that Yahaya Bello isn't a criminal, not that the allegation against Yahaya Bello isn't true. I think that's what Pansat was trying to say. But Mohammed took it the other way, that he was trying to say that defend Yahaya Bello. No, I don't think he was defending Yahaya Bello. However, Mr. Pansat, please, Dr. Damages is our man here. I don't know if he should go to hell. How are we going to be coming here every Saturday?
No, I'll report back. Actually, if I go, I will report back to you guys. What is there?
Yeah, no.
Let me just add some correction regarding that refinery
in the hell. So I don't want to see you there because I will punish you. I don't want you to come there.
Let me just do some correction, Kenny.
Forefathers, hold on. You're here. You have the chance. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
No, I don't want the topic to change too far.
No, it's not going.
Yeah, this is it. I, for one, will never support any criminal. Yes, the Yahaya Bello is accused of embezzling the state money. Isn't only Yahaya Bello. There are a lot of them, right? So if you really want to go after criminals, please go after them the right way. You that is going after them, who are you? I'm referring to Tinubu now, because we know that from 1999 to 2007 that Tinubu was in the Lagos State, was a governor of Lagos State. He was also accused of corruption. I think then he was invited by the EFCC, somewhat, something like that, for him having a foreign account. And as a sitting governor or as a sitting elected official, you're not supposed to run a foreign account. But Tinubu had it then. So he was invited. He was actually arraigned, not even invited. They went and arrested him and brought him to EFCC. And I think the case was later squashed out because of their inability to defend their case. Just like Ezenero is saying, if you really don't want, if you really know that your hands are clean, why are you running away from the, from the system? Go and answer for yourself. January this year, I think, when this the senior criminal in Nassau Rock came in, he reopened cases of corruption against, I think, about 13 ex-governors, right? So it is not only Yahaya Bello. We have the likes of Chimaroke and Namani there. We have Theodoji of, I think, Abia State, the worst governor I've ever seen on this planet Earth. We have, what's the name of that one from Fayemi from Ekiti State, I think. So there are a lot, 13 of them. So Yahaya Bello isn't the only one. So I don't know why Yahaya Bello is making it as if someone is wish hunting him. Some of them quietly went to EFCC and, answer for themselves. Somebody said here that EFCC is broke. they are looking for money. Yes, that is actually what they are doing for them to be going after these ex-governors, reopening the cases. Some of the cases were actually closed already, but they are reopening those cases. And I wonder who is going to reopen Tinubu's case now, because he was also an ex-governor, right? So somebody needs to reopen his case. But I don't think he will do that because they have what they call immunity, right?
At the moment, he has
Thank you.
at the moment. So he has
Yes,
immunity at the moment, so nobody can reopen it.
And that will bring me to question that immunity that they give to them. So as a state governor, you can do whatever you want to do. You can even buy lives. The law will protect you. I think there should be a limitation to that immunity that they are having. I think it is time that we, the people, begin to question how would they be protected while they are led to do or carry out all this manner of evil. We have what they call him, Yahaya Bello, running around, a white lion. Now you are running like a baby chicken. Why not go and answer for yourself?
I'm not taking words from you. And Ododo is still in tribunal. He's not even gone through the hurdle. He's still in tribunal. He hasn't even won yet.
Yeah, but you see, but you can see now how he's running around like a chicken. But you are once a white lion, a sitting governor busy destroying roads that he's supposed to fix, a road that he's supposed to maintain, but he was the one busy destroying it because he's hunting his political opponent, and now he is nowhere to be found. But the fact still remains that if EFCC is serious, if EFCC wants to arrest Yahaya Bello, they know where Yahaya Bello is. EFCC could have used those police officers that they are withdrawing, his ADC that they sacked or withdrew from him. They would have used them to get him arrested. The former governor of Anambra State, Wule Obiano, was arrested and taken to EFCC. So what extra power or what special power does Yahaya Bello has that EFCC could not invade his, where he is and get him arrested? They are not being truthful to themselves. I think it's a theoretical stuff where they kind of act movies so that we believe that they are doing something nice, whereas they are just doing us. The more you look, the less you see. It's a normal stuff in Nigeria. If they really want to arrest him, they should get him arrested and stop disturbing us with their useless, operation that will never be effective. So I think my senior brother, Pastor, please come and remedy this thing, because some of the commenters are not happy. They're actually saying that you should come and now apologize to Dr. Damages for telling him to go to hell. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Forefathers, okay, you want to correct something or what? Forefathers. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. I think forefathers.
He's sleeping.
No, he's listening to music. Forefathers.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add information. No, I was listening to something else. I have to check information sometimes. So I just wanted to correct some information on you. The reason why it says 2016 was when the construction started in Lagos, because he wanted to do it in Port Harcourt. There were issues that they had there, so they had to move it from there to Lagos, and he started in 2016. And it's still quite remarkable that a project that was started in Nigeria completed basically in less than 10 years. That is unbelievable. It shows you what is possible. That's a large refinery too.
No, it's not as if it shows you what is possible. It was done by the owner of Nigeria. So he has, no matter when he completes it, he owns the country.
Thank you, forefathers. It goes air, Ernest. Unmute yourself. It goes L. You are not unmuted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me right now?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I want to say something that is very important. And when something comes on this age, personally, I don't feel happy about it. The reason why I don't feel happy about it is that sometimes people take advantage of Rudolph in this platform. Because when I was at backstage, I was hearing Passad saying to him, go to hell. That's the reason why itself that motivated me to want to come to studio. Because I was very angry towards that. How can a man of that age, an intellectual man of that age, will just come publicly and insult somebody in that way? It's very painful. Something I know personally, if you tell me, I will pick offense. Even him, if somebody makes such statement to him, he pick offense. Why must he say that such a thing to Rudolph? No matter how humble or noble Rudolph tried to play in this stage, everybody should know how to respect and know our boundaries and limits. You have to respect each other, no matter how you find yourself. No matter where, at least I believe that nobody here is Tinubu, the president of Nigeria. Nobody here is a wiki. And this is not a APC platform or PDP platform. They say that you are the owner of this place. So we should learn how to exhibit some characters in this platform. We should learn how to respect each other, no matter the classify yourself. Even if your grandfather, their children is a minister in Nigeria. As long as you come to this platform, you humble yourself first. Finish whatever you want to do. Then let others say their own minds. That is aside. Now, what I want to say, because if Rudolph is in hell, I don't know whether he will give us information of what we're going. Who among you here will go to that hell and be in platform to talk here? So let's be careful. That's all.
Before you say what you want to say, I just want to end this issue about the cancer. I understand, this is the way conversations go. People are different. So I don't take any offense. So that shouldn't be an issue. So let's go on with the conversation.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So what I want to talk concerning this APC government and Yahaya Bello is that APC government are not serious to arrest Yahaya Bello. Because if they are serious to arrest him, what they did in Rochas Okorocha house in Abuja, even the bulletproof could not open. They lose the roof and turn Okorocha as a prayer warrior. They turn Okorocha as a prayer warrior that very day. So if they are serious about this matter and they want to arrest Yahaya Bello, they will turn Yahaya Bello as a prayer warrior at that moment. They will enter roof and carry him. Nothing will stop them. But the problem we have in Nigeria is judiciary system. It's a serious problem we have. And it's high time for that constitution to be changed. Because what do I say? That constitution needs to be changed. That military constitution gives some immunity that created a lot of problems in Nigeria. For instance, I am here in India. The chief minister of India here, of the state where I'm in Federal Capital Territory, New Delhi. The chief minister was accused of corruption. And immediately he was accused of corruption, the chief judge gave an order to arrest him. And when they invited him, he did not show forth. The police get to direct to the government where he is and arrest him and move him to court. And court put him under custody. A sitting chief prime minister put him under custody of police for 3 days before they sentenced him after the case and the rest of them. You see where judiciary system is working. So Yahaya Bello are not an exception of this kind of thing that happen. Even if when judicial system is working, when the Ododo, the governor of Kogi State, arrived that place, the police people have a right to tell him it should not stop any movement we are making right now. Because what the Ododo did is against constitution. It's against constitution. It's very wrong. Because of that immune system, you'll be able to take advantage of that immune system to create a mayhem in order to save a criminal like him, a criminal that put him in office for him to cover up. This is the problem we are having in Nigeria. And with this way, Nigeria cannot go anywhere. So there are some certain things that need to be corrected in Nigeria for things to move forward. Now, when you talk about this immune system of a thing that will always protect them, what happened? What happened to this man that said that Air Nigeria, former Minister of Aviation, is supposed to be the first person they used to carry, because his own fraud is open, that they go and hire an aircraft from Ethiopia to come and do us. Thank God for social media. Social media did too much. They look at the seat and tell you this Ethiopia airline or this is not a Nigeria airline. So what is it that EFCC that prevent EFCC to go and capture that man? Let that man come and count what happened to these billions of naira. Till today, nobody have said something about it too. Probably immune system of Buhari is covering him. Yes, or immune system of what they call APC is covering him. So Nigeria government are not serious. When they are serious, we know they are serious. For now, they just play Nigeria movie. They're just playing Jamina. That's what they're playing. They are not serious. When they're serious, we know they're serious. So they're just deceiving themselves. One of the panelists said that the more you look, the less you see. That's what they're doing to us. The more you look, less you see. And then they find that Yahaya Bello, nothing will happen. It will end. How the matter will end, we don't know. But we know when they start, but we will not know how the thing ends. Right. What is this? So what is it that they holding them that moment they're in the Yahaya Bello house? They do not apprehend him. There's the immune system. If it's up to today, EFCC said that they don't know how he disappeared. Could you imagine? Yahaya Bello is now appearing and disappearing. Nobody knows how he goes. But they know somebody that came to his house and left. Yahaya Bello is no longer there. It's hard time for us to tell ourselves the truth of what is going on in Nigeria. When evil stay long, it becomes a tradition. That's what is playing on in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eagles Air. Let's switch topics and talk about PDP.
Cannot exist when we have no Nigeria. But if we work to ensure that Bola Ahmed succeeds, there will be tomorrow for anybody to even contest election at all. Our leader, Governor Nyesom Wike, have already made a declaration that in 2027 we are supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have nowhere to go, because that is what Nigerians believe. Even the past administration that took Nigeria from top to bottom, we allowed them to work for 8 years. So why can't a seasoned administrator, a seasoned politician, in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to rule us for 8 years?
All right, that was former governor of Benue State. Where is John Abba when you need him? Former governor of Benue State saying that Nigeria, this is what Nigerians wanted. I don't know how he measured and found out that Nigerians are looking for Tinubu to rule for 8 years. But this is the opposition party. It should be number 2 in the country, where one of their main players is saying that we should just pack up and let Tinubu rule for 8 years. And he hasn't done 1 year. He has not done a year in office. They are saying he should stay for 8 years. Janaba is joining us, and we'll welcome him as soon as he turns on his camera. All right, so let's start with Janaba since he's here. Janaba, welcome to the show. Oh, he's not, camera is off. All right, let's go to Man of Prestige. Unmute yourself.
Are we talking about
PDP? We're talking about PDP as an opposition.
PDP. Okay. I don't have that much information about that, but about their
your audio is not very good.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I was going to talk about the appreciation of Naira. Can I combine both of them? Because I'm very eager to talk about that. So, this one about what's going on with the PDP, I've not really listened that much to married, had their meeting last week. And no, I don't know if he was invited. I can't really comment that much about it, but PDP is not functioning. If I may, it's not functioning as a party. And I definitely believe that I don't know if Wike was present.
All right.
I mean, nothing is for PDP.
Man of procedure, your line is not very good. We can't hear you very well. So you may.
My line is not good?
Yeah, it's not good. So you may have to join us again.
Okay.
Please, if I am on my feet and I will speak. I am on my feet and I will speak. I am on my feet and I should be allowed to speak. I will speak.
All right. That was Dino, I think at the same event. They actually had the Wike people take over the party, and essentially they are folding. I think they are folding. They are moving on to be anything but an opposition party. Olumide.
Thank you, Rudolph. So, me, I don't see anything positive to take from what the PDP is doing. I mean, PDP, APC, they fail the people at every level of governance. So I think there's no better time than now that Nigerians need a better alternative. I mean, it's okay for Autumn to come out and say that, we are going to see their votes as a party. I don't know if the rest of the people in the party would agree to the fact that they will see their votes to Tinubu. But, it's an opportunity for the alternative, the Labour Party to really double down and present a better alternative Southern candidate, if not Obi. But regardless of what happens, I think the greatest challenge, I always say, I mean, right now, apart from that constitution, which we know is a terrible document, has failed us in all respect, the greatest challenge you are having again is the fact that the people are not able to elect who they want at every level of governance. The truth is not here. It plays to what is happening in Kogi State, for instance. That is why they go ahead to rig election by all means, so that they can impose their candidates on the people, and in situations like this, they can get the needed protection that they want. It has happened in virtually all the states. Rivers, we've seen it happen. Edo, we've seen it happen. All levels of governance, and the very, very foundation of governance, local government level, is even worse, where they will contest elections in several local governments, and the ruling party will declare themselves the winner of all the elections, just because when the governor gets there and when money comes into the single treasury account, it will sit on top of the money and determines what happens. So it's just, I mean, for me, I don't know what kind of city convention they're doing. For me, it makes no sense to me, because they are not even, there's no opposition right now. Labour Party can use an opportunity to continue to fill the void of the opposition, like when APC did when PDP was in governance, because I don't see a difference between PDP and APC at the moment. But my own fear that I always say is there really going to be a free and is there going to be a repeat of what happened in 2023 in 2027? You understand? And if there's going to be a repeat, there's no hope in sight for that country, where they will continue to impose themselves on the leadership, and everything that we keep complaining of every day keeps happening, and where nobody is ready to take the bull by the horn, because there's no change, there's no I mean, I don't know what to say about their convention, Rudolph. It's just, for me, it's of no consequence. It makes no sense to me. And
all right, thank you. Just breaking news. The U.S. House of Representatives just passed a vote approving 61 billion aid for Ukraine, 26 billion for Israel, and it's 8 billion for Taiwan. They also approved a ban on TikTok unless they sell.
So official declaration of the Third World War.
They approved a ban on TikTok unless they sell it to an American business. All right, Mazi Prince. Now, the implications of what I just said, that's why I mentioned it as it's breaking news, because wide implication, but I don't want us to go into that conversation in terms of it impacts how the confrontation in the Middle East, the one between Russia and Ukraine will go. And of course, the ban on TikTok, which is a wide implication on the kind of capitalism that we practice around the world. And for us also, you see what happened, that the Speaker of the House, took a risk for the sake of the country, even though he might lose his job for doing this. This is something that you don't hear things like that in Nigeria. They basically do what the president is telling them all. Anyway, but that's something to think about. All right.
Yeah, Dr. Robert, he got like about 126 of Democrat support.
Yeah, I know.
That's why it was passed.
Yeah, I know there were Democrats who supported that. Yeah. All right. Mazi Prince, we're still.
Yeah, and even like you're saying, it's only 25 Republicans that oppose. So at the end of the day, it is what it. They're just warmongers, anyways. So it is what it is. For me, PDP they were in ICU, in a comatose that have taken months, and with the next meeting of Wednesday and Thursday, the doctor came and announced that they are finally dead. So they should be deposited in a morgue. That's where they belong. Why do I say so? Prior to the meeting, Wike bought a house for the acting chairman and also this guy that ran for governorship in Imo State. He's still the secretary, and definitely I know that probably people like Bode George must have collected some, all those people, they all love a Gunje. A Gunje will never, finish in Nigeria. But the thing, to my bewilderment, why was Atiku just sitting and just looking? I couldn't fathom what it is. What was it? Is it that they charmed him or what?
I was about to ask whether he was there because I saw a picture of him.
Yes, he was there.
Anything about?
Yes, he was there. But the thing is, the problem now is there are 60 lawmakers that is dissatisfied with this whole thing, but they cannot leave PDP. You know why? I think a few days ago, about a week ago, Tinubu, the baron, the drug baron, signed a bill that says once you defect, you lose your seat. He signed it. So now they are in dilemma. What are they gonna do? It's a problem. It's really, really a big problem. And PDP, instead of minding their own thing, they were to advise the president about the insecurity. Imagine the nonsense. Meanwhile, you guys have your own house burning. Something is going on. You are telling the president to call for some kind of like a meeting or whatever it is on insecurity. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I give kudos to David Hunde. I don't know how that guy gets all this information. Him and Jackson, somebody Jackson, so Udesan Jackson Ude. I don't know how they get all this information. They're really good at it. They should just keep it up. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you. Laba.
Okay, again, let us stop discussing this madness of a PDP or this insanity of an APC. Let us stop, because if we keep discussing it, we normalize the abnormality. Okay, I understand that's the only thing on the table, so we have to talk about it. So we have parties that have no principle. Any government in power, AGP, any government, they have no principle. They don't care for the country in which they serve. They don't care for the people. They only care for how much they can get. The only thing they're good at forming is forming coalition to steal, coalition to collect, coalition to fill their pockets. So that's their principle. So the likes of Atiku will not talk now because they've benefited from the same system. That's what got him to where he is. You understand? And he's old. So you blaming Maxi, blaming Atiku not talking. If he had principle, he would talk. A man that had no principle and his junior brothers or his little ones are now exhibiting the same principle that got him to where he is, and you want him to speak. I don't know what you want him to say. That's just funny, Maxi. Secondly, you mentioned the alternative, Labour. Labour too has no principle. Let's call a spade a spade. Apart from Obi that's running on his good character. So there's nothing there right now. And the system they are practicing is a lie. It's a deceptive system. It doesn't represent the people. It is not democracy. It is something else. Plutocracy or whatever names the English people want to call it. So let's call a spade and stop beating around the bush. PDP had a convention. You say a gathering of thieves had a convention. Then when APC have a convention, you say a gathering of senior thieves had a convention. Call a spade a spade. When Labour have a convention, say junior thieves who are planning to be senior had a convention. Let us be real with the way things are in that country. And then let us demand for a change. Personally, that politician that was speaking, I don't like mentioning that, was that Wiki or another idiot, another nuisance near that was speaking. Personally, if I have my way, all of them will be shot at close range. End of story. Next person.
All right, thank you. Before I go to, I think I'll go to show, maybe he has an update for us. But before then, let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Aisha Yusufu coming on the show. She will talk about Chibok girls after and the obedient movement. We want to get her view on what will happen 10 years from now to the obedient movement. So if you can join us tomorrow at 5:30 Nigerian time and 12:30 p.m. here in New York. And the next week we have joining us one of our favorites, Dr. Franklin Obonweze. He will talk about Tinubu, Nigeria, and a volatile world. Who will gain, who will lose? That will be next Sunday, that is on the 28th. And then sometime in May, we are going to have interesting people joining us on the show. I'm so excited to announce that finally, based on your recommendation, we have the author of the, what is the title? The Fatherless People. Is it? Yeah, Fatherless People. Dele Ogun is going to join us on, I think it's on May the 19th. And we are negotiating with people like Mustafa to join us sometime in May, and other interesting characters out of Nigeria. So, all right, let me go to you, Mr. Shaw, before we go down to other people.
Yes, Rudolph, it's good to be back. So regarding PDP, like I think many people have said, sorry, 1 second. Regarding PDP, I saw some of the clips and pictures, and when people said Atiku was quiet, what was it meant to do? Slap Wiki or what? Or get into a fist cuff? At least they have to pretend like they're civil. They have to pretend like they're civil people. So I didn't expect any, I think it was Sambo, the former VP that sat between Wiki and Atiku. They didn't want them to sit next to each other, so they put Sambo in between the two of them. And there was a video of Wiki greeting people around Atiku. I'm not sure if he, greeted Atiku or not, but you see, it's difficult for Atiku to say much, and for those who support Atiku as well. If they remember, Atiku was a PDP member, but in 2015, what did he do? He played a very key role in getting Buhari into office. People like Atiku left PDP. People like the former, what's this one from Kwara, that his father was also governor, the former Senate president, whatever his name is. Saraki. Yeah, people like Saraki, people like Atiku. They went to work with APC. What Wike keeps saying, and they have not been able to say anything back to him, is when you left, I stayed. I sustained this party. If Wike had left like they did in 2015, PDP would be history. It doesn't mean what Wike is doing is right, but what moral ground can they stand on to challenge Wike? When they did, in fact, they did worse in 2015. So what can they come out and say to people now? So those who are defending Atiku or like Atiku, you can like him, you can, say what Wike is doing is wrong and all of that. Two wrongs don't make it right. But the fact remains, Atiku himself did what he's experiencing today. And, he also makes you wonder, the people who are quick to jump on Peter Obi's case, they're a bit quiet these days. You've seen the charade of PDP. Who you claim is the bigger party, is your main rival, is your main opposition, but you're quiet. And it's Peter Obi you'll be asking, are you the leader? What are you doing to your party? Your party is a shambles, a party that he joined because it was a marriage of convenience. How many months before election? He doesn't run the party. But the big wigs of PDP are doing this. Imagine Autumn saying in 2024 that in 2027, their Oga, we have told them they're going to support Tinubu. Imagine that was happening within Labour Party. When Arabambi was parading himself and that other old witchcraft guy, every day people were interested. They were talking about it. They were using that stick to beat Peter Obi. Fix your home. If you can't fix your home, what's the proof you can fix Nigeria? Atiku can't fix PDP. He was there. He was quiet, as dead as dodo. Sat there quietly. My own is, how does Atiku get back home? Because if you saw the flood in Dubai airport, how does this man get back home? I'm worried. I don't want him to be stuck in Abuja. They should clear the airport and let the man go back to his home, to his base. He will come back in 2027 and contest again. The standard is people will keep telling him to contest. I saw Dino Melai. People like that will keep pushing him, regardless of what the result will be. Because Atiku would, will release some money again. The Hallelujah boys will come on Twitter or X and start talking nonsense again. They will blame Peter Obi for all their failures. But you have the G Strength 5 within your party. You spend more time on Peter Obi than you spend on the G. At least Peter Obi said, I've left. Goodbye. You have your PDP. But the people who stayed within your party openly worked against your party. When their names come up, you don't fight them as much as you fight Peter Obi. Peter Obi is the headache of everybody. APC is Peter Obi. PDP is Peter Obi. Showore, the relevant party, is Peter Obi. Why? Let the man breathe, as our president would say. So PDP, they said they've adjourned or not adjourned. They're going to have another neck in August. So
you didn't call the brother to alleged rapist. You didn't call the brother to. You didn't call that one. The brother to the alleged rapist or mockery.
How can you be talking about that nuisance? Sheon Kimberly is trying to sell the, Sheon does this talk show like a podcast, and I think Omokri was on it. So Sheon posted it on Twitter, and it came to my timeline. And Sheon is trying to beg people to watch it, and people are saying we're not watching it. Oh, Sheon now posted, a part where he asked Reno Omokri, who is meant to be Atiku's homeboy. He asked him, he said, in 2027, if he had to choose between Tinubu and Atiku, who would you vote for? These are the people who took Atiku's money. Reno Omokri said he would retire from politics. Who told him he's in politics? What's his relevance? So that was the snippet that Sheung played. Reno Omokri, a proper quote-unquote PDP boy, is saying that if he has to choose between Atiku and Tinubu, it's so tough that he won't want to offend either of them. He will retire from politics. This is PDP. But people try to paint that party as something that is good, relevant, useful. It's a useless party. It's dead. It's irrelevant. You know, all the Hallelujah boys, they've disappeared. They've gone off Twitter. They're quiet. Let Peter B sneeze tomorrow. They'll be back. Oh, you are the reason why we lost. You are the biggest headache of Nigeria. I'm glad PDP is relevant, and long may it continue.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Sure. I don't think I mentioned Dele Ogun's name properly, but this is the flyer. He's coming on the 19th. Dele Ogun, the author of Fatherless People. I just wanted to clear that up. All right. Jonaba, I called your name and you showed up and disappeared.
Dr. Rudolph, I'm about to leave the panel to get something with my daughter. Can I just add my 1 cent and leave?
Okay.
I'll come back.
All right.
I'll come back. I just want to get something.
Okay.
Well, for the PDP thing, I think you are giving them more. You are giving them more importance than they are. What I saw in that convention was a group of traitors, a group of chancers, and a group of people who don't believe in anything. They fall for everything. Some of them have fallen once, twice, working against their party and still. I mean, I wonder what somebody like Wike, who is a saboteur, who is currently sabotaging the party, sitting close to somebody like Atiku, who actually brought Buhari to power. You know, and then somewhere around there, you find the former Benue guy, who actually said with his own mouth that they are following Wike to support Tinubu. Why don't they just call themselves the APC extension? I mean, how can you? These are the wives of APC, because you see all of them there, they have sabotaged that party. It's not that party that Buhari just left recently. They are all leaving and coming back. They are all leaving and coming. So what are they going to discuss? What is this party is so watery. It's so watery. No single onion. You know, there's this thing they say, somebody has knows their onion or have something of caliber. No single caliber. Who is a person of caliber in that party that you can mention now? There's nobody. The soul of that party left long ago. And remember, when that party still had soul, they were known as the most corrupt party in Africa, until APC now came to open our eyes that we have not seen anything yet. You know, they are the ones who started the SPV thing. So these guys are just a hollow as hollow itself, a meaningless party. They are not a second force. They are not a third force anywhere. They are not a force to reckon with anymore. It's a pity that some of them have stolen some money and still have the effrontery to come out and say they are doing. The party is dead. It's dead. They should just go and do what they are supposed to be doing, which is, you know, padding up APC, because they are all APC extension, and there's nobody in that party, nobody, no human being remaining. They are just a waste of time and space. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go the other way. I'll come back to you, man of President. Let me talk to Jonaba. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, for having me. Thank you so very much. You are behaving like mama boy now, so I think your brain is getting better. You know, you're from Anambra, where my people from, so I have respect for you. All the talk I saw Governor Otto and you mentioned me, all this why I told you Governor Otto and all the rest, they are nobody but career politicians. So you should not expect any principle from them. They just go wherever they go and he already gone to EFCC to settle them, just like they want Yahaya Bello to come and settle them when they are broke. In America, you know, police give ticket, they raise fund. In Nigeria, what the EFCC and the police do, or DSS, is when they hear somebody is rich, and then they tag the person with corruption, and they will go there and settle, and they go home. I don't know why Yahaya Bello and his governor are not smart enough to go and settle them. They are not doing nothing for anybody. They are not settling their department. So Yahaya Bello should just find a way. Maybe he was shocked because he visited the president not too long before they came, so he thought he had settled. So he should go and settle them. They are not doing nothing to Nigeria. These are the people who are going to, they went and arrested Bobrisky, and make her popular for no reason, for spraying money. When every Nigerian will be in jail if you are to do the job rightly. Or every weekend, right now, you can call Nigeria and you hear somebody spraying money. So Nigeria, we are where
You know about a section of me. I never spray money, so don't say all
you are not
Nigeria.
that relevant, my brother. You are relevant, though. I'm just joking. So, if Rudolph do it now, Rudolph will know Kakeno be leader. Where I used to work, if I do anything checking, I know they will fire me. So I know how to play the game. When you know, you still have to know how to play your game. So Nigerian issue is not issue that everybody should take so serious. Let us be serious in terms of speaking truth to the issue. But the problem is that here my brother came yesterday trying to sympathize with me for what is going on in Benue, Olamide. And his politics is calling the president have not gone to Benue. The governor of Benue have not gone to those places where it's happening. So you are expecting the president, they say charity begins at home. So, and if you look at the political aspect of it, is that when the former governor of Benue State want to go after the current governor for not being loyalist, it's the people of Benue he uses trying to impeach him. So it's politics. So if you choice has consequences. When they were going after him, Benue people were going after the governor so aggressively between him and his brother. The Doma people should know how to play the politics well. That this is your own brother, and then your brother that put you in, I want to use you as a divide and control strategist. The people of Benue and the Doma people shouldn't have accepted that kind of a setup. Meanwhile, as a good governor that has, especially
sorry, Jonaba, which part of Benue are you from? Are you Idoma?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the people of the Doma people could have drawn the line and let the two brothers fight and not to use them, but they were not smart enough. They are like two. It's not smart enough. That's why he's now coming back to join them later on when Wiki sold all of them. They had the 5G. Now he's only relevant by saying that, and they'll give him a check after he has finished his speaking. So the Nigerian dynamic is in different sections that we all have to talk about it. The issue that is going on in Benue is, of course, the governor is supposed to go to those places, but look at the video and look at what is happening. When you sell yourself, it's difficult for anybody to rescue you. It's just like if you are in the water and you refuse to wear life jacket. So that's what is happening with Benue people. I'm talking about the Doma aspect of the places that this thing is common right now. So it is all going all over Nigeria where people of interest. And then interest is the center of everything.
So Jonaba, if I get you right, are you then saying that the people who are suffering this killing, they should accept their fate?
No, there are people also involved.
So should they accept their fate?
No. If I come to your house right now and your wife or your children sold you to me, what do you want? And I want you sold. who are you going to blame? If you have value and they respect you and you're part of the society, part of your household and you're providing for them, they shouldn't have sold you out. So the point I'm making is that the dumber people, if you look at the people that are killing, the Fulani are doing it, but they got the indigenous of that place. So the thing is going around. The value you put on yourself is the value that you create a perimeter, you don't allow anybody to break through. Just like you run to get in my case all the time, I don't want you to get it, and I push back on you. It's not because of anything. It's because I love you so much, but I don't love you to the point that I would like you to come to my perimeter and abuse me and walk away. That's not who I am. So the point is that the dumber people also shouldn't have been allowed, if they want the governor to be there. A good governor and a priest, for God's sake, he should have do the job. But his politics, he's not there to preach to you. He's not wearing tie as a reverend. He's a politician right now. So they should have played their game well. That's what I'm saying in that essence. But in another thing, general aspect of what we are discussing is game of interest. American is not supporting Israel because they think.
But Jonaba,
you keep cutting me off.
I'm sorry. It's just that I still don't understand the one Nigeria issue concept.
Am I talking about one Nigeria now? Am I talking about
let that man continue now, please. I need my turn to come in so I can leave.
Exactly. So I'm sorry. And anytime you do like that, you give me another 10 minutes more to talk.
See why you.
So the issue is that we're all supposed to hold ourselves highly and let us continue to speak what we speak here. I understand Ferrari say when we speak about them, we are giving them opportunity. If you don't talk anything at all, you give more opportunity. So it's rather to counter them than to be quiet. And my adage in my place say, when you are quiet, then you accept what the other person is saying. And if you don't blow your trumpet, somebody will blow it for you. So you have a nice cut now. You're not wearing your black and white this thing. I hope you put on your heater today. You look nice.
Thank you, Jonaba. So Chim,
no, it's my turn. It's my turn.
No, we're going around this way. So it's Chim, Eagles Air, Man of Prestige. That's the way.
Wait a minute. I think you're wrong. I'm about to leave. It's my turn.
No, he's right. You had spoken. I haven't spoken.
I've not spoken on this topic. I was about to speak.
But Rudolph said he was going back this way. That's why he went to Jonaba. You heard him. You were all here.
Don't worry, Man of Prestige. We'll make it brief.
Okay. Anyway, what I was going to say when it comes to, PDP is a funny party. I don't understand. Somebody openly has an appointment which is supposed to be against your party principles, and then you're holding in an inner caucus meeting, sort of. And let's assume you are talking strategies there. It didn't occur to anybody that when they come in and they saw him to say, sorry, Mr. Wike, you're still a party member. But for the fact that you're in government right now, which is an opposition, we would like you to excuse us. Nobody could say that. And they all sat down there watching him. And then he won't go back and then tell his principal, I don't mind those people. This is what they're plotting. I just laugh. So, I don't know how you have a mole in your midst and you allow the mole to sit with you. It just goes to tell you, like you rightly said, P2B is their problem. Even though, although myself, based off our conversation last week, I haven't changed my principles when it comes to my expectation on how Obi should manage party affairs. I'm still dogging, if he cannot control labor, he should go and form his own party and hold a control on it. Let's be honest with you. Listen,
I agree.
So for people who will not understand me, who think, oh, why people keep bashing Peter Obi? I am not bashing Peter Obi. No, I'm only telling you that in the let me not use Africa. That is unfair to other Africans to say that. In the Nigeria of today, the level of our political party organization is different. It's a system without principles. Therefore, if you are going to be a principled person, form a party, make sure it's principled, have a rein on it, and try and see how you can gear people towards, buying into your vision. And when you're sure, listen, let me not sound like a broken record, because I know why I'm saying this. I come here and I talk about Singapore all the time. For anybody who followed Singapore's trajectory, the Singapore we see today became a dictatorship at some stage. Became a dictatorship for the right reason. The man knew what he was doing. He was trying to be nice. When he saw his people, remember, he's the same man, he said, my people are lazy. He admitted Singaporeans are lazy. He went into an agreement with Western world to train his people very well. But there was, they wrote an ironclad policy on it. We send you to Harvard, we send you to Oxford, we send you to Cambridge. The day you are done with your thesis, they throw you into the next available flight. You're heading back to, what's the capital of Singapore? Is it Kuala Lumpur? I hope I'm correct. I don't know, but wherever it is, you're heading back to Singapore. That's why people don't know. Go and read there. Singapore has one of the highest, most educated civil service. Their bureaucracy is not like Nigeria, where you can for anybody just walks in. Somebody who can't get a job in PZ or Shell will now find his way to civil service. No, it is the best that goes to Singapore's civil service. It is the best that goes to politics in Singapore. That was the legacy Lee Kuan left for them. And when he felt, okay, I have realized that, he threw open the system and returned them back to democracy, which is why he's referred to as a benevolent dictator. People don't understand where that his benevolent dictatorship came from. The man sat down and said, if it is to just allow these people to, let's do democracy the way America is doing it, it's not going to work in this land. I need these people to understand where I'm heading. And when he was sure, he opened and walked away. Even before he died, you could see several times they will give him benefit of that to come and speak to them, and he will remind them of where they were coming from. And sometimes he even diss the US and say, listen, we don't want to be like America. And anybody listening will say, what does this Singaporean leader mean by we don't want to be like America? He's telling them, listen, America may be what everybody looks at, but we know their errors. We don't want to be like, we could learn from them, but we won't join them. My point is this way that our Peter Obi is going, is not going to be, nobody can build any solid system in Nigeria by trying to be a nice man. It not go work. It not go work. So for PDP, well, I don't know. I think Ferrari has said it all. Thief people did a meeting. Call it what it is, because I don't understand it. I was watching those clips on YouTube, and the guy was sitting prime position. Someone who is against his party, working against his party, sat prime position. A few days earlier, or a few days later, his adjutant, the Benue man, John Abba's brother, was openly, this is a PDP, can't remember PDP, he hasn't left PDP. He's telling the whole world that he, PDP person, will be rooting for a Tinubu presidency in 2027. Can you imagine? I don't understand it. So I think Nigeria, if we're looking towards party politics to service Nigeria, then please pardon me, those who come after me for saying this, Nigeria is doomed. Doomed. There is just no way out. If we were thinking there was going to be a solution, no way. No way, it's doomed. How can you be a political party? Listen, even what Johnston just did in the US, Johnston did it for exigency. People still know that if Biden brings up any, any bill that doesn't suit his party, he will shoot it down. But they looked at this from another angle and said, you know what, we're in an unusual situation, which is why he went ahead to support that particular thing. It's not that he's a Biden stooge. It's not that he supports Biden. That's how you play opposition party. That's how you're supposed to bring the other government to his knees. That even when you support the government's policy, it will be because you brought them to their knees and you got them to do one or two things for you because you have the capacity to do it. What we see our opposition in Nigeria do is belle politics. People are busy. Government, Baba will give them something. Baba Sokwe and all those kinds of things. And honestly, so I don't keep repeating myself. I don't even know what to say. But it's laughable. How can you see somebody who is clearly against your party? You gave him prime sitting position in an inner caucus meeting where you people are discussing secrets.
How? Including a lot of people in that party. You have to remember.
But no, even if he's bankrolling a lot of people in that party, it still doesn't. People can walk out. Let him and his members sit down alone.
That's why I think that's why.
Sorry, Mazi, hold on, please. Yeah, go on.
This guy, what's his name again? Kogi guy.
I'm waiting for show.
Dino. That's why Dino was attacking Autumn. I'm not sure if you saw the clip where Dino was attacking Autumn, asking him that why is he even present. But the thing is, they were quick to attack Autumn, but when it comes to Wiki, for some reason, they can't attack him. You know, they have each other's secrets, and I'm guessing that's why they can't full on. Because the way he attacked Autumn, saying, "Why are you here?" and Autumn was like, you know, felt disrespected and pushed back, and Dino is saying, you know, have to speak and all of that. Because, I mean, Dino even tweeted that someone who openly declared for Tinubu in 2027, why did they attend? But you will have loved to see them even query Wiki. But Wiki said it. He said they don't know. You remember that video when he said they don't have the balls? They don't have. He said they can't query him. But let's go to Eagles and his opinion. If he has
before Eagles show, Chim, if Nigerian politics is not the way it is, people like Kulata will not eat. They will not eat.
They carry us good like this.
They have to eat. So yes,
I don't know who Kolata is. So I don't know. I don't know how he's making his money. I don't know how he's making his money. So I will stay away from that matter.
One man went to hell. That one too will not eat.
This place where Rudolph is going. Wow. All right, let's go to India. Let's go and help. So Iguzel from India. Did you see the PDP NEC meeting? And what did you make of it? We don't hear you. They don't hold your internet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes. It's gone again. You're muted. Now you're muted, so unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We are talking about people's deceivers. Professional deceivers people. PDP. Professional deceivers people. PDP.
People deceiving.
That's
people.
What we are discussing right now. Because if you look at these people, they are too professional to deceive people. So, because if what Autumn and Wiki, there's are people that deceive P2B. P2B open a project in River State, thinking that Wiki is with him. They don't know Wiki have already collected his own quota of FCC minister. They asked him to come and open a project. The P2B thought he was with him. Then Autumn is the one that stand in Benue State. Say that if he to ask to vote, he vote for P2B. He's the man that needed it. But he don't know that at the back, he already collected his own side quota of share from Tinubu. That's why I call them professional deceivers people, PDP. They are too professional to deceive people. So when you look at what former Benue governor said, when you look at what he said, I hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
So he found out that they are there to deceive people. All of them, that PDP, they are there to deceive people. That's why P2B was looking away, because I'm looking at what Chim said. P2B will not tell you what he has in mind for now, so that the enemy will not use him against him tomorrow. Probably he have been planning his way out. He have been planning next movement or what to do. But he will not say it openly, because 2027 is still far. We still have 3 years or 3 years now to talk about it, or 2 years and to talk about it. So the only thing that makes somebody like P2B to be under a canopy of a political party is because Nigerian Constitution did not make it in a way that an individual can run an election on his own without staying under political party. That's somebody like him that also running under a political party. If you make it the Nigerian Constitution now, back it up that if you want to contest election, you can contest under your own platform. If an P2B will not enter any political party, he will just go on his own. He will just go on his own. So sometimes we need to understand what is playing in Nigeria. That the constitution makes it mandatory. It must stay under a platform of a party to run your own affairs of party. So that's the main problem P2B has. But in P2B, for P2B to form a party, you need to have one or two people to have a strong alliance to stand with him, because he cannot make it on his own. It's not easy. As long as Nigeria is concerned, it's not easy like that. So you need to people that you have to move into alliance. Like somebody like a former Kano State governor. What is his name? Kwankwaso. If you know, if Kwankwaso, I think Kano, if Kwankwaso know, now P2B will get to a higher level of that, he would agree with him as his only met them. But he thought that P2B will not make any headway. And he trying to show his ego. At the end of the day, he have himself to blame. I regret it. Because this thing we are saying now, wouldn't have been saying it now. If Kwankwaso agree with P2B, all this we are saying, wouldn't have been saying it. What we have been saying now, P2B, is he doing well or not doing well? That's the main problem now. So in terms of Autumn, what Autumn was saying in PDP, they are just deceiving themselves that place. As long as PDP is concerned, it's not existing. PDP is no longer existing. They're just wasting their own time. But the problem that we have, Julius Abure refused to take advantage of what is happening in PDP right now to excel. He refused to take the advantage of it. Because if somebody like Julius Abure want to take advantage of it, what he need to do, when they have their meeting, he need to step down. Because of there's a lot of allegation against him and a lot of things against him. You need to step down and let another person put that place, so that the party will be in good shape for them to stand as a strong opposition towards APC. Okay. But APC taking advantage of Julius Abure fashion to continue to excel. Now, at the end of the day, everyone's talking about P2B. Then one may tell you, P2B cannot do anything. How many months have you spent in the Labour Party? How many months have you spent in Labour Party? P2B have not spent out to a year in Labour Party. He just entered Labour Party within 2 months and became himself. So he don't have a strong hand to control Labour Party. But on his own, he will not come publicly and say that I'm doing this in Labour Party, I'm doing that in Labour Party. But on his own, he will call 1 or 2 people and talk to them. But if they fail to listen to him, what they expect him to do is to look for another strategy to run his way, to make sure he succeeds on his own political side of it. But the way Nigeria is going, it's not easy for P2B to excel at that, because a lot of hand is fighting him. And as long as he's an Eastern man, Northerners will still have the fear of what happened in the time of Civil War. And due to something Zogu, due to what happened, Northerners still have no fear over it. If they give a P2B chance, because what is Ngige? If you know Ngige already told them, this man called P2B Okute. This man called P2B Okute. If you dare enter that place, all you that is Kabas, he will break your bone for A to Z. And P2B can do that. I know him very well. Politely, he will be breaking their bone, breaking their bone, breaking their bone. All these people that claim their cabals, they will no longer find themselves. That's what he did in Anambra State. All of them were claiming cabal, but when he enter, he break their bones one by one by one. Somebody who don't have a godfather will be able to contest and succeed. So the next thing you have to do is that we should forget about PDP. They are professional deceivers, people. So as we are talking about PDP, we are just deceiving ourselves, wasting our time on PDP. We need to talk how are going to do to make sure Nigeria gets it right in the 2027. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eagles. I like what you said earlier regarding Wike and Peter Obi. And when Peter Obi went to River State before the election, I had my doubts. I had my reservations. But a lot of people, were excited. Wike said he was going to give him security and I thought Wike is such a slimy character that when he was saying it, I just thought Wike, okay, we'll see. It would be nice if he did, but I had my reservations and people fell for it. Obedient, especially. And I hope people have learned their lessons to be careful. You can't take people just based on what they tell you So, you know, when people like Wiki promise you, I'll do this for you, I'll do that for you. Even Autumn, like you said, Autumn was saying, you know, we'll vote for Peter Obi, but all of a sudden, it's now we're going with Tinubu. So it's a case of who is the highest bidder, what can we get out of it, which politics is all about, you know, personal interest anyway. So Peter Obi has learned his lessons, I hope, and my guy is back. So
no, I'm not too late. okay. Well,
so, sorry, just to link it. So what Autumn and especially Wiki did is what somebody who comes to this gathering does or did. And that person told the obedient that he voted for Peter Obi. I laughed that the night before the election or the day of the election, I laughed my head off. The person said, "Oh, I voted for Peter Obi. You people convinced me the night before." And people, they just took it hook, line, and sinker. And I was thinking, really? I think, like, I see why scammers get far in life, because the way people believe when people just tell you some nonsense that you should be able to just, you know, dismiss in a minute. And people believe that particular person. And the person still tells you till today that they voted for Peter Obi because of you guys here. I fear we not fair obedient to.
All right. Thank you. Sure. Thank you so much. I don't know where we are in the conversation.
So we finished that topic. I think the next one is the Naira appreciating.
Oh, yeah. And that's where you very
subsidy, draining the reserve.
You are the guru. I don't know what the exchange rate is today.
I literally just checked. So where I would normally send money, pounds is currently 1,400 and something, which it actually dropped about 2 weeks ago. So it's back on the rise now or on the fall, depending on how you see it. So Naira is beginning to, you know, fall. I'm hoping it doesn't go back to the days of 2,000 to 1, 2,500 to 1. But it looks like it's going back to where it was about 2-3 months ago.
It has something to do with this news from Bloomberg. One was that our external reserve is depleted, and two is that Nigeria is no longer the largest economy in Africa, that we're actually heading for number 4. Is that why this is happening, that people now know that there's something the government is doing that they're not telling us?
It's possible. It's very possible. And this is why, you know, the people want transparency, because I listened to some of what Mr. Cardoso was saying, and it just looked like, you know, it was just clinching onto straws. It was not specific. You know, I expected more from him, basically. When I listened to him, I expected a lot more clarity. Is subsidy back? Is it not back? How much are we paying? You know, how are you backing the Naira? What actually is making Naira gain? What led to the gain? Is it still speculation? Are we still floating the Naira? You know, so all this sort of confusion in the first 1 year. I mean, you can put it as teething problem, because I mean, the video you played where Mr. Tinubu said, or President Tinubu said, you know, he's not a perfect man, he doesn't know it all, I'm willing to listen to you. And when I watch that video, sorry to sidetrack, it reminds me of when I would go to church when I was younger, and I would go to church, and you know, those people who play the keyboard or organ or piano, there's a way that thing they connect. It will just make you believe everything. When Tinubu was speaking, it was so solemn. I was beginning to think, and I like this grandpa, and I like this daddy. I honestly want to believe him. I'm not even joking. When I listened to that, I actually wanted to believe him, because it was, you know, the whole thing sounded too genuine, like almost, you know, coming clean. But I just remember this Tinubu now. Sure, don't
no. The same thing too. When you listen to that, if you don't know who is speaking,
I had to pick myself up.
You have to think that, because if you know what's going on within the government, some things that we can't say here, because, you know, people tell you things and I don't have documents to support it. But we know that things are going on that is totally contradictory from what he is saying, what they are saying they are doing. Yeah, I know that some people who are supporting the government are going to have, you know, be on alert now. But the thing is that this money thing, oil subsidy too, at the same time, we're hearing that there is subsidy now, and they can't deny that anymore. Because if there is no subsidy, you're just looking at just the exchange rates difference. There is subsidy on its own. And then at the wharf, I heard that they just they agreed that people who are importing things, that the exchange rate they will use is now the current one, not the old one, because they've been basically cheating people by telling them the exchange rate they will use was when the Naira was still very low. Anyway, let's hear what other people think, or if you have anything else to add. Sure.
No. I mean, I've got nothing to add, but like you said, the subsidy, it'd be nice for them to officially let Nigerians know, because I feel like the lack of transparency is the biggest problem for me personally. If what the CEO of Renal said is correct, that we are now paying 600 billion naira per month on oil subsidy, when we were paying 480 billion per month under Buhari. Under Buhari, we were buying crude oil for 187 naira per liter. Now that we're paying more on subsidy, why are we still paying 650 naira? If there are people who have answers to these things, I don't claim to have answers. I've always said it, I don't have the answers. The day I have answers, I'm going to run for office. I don't have to win. The day I know the answer to Nigeria's problem, I'll go and run for office. So I don't know it. But if there are people who understand the economics better than like someone like myself who looks at it from a layman's point of view, please join the panel, enlighten us, so that people like me just don't waffle about it. But it doesn't make sense. We're paying more on subsidy and we're paying more for diesel and petrol. I hope this Dangote refinery comes on stream. They've already told us that it will not necessarily reduce the cost of petroleum products, but it would reduce how much we spend in terms of our forex, in terms of our foreign reserve. So we won't have to spend as much dollar importing refined oil. So maybe in that way, Dangote oil can help us. But in terms of reducing the price, Dangote is a businessman. He's not here to do Nigerians any favor. So those who are expecting Dangote to come and start selling crude oil, refined oil to them at 200 naira per liter, it's not going to happen. But Mazi Prince, I'll move on to you. I think you're next. So what do you think is going on with the Naira? So it seems to have gained, but all of a sudden it looks like it's losing again.
Sure. If you ask me now who I go ask, well, it's a simple thing. It's just voodoo, propaganda, and they keep playing all this. I got an intel from somebody, and when I mean somebody, this is somebody who is also into forex exchange. And he said that what they are doing now, that they're just collecting from CBN, and very soon CBN is gonna run out. I asked him why. He said, "Can I believe that the CBN is forcing them to sell the ones that they already had between 900 to 1,000? But that what they can do is that they want the CBN to run out, of which the CBN is also denying that they're not taking from the reserve. But we know they're taking from the reserve. So by the time the CBN runs out, they themselves, they will pretend that they don't have. Anyways, and what happens? They create, artificial scarcity. It's a simple thing, and people have said this. Nigeria do not have what it takes to defend the Naira. You cannot defend the Naira using your reserve. You can't. It's a simple thing. It's just like saying you are saving, and then all of a sudden you want to go and buy something from the grocery store. Say you want to go and buy Maggi. You go into that savings and you dip your hand to go to grocery store. Meanwhile, you said you are saving. At the end of the day, when you keep doing that, you will run out of that savings. And what happens? It shoots up. I had even seen a forecast before now that by June, July, I'm not spelling doom, June, July, it should be getting up to 1,800. Yeah. So whatever they're doing now, they just I don't know the maths they're using. I don't know the economic. Kulata, my friend, like you said, he's an economist, but I call him, he's also a voodoo economist. Because if he cannot advise his blah president or his colleagues that also are being paid some way, somehow.
Okay.
Then he doesn't know what they're doing. So what I said is,
who's collateral to advise the president?
they have the.
You never know. The Blackstone, Sheyilo said he takes
they had their link.
screenshots.
Oh, they had their
Sheyilo said he
links.
takes screenshots and he sends it to Sheyi Tinubu, who is his friend, and Sheyi
He's
Tinubu will
his
show
friend. Yeah.
Adi. So if Kulata or somebody tweets something or they DM Sheyilo has already told you it's the plug. But let's move it to Eagles Air. Eagles Air. So in terms of the currency, what do you think is going on with the fact that Naira has gained, and a lot of people are excited. Now there are people who say, why are we excited? Because you met it at 470 official, you took it to almost 1,800. The fact that you've taken it down to 1,002 is still not good enough. So what rate will be good enough for you? Where do you think the Naira should be? And also in terms of the subsidy on the petrol products, that seems to be back now. What's your take on it? So let's discuss the two.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys can hear me. Thank you so much. So let us tell ourselves the truth. The problem in Nigeria is that we refuse to tell ourselves the truth. Up to today, I'm not convinced this Naira of gaining strength. Reason, how can a nation will borrow money? They borrow money to put in foreign reserve. Then when the money you borrow to put in a foreign reserve for Naira to get strength, then the one that you borrow, who is paying for the rate? Who is paying for it? See, there's no way a currency of a country will do well when there is no output. In Nigeria, there's no output. Only thing you have in Nigeria is input. Eating and eating and eating and eating without bringing out. And anybody that is eating and eating and eating. My head dead on.
I said, they there now, as the output.
Oil dead here. How much are they selling in oil? And how much are they making in oil? Are they telling all the truth? Any piece are they telling all the truth? Now, anybody that is eating and eating and eating without removing, next thing that will occur to him is to take him to the hospital. There's problem with that person. So Nigeria is the type that's eating and eating and eating without bringing out. So how can we be borrowing money every time we borrow money and borrow money and borrow money and without any output or production? What make a country economy to strive strong, to go strong, is when micro factory, micro industry is working. It helps to strengthen the currency of a nation. So this thing that say that Naira is gaining strength, they're just deceiving us. The truth are yet to come. They're just deceiving us, which I don't believe in that. Is it Maz who will say that by June expecting it to be 1,800? Me say I expect it to be 2,000. The way I'm seeing it, because when they borrow and there's no way to borrow again, Naira will take risks and go to the place you want to go. So they're just deceiving themselves and just saying the truth. Now, in terms of what's the next thing that you talk about,
subsidy. Subsidy is back.
Subsidy.
But people
Let me tell you.
People are still paying.
Everyone of us here need to be thankful to P2B. It's P2B that came out fully and said that subsidy we are talking about it is a scam. It's a scam. Because for a long time.
You say, no. It wasn't P2B. It was giving that credit is to Buhari. He said that 2011. That if you want, I'll play the video for you. But he did nothing about it when he was president.
Okay, he said a subsidy is a scam. But then when he get to his regime, he refused to remove it. Now, when people were talking about removing the subsidy, everyone began to talk. They want to remove it. Who is fooling whom? Now, in terms of subsidy, let us tell ourselves the truth. For a long time, they said that they have removed subsidy on the diesel. Today, what is happening? They have not tell us the truth, what is playing there. And NNPC, yes, have not said say exactly what is happening in that very place. They have not give account to the federal government. It's like Murata Mohammed Airport, International Airport, Lagos. No time you ask a question concerning the account of that place, they will tell you that they have any income they receive for that place. But that place is making a lot of money for Nigeria, but nobody can to give account of it. So in terms of subsidy they're talking about, Buhari, Tinubu, the first day of inauguration say subsidy gone. Now subsidy has gone, but where is bullets? It's up to now, we're still looking for the bullets. Where the bullet shot at. We don't know where the bullet landed. Subsidy have gone. Now they are almost moved back. In fact, they are already moved back to subsidy again. So they have not detected. In fact, Tinubu administration, they are confused. They have not detected the problem of Nigeria. They allow somebody that know where the problem of Nigeria need to be handled to take over. They said no. So in terms of subsidy of a thing, they're not telling us the truth. In terms of Naira getting strength, they're not telling us the truth. Something is fishing inside, and they don't know how to say it. That's why they're based on propaganda. The Tinubu government is based on propaganda. They will tell you this tomorrow, another thing, you will say another thing. They will tell you this tomorrow, you say another thing. Before you connect now, don't suppose that there are men now in this platform listening to whatever thing we are saying. Tomorrow now they bring EFCC to come against somebody because they have said the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. So the problem in Nigeria that they're not telling us the truth. As long as we are not telling ourselves the truth, there's no way we strive to get where we need. What we need to kick these people out of the place and get the right people. Do time of sorry, I'll end up with this. Do time of what is his name? Former 1999 president, what is his name? Obasanjo. There's something Obasanjo did. He looked for a professionals to bring as his cabinet. Then those professionals that you bring, look for another professionals to team together with them to work. Things began to work out. But in terms of Tinubu, he looked for his boys to handle Nigerian economy as if that Nigerian economy is a Lagos State economy. So these boys cannot do anything. They will do according to his limit. They cannot go far. But when you look for a professional who is international, people who can relate international, people who know how to handle economy of a nation, you see that they will know how to strive for it and bring out the best of the economy. And sorry to say this, most of the professionals they can get, some of them is from Easterners. Some of them are Easterners, some of them from South. But they will not get to them because of this tribal of a thing and rest of them. Tinubu boys. But let us see where they will end us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Igose. Who is next? Janaba?
Yeah. Okay. When it comes to whether Naira is gaining strength or is losing, I don't know so much on anything like that, but the only thing we know is that it's not the rate of Naira, whether it's 200 or 2,000 per dollar, that is the issue. The issue is the instability of people cannot trade or cannot work with it because they don't know what will be the outcome tomorrow. If you buy this rate today, you don't know whether it will fall and you lose tomorrow. So this is the issue. But then when you come to, I think it was, dollar was going almost 2,000, but right now I think it's 1,000. Some of the app 1,130, 1,000, and so on and so forth. But I think whatever the government are doing to make sure that there is productivity, so that there will be business in the society where they sell more than what they buy. So it's a simple approach to it, is that we tend to good hook up with these Western productions, and some of them we have a better in our market, but we never cherish what we have. Most of the time going for foreign. And if they can sell themselves well and their own product in Nigerian product or any product in Africa, not into this import that is overwhelming our market, I think that will help. The reserve of maybe the CBN is putting money there to do that. How long that will sustain, I don't know. I'm not an expert on those things, but then first time in my life since I'm in America, I feel like I'm a millionaire now. That one have crashed now. Dollar have I used to look for somebody who would send $100 to, and my old village people will count it and think I send them a lot of money. Now you guys have brought that one down. So
Yeah, but Janaba, even when the money was close to 2,000, it didn't mean much for the people at home. So it's not really.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You should take it. I'm just kidding that. I think, but then I have a problem with that as well too, because Nigeria, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the system that address the going up and down. There are certain things in the market in Nigeria that you cannot tell the dollar have dropped your price. We don't have that system. So it's either we balance it and to the point that awareness is going to be for a long time. Let's say that thing's stable. Let's say dollar stable for 1 year before you can convince somebody to say, okay, this, it can come to this price. As far as this up and down, frustration in the Naira, it's still not going to help ordinary Nigeria. That is the thing you should know in the terms of how our system works. They will tell you, say, we are not going to bring the price down. So that is very important. But the joke aspect of it is, and then when you come to the issue, one of the issue I have with our fact here is that there are things we put out here because we think we like somebody. Nobody will solve our problem but us. And nobody, I think we give so much, and that's why we have a problem in the society. Nobody is God over any other person, and every smart person works with another smart person. They say that deep collect unto deep. So sometimes we attribute so much to anybody else, whether Peter Obi or anybody. And I have my political stand. I think Obi is a good person, but Obi have no solution to Nigeria to some extent that he can become abracadabra overnight. So it's take all in as a leader to share the value of their own people, and that is how we're going to improve ourselves and our economy. Not that he has a full. He also campaigned on removing the fuel subsidy. So there is nothing. He may come today and tell you my approach could have been different, but let's be honest about that.
All right. Thank you so much. Chim.
Yeah, Rudolph. So first and foremost, full disclosure, I'm not an economist, so my knowledge of how those things work is limited. So I'll be speaking from a layman's perspective. And for me, like I said the last time, if the Naira is gaining to the dollar in the marketplace, oh well and good, that should be a good thing for the Nigerian economy. I mean, it should be something we're happy about. However, the issue is not so much about the Naira gaining, because that Naira gaining only favors people who speculate and people who perhaps do businesses that require them to trade, in foreign currency. Maybe they have to buy things, or, our very hefty businessmen. The only way the Naira gaining to the dollar will make sense to the average Nigerian is if the inflationary situation drops. But we know that even though the Naira is gaining, or has been gaining in the past couple of days and weeks, it's not showing, when it comes to the life purchasing power of the average Nigerian. It's not, because the average Nigerian is still, is still limited in terms of their purchasing power. So to that extent, this whole thing, like I said the last time, and some people started saying, is just Turenchi, what the typical Northerner will call just speaking Turenchi. It makes no sense to the average Nigerian. We've said it, and I can't say that enough. Our economy needs to be manufacturing. What I would like to see this government do is begin to put in place processes and systems that will encourage local production for export. If they're able to start doing those things, that way, when you have something that other people want to buy, that's a very simple way of bringing in foreign exchange into the country to help, strengthen the economy. There are a lot of economies. The Japanese currency has never ever balanced with the USD. It's always been and very high, even when ours was not as high as theirs. Theirs have always been high. But the Japanese economy is a production-based economy. So while their exchange rate is high, it suits the economy because they are producing. They are producing things, manufactured products and services that other economies are looking forward to buy from them, and they make money from it. But in our own instance, we have virtually nothing, not even the oil. Again, are we really producing per se? We're buying finished petroleum products from in the international market. We don't refine. Even this Dangote thing is still not something that we can, well, thank God for it, but it's still not something that the economy can fall back on. So, personally, my view is simple. Government should do the things that will encourage local production for export. And then when it comes to the issue of what is it called? Fuel petrol subsidies. We've always known that that's another outlet for government magic. Apologies to Fela. Do you understand? So I don't know. I mean, that we've removed it. We have not removed it. Buhari said he removed it. He came back also, and he admitted it was back, even though he had announced it had been removed, or his minister or whoever said, oh, they have removed subsidy. This one, the president himself came on officially declared on his number 1 day in office that he had removed it. Then all of a sudden, the government should just come out clean, admit that, oh, we can't remove this for some reasons, but let's work towards making the subsidy something that is not a scam. There are subsidies everywhere in the world that government puts in place to make the life of citizens bearable. If that subsidy is in petrol for the average Nigerian, then the government should take it serious. Watch the channel, the process in it, to make sure there is no corruption, so that the average Nigerian who is supposed to benefit from this thing will benefit from it. Let's stop all this excuse that, oh, why we're removing it is because we are subsidizing fuel for people in Niger. Manage your borders very well, so that when you manage your borders well, so that what is meant for your people is meant for your people. There are countries where healthcare is free, but to migrate to those countries is difficult. Why? Because they know that if they throw their borders open, people will just flock in here to come and enjoy those benefits. And in instances where they admit that they might not be able to monitor how people come in, and people might still funnel through the system and come in, what do? They put in certain processes also that makes it difficult for you to enjoy that medical system. Why? So, for instance, in Canada, if you don't have a SIN number, your life is miserable in Canada. Somebody can walk to the US and go and enjoy things, but in Canada, you can't, because there's a SIN number process. Before your children are registered in school, you have to produce your SIN number, show their own SIN number. When you're going to the hospital, they will ask you for your SIN number. And if you don't have that SIN number, what it means is that you're illegal. So these people think ahead. We need to think ahead. I keep saying it. Our governments need to start showing that they love our people. How hard can it be to love your family? put processes in place so that if you're giving your people subsidy, then that subsidy is meant for them. Don't say you're giving your people subsidy and then it's the rich men that are enjoying it. It is the importers that are milking it. It is the people in Niger, Benin Republic, or wherever, Chad, that are enjoying it. And when they call you, say, oh, then fix your border. So, like I said, I'm not an economist, but if the Naira is gaining, it's supposed to be a good thing. But if it is gaining and it is not showing in the purchasing capacity of the average Nigerian, then it's useless. And I mean, I don't know what it is anybody has to celebrate that the Naira is gaining, and then people are still buying 7 cups of gari for, I mean, this is hypothetical, some outrageous amount of money. How does that help them? So that's just the point I want to make.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Before we go to the Blackstone, let me inform you that in Abuja, some of you mentioned at the beginning of the show, they were at the point where they are now going to stores and supermarkets and stealing them because they felt that they are not reducing the prices of food items. Now, when the government gets to the point where they are forcing people to sell things at certain prices, what it means is that some of these businesses will close their shops, go away, and wait for the government to now open shops to sell to people. Also, I think it's happening today, the Iyaloja of Lagos, Tinubu, was going around the market telling market women to...
No, the first daughter, the official first daughter, you mean?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Please, I mean, give her her respect, please.
So let's watch her talk to market women.
Ti ọjà mọ́ wa lórí torí pé oye tá ń ta ọjà ó wọ́n jù. Without the government controlling us, let us all control ourselves and check our prices. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, torí mi ní fẹ́ kí wọ́n máa fi wá ṣe kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ nínú ìròyìn. Ká tó kọ́rọ̀ wá tó níbẹ̀, àkọ́kọ́ bára wa fà á ná, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe bó ṣe tó àti bó ṣe yẹ. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, gbogbo èrè tó wù ká jẹ, Ọlọ́run á fa àlùbáríkà sí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tọrọ àlùbáríkà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká, ojoojúmọ́ lọ́lọ́run ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Èèyàn ló kọ́lé 20 billion sílẹ̀ tí ò dúró lò ó. Ìwé, odidi ìwé kan nìyẹn téèyàn máa fi ṣe wáàsí pé ọjọ́ kan gbogbo ohun tó wù kẹ́dà kó jọ láyé yìí á filẹ̀, kò ní mẹ́ni tó máa lò ó. Kò sí ìta mú wáyé, kò sí ìta mú lọ. Ìta ò mú wá, ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ní bá ṣe wáyé parí láàrí. Ṣùgbọ́n yìí tí a ò mú wá tí wọn kọ sí wa lórí yàtọ̀ forúkọ tán fún wa lọ́jọ́ ṣúná, tí a máa mú lọ, ó ní nǹkan tá a gbélé ayé ṣe dáadáa tá a bá ṣe. Gbọ́dọ̀ já ìdá náà wọ́n ó sọ lẹ́yìn wa. Kò sẹ́ni táyé ò kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe dáadáa so that after we had gone, people would be able to live goodwill for our children's children. Goodwill yẹn là mú wá tí wọ́n kọ sí wa lórí, but wọ́n máa sọ fún wa, wọ́n máa réjọ fún wa nígbà tá a bá lọ tán. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ní téèyàn bá lọ tán, nǹkan tó bá ń kọ lẹ́yìn tó kú bá ti kú làwọn màláìkà tó bá ń sọ, làwọn màláìkà máa kọ sílẹ̀ tí wọ́n máa fi ṣèdájọ́ lọ́jọ́ náà.
All right.
So Rudolph, are you going to interpret?
You will interpret, I know.
Look at this man. Look at this man. I know. Anyway, CM is here. CM is he understands Yoruba, so CM will interpret for us.
How old is that lady, Seth? That is the first thing to ask. How old is she?
CM, why are you like this? Why are you going to her age?
10 years. No, she's just 10 years.
Because her age will give you an idea of the true age of Tinubu, the father. Why are you
Yes,
people laughing? You see, I'm being honest, and you
You're
people
still
laughing.
going there.
You want me
We're
to tell lies?
I don't know why you're going to this direction, CM.
CMO.
No, but sorry, Rudolph, what I just wanted to say, sorry, please, and Blackstone, please don't be offended, is, it's painful when, first of all, you're Lodger General of Nigeria. What office is that? Are you the Minister of Finance? Are you the Minister of Budget? What exactly? Why is your life of importance to? Why should your views be of importance to us and as Nigerians? Why should we listen to you? You see, this government is crazy. The wife is sermonizing Nigerians. She's a non-elected person, sermonizing and abusing Nigerians. The son is sermonizing and abusing Nigerians, and his friends are telling us that they will see good ideas, that they'll send it to the son, to send to the father. The daughter now is harmonizing Nigerians and telling people, market people, to be careful and manage their profit margin. On what basis? Is profit margin not supposed to be on the basis of what the economy is? So if I go and buy products at a certain price and I've calculated factored in everything, and let's assume I'm being fair, I shouldn't sell to make my profit. I don't get these people. This Tinubu's government is a funny government. I don't know what other people is seeing, but this government is a very funny government. But when I mean funny, I mean funny in the sense of not laughing funny. Iyaloja General of who? On what basis? I really don't get it. So anyway, let me just yield the floor, please. It's really sad.
All right.
But this, Rudy, I'm not cutting you off. I'm not the Ayala whatever general, but this is not the first time she been. It's not because of his father. She had been there before the father become a president. So let us be clear about
John Abba, the point is simple. Iyaloja General, of what value is that to the average Nigerian?
Yeah,
this is like a union leader in the market.
To agree on that, but it's not a position she takes when her father become a.
He's not the first Iyaloja General. The point is straightforward. Why do we have to listen to these unofficial people? What's the point?
Because people like you can hack a price without.
I don't know why we have a problem with her. What she's saying is basic. Is it wrong what she's saying?
Hold on.
No, Chim, I think, sorry, Rudolph. Chim, I think you are missing the point.
No, Pastor, hold on. Let's go according to.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Chim, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. No, okay. Let them educate me. I'm here.
I'm also interested in the education.
Yeah, thank you, Chim. I think irrespective of
Pastor, you're not Blackstone. I called Blackstone.
Oh, sorry. I thought you, man. If you like, call me Reverend. You will fail.
You be a pastor.
I know. You make mockery.
I'm laughing at
I know where you are going. We are all in the same boat. Leave that story. Nobody today you stay back. We get pattern. Go ahead, Blackstone.
All right, thank you. Anyway. What I want to say is this, right? I think the basic thing that make every country develop, Nigeria have not tackled it. No matter what we say, no matter what we do, no matter the plan or what you put in place, the program and everything, if there's no power, it's all dash. Because no matter how are we going to produce? How are we going to be a producing nation when we have no power to run our industries? Right? The MAN and the Nigeria Manufacturing Association came out some few years back and said that it's about 40%, they spend about 40% of their income to run power for them to produce. And when that 40% is added to the cost of production, right? What will be the price of the items in the market? So when we are talking about the Naira having value or not having value, it is the forces of the market. It is forces of the market. And at the moment, it's not even the value of Naira that's causing the prices of food items. It's the food inflation. And there are many factors that are involved in it. The cost of transportation. Our roads are bad. The cost of diesel is high. And cost of production is high. So why wouldn't there be increase or high cost of living in Nigeria? Because we are not put in place the basic things that run an economy. So I don't believe maybe because and also the mindset of Nigerians, we take advantage. Let me say every businessman take advantage of what is happening in society to cash out, to make profit. So because we depend mostly on imports, even if it is produced in Nigeria, they say it is imported goods. So when the increase in dollar, Naira is depreciating, the prices increases. They tell you, oh, I just went to the market. Right? So all the same, all around, there are so many factors affecting the cost of living in Nigeria, the price of things, not only the so-called increase in the price of Naira value or dollar increase or dollar fall. That's not actually, dollar are falling. Have the cost of living gone down? It has not. Simply because there are so many factors that are involved in it. Right? So, and what the central bank is doing is that central bank has fixed the, I said the last time here that central bank has fixed the rate. They control the rate of exchange in Nigeria, which the Buhari was doing, which Emefiele was doing. They have gone back to that region of Emefiele, Buhari, fixing the rate. The central bank will give maybe $10,000 to BDC and then they sell at 1.5 plus 1.5. So that's at the rate we sell. So they fix the selling rate, they fix the buying rate, they fix the selling rate. So that's what brought Naira, the exchange rate down. It's not the market forces.
All right. Thank you, Blackstone. Let's quickly because Sim.
Thank you, Rudolph. Actually, well, the common sense is that let me start from conclusion and move up. Tinubu is not prepared for government. It doesn't show a man who has been saying I've been scheming since 1998. All this is not. He hasn't got any agenda or just to pose. You see,
how can you say that
really,
about
it
a
does.
city boy? A whole city boy is what you're talking about.
It does. One moment. It does not matter your past record as a human being or in government or whatever office you hold. You face the challenge of your time, the challenge of the moment or challenge of your office. As at May 29th last year, what is on the lips of every Nigerian is insecurity in the country. That's number one. Tinubu has made no crack on it. That's number one. Yes, we have hunger. There is what is it called? Inflation. Of course, we know. Economy is heading south. We know all this. Now, people somehow linked this insecurity to food scarcity. In other words, if you tackle insecurity very well, you may end what is it called, the refugee camp in the food baskets of the state. I mean, the middle belt, where is majorly the food basket of the nation. In fact, Tinubu has no plan, to be honest with you. All this every day you wake up, you do one thing. It doesn't show, to me, it's not coordinated. If he had declared war on insecurity first, when you came in, whether orthodox by any means possible, you face them, tell them that you are the commander-in-chief. That's why you are the commander-in-chief. Your word is law. You fire on with them, people will clap for you. At least they will say insecurity has dropped to about maybe if it were 90%, say to about 10%. I once told somebody that part of what a president does is that your word, the way you speak, will inspire confidence, even without saying anything. Somebody phoned me one day asking me, is there nothing Tinubu will do for me to at least clap for him? I laughed. I pretended. Later, we engaged me. That was when they was junketing about, is it Dubai, Switzerland, all those. I said, let him come back. The moment he comes back, let them drive him straight to from airport straight to Benue State. When he gets to that refugee camp, he put what they call this a seal of the president of Nigeria and make a presidential proclamation that by the power, this refugee camp stands closed today. And within 1 week, these people should return back to their houses. You declare war on insecurity. You tackle it. And people will see that you are doing it. Nigerians will cooperate with you by any means possible. When you are doing this, you are restoring what they call confidence in the people. Economy, yes, economy issue can be tackled. I mean, you can turn the economy around if you are serious within a couple of a year or two. But this security part of it that is in Nigeria is still spiraling out of control. So he has no plan. Even the people that would have done something will be afraid. So if he has faced insecurity, we know we have epileptic power supply. But let people know, at least agriculturally, people are willing to go to the farm. Because as you are tackling this, that issue of a food production, we won't be talking of, oh, the agricultural produce is not less. I'm just using this. I don't want to go into infrastructure, building, bridge, all these things. Those ones are important, but let it wait. I know of education, yes, states can handle it. But that insecurity, that's why you are CNC, Commander-in-Chief. You fail to do anything. If you don't do it, who will do it? A government, not that if it were Nigeria was a bit secured. But when you came in, it started. But this has been a perennial problem. So when you are going on campaign, you know it. By the first day you came in, that is what you would have said, that Nigeria must be secure the borders everywhere by any means possible. That's what you should have done. When you are tackling it, the confidence will be there. All this economic issue we are seeing, go to the market, dollar this or dollar that. I'm not even if this dollar should come down to 600 naira, we clap. Tomorrow it goes up to 800. That is instability. Nobody can plan with it. If you want it to be at 1,002, although it's high, let it be there for 1,250, 1,230 for the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. That is stability. That is stability. As much as you deride Abacha, official rate with CBN during Abacha's time was 22 naira to the dollar. But at the parallel market is 82 naira 50 kobo. But it was almost at that rate throughout Abacha's period. Despite the fact that look at the parity. So people economics is all about planning. Every economist will tell you planning. That's why they have economic plan. 5-year economic plan, 10-year economic plan. This economics, they hate fluctuation. They hate inflation. If you can give them a percentage, they use it to work. That is economics. It's a simple subject, but it requires common sense. What Tinubu should have done was insecurity. That's why you are the CNC. Without you doing it, no other person can do it. So the man failed. That's why I say he hasn't got a plan. He hasn't. He's just wasting Nigerians' time. All these things, they're just telling us a story every day. When you talk, Nigeria is still insecure. People are still happening. Okay. People are still having, the people of Northwest are still insecure, bandits doing everything. They are mining gold and selling. And you say you are CNC. So who is in charge? Who is in charge? That is the only reason you are in government. Your cronies, anybody, any billionaire, Dangote, Ibeto, Enosin, Adenogadem, they can take charge of the economy. With good everything, they can be doing everything. But that insecurity is what he has failed. And because of that, he gave Nigeria away. So Nigeria is now, anything can happen. Any crook can organize and do whatever they want to do. So to me, the man has no this thing. The man has no plan. He hasn't got a plan. He doesn't even know the meaning of CNC, Commander-in-Chief. And yet, bandits are taking over your territory. You don't talk. People are telling you, reporting. Why are you then the head of state? Why? You have no reason being the president or the commander-in-chief. You have no reason. Economics or nothing. Exchange rate. Anybody can handle it. Exchange rate is not a big deal. It's not. The Nigerian Naira is always stronger than the Chinese currency. Why? Because they want to export. China wants to export. They deliberately. Yes, please.
Can I ask a question?
No, don't. I want you to round up. Don't ask me any question. No.
Okay, it's okay.
Just a simple one. Just a simple question.
No, don't. That would mean he will speak more. I don't want that.
Okay, it's okay. I'm all right.
Tim, thank you. We appreciate that. Actually, I am, because I want to round up. I want to hear forefathers and electricity before I leave. But I wanted to say something for you and John Abba. You talked about having a stable exchange rate, whatever it requires, which was what Buhari did. And you guys know what they did. They basically were, they call it defending the Naira, which is spending money, spending our foreign reserve to defend the Naira. This government came in with a new idea, which is to float the Naira. And we are seeing the consequences to remove the oil subsidy. And we're seeing the consequences of these decisions. And they told us that the other plan, the other idea that Buhari and people before Buhari, they were implementing, that it's not practical, it's not the best way to go. So it's not that they didn't know about that. They are just trying something different. So forefathers, go ahead.
Rudolph, they are not more floating the Naira. They have stopped floating the Naira.
Yeah, of course. But they've not acknowledged that. They've not come out.
They've not, of course.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know. It's just like the oil subsidy that was removed on the floor.
Yeah.
They've not come out to say, okay, we are paying oil subsidy. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I came in was regarding the Lodger's comments.
Yeah.
I think if somebody is saying something good, even if the source is not always right, or you don't like the person, you have to admit that the person is saying the right thing. It doesn't matter who is saying it. If I don't understand why, because you don't like her dad or something.
What is the right thing she's saying? Just tell us.
She was saying that people should not be basically gouging their fellow Nigerians, not be exploiting.
When you finish, I'd like to respond to that, please.
So not that basically people should not exploit each other that much, which you can, it's the right thing to say, but it doesn't mean that is where the solution is going to arrive from. But even if it reduces gouging each other for just by 1%, it doesn't matter. You see what I mean? Because that person that could have been gouged, that it saved the person from from being gouged, is somebody that is going to experience a slightly better quality of life. If they were supposed to sell them something more expensive, they will not sell it. There's a reason why charities exist. Charities exist not because they will solve the problem of the country, but to help with reducing the problem a little bit. And if somebody is doing the same thing, it's the same kind of help you need. I've said it before. The government, even if they just announce that Nigerians should stop using the foreign currency, the dollar, is going to help reduce the demand on the dollar, which in turn will increase the value of the Nigerian currency. They were not doing it until now. They are doing it. Just yesterday, I saw an advert on TVC News about not using foreign currency. This is something that they should have done a long time ago. So I don't see what is wrong with that. I think there's nothing wrong with that. And regarding the currency, in terms of the value of the currency, I think the value of the currency is not necessarily a problem. It's instability and inflation. If you have inflation in your economy, no business can function in that kind of environment if the inflation is too high. You have to keep it at a low rate so that when somebody invests in something, the value of that item, if it goes up the next year, then they can make profit out of it. What is the point of you build a property today or invest in something, then the next year, the inflation has eaten all your investment. It's eating the whole thing up because there's no stability. Not to mention the whole thing goes up and down all the time. So stability is what helps businesses develop. And that's all the central bank needs to really focus on. This concept of defending the Naira, I think it's with the idea that somehow we are spending money to defend the Naira. I think there is a bit of fallacy going on there. And it's only in Nigeria you hear that comment. I don't understand the concept that the Nigerian government has to defend the Naira. The only thing you use to defend the Naira is to discourage use of the dollar. I don't understand that. How do you defend the Naira? By selling them cheaper Naira? I don't know how that works. If you spend more foreign currency, what are you doing? You can put it inside your economy, but if you spend it overseas, that's not defending the Naira. You're just spending money. That's expenditure. And the only time the Nigerian government can take money to defend the Naira when let's say they want to reduce the depreciation of the Naira is when they borrow money and put inside the economy. Borrowing money is not printing money. So it doesn't appear as something that depreciates the currency. Hence, they can be able to use that availability of the money that they borrowed to satisfy the demand at home. Hence, keeping the value of their currency down. But it's not a permanent solution. There is a reason why The G20 countries gave themselves $17 trillion worth of loan, and none of their currency shifted in value. $17 trillion they gave themselves. By now, they, I don't know, that was just in 1 year, 2020, during the COVID-19 year. So I think there's a lot of myth in Nigeria about what affects the value of a currency. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Chim, you want to respond 1 minute before I go to
Yeah, sorry. So please, you know, when people make comments, you can defend Iyaloja if you want. You like an Iyaloja system, that's well for you. I have my comment about Iyaloja has nothing to do with her father. My comments, and a lot of people agree with me. Number one, she's not an official source. I'm sure you live in a country that has a market, even though it's not the kind of market system we have in Nigeria. I'm sure there's no Iyaloja in where you live who comes to sermonize anybody. These people who come out to sermonize us or sermonize the average Nigerians for things they themselves are very guilty of doing. She's making those comments because her father is involved. It is their government. When you hear them talk, I speak Yoruba. I just intentionally didn't want to say anything. It is, they call it our Ijobawa. It's their Ijoba, their government, their people. She was not speaking as Iyaloja, though she was Iyaloja General when Buhari was in government. She wasn't speaking and going to the market to do all these things and the campaigns. She's doing it because she has a blood investment in what is going on. Let's get that straight. I have nothing against her as a person. She can be Iyaloja General of London, or if they like, if all the markets, including Walmart and Costco, want to come and collaborate with the Nigerian market system, if they want to make her Iyaloja General of the world, they are free to do that. But my views are very simple and straightforward. I'm very scientific. She's not an official, she's not the Minister of Finance, not the head of budgeting. There's even an agency responsible for price control. Those are the people who can come out and be doing things. I live in a place too where inflation happens, and where people, you know, when inflation happens and things, all the Walmarts, the Costco's, the Sobeys, they increase their prices. And my point is very simple. The average Nigerian who is in, and I think it was Blackstone who made this point, the average Nigerian who is into business and is increasing his prices, yes, there will be one or two people who will do things illegally, like you have mentioned, fleecing people. But nobody is increasing their prices just for the fun of it. It is as a result of the policy of her father. And that is why she's coming out to speak. Her stepmother has spoken. All of them are all speaking because of the kind of man who is heading Nigeria's government, who sees governance as something that has to do with a family affair. Nobody can deny this. So I please, let's get some of these things right. I have no business with her. We shouldn't be hearing from her in the first instance. She's not our minister. She was not elected. So I don't know. You cannot, and please, this thing that went put today, you will be scientific. Tomorrow you shift. Well, it doesn't make, you don't become consistent. We want to run a scientific system. Let the government speak to the people, solve the problem, not an Iyaloja General. Please.
All right. Thank you.
I don't know how hard that is.
Thank you, Chim. Let me just say from my own perspective, my issue is not even about who is speaking and where they are speaking out of. I'm thinking about the structure. What are we doing in terms of, are we in a capitalist society? Are we now going to force stores to close? If you decide, I can decide to sell whatever I'm selling at double the price. It's up to me. But then the other people, if all the factors are the same, I will lose. I will be forced to bring down my price. But if the government is going around forcing people to sell at a certain price without thinking about all the dynamics, why are they selling at that price? Then you are going to destroy the business that you are trying to control. That's my thinking. I'm not an economist, but that's the way I look at it. So I'm not worried about who is speaking. Anybody can speak, but I'm not. I don't think again that government should go out there and basically be forcing people to sell things at a particular price. Pastor, electricity, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to buttress off. Chim, I'm a little bit confused. Please help my confusion if you don't mind. Is there any, the video Rudolph played, is there any claim that she's speaking on behalf of the government? Do you mind to clarify that?
She is not claiming she's speaking on behalf of the government, but she's speaking on behalf of the government because her father is president. My point is straightforward.
All right. So I'll take your first answer. There's no claim that she's speaking on behalf of anybody. What she's simply saying is common sense. We know the institutions we have are not functioning. We all agree on that, and we know things are not the way it should be. But we all sit down here every day. We say equally some things that she has said. We speak common sense to each other and to viewers and to those that will listen to us tomorrow. I go to Nigeria often, and I've said it here over time. Yes, the government have failed. Nobody's going to argue that. But we ourselves, should we fail ourselves? People increase price unnecessarily. And that is what we are saying. We are applying conscience here at a certain point. Even when government fail us, should I fail you, Chim, when I know what I bought, how much I bought these things, how much it cost me? Then I'm not going to price each item. I'm going to price each item based on the cost, the entire cost price. I was having a discussion back at, you know, I went to Nigeria recently. I'm coming, John Abba. I was having a discussion where some employer, even some employer, they said they'll pay you 30,000. They are going to have that money. Then they will what? They will insert the tip into it, expecting you that you will get that tip that will bring your salary up to 30,000. She hasn't, listen, like what Father rightly said, we may have dislike of somebody, but when somebody said something that makes sense, it doesn't necessarily, because we dislike the person. If I dislike Rudolph, doesn't mean Rudolph cannot say the truth. And I'll say, because Rudolph said the truth, I will not say, because I dislike Rudolph, I'm going to rule out everything entirely he has said. That is not right. I'm going to give last example. The thief on the cross with Jesus Christ, he told his follower, we are both thieves. We did wrong. Did Jesus Christ dismiss him and say, well, get out. You're a thief, you're a thief. Go away. He said, today you'll be with me in paradise. He said something right, even though he's a thief on the cross with him. So if you dislike her, most Nigerians dislike even Tinubu. But let me tell you something. If we did something right, if we get it right, then we should acknowledge it. That is just my submission. Thank you.
Okay, right. So Rudolph, because I'm involved in this matter,
Tim, can I respond? Tim, can I weigh in, Rudolph?
No, hold on, Lumide, Janaba, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you once again. I think that is what we are all saying is almost the same thing. I think what Chim, Pastor and forefathers have said is that this man is speaking to the moral aspect of the market. He's not speaking on behalf of our father. And I have witnessed when I went to Nigeria, someone has paid for goods, paid for, and when he came back to pick up the material, the guy said no, price has gone up. And these are the things that we have a common sense that it doesn't make sense whatsoever. And I believe she's, in as much I may disagree with anything or about anything, but she's not speaking on behalf of any government. You can even say because of her father is there. Well, it's nothing wrong in using her father's influence to speak to issue of Nigeria. That is not what we are arguing. The issue is that we know our system and she's speaking to the moral standard. Can you question her moral compass that, oh, this person should not be there? You can talk about all of that. But what she's saying is that, please, we should not take advantage of ourselves. We should be mindful of each other. I think that's what she's saying there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Olumide.
So, Rudolph, I just want to ask. I didn't watch the video, but did she say they should enforce it, or did she just make an opinion?
I don't. My Yoruba didn't get to the level.
She spoke to the conscience of the people. Let's have conscience.
Did she say that the government should enforce it?
No. She didn't say that.
I think she has a right she has a right to appeal to people to make sure that they fix affordable prices, but based on, relative to whatever profit they make, I would say. But if they are trying to now do a price control, is what will be against the spirit of the way we operate. It's a free market economy. They can't regulate, they can't fix prices and force people to sell their market at a particular price. If you go somewhere and it's expensive, go somewhere else. You can't force people to sell at a particular price, and then you can't begin to now think that begin to feel, how do I put it now? In a way, thinking they're trying to bring your father's government down. No. It is the policies of your dad in the first place that caused all this to catapult. And people are now, everybody's trying to make ends meet, find one way to balance. They should just allow the market forces to play. They should keep somersaulting their policies the way they are doing. It is a free market economy. Let people determine their prices and let things play out. She has the right to make her comments as long as she's not forcing people to sell at the particular price that she thinks it should be. Free market economy, allow people determine their prices, because when they were making policies somersault all over the place, knowing that people imported items at a particular price and they forced the dollar to lose value, and they have to recover their money, and majority of our goods are imported. All of this is the shenanigans going on. They should allow the market forces play out. We are not communism.
Yeah.
Even in a socialist system of government, even if government fixes prices, you allow the competition to sell at whatever price they want. Whether they want to match, whether they want to be over, there's still a choice. We are not communism.
All right, Olumide, thank you. And because I'm rushing, I'll come to you, Chim. Let me just mention this, that we're missing things when we don't have some people on this platform talking. I read a comment from Colette. I said that it was talking about something I've not heard before. There is free float, there is managed float, and then there is the pegged idea of, I think currency is talking about. So I've not had the managed float. But what is important to us, to me, really, is that for the government to explain to people what they're doing. You can't say that oil subsidy is gone and tomorrow it's back through the back door, and you're not explaining that to us, how it came back. You can't say that the Naira is now floating without telling us, okay, now we are managing the floating. You need to explain to us, and that's it. I want the country to be well, to do well, and I think that's what most people want. But you need to carry people along. All right, Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Rudolph. So,
Rudolph,
thank you
why
very
are you
much.
jumping in like this? I go to Chim. Chim, is it Chim the co-host of this program? Let us know. So that we'll be asking Chim question.
All right, Ego Sep, let me control the we see you, we know you are there. I will come to you. Go ahead, Chim.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so, all right. So, number one, Olumide, I love what you said about gagging people. You see, I have nothing against the Yaloja. Elections are over. Tinubu is now president, whether I like it or I don't like it. He is president. So for as long as he's president and I have an interest in Nigeria, it's in my best interest that he should at least succeed to a degree. So that, because I have family there, so my selfish side will at least kick in. My family needs to survive. My relatives need to survive. Well-wishers need to survive. So nobody wants him to fail, at least to that degree. And I'm sure we can agree on that. Iyaloja General is speaking, I repeat again, because she has a stake. If you had listened to me, that's number one point I made. Number two, which Olumide has rightfully said, their government. I am saying this because I have heard them speak. When they speak, they say their government. When the son speaks, he says their government. When Sheyi Law is telling people that he sees things and he sends to the other Sheyi, he says, bros, look at these things, it will help our government. They know what they're saying. If some of you want to live in denial, I don't live in denial. I live in the reality of what is happening. It is their government. We are only part and parcel of it because we share green card with them. Now, my point is very simple. Iyaloja General and her street urchins will put taxes on these people that are not supposed to be. Some of these people, assuming the goods they're selling are imported goods that were bought at a certain exchange rate. It's not everybody who is trying to fleece people. There are people who are genuinely, their prices are increasing because of the forces, the market forces, sorry. When they want to come and sell their product, you can't come and emotionally blackmail them. These people are very strong. That for her to be able to even call a meeting and gather people who should be productively doing their businesses to listen to her, to tell them, sermonize them emotionally on why they shouldn't price gag or that, as good as you may think it is, tells you it's a subtle power she's pulling. It's a subtle lever she's trying to apply. And anybody they find not towing that line, we may not come and hear this, they may go and sanction those people quietly. Let people sell their products for the prices that are based on how they have bought it and their proper market profit margins. If the responsible authorities who know what prices should be and they think somebody is outselling, is unnecessarily price gagging, like Forefather said, go after that person appropriately. Rudolph had talked about shutting down shops in Abuja and co. These things is government doing it. They are sending out their food soldiers out there in one word. And she's part of the food soldiers. She's an unofficial food soldier. So I don't want to go forth and back with anybody. My point is very straightforward. We can sit down here and appeal to people. Yes, I don't have power to go into the market and call anybody and say, please stop price gagging. She has that power because she has inherited a position from her grandmother as a lodger general. I have issues with that, but that's not even the point. My point is simple. She is singing. In fact, she's talking in a way that is inappropriate. You can't be telling free people who pay taxes, sell goods and services, and telling them how to sell their products and services. No, nobody does it. Nobody tells Walmart how to sell its products and services. But if Walmart is selling above what I think, and I go and I find it somewhere, if I take a picture of that price, I go to the people and I get a price matching. Ditto themselves, the Walmart, if they are selling something to her, even when I have bought it and I left, and I go to Sobeys or I go to a Costco, and the price is cheaper, I can go back to Walmart and I will get it for that same price. They will price match it. It happens. We all know this. So, Lodger General, I repeat again, nobody is going to, on this matter, I will totally disagree, cannot be sermonizing anybody because they are the people who have put Nigerians in this situation in the first place. Their activities are things that are causing these problems. She has an interest. What product is she selling? So please, hold your views. I respect them, but I hold tenaciously on this particular matter. She has no moral right, or whether it is morality or on whatever sense you want to call it. She has lost that argument totally.
And come to think
Rudolph, can you play that video again for the benefit of Olumide? Olumide, hold on 1 second. Olumide, Rudolph, can you please play that video again for the benefit?
I will.
Please.
But before I do that,
I need to leave. I need to go pick up my daughter from work.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
bye-bye.
Thank you, Chim. And before I do that, I just want to thank everybody. We have to step out now. I have an event to attend, and I'm not sure when it will end. If you guys are still here, I will rejoin. But if you guys are not here, I thank everybody.
Come back tomorrow.
But tomorrow on the show we have Aisha Yusufu. She's excited to join us. I just spoke to her a few minutes ago, so it will be interesting to have her here tomorrow. All right, and for everybody else, for others, thank you. Eagles Air, Janado, Chin, Blackstone, CM, Pastor, and Olumide, and everybody else joined, and those on the comment section. Those are here. I'm not going to hell. I'm going somewhere.
If you like, go to hell. That's your business.
Yeah,
That's your choice.
Come and tell us the story.
I'm not going to. But if I happen to end up there,
it's a choice you choose to make.
I'll report from hell. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Please play the video. Please play that video before you leave, please. Yeah, please. For the benefit of Olumide. He's a Yoruba person. Please.
Dàmọ́ wa lórí torí pé oye tá ń ta ọjà ó wọ́n jù without the government.
Where's Rudolph?
It just ended like that.
Goodness,
the video? I think he went out. Okay, who is next?
I heard a little bit of it, but I mean I can even kind of figure out what she's trying to say. But what she's saying is just she's just I don't know how to put it, but what she's saying is not. It's just she's just being unrealistic, because the cost of all this is as a result of the policies of our father's government. So you can't tell them, you can't say, oh, it's not like these goods are scarce. They are not scarce. There's no scarcity. When people do price gouging in places where they do price gouging, I remember during the COVID when there was scarcity of tissue paper and sanitizer, they were doing price gouging, selling 3-4 times the price because of the demand for it. It's not like these goods are scarce. It's just that they are available, but that's the reality. That is the price based on the economy of what they are facing right now. So they should address that foundational problem and stop blaming the people selling the market. What does she want them to do? Sell it, give it away for free, and not be able to pay their bills, feed their family, take care of their family? I mean, what she's saying is just outrageous. She doesn't understand anything. She's just it's a lack of education, a lack of the realities of exactly what the country is facing. They're just being I don't know how to put it. It's nonsense. What you're saying is just nonsense.
Please, it's not like that. It's not like let us be reality in whatever we are doing. If we want to say it randomly, we say randomly.
Sorry, Olumide.
Yes?
I'm not. There is no. We all agree on one thing. We have a failed government. There's anybody who dispute that. Then forefathers should just remove the person from the platform. There is no dispute about this issue. But if you listen to her first statement, you are a Yoruba person. She said she admitted that the increase of price or unnecessary increase of price is wrong. Did you hear that, Olumide?
What I'm saying is
it's a question I asked. Can you just answer a straightforward question?
I don't agree with that
statement.
No.
Did you hear admission? It's a question. You can decide not to answer. It's your prerogative. You can decide not to. Just say, I don't want to answer. Just say that.
No. She's accusing the market people.
Why this is just a blatant disrespect for the video Rudolph just played.
What I heard in the video, is the fact that he's disregarded the market people by wanting them to fix prices.
Look at CM is even laughing.
No.
Electricity and the Olumide, people should relax so that everybody will say their own mind.
From the statement she has made from the beginning, I can tell you that appeal.
Are you the fuck to you? Take over. Look at CM and Igbo man.
Without the government controlling us,
don't leave the floor.
What have I said? Have I said anything different?
Ourselves and check our prices.
Carry on.
Torí mi ní fẹ́ kí wọ́n máa fi wá ṣe kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ nínú ìròyìn. Ká kọ́kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ wá tó níbẹ̀, àkọ́kọ́ bára wa fà á ná, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe bó ṣe tó àti bó ṣe yẹ. Lágbára Ọlọ́run gbogbo èrè tó wù ká jẹ, Ọlọ́run á fa àlùbáríkà sí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tọrọ àlùbáríkà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ojoojúmọ́ lọ́lọ́run ń bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Èèyàn ló kọ́lé 20 billion sílẹ̀ tí ò dúró lò ó. Ìwé odidi ìwé kan nìyẹn téèyàn máa fi ṣe wáàsí pé ọjọ́ kan gbogbo ohun tó wù kẹ́dà kó jọ láyé yìí á filẹ̀ kò ní mẹ́ni tó máa lò.
We have heard enough. She's just saying nonsense. She's just philosophizing nonsense. What she's saying is not making sense.
See, when I look at her, I think it may not be fair to judge her with her dad because she's not her parent. I know children that do things that are very, very different from their parents. So what she's saying is just be fair with your fellow Nigerians. And you have to say, yeah, they are associated with the president.
We hear that
But
from
what they are saying is
our
right.
pastors and our imam all every Sunday, every Friday. We hear that.
What is wrong with somebody
No,
saying something like that? Is there anything wrong with the statement itself?
Forefather, there is everything wrong. Forefather, everything is wrong. Electricity waits. People should wait. That there's everything
I'm not the
wrong
one
with that place.
speaking. It's
Because
CM.
I have the reason.
Okay,
I have the reason
I'm
to
not
say
the
that
one.
everything is wrong in that place. Can you listen to me, Forefather?
We are
Electricity.
listening.
This is why I say everything is wrong in that very place. That I don't know most of you whether some of you have done business in Nigeria before you travel to diaspora. Because if you travel to Nigeria, if you have done business both interstate and the rest of them, or importation, you understand that she's getting it wrong. I have the reason why I said she's getting it wrong. Why is this why I said she's getting it wrong? Have
Are
they
you
go to
one
the
of those people that are gauging prices? Eagles there.
listen, that is not the way.
Are you one of
Some
those
of
people
them
that
have
up
they go to
fringes and you just raise the price when the naira price this thing improves and you keep
it's
the
not that
price
way.
the
It's not that way. It's not that way. There's not that way. Because I heard them when she's talking about goodwill. And what I want to say something is that you have no good. I beg, allow me to finish up before you say whatever you want to say, or else I leave the stage for you people. See, the most important thing is that you will come here and tell the market people how they will sell their product, but they do not go to what they call it seaports. They do not go to custom and tell them the money they are charging for clearing their goods is too high. Up to now, custom is collecting charging in dollar. They cannot go to that place and ask them, say, this money if you are charging for clearing the good is too high. You need to do it a reduction, because you cannot tell me that when I import a goods from any country, China, any country, I ask me a 40 feet of container, I use about 15 million naira to clear it. Before I finish other charges up to 20 million naira. I'm not talking about the cost of purchasing. I'm not talking about other expenses I want to eat. Then after all this is, you come and tell me that I should be fair to follow Nigeria. We are supposed to be fair, not do the fair. Let us tell ourselves the truth, because we are trying to cover some nonsense that she's saying that place. Okay. In Nigeria, I've done business in Nigeria. I go to Kano. Listen to me clearly.
How are we going on this? Are we going line by line or just interject?
We're going to go line by line. Okay, let's do 3 minutes so that it will go around quickly.
So as I'm talking to you, listen to me as I'm talking to you. Sometimes I do go to Kano and buy goods. Custom so when I buy it on the shop, the minute I enter road, they will stop me. They will stop our goods. They'll ask you money for this, and you pay this, you pay that, you pay the until all the way from north to east. Then when you spend all this money, where are you going to put this money you spend? It's not on the goods that you purchase. Nobody invests the money to run on loss. We invest money to run on profit. So for her to come and direct market people and consider the price goods and go to what Rudolph said that in Abuja, they go to shop and sell some shops, sell it up because they are not selling some amount of money. They go to custom and tell them that the money people are collecting from so and so thing is too high. Did they control the price of transportation? Well, did they control?
She's not talking about the price. She's talking about the profit. That's all.
For others.
Profit. Wait. You have shifted the goal.
Olumide, please, can I say something?
Profit come from?
Olumide, please, can I say something, please? I'll leave now. Forefather, I don't know if you've taken a course in economics before. What's the formula for profits?
I wonder.
Your name versus your name. What is the meaning?
No, because
the purchase price versus this thing cost of purchase.
Profit is price times the quantity you sell minus your total cost. So you can't say that they are talking about price without talking about profit, or profit without talking about price.
Well, she's talking about profit.
See, for you to make a profit, you have to think about your price, and you also have to think about the cost of your inputs, right? So to the point that Egos is making, apart from the whole issue of the dollar increase, there's also a lot of other elements that are in that cost part of things, like Chim talked about ticket prices. No, let me land. Ticket prices.
No, excuse me. What about the market charges?
Exactly. Also, transportation, because transportation, because our
see, whatever you say is still wrapped around profit.
You're not getting it.
You can waffle round and round, it still ends up in profit.
But the profit also depends on the cost of your production.
She's taking that into account when she said it.
In what way?
But
don't you understand?
How are we to be sure of that? Have we heard from the sellers?
Because you do not put a fixed price on it.
Are you on ground?
It's a very logical statement. Can we allow this guy, because we are timing it to
I want to leave now. Now I understand that
you've not had your time. You have not had your time.
I know. That's why I want to leave.
We can't be breaking protocol. We have to follow the rule. We have to follow law.
Put me backstage. Put me backstage.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Igo, Jonaba, please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, the issue we are all talking about, even based on her presentation, she put into account is just a fairness and a moral standard that please do not take advantage of your fellow Nigerians. She do not put a price tag on it. So many people here do export and do other businesses. So I don't think anybody, if you are not buying, you are selling, we all understand that common sense approach. And there is no price tag. That's okay. If you buy this for 10,000, you cannot make 200 out of it because of all that Igo explained in terms of okay, how much is the goods you are selling, how much is the market charging, and all of that. So all of that you have the right to say that, but you cannot pinpoint that she's destroying the market. She have no. You can judge. Okay, your father policy increases this, but she's not telling you sell it at this amount or this not amount. You just say be fair to your fellow Nigeria. It's a general approach. Did I say that I like our BBB oil ledger? No. Or any Nigerian can say that. You can say that. I can say that. And like I said earlier, I saw the situation in Nigeria where someone had already paid for goods and came to pick the goods, and the person said price has changed. What I got to do with what I have paid for? So these are the common sense issue we are talking about. We are not talking about, oh, he causes it, our father, the regime causes it. We simply be fair to each other. Let us have a conscious mind. Let us not overboard this issue. Don't take advantage that I bought something for 10 million, and it's not by force. It's either you take it or you leave it. Because if the system works, there should be a little price control standard that you cannot just go and inflate money anyhow you want it. So that is another side. So that's my take on it. I think anybody, not only her, you and I can speak to it, that let us be fair. Pastor can say, come tomorrow and make an think, okay, how do you look at this price thing? Anybody can say, let us have a common and have, as you try to get your profit, have a conscience that you should not just use it and take advantage of your fellow Nigerians. I think that's my own understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. This thing, and it's just for me. I don't know why people go round and round. It's a very simple thing. If it is profit she's talking about, it's taking everything into account that you have met your costs, you've met everything, and don't just exploit people because you use the excuse that the Naira has. They did it to me. Yeah, I got the quotation the first time. Then the person, the next guy went and said, we are ready to go. They said the thing has increased 5,000. I'm like, okay, fine. Because for me here, it doesn't matter too much to me. But if it's a Nigerian, it's going to matter to them. So, who is next? The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you, Father. You are taking over now. Everything will be scattered.
Not everything. Not everything. I'm just trying to get us to the point. Please go ahead.
No, actually, what she said is not bad, but the implementation of what it is, right? You can't tell a seller to be good to his own customer or not to be good to his own customer, because every businessman wants to make profit, if possible, maximum profit. Right? And in Nigeria, when things changes every minute, $1 can change in 1 hour. So because all of them, even our grandmothers in the village know the rate of dollars. So how do you expect a person that buys at this rate yesterday, right? And the cost of dollars have increased. You expect to sell at yesterday's price. Because you're going to go back to the market. Is it going to get the money? Is it going to be able to purchase again that goods at the same rate you purchased before? These are the factors that are in place. So it's not by being good or being kind in pricing. It's the economic situation. As long as I buy today cheap and tomorrow the buying rate goes high, I have to sell at the new rate because I cannot be able to afford it again at the old rate. So this is what is costing the price fluctuation, in the market. So let's put that into consideration first of all. It's not because I want Nigerians are wicked. Nigerians are not wicked. They're not bad people. You can price the goods you want to buy. Here in abroad, we don't price. It's a price tag. You take and go and pay. You go away.
So they were selling in Naira a couple of months ago to fellow Nigerians.
Fathers, if they are selling in Naira, we know they are selling in Naira. I'm not saying they are selling in dollars, right?
I mean, they were selling the Nigerian currency when they were changing it.
I don't
to fellow Nigerians. I mean, Nigerians, you remember when Emefiele was changing the currency to the new one? Nigerians were selling Nigerian currency to fellow Nigerians.
Yeah, because
people like to exploit people in Nigeria because of the hardship.
But that was at that time the circumstances. Who created it? The government. You want to bring out, you want to change things, you don't put in place how to manage it properly. It will create an avenue for people to exploit other people. That's what it is. So it is the government that's actually causing all this problem. The policy of the government is the biggest problem we have in Nigeria.
I agree with that. You know, the government is a problem. CM, please go ahead.
Well, actually, I want to look at.
CM, sorry. Make sure you explain why you were laughing that time, CM. I need that explanation why you were laughing, please. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen to what I'm going to say.
So I will give you 1 minute of my time.
Good, 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. So actually, I look at it from two perspectives. Ordinarily, somebody telling you to remember your fellow Nigerians in terms of price you are selling, it's not a bad message. It's not bad. I don't see anything bad in it. And you have to know one thing in our culture. Because of this issue of dollar, you can use dollar. If you go to buy motor spare parts, somebody can say, this is Volvo car now, we import this thing. What of tomato? Does dollar affect tomato from the farm? Does dollar affect what is it called, green vegetable? When you tie maybe 500 naira today, next tomorrow somebody comes, he says it's now 1,005. Does dollar affect that too? So I think that is what she's saying.
Dollar affect transportation, the cost of diesel.
Let's see him finish now, please.
See. Okay, wait. Dollar. A lecturer will tell you that you have to change the school fees you are going to pay. After I pay, when you paid your school fees, we used to fill my tank to come and teach you with social amount. Now the thing has changed, and they ask you for another school fees for the term. Will you pay? Of course you won't pay. So the thing is this: sometimes common sense has to prevail. What she's saying, and probably if you look at the section where people are, it could be those that are selling local. It's not everything that dollar affects. It's just that we are out of wickedness. If really you want to make, you don't clear tomato in the wharf to say the cost of clearing it. I understand all those. There are goods that when you go to, if they are saying all those things, it can. But for you to go and tell a tuber of yam and they are trying to tell you, today it is 1,000 naira, tomorrow it is 2,000. If you say it's $1, are you clearing tuber of yam from the wharf? You are not. That's what she's trying. I think that is the way I understand that to be. It's not that we know dollar affects importation. Dollar affects factory. Even if you tell me you are maybe you manufacture Indomie in Nigeria, And for one reason or the other, you said that a carton of Indomie, instead of maybe 1,000 naira, is now 1,050 naira or 1,001. One might say, okay, diesel or whatever, maybe because of refinery. But you can't just tell me that you get a vegetable or most of these cooking utensils, cooking materials you use in the market, and then you start to inflate it. That's what she's saying. But that is not economics to me. Oh. The wider, the what a broad solution is to tackle the issue in the economy. One, all this idea of dollar yo from 1,002 to 900, people will clap hand. Tomorrow, you don't know whether it's going to 1,001. If you want it, maintain it at 1,002 for the next 7-8 months. That's what they call stability. That is what is called stability. Maintain it if you feel it's 1,003. Yeah, no, that is what the economists, they should know. This is what you maintain. Let it be there. Don't just say, let me take glory. Because when it is making yo-yo, people will now have opportunity of exploiting it. But if you know that this dollar is high, but it's been 1,004 since the last 8 months, it's okay. People will now know, adjust to it, and then plan. Economy runs on everyday magic. It can run. That's why everybody can use his own permutation. So that is what I have to say to that. What she is saying, I'm not. The only thing is that going to the market to tell the people, probably out of moral, maybe moral bearish, she felt that let us appeal to our people. Don't punish your people unnecessarily. But if you must sell, let us know why. There are goods you can say dollar affected, I agree. And not that you want to eat a plate of food and they will start to tell you, yesterday it was 500, today you don't know how much. Where is dollar? Okay, when dollar drop, why didn't it drop? If vegetable, you are selling a tubo of yam, why didn't it drop? There are certain things we cannot explain. Things are just so different. Thank you, Jare.
Thank you. Yeah, electricity, please go ahead.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I know I gave us 1 minute. Thanks for that. Full disclosure here. 25 years ago, for those of CM, you will know, most of us know Mandelas. Behind Mandelas, most of the Igbo men, they sell things there. 25 years ago.
Yes.
We all agree that we have issues with our government. And CM spoke very well. Those who are living in denial of what she said, good luck to them. I'm not going to argue with them because they hate her. I was working for a friend of mine who works in the bank, but he doesn't have the time to carry out his personal business. We were making ties, long ties and bow ties. We go to supply. I go to supply there. So we supply it at the price of 200 naira for each. I know the guy's name. The guy carry big Bible. He's an Igbo guy. Nothing personal with Igbo person. He carries this big Bible. Until a day I was there, a customer came to buy the tie. Guess how much this guy sold the tie for the customer? 2,500 naira. A tie we supply for him at 200 naira. Now, is that Tinubu's government then? No. You see, it's the act of the government has failed. Anybody who disagree that is their prerogative. But the wickedness we now show towards each other, that CM have highlighted, that she is trying to say that even with when you calculate your price, your cost, everything, your profit margin should be what? Should be reasonable. If you buy a flight ticket today, those of us in diaspora, the exchange rate fluctuates, not much, not like Naira, maybe like 2 cents or 1 cent or whatever it is. They don't come back to tell us that, oh, the exchange rate has fluctuated a little bit. So you are going to pay, you are going to have some money to your flight ticket or any goods you buy. They don't do that. It's the aspect of the wickedness towards each other, or the fairness, I beg your pardon, towards each other. I went to Nigeria. I tell you the truth. I have been to a chemist shop to price something, to price aboniki. I don't know if it's aboniki. I want to remember. I'm not sure, but at 2,000 naira. By the time I went back the following day, that aboniki has gone to 5,000 naira. So, in the space of 24 hours, how can things just suddenly just increase?
Am I to?
Let me until I finish. I'm rounding up.
You gave your time away.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You can't eat your cake and have it. Thank you. But you don't. You see, he's a moderator. You can use your moderator powers to.
No. I won't abuse it. I won't abuse it.
Yeah, welcome.
See, I want
to
I want to clarify. I don't hate Tinubu's daughter. I don't know her from Adam. I don't know anything about her or whatever. But I know that she has a conflict of interest in the sense that she has a non-governmental organization that collects money from the government to execute programs on behalf of government. So she's speaking on behalf of the government. So there's a conflict there. So whether she's Yaloja or not, I'm not saying don't see if you make I'm rooting for the government to do the right thing, make statements that we will all love and clap for and say, yeah, this is right. But what I'm saying is that she's being hypocritical. See, let us forget economics. Our culture. This is even our culture. Even before things fell apart, it has always been there. Even before I left Nigeria over 14 years ago, we know that when you go to the market, the moment you start to price the goods, once you begin to fall below the seller's cost value, they will tell you, no, I'm not selling. And then you go somewhere else to price. You understand? So who are you to then determine to the seller what they want to sell? How they sell their market? If you're not happy, go somewhere else. And then CM was talking about yam. We know the many forces that affect market pricing. Are you telling me now that it is safe, there is security there for the farmers to go to the market and do their farming to making sure that yam is in abundance so that it can sell at a good pricing? We all know everything is all broken down in that society. Farmers can't go to their farm. If they can't go to their farm in the north, they can't. They are all being swamped up by banditry. That's why perhaps tomato is becoming very expensive. They have to ship it from our fellow neighbor Niger, and now we are having trouble with Niger. And you are wondering why things are expensive. And they are lying to us and speaking. All she's doing is just sermonizing. Sermonizing, that's it. They should go and they should fix the problem and stop. When did we get to this stage? How did we get to this stage? That you are begging people, oh, please don't make it too expensive. Oh, so you're just sermonizing and perambulating around things that don't matter. Your father should fix the situation of things in the country. Let farmers be able to go to their farm and farm. You can't even provide security for the farmers. Now, these farmers have to go on their own and sign a deal with Miyetti Allah for peace to allow them to go to their farm. Is that not madness? In a country where the government cannot provide security for life and protection of their people, they have to go on their own and sign peace deal with Miyetti Allah.
Thank you, Olumide. Man of Prestige, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. The point I'm trying to make, I'm going to ask a question. Under what capacity was she speaking on? I mean, was she speaking as an individual, Nigeria? Like you said, Aloja for...
Aloja, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Aloja of Nigeria or whatever. I thought she's an Aloja of Lagos only. But
Lagos
it doesn't
market or something, yeah.
What I mean, it doesn't really matter, but the point is that under what capacity? Even at all, she's speaking on behalf of the government. I don't find anything that she said problematic. I mean, she was just giving an advice. Let's be real. Price, price minus cost is equal profit or loss. That's simple. The market people have to use their own description to base how much they're going to sell it. I don't have any quarrel about what she said. I look at this as an advisory, form that she's advisory. She's not the Security and Exchange Commission going to the market in first price. That's where I have an issue. You can't have a price control. They don't even have a price control in America, let alone I don't want to use the word a shithole country, which we are not anyway. We are getting there. Let alone going to Nigeria to to enforce price. That's not what she's doing. She was just giving an advice. Let the market people use their own discretion. Even I thought people who didn't even go to primary school. You can't tell me that somebody she's giving the advice that is an illiterate. They are more smarter when it comes to marketplace. They can't say, okay, because this lady came and tell me what to do, I'm going to lose. I'm going to sell my I'm going to sell my product below the cost of what I bought it. They're not going to do that. But it's for them to use their own description. It's somebody who is charitable, who is good. It's okay. I'm not going to inflate my price. I'm going to keep my price to this level. So that's where I see what she was doing. Nothing wrong. I mean, I may quarrel with this government or whatever. Of course, she's not in the government. So she can say whatever she wants. Even the government can advise. But in as far as they are not enforcing it, that's where I have an issue. Then we are not practicing whatever we call a capitalistic or democratic government. So that's what I'm going to say. Look at because what if Fed price is everything? The inflation is about 33.20% right now. I mean, the cost of production, delivery, light, and everything. This is why the price is skyrocketing. And you telling me what's Naira today? I think 2010. I mean, Cardoso came the other day and claimed that he wasn't defending Naira. Yes, he was defending Naira because you need to look at it. As of March 2000, as of March 18, when Naira started appreciating, that is the day our liquidity reserve start declining. As of today or last week, it has declined to 6.4%. So anybody going to come here and tell me that they're not defending Naira is a liar. Let anybody who is an economist come here and tell me they're not defending Naira. They are defending Naira, depleting our national reserve. 6.4, I'm not making it up, it's right there. 6.4% as of March 18. That's when the Naira started appreciating. And everybody
Because they
that's going
borrow,
to come
is
here
it
and
because they
thinking that,
borrowed money? Sorry, your time is up. Is it because they borrowed
hold
money?
on. Let me wrap up my this thing. Don't ask me a question, please. I beg
Your
you.
time is already up, Mr. Don't wrap up
Let
my
me
this thing.
finish. But anyway, anybody that's going to come here and tell me that they are doing a good job, no, they're not doing a good job. You too, Naja, I don't know if you don't know your math. You don't know your mathematics because you came here and said when they first took over, Naira was 500, and it has increased 100%. No, increased 200.200.200.5%. 500 to 1800. How much? How
So,
much
Oh,
is
hold
that?
on.
no. It's
When
calmed
it,
down
when
now.
it gets
That's
to
why I'm
when
saying.
No. You
Prestige
said what you said that it increased before it started going down.
Man of
No,
Prestige, you have used 2 minutes from your
No,
next
yeah, you are
comment.
right.
just a hush. They haven't done anything that I can
No,
appreciate.
I think we are not
Because
regulating that much anymore.
it is their policy that balloon, that depreciate Naira where it is right now until it started going below 500, which is
Yeah,
what they meant.
the concept
Then
of defending the
they are
naira
not
is
doing
the one I
anything
tend to
right
have
now.
issues with.
They are not doing anything that I can give them a credit. Yeah, it's going
Mm,
down, but it doesn't affect the marketplace. So let's be real about that. Until it goes
mm,
below 500, that's what they made. So you can't tell me because it's about 1,000 right now, I should give them a credit for what? For the trouble that you
mm,
caused, and you want me to give you a credit because you caused the
mm.
trouble. Until it goes below 500, then
Oh
I'll
no,
say, okay, they
that's
are doing
true.
their
That's
job.
true. I think we have to hold them accountable for that.
Yeah, they are not
Um,
doing nothing yet.
the
Thank you.
concept of defending the naira, I think I want people to get it clear in their mind because people act as if that is some kind of sacrilegious thing to happen.
Is that not what they are
If
doing?
the defending the naira, let me explain what is good. Yeah, I
I
think
know what to explain. I mean, even
the
though I'm
only
not an
way.
economist, I'm smart to know what it is.
No. My point is that the only way you can say defending the naira is a bad thing from the point of view of the economy is when somebody borrows money to make it available for people to spend the dollar in their economy. That is when I'll say is damaging because you don't need if you don't need
Is
those
that what they
that
are
dollar.
doing now? They are borrowing money
Why are
to
you
spend
making
it.
your economy need that currency? You should limit the need for your economy to need that dollar so that you go and borrow
Okay,
it. So you are
Tunaja,
putting your country in debt
is
just
it
because of their need
coincident?
of the dollar.
Tunaja, is it coincident? When the Naira
Mm,
started appreciating, that is when our liquidity reserve started declining, 6.4%. I mean, it's already low, but it started
mm,
declining drastically. And Bloomberg came out and give you the narrative. You don't expect me to listen to anything this government said. It's a half-baked story.
I'm trying to go with even your own narrative. I believe that every market woman understands this economy, this stuff we are talking about, and the way we use complicated language to say manage float, free float, and this thing pegged. It's just confusing people. Hold on, can you just stop? Hold on, don't do this. Whenever you want to talk about something reasonable, this guy starts interrupting you. So when they talk about managed float, free float, and peg this thing, that's just convoluted language. Let me tell you how a market woman can understand this. If a market woman needs cash flow to be able to, give change and everything on the street, and she doesn't have enough, she'll go and withdraw from her account. That is what is happening. The trick is that what I say is that don't reduce the need for that cash flow, that dollar in your economy. That's what the government should be doing, instead of going to be pulling money from the reserve to give people that are using it to speculate and even increase the demand even further. That is where the problem is. And the idea that they are defending the currency, they are not defending anything. They're just taking money that they already have, putting it inside the economy to make dollar available. They are not defending anything. And if anything, they are causing the problem. They should be telling people, don't use the dollar.
I look at it as defending, because right now, they are popping up the Naira. They're making the Naira, appreciate from what they're doing. So, that's why I use the word defending. That's my own narrative.
I consider defense like borrowing money just for that same purpose. That's what I consider defense.
You are depleting our reserve to do what
but it's your money. It's like that market woman is her money. She's spending to give change to
they're
her customers.
More money to put in that reserve.
No, they don't need to borrow money. You don't need to borrow money to put in your reserve. You don't need to borrow money. Your reserve is what your income. That's where you put it.
They're going to borrow money to spread the whole stuff. So it's equally the same thing. That's the way I look at it.
I think the reason why this point is very important is because when you tell people that the thing that this government is doing is wrong, they'll say the Buhari government is defending the Naira. They are artificially keeping it low. No, they are not artificially. They were keeping it low deliberately by discouraging too much use of the dollar.
Let me ask you too now, that why are they paying off the debt?
Please,
America has the
I want to say something.
Debt is not a bad thing.
No,
there's something I want to say here. There's something I want to say here, and this thing that when we talk about the first daughter, legally first daughter of Tinubu, that's about 50 years now. Tinubu is 70-something, 50 years of old woman. I want us to understand something in that place, because it's very easy for us to come and preach for you on a pulpit or take mic or stand anywhere to preach to you that you should do this thing. But me that is preaching that thing to you cannot do it. She's saying that we should be fair to Nigeria. That is message. If we get the message clearly, we should be fair to our fellow Nigeria. But she in particular, with her own team, that are collecting money from the market women, are they fair to them? That's why. That's one thing that makes me to feel bad about all this.
I don't know why you're making a big deal about this. I don't see anything bad with what she said. It's for you to use your own smart.
I didn't say that she said a wrong thing. I didn't say that she said a wrong thing. But we normally say that charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. Allow me to finish up. So before you say whatever you want to say, let me finish up. Because election have come and gone, and Tinubu have become president. But the same this woman that we are talking of is the same woman that gathered the whole market women do time of election and said that if you don't vote for my father, your shop will seal up. They will see your shop. Your business, they will take away your shop from you. They not remember to be fair to the whole Nigeria that time, because we are here to defend what she advised that she given to me. But in the time she was looking for opportunity for her family to survive, to get that place, they are not fair to people. And we are here supporting that unadvised. Let me tell you, if I tell you to be fair to my fellow human, the Bible said that everything that you want God to do for you, first of all, do it to another man. He cannot expect me now, cannot expect me to be a blessing to you, where he refuses to be a blessing to someone else. You are looking for somebody to be fair to you, but he refuses to be fair to another person. We refuse to understand the truth behind all these things she's saying. This is why she's coming there to give her. Everybody is free to give their own advice.
She's saying that she's saying that people should be fair to each other, not to her. to each other.
But she's not fair to others.
That's
I think
harmonizing. We
that's
don't
fair.
use sermon.
You can say that. We don't
Naija,
know
let's
her
hear from
personally.
Exero.
You
That
can
is
say
true.
that it's a fair
Ego,
question.
you can say that, but that does not take away her advice. I mean,
let's hear from
Listen to
Exero.
me. Listen to me. I cannot
Let's
take
hear.
advice as you that is there now, that is saying this thing now. Like forefather now. Forefather supposed to be fair to me. And forefather is not fair to me. And come and preach to me that should be fair for another person. I look at him first that he's a deceiver. He's a PDP man.
That you know what?
Yes.
You see, I get your skepticism, but we are actually trying to criticize the statement itself. The statement itself, you must admit, it's a fair statement. If somebody that is fair-minded, like P2B says it, you accept it, wouldn't you?
Drink.
You see what that's
Yes.
the point we're trying to make.
If P2B come and stand now and claim to be fair.
Ego, your narrative is based on sentiment.
It's about saying the
Yeah,
right
sentiment.
Your narrative is based on sentiment.
Let me give him an example.
Not
If she
sentiment,
tells
not
you,
sentiment.
hold on. If she tells you, now you said that statement is good. In other words, there's some truth to it. If she said to you, you are standing on a train track, and she said to you, a train is coming. Are you going to say because you don't like her, you don't listen to you don't pay attention whether the train is coming?
Say that, though.
Hold on now. This is the logic behind what I'm saying. The idea is that you have to be passionate about when somebody is telling the truth, because it's valuable to you too, not only to that person. So if she tells you a train is coming on the track, I'm not. See, only me there. You need to stop this thing that you do. This is very, very important. If you keep doing
let's talk about the train track. Let us talk about the train track you are talking of, because let us tell ourselves truth. Me that use my leg, go to the train station and start in the train track, know that I'm incurring problem to myself. That is the truth about it. But this instance is different from what she's saying, because she is the one driving the train. She's the one driving the train. And when she knows that she's driving the train, and that train needs electricity, or need coal, or need diesel to empower it, and she knows that
you see, what you said there is really good, that she's driving the train. But at the same time, is it a bad idea when she tells you get off the track?
When she knows that they did not make arrangements, we are supposed to stay off the track. Yeah, asking me to go off the track. Whereby you be the train station without a clothes, that I need to stay off the track.
Are you going to remain on the train track because she doesn't give you another alternative? Are you going to remain on the train track?
See, let me tell you the truth. Electricity is here. Everybody, if you are a Christian, but you know the truth. Bible said that before you tell somebody to remove the wood in their eyes, first of all, go to mirror, remove the plywood or the tree that is your own eye. Let her first of all advise herself and her family on what they are doing to Nigeria before coming out to advise others. These people, they're desperate to get the power they need. And when they're desperate to get that, they are ready to do everything possible. Then you in particular, that is trending. Listen to me, forefather, listen to me clearly. You that is trending on the economy that is not stable, economy that is floating, economy that the dollar is not stable, then you're advising me to remain on the old price that should be fair to Nigerian people. Well, after selling that thing, I will not able to buy another one. Who is trying to fool others?
This woman doesn't look like to me like somebody that cares too much about power. I don't even think, if you look at her, she doesn't even look like somebody that has money, that much money, which is strange.
Wow.
Because no, she really doesn't.
Do you actually know what you're saying? Do you actually know what you're saying?
Maybe I don't know how to look at people that have money, but I'm telling you, she doesn't look like somebody that has money.
Wow. Are you listening to yourself?
What do you want me to say?
It sounds like naivete. Maybe
I am. Maybe I am. I'm just saying.
You know somebody that looks like money.
I don't know. Maybe they will look a lot.
Can you tell anybody in this platform, that make about $1 million, a year?
No, I don't know anybody that make $1 million a year. Some of our richest people, we do know them.
No. People on this platform. Let me put it down. Can you tell on this platform anybody that make about 400,000 a year?
400,000. Maybe you are
Yes.
making it. That's why you
Dollar.
are
I
saying
mean, everybody's in that
you are probably making 400,000.
Come on now, don't go there.
Man of prestige. Maybe you are
Man
making
of
it.
prestige, it's a
And the way
millionaire.
you look is different from
Man
the
of
way she looks.
Man of person. So you mean that we're all poor people here? That's why we have.
No. I want him to tell me because he can. He say he can just
I
look
said,
at
you are a
somebody
poor man.
and tell.
Not be lying.
But he don't. You
You
know
are
how.
not maybe out of 200,000. Forget that
Look,
story.
that's
Not
not
maybe
true.
out of
Look
200,000
can be
again. Forget that story.
deceiving. Look can
That-
be deceiving. It's not about look.
because I know that forefathers sometimes you will stretch this program till money. I'll be wondering, this guy not going to work.
Exactly. They don't. People don't understand. No.
Don't work.
What do you mean? I do work. It's just that I don't have a life. That's the difference. So, Victory, I'm sure you came to say something about something anyway. I suspect it has something to do. Can you educate us a little bit about this foreign currency defending idea in simple words? Because the idea that they keep talking about defending, I think it's more benign, and which is true. Many of them are admitting that is what is happening. I actually think it's benign. It's not like a very negative thing, like, oh, the whole world is coming apart because you are taking reserve. If somebody pulls money from the account, it means they have less in that account, but it doesn't necessarily reduce their value as a business person. Tomorrow, the money might come back again if you are trading in the business. So the idea that the previous government was defending the Naira, that they couldn't carry on doing that, I think it's a fake excuse for what they've just done with the Nigeria currency. They went and floated it, and they allow people to speculate. Let me give you one example. In the last 3 months, the Naira was selling at, from the point of view of a pound, almost 2,000 to 3,000 Naira for 1 pound. If somebody that knows where the direction of the currency is going goes and buys the Naira at that time, now they will be selling it and making about 50% profit. Or maybe 100%, their profit will almost double. That is how crazy it is. Within how many months, people can make that kind of profit, and guess who is very, very happy with this, our current president? The international financial institutions, because they know how much they've raked in from this incident that just occurred in the last 3 months, not to mention from when they came into office. If they bought currency from when they came into office and sold it now, they will be making a killing. So this is the problem with that's what I call the ultimate round tripping. If you are talking about round tripping, and this is the same pattern Tinubu uses. Whenever other people are making money, he will look at it like, no, I want my own side to make the money. He will take it away from them, and suddenly his own people are making the money. Because if you look at what he did now, the bureau de change are the ones he went after. He limited the bureau de change, the ability to make this a profit, which is a good thing. To limit it. But look at what else has happened to the currency. See, I don't know why Kulata is talking nonsense there. Kulata, if you want to come on stage, come on stage. We discussed this before. Every time we discuss something, I come back, I'm right, he's wrong, and he's still telling me that I don't know anything about economy. He's supposed to be an economist.
Can I say something about this economy, this dollar thing? Well, from my observation, and I think we get information in real time now these days. No matter what's happening in any economy, there are economists who are far greater than us that break it down, and we see what's happening, what's going to happen. There's no magic. There's no person that's going to manage Nigeria as it is today, even if you have bad intentions, that is not going to improve the economy. There's nobody, because the past administrations stole Nigeria so dry that the next person, even if you want to steal, you cannot steal without without the pressure mounting so much on the people that they start. You saw the way Nigerians were crying a few months back. There's no way you can steal like the last administration. You definitely have to create value so that you can now drag tax out of it. How Tinubu's government is going to do it, I don't know. But what we see from the dollar issue is a temporary relief. But basically, they have to put their hands together, invest in the economy so that they can now reap from tax. And that's why I see Tinubu forcing himself for an 8-year tenure in order for him to reap. He cannot steal without it affecting the people the way it's been happening the previous months.
This dollar issue is just a temporary relief. That's why you see they are going on coastal road with full force, because that's where, you know, that project has started a long time ago. It somehow coincides with the Eco-Atlantic. They want to drag that project and finish it on time, so that at least even whatever time they finish it, Tinubu is still going to benefit. And if you watch, there are several other projects they are putting serious, you know, fire on, so that they will at least end it and then in the long run benefit from tax. But still today, if they want to go it the way Buhari government stole us, because Buhari, I don't know why you people are not mentioning that guy's name. That guy killed Nigeria, destroyed everything. You can't even steal. That's the funny thing.
Wait, X0, sorry. Are you saying that the Kalu, they are playing with the economy is the way to manage it? Is that what you are trying to say? That is
it's temporary. It's temporary. Why they are seriously looking for ways to put they are putting their hands on the soil as it is now. From what somebody that I respect so well analyzed to me, and I cannot explain it the way he did it, but I could see what he was saying. This government is in trouble. If you watch what's happening with the air, for example, the airspace, not just Airpeace now, all the other airlines, they're trying to go into international travel, and it's because they want to make sure that the dollar is flowing in and they have something to keep. They are doing. They cannot do it other ways, other like the Buhari time where they turn a blind eye to private investors. This administration cannot turn a blind eye. They want to use the private investors now.
Anyway, see, listen.
Anyway,
there's no economy.
Let's allow Victory to say something. Victory hasn't said anything, and I think it's from the financial sector. One of those people that work with Binance, but it's all right. We all very accepting of people here.
Speak about what I just speak about the defending of Naira. Victory is very knowledgeable in that area. Please.
Yeah.
Welcome, Victory.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think for that, what you just said, I suppose a lot of Nigeria don't even know what's going on. For that, what you said, that literally the Nigerian government is doing round tripping without people knowing, right? You just said something. Imagine someone in the government knowing the information that they're going to push the dollar down, right? And they go and buy, right? And then they push it down, they take the money back again, they go and buy it back at a lower price. And for that, this is not difficult for you to work out. If anybody that is interested, I can show you what to look for. And you as they are making the money, you yourself will be making the money. It's as simple as that. And the Cardoso guy, he knows his boys are waiting for him. Cardoso knows the people that are waiting for him, and they will deal with him mercilessly. He knows them. The Bureau de Change, who owns Bureau de Change? The Bureau de Change are owned by people that are working in CBN. Who owns Bureau de Change, you think? So they're literally giving dollar back to their own company. $10,000 every week. Is that what is going to fix Nigeria forex issue? And for that, think about it. Nigeria total import value was about $60 billion. I think it was 2022. Out of that $60 billion, about $21 billion was for crude related product. So if they want to fix the issue, just fix the goddamn refinery. And then you've taken $20 billion from $21 billion from the pressure that will go back into the economy for people to get dollar. These people know what to do. They don't want to do these things for further. And I'm sick and tired of this thing. It's like a merry-go-round. They know what to do, but they don't want to do it. So can you imagine if you clock $21 billion back into our economy? And let me give you a breakdown for further. How much do we make from crude oil in a year? It was $30 billion when we were exporting close to about 1.8 to 2 million barrels. Now they slashed that figure down to about 1.2 million barrels. Although they say that is going back up. What do you think is still in those barrels of crude oil? It's going back to their pocket. So literally, they literally have the money they are getting from crude oil as well, that is going back to them. And then you look at the people that are remitting money to Nigeria. We in the diaspora. Now there are so many means for you to remit money to Nigeria. They are not still getting the full value of those money that should be going back to Nigeria. So it's like a double whammy on both sides. But it's a simple fix for further. You need to sell products to get foreign currency. And if you're not producing, what are you going to sell? The only thing that is giving them forex is the crude oil. How much are they even getting from foreign investment at the moment? They don't get much anymore.
Somebody says the
how much
foreign
forex
reserve.
how much forex are we likely to get?
Can we let the guy speak, please? Let him
So
go.
just asking. So, forefathers, as I've said to you, if you want to make money, like I said to forefather, it's simple. Me, I told you before, I remain speculative of the Nigerian Naira. And I know what I'm saying, because if you want to make money, I will tell you what to be looking for. If you have money, you can make 10% to 20% of your money every month. It's as simple as that. Just follow them.
Exactly,
Okay.
just follow them, because they have insider knowledge.
Victory. Anybody listening to you will think it's a one-way traffic. What is the risk involved?
Okay.
What is the risk? What is the risk?
See,
or
what
it's
I'm
just
saying to
you make money. Is there no risk?
No. See, what I'm saying to you, that there are certain things that is driving the market, and I have to sit down and explain to you where to go and look for those stuff. Once you see those things playing out, you know what's going to happen. I'm serious. You will see massive spread in the market that you can exploit.
No. Excuse me. You may not explain it, but there are risks involved, isn't it? Even when you may not. There is no risk.
Anything in this world has a risk factor to it. Right?
That's the risk. Because I'm coming. The way you painted it, somebody will just say, okay, let me gather some money. Probably this is the business to do. But you have to also say that there is a risk.
Yeah,
there's a risk involved. No,
CM,
you said there's a risk.
That's what I'm saying to you. CM, anything you do in life, there's risk involved. But I'm saying to you that I've studied this thing so deeply that it's almost like a pattern that is repeating itself all over and over again. And when I see that pattern, that's what I'm exploiting. It's as simple as that. I don't need to break my head or start calculating this. I know what is going to happen. Okay, let me give you an example. On Thursday, CM, hang on. On Thursday, let me land. On Thursday, the money moved from about 1,100 to 1,220 in a space of 24 hours. Who do you think is driving that price? How can your money move from 1,100 to 1,220 in a space of 24 hours? 100 increment. So, like I said, Cardoso knows that his boys. Let me land on this. Cardoso knows that his boys are waiting for him because the bureau they change people. They are not joking. They are. I can tell somebody that has been making millions of naira every month that I will give you $10,000 a week, and you sell with 1.5%. Are you mad?
See, listen, Victory. Victory. This is where I'm concerned. For the interest of those listening, you know the game or you know the deal. You would say it is easy to make money provided you avoid this risk. Is that risk? Exactly. Is that risk so that you balance it, so that people will know? Because anybody listening to you the way you are saying it, we think it's a one way because you understand it.
No, it's
those
not.
who do
it's not
not.
one-way traffic.
Okay.
I'm not.
At least there's a risk. That is what I'm saying.
You need to have. Yes, CM. Anything you do in this world, there's a risk.
CM, what he's saying is that this thing is an insider stuff. So the risk is less to those inside. It's an insider stuff. The risk is less to the insiders.
But to answer that, because the way you said it, you say forefathers, 10% of your money you can make it all this. I'm listening. People are listening to us. It's a business you are floating. You are educating people.
No. Yeah,
I'm coming. You have to tell them that, look, the only risk involved in this is this. Then you have to spell it out so that those people, because this thing you are watching out to watch the movement, the way it moves within 24 hours. What if it didn't move and you speculate, or what if it moves? Crash.
I think. Let me just add this. I think, CM, what tends to happen is that if you have insider knowledge, you know the direction the stuff is traveling, and when it gets to the direction you want, you jump off. because you've made a lot of profit by that time. That is, in America they do it, even in the UK they do it, where they are accusing House of Congress members, senators of doing insider trading. Pelosi herself was accused of it because she has insider knowledge, so she will go and place investment, which is basically a bet that okay, this stock is going to go up or go down. And when the stock was low and it goes up, she goes and sells and she rakes in millions. There are people raking a whole heap of money in Nigeria because of the same thing, and many of them are not even people in Nigeria. They will come from outside because they already know the policy of the Nigerian government. After all, it's the IMF, World Bank that are the one telling Nigeria what to do. They know what is going to happen to the currency. When it goes down, they come in, buy it up, and now that it's come back up, they can make a whole lot of money without even doing anything for us.
Just imagine someone that sent, because this thing actually peaked in February this year. Imagine you moving £1 million to Nigeria at 2,400, and the money came to 1,300. That's almost 100%.
You're calculating. Sorry, I'm sure you're not calculating this on a direct term because there's a spread.
Huh? No, what
are
do
you
mean?
Calculating both the spread? There are charges and there are spreads.
Yeah, I'm calculating based on this spread. I'm talking about people that were if you're in the UK, people that were sending money, the money got to 2,400. I'm talking about commission free. I'm talking about the fees that you paid, and then you move you back here. How much have you made?
Anyway, does Nigeria have insider trading laws, like laws where you follow these exchange rates, the people that are trading on it? Do we even have those laws?
I don't even want to start going around. My message to Nigeria people is that anybody that has the dollar, do not sell your dollar. I say do not sell your dollars. Right? That's up to you. If you want to sell your dollar, that's your problem.
Why would you tell her to hold the dollar? Yeah, why? They should sell it. They should sell it. We need our currency to go up.
You see, the economy.
But then they should get rid of it and use Naira. Why will you encourage people to hold on to the dollar?
But then you cannot make
ask your this thing. Ask your senators. You always say these things that they should discourage using the dollar. So my question is that until I see Akpabio riding bicycle to the National Assembly, then I will take them serious. I want to see Akpabio with his short knicker riding bicycle to the National Assembly. Then I will know that super serious.
Do you have a bike lane in Nigeria? Do you have a bike lane? We want to make a memo to local come up on it. How can you be saying that?
Bike lane in Nigeria. We barely have the real road. You're talking about bike lane. Bike lane in Nigeria.
That's very wicked, though.
Working people.
See, Victory, what they are really doing, they are not practicing economics. Only they are doing just like we say, round tripping, insider deal, which is fraud. So it's replaced. The way to avoid the risk is you become an insider. They tell you when to inject, when to buy, when to sell. That's when you are safe. That's all.
Wait first. Not you call Nigeria a fraud. So a country that is called a fraud, how do you expect something to not be everything not be fraud? Look at you. You call Nigeria a fraud.
Even for that, even here in the UK, even a man of prestige, if you know anybody that has a remittance license money, anybody that knows them, go and speak to them. They will see what they will tell you. If I tell you some of these guys are making, you listen, you will follow the fly and start rolling. Say, what? People make money like this? Because they know.
It's crazy. You know, I someone like me, I could have made money in this type of areas because I tend to understand this type of behavior. You just follow this thing, you know. Those days when we were young, we used to play card game. I'm too relaxed. That's the problem. Those days when we used to play card game, I'm one of those people that will play the card game. The moment I get what I want, I leave. You know,
and then a quick one, another thing as well. If you look at the CBS governor, was it the guy that went to World Bank recently or IMF and then was saying something about that they asked him that Nigeria is using their foreign reserve to defend the Naira. He didn't answer the question directly. He went around the corner. When the corner, I said, we just got $600 million inflow and all that. That's not what they ask you. They were asking him that is the CBN using their foreign reserve to defend the Naira. There was even a story in Bloomberg this week as well.
Anyway, we all know that the best way to keep to maintain the health of your currency
Production.
is production.
Production.
So we all know it. It's
Nobody
whether
knows
it's
that.
I wanted
crude
to
oil,
ask a question.
whether
I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to ask a
Sorry,
question
please.
in that regard. This our new aviation improvement. Does it help us
Which
much in
improvement?
terms of
Which
this
improvement? No, which
foreign
improvement?
exchange?
Which improvement?
IPC is going to UK now. Now everybody's.
And that be improvement.
Can I ask
No,
him
there's
something?
more. There's more coming.
Let me ask.
Look, I need somebody to explain it in cash terms to us. How much inflow are we getting from the?
Airpeace is a private business.
From what? From Airpeace?
Airpeace is a private business.
From this new aviation, we have Bassas. You know, we have Bassas. We are now taking our routes. Go ahead.
The only thing I will say about that is first, because it's an indigenous airline, it must have created, because of this new route, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 jobs somewhere, which is good, no matter how small. And they have now learned that APs, because of the stiff competition, they're just to make sure they kick him out of business. So as part of his strategy, APs now you can take APs from Warri to London via Lagos, Asaba, Benin, Owerri, Enugu, Abuja, which other airport again? So it's just like collection.
See, that's normal now. Yeah, so if you have to fly, if you're on that state, you have to fly. If you are going to London, you can fly Airpeace from your local airport and then to Lagos. From there, you join Airpeace to London.
No, why I'm saying that because when he wasn't there, you know, foreign airline can be doing this. When you drop at Lagos, you might say, "How do I get
of course,
to work?"
of course. The foreign doesn't have a right. No, the foreign doesn't have a right.
Of course,
the foreign airline doesn't have a right.
Yeah,
no,
we know.
Excuse me,
But Ethiopian airline
to fly
Ethiopian airline was doing it. Ethiopian airline was doing it. Kano to Enugu, Kano to Abuja. Ethiopian airline was doing it.
It's a transit Kano.
Not transit. The way it works is, if you're a foreign airline, the first airport you land in Nigeria is where you stop.
Yeah,
the first
that's how it's
airport,
supposed to be.
Yes, you can choose any airport if you like from Washington to Sokoto. The moment you land in Sokoto, that is the end. Airport it stops there. You cannot make arrangement if the airline like, but it must be internal indigenous airline, maybe Ibon Air or Ari or Sosoliso or Aero or Chanchangi Airline, anyone to carry. So, but before APs, I mean, Ethiopian Airline was doing it. So, like the question this guy was asking, why it is this good is that because you are now using Naira. You know, before this foreign airline, they ask you in dollar. So, because you are using your currency to pay for it, it gives you the power that all transactions you are using within Nigeria, at least you can still be in Nigeria. You want to fly to London and back, you pay it in Naira even before going, because you can buy return ticket from Lagos to London in Naira. So you fly to London.
It's not stress the Naira. Okay.
No, I mean it will give a bit of
I think this is it. If you check Airpeace website, the prices are put there in dollars. You understand me? So what they do that they convert that dollar rate into Naira, you pay in Naira.
Okay, working whatever it is.
One other area, I think it will benefit
That's not
Nigeria.
correct, Blackstone. That's not correct. No, that's not correct. What you should do, change your IP address to Nigeria IP and then go and browse the price of tickets from Nigeria, right? Then log off that IP.
That happens on every website that market that trade in every that have their own. Wait, excuse me. Wait. Airpeace, if you are in Nigeria to do your price in Nigeria, converted to the dollar rate. That's what it is.
You know why I asked this question?
It's a real-time conversion. No, excuse me. Wait. It's a real-time conversion.
Okay, no.
You know why I asked this question? The reason why I asked this question is
I booked a ticket recently, so that's why I'm telling you this thing.
No,
right?
No, I'm not saying you are wrong. No, I'm not saying you are wrong.
I want to make. I'm committing. Let me land so that you understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand.
I booked a ticket recently, right? If you go and check the price in Nigeria side in terms of Naira, and then you come and check the price in UK side in terms of pounds, there's a difference. If you send that the same pounds to Nigeria, and buy the ticket there. I'm supposed to use your pounds to get you to buy it here. There's a difference. That's what I'm saying.
Wait now.
You know why I'm asking this question?
Victory, that's why I make a mistake.
Blackstone.
Wait, excuse me first. Peace is using the official government rate. The conversion rate to use official rate, the CBN rate. That's what is.
No, that's not what they are using. No.
See, but Blackstone.
That's not what they are using. Blackstone.
See, Blackstone.
They say you can change the currency on the site.
See, Blackstone. If you're Blackstone, listen to it. If you are in Nigeria, you go to Lagos Airport or AP's office, whether it's Abuja, Warri, anywhere, and you want to go to London, you have your bank card. Is that not from there they take the money in Naira from you? Is that not what you want?
As if you are buying. No, wait, you don't understand me. Wait, we put us on. Guys,
listen, the basis for that question. The basis for the question is that. Sorry, Blackstone. Let me just finish. The basis for the question is that we were owing the foreign airlines.
Yes.
Because of their monies here. That's why they had to pack up or something.
That in Nabubu, that lie. The man don't bust the lie. So it wasn't because of this thing. He said it on
but anyways, they wanted to pull out their monies. They wanted to pull out their monies from Nigeria. So I was asking this question in respect of, as now EPIS is now fully into that the rerouting and the BASAs. Does he in any way, like you just explained, I want to know if EPIS itself has its money in Nigeria and is doing more routes. That means we are saving.
Yes.
Is he saving dollars or is he saving Naira?
He's helping to boost the Naira. He's helping to boost the Naira.
And if foreigners buy his this thing, yes, if in dollars, he's boosting in Naira too. So we have more access to foreign exchange.
If you are buying in the UK, the money is paying in pounds. So the Barca they will refund the money to EPIS later.
Because if you think about it, just imagine it from the.
Okay, for example, let me finish. EPIS will not convert everything to Naira because he has charges also to pay in the UK.
But you know, people who are buying the tickets are mostly buying from Europe. So they are paying in pounds and dollars.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, pounds and dollars, right? But EPIS also have some charges and tax and everything to pay in the UK. So he cannot remit every money back to Nigeria.
Okay. We know that. We know that. That is sure. We know he has an office in. He should have an office in the UK too. So he has his staff here.
It's also have a bank account. He also have a bank account in the UK.
Yes, we know. But the fact that in Nigeria now you want to enter a piece, so any indigenous airline, you pay with your Naira and move and come back. That makes a lot of sense. Unlike before,
that's a significant improvement now.
And then the price is cheaper now compared to what it was before when you have to crash the airline. Do you know the advantage is that even if you decide not to enter APs, you go back to your former airline. They will take a price that is far cheaper than what they were taking before. Not because they love you, but because APs came in and forced the price down. So even if you didn't enter APs, you still go back to your Lufthansa. You see the difference in price. So that is the advantage of having indigenous airline.
For that quickly, somebody was saying that you can change the price. I'm looking at the price again here from the UK, the EPIS website, because I booked the ticket. I booked the ticket recently. I can't change the price. I don't know what you're talking about.
The currency. Somebody said you can change the currency.
Somebody you said that. So you go and see. I can't do that.
Black Beauty say if you check to the right corner,
it's not
top
me.
right corner.
It's not me. It's the Blackstone that said so. It's not me.
No. Esero said
that
it. If you change,
I don't think it matters what currency you buy it in, as long as in the end the business is a Nigerian business. It returns to Nigeria, just like British Airways benefits their nation, and it also benefits Nigeria from the point of view of cargo services, because we have options now. I know somebody that wanted to ship something here from the UK, and the cargo guy was saying something like the Ethiopia airline, they deal with us anyhow. They will tell us the airline is going to Nigeria today. They will just deliver it whenever they like. So you can see how if you have a national carrier, that kind of behavior is going to go away. At least it's going to reduce, and also the price too. They can help crash the price. Instead of them to start gouging you, they will help bring the price of travel down.
If you have a cargo service, because you cannot put a cargo on the commercial flight because the passengers have enough cargo to put on their commercial flight. So if you have a
Jesus
cargo,
Christ. I'm talking about cargo. I'm talking about cargo plane.
if you have that cargo, if you have that cargo service, I'm saying, if you have that cargo service.
The reason why I said this government is doing something with the private sector that's going to help the Naira is because they are currently planning on building at least 6 or so hangars where they can repair planes here in Nigeria, and there's none in the whole of West Africa. That means the Naira will be in demand. Yeah, the Naira will be in demand. If the Naira is in demand from all these African countries.
I wanted to ask him this. Let me ask him. Let me ask him. No, the Blackstone. No, stop it now. Stop it, the Blackstone. You've done it twice.
What am I stopping?
You wouldn't let me ask him the question I wanted to ask him 15 minutes ago. Stop it. So, yes, you particularly this Jabbar guy. You are the one. Because yes, it's you. It's you. So,
think very well. I'm not the one.
What are the things in Nigeria that we can manufacture confidently that we can happily block from coming into Nigeria? What are some of the items in Nigeria we should be manufacturing in Nigeria and not have it imported?
Yeah, see, pharmaceuticals. There are many drugs we don't need to be importing from India. Even we can manufacture them in Nigeria. Nigeria has good scientists, good pharmacy schools. You can manufacture them. I may not mention one particular
some drugs. Okay.
Some drugs, yes, because all these things are what is taking foreign exchange. Even if you want to buy something from a third world country, is it okay? I don't know about Vietnam. So you want to buy something from what is it called? Let's say Vietnam, you need the dollar. These are what is put in. It's not just necessarily mean going to America or UK, but these are some of the things we can manufacture. Pakistan, we go there to import.
Let me help you there, CM. Let me help you there, CM. If we cannot fix Ajaokuta, every other thing we are manufacturing will be sold.
Hold. It's not everything that.
Yeah, but there are some things. There are many other things we import that are outside.
If you cannot manufacture things made of steel, if you cannot manufacture things made of steel,
I'm talking about the CM. I'm talking about the simple one. Drug is even complicated.
I know. Yeah.
Let's find the simple ones first.
Okay. Yes. Sold ones. Do you know that sometimes Nigerians manufacture? They say toilet soup. I mean, these are simple ones.
Exactly.
We can have factories for that.
Soups.
Something was Indomie. Why should we be importing Indomie into Nigeria?
Wow, we are still importing that one. I thought that guy is doing Indomie now.
Cosmetics.
Do you know that these baby pampers you cannot manufacture in Nigeria? We import everything like baby strollers.
Wait, actually, forefathers.
And we are a baby boomer country.
Is the problem.
We are giving birth.
Cost of manufacturing is the problem.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm asking now, we want to know the areas we need to be targeting.
So that I know we know it costs of manufacturing. It's not going to be, and we know, but these are some of the things that we don't really. It's not big deal because the level of things you manufacture show the level of your technology. We are not talking of going to the moon. We are not going to the moon because we haven't got the technology. We're not delving into that. But there are consumable goods, like I named now. I said pharmaceutical, which may include all this soap and then like detergents and then like this baby pampers we are talking about. Yes. Then food, all this canned food. How can we be importing? How can we be importing tomato from Italy, Dereka, ABC, Intercasa? Why should we be importing canned tomato from Italy? We can grow tomato in Kano, grow it in Jos, can it here, eat it fresh. That's one. We shouldn't be importing milk. We should not be importing milk. Big milk.
It's a government now.
No,
yes,
see, man. See, when I talk like this, I just want that. Do you think Nigerians businessmen don't want to manufacture in Nigeria? They want to manufacture in Nigeria, but the condition of manufacturing.
Listen, when forefather is asking that, let us even know, because if you know those
things we want to stop first.
Then when you want to stop, you said, what technology is involved in doing it locally? Is this so complex?
Of course, there's technology involved. You have to have power.
I know. Listen, I'm coming. No, I'm saying, what technology is it so complex that we cannot do it? That is the sense of
it's not complex. It's not complex.
That's what I understand for father's question to be. Where are
Yes.
those ones we can low-hanging fruits we can manufacture with the technology we know we can be able to improvise or provide for ourselves? Because as a country, you can't depend wholly on importation. There are things you manufacture for yourself. Exercise book, even certain things.
Yeah,
There are,
exercise book. Yeah.
let me tell you, there are so many books, leading medical books in the world. They have Indian edition, the one they print in India. I'm telling you the truth. That is they don't manufacture. That's it. And a popular author may write a book in America. They're using it in American schools. They have Indian edition in which one copy of it was taken to India. And then print it there and be using it locally so that their dollar to import it whole, they can't do it. You give them the right. They have Indian
to
edition.
cut it short. Sorry to cut it short. If you go back to the 80s, all this are just listing now. They will all dead. They all be manufacturing books, textbooks that were printed in Nigeria. You understand me? The problem with Nigeria is this: that there's no continuation of anything. All this is when I was growing up. Wait, this now let me finish. When I was growing up, and so what are we talking?
I understand, but if there's no continuation, there is a cycle at least. In other words, if the cycle is coming back now, that hold on now, Exero. See, the reason why I'm asking this question is that the government, as a way of discouraging the use of dollars, because many of this importation is using dollars. So you can now put tariff on some of these imports that we can manufacture.
Yes.
Those traders that may be due to lose trade from it, you tell them, what is it that you are importing? Is it that easy to import? Who will take the money that we are putting on tariff to give you, fund you, so you start manufacturing it in Nigeria? So you take something that we used to spend dollar to do, start manufacturing in Nigeria, sell it to Nigerians, and in the near future, you start selling it to African countries and maybe the world later on. So you can turn it around. The idea is target specific areas that are easy. And like if I was the one advising the government, I would advise them, sponsor that trader to buy the intellectual property right where they are buying the stuff from China, buy the intellectual property right, let them move it to Nigeria to start manufacturing those things. Because it will definitely be cheaper to manufacture in Nigeria, especially if it's easy.
You are missing the point. Do you know why people?
Excuse me. How can it be cheaper when you run your factory with diesel? How can it be cheaper?
No, okay, that's a fair point.
So what are we talking about?
But diesel is cheaper in Nigeria than China, or it might actually be cheaper in Nigeria than China. Are you sure? Okay, let me check the price now. Let me check the price.
Don't check the price of
production in Nigeria is high.
Economic performance of each country. Don't check about the price.
This is the one answer to all those. Like what father is saying. Before you now say, now we want to start manufacturing it. All these things people are saying has been taken into consideration with the cost of production. Everything comes under cost of production. You've taken it into consideration. It's as saying, hey, that is what we are saying. So you will say, okay, so part of the reason why they import it is because of the cost of diesel or power or this. You must have had arrangement. Okay, do you know, for instance,
they don't know. No, you just they don't know.
No, listen now. So because it has run its full course. In the 80s, we were doing it. Now we are no longer doing it. If Aba could be having 24-hour electricity supply today, somebody can say, let me put an industry there. That is the starting point. The person might say, I want to
but
be.
It's not just that too.
No. For example, no. Let me just use it as an example. And the other things involved. Let's say the power is not there. You talk of the raw material. Probably the manpower is you source it locally. You now talk of which raw material do I need? Okay, let's say you want to put tomato canning to can tomato. No more importing tomato from Italy. You go to Jos. They cultivate tomato, wasting. You're able to get a farmland, cultivate, move it down to Aba.
Diesel price is cheaper in Nigeria than China. Just for your information, diesel price is cheaper in Nigeria than China.
Listen, this is how to do
Don't compare it like that, please.
It's not just the price. It's not just the price. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. If Nigeria is producing,
but that is not the point. We're talking about the manufacturing.
Forefather, listen. If we are producing at say 10 naira and China is producing at 10 naira, but China is subsidizing Nigerians still import from China because that still brings their price down. They are looking at scale, not at the
I think the term you are using, subsidizing, the key. Not all product the Chinese subsidize.
That's what I'm saying. Like CM was saying, you target an area. What if the Chinese area of target is that particular product, and they
that is
import to
subsidized? You
everybody?
mean? No, if it is subsidized,
Yes.
it's not.
Subsidy is also a means.
But Exero, that is the evaluation. That's the evaluation you do. You are not going to go into manufacturing in an area where the Chinese government is heavily subsidizing the product on their own end. You have to go to an area where you can make profits.
I'm just saying, every government has their strategy. If Nigeria's strategy, like we are talking about strategy of taking over Africa,
and also, also it doesn't even matter whether they are subsidizing it, because the important thing is, you know what you said just now, taking over Africa.
Scale.
You are thinking about the future.
Scale.
You're not thinking about just now.
Exactly.
So you still move the product to Nigeria and look at strategizing to sell it in Africa.
Yeah, every government has to have a blueprint. What's Nigeria's blueprint? The electricity we are building, they have already put the tariff high. You see, that's not a blueprint. That's what I was telling you the other day. I said they are already taxing the means to an end. They are not taxing the end. They are taxing the electricity. They should be looking at manufacturing and how to dominate Africa. Then in the long run, they go to benefit. They are taxing electricity itself.
No,
but they know these things. I don't know why. I'm sure to an extent we know why they don't do it. Go ahead.
How many companies left Nigeria between last year, between Tinubu and went to Bukit How many companies left?
A few left, yes, that's true.
These companies are large companies. Wait, let me finish. See, let me finish. No, they left Nigeria. Why do they left? Why do they leave Nigeria?
For their own particular reasons. For their own reasons. So many of those companies are already retiring and closing down offices all over the world anyway.
Listen, Blackstone. Let us assume that, let me play the devil's advocate. All the companies in Nigeria, they've closed down. Listen. Let me play the devil's advocate. All the companies in Nigeria, they've closed down. They've all left. But we want to start. Do you think Nigerians are not intelligent to study that we want to put this, we want to compete? They are importing this from China, but we want to be manufacturing it here. Do you think they can sit down to say, look, this is what it will cost us. We should be able to do this. When you set out to start manufacturing, you've already known. Do you know?
Okay.
Let me tell you.
Let me ask you a question.
No, hold on now.
Let me say no. In line with you. No, in line what you are saying. Let me ask you a question in line what you are saying.
Does Nigeria manufacture tire, or do we even manufacture tire?
Papa, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Ajala,
yes.
Wait.
Those are the kind of things you move to Nigeria. We have the materials to make it.
Now, all the refineries were not managed by Nigerians.
Listen,
they're not being managed by Nigerians.
What we are even asking, see, Blackstone, your question. Let me, Black forefather, I like your question. Tire. The rubber raw material is here. Whether they manufacture rubber somewhere else, they come here and they tire somewhere else. They import, they get the. Do you know that some rubber plantation in Nigeria are owned by Chinese? Why? Because they need the raw material to go and manufacture and then bring back to us. They don't want to establish it here. Why can't we have the rubber? All it takes is the technology. We manufacture it here.
It's all about government policy. Why is the government allowing them?
That's the question forefather is asking, is that forefather is like he's asking like a new government who wants these things to be done. That is the angle we are channeling. We're no longer dealing with the past of we managed the refinery grounded. We managed 500 refinery couldn't work. We've gone beyond that. We are talking of if we want to start today, what are the things we can be able to manufacture and compete? Tire is one of them. I've even forgot it. Even all these beverages, we have cocoa that have very raw material. We start from there.
Do we still have cocoa?
We still have them, but they are making cocoa even in Calabar and everything. You know, if you look at, for me, Dangote Refinery is quite impressive. It's 6 years, actually. They started real construction on it in 2017, completed it in 2003. That is quite remarkable. It tells you what is possible if the government really want to do something. They're not serious people.
Government now.
Well, you're talking about government.
Dangote, no, I'm saying it because
government.
because the government are not serious.
it is not the government that make anything work. Most of things work in the country. It is private individuals.
6 years. That's quite an accomplishment.
The government has to make the policies.
Wait, now let me finish zero now. Let me finish. And government has to make the environment conducive. You understand me, right? For Dangote, who made it conducive for him? Who made it conducive for him? Dangote is a man that
the guys enjoying government monopoly now all the time.
What's monopoly? Government, but can other people also join the monopoly?
If Dangote is going to a business, will you go and compete?
Let me finish now. It is the power of money, not only monopoly. Because if you have money, wait now, let me finish the power of money. Because even in foreign countries, don't these big companies stiff out these small companies? They go and buy them.
And the Blackstone.
That is all over the world.
Blackstone. I think we can use that strategy. Tariff and substitution of products. Any product we are importing that we can manufacture, we put tariff on it and start manufacturing it in Nigeria.
A simple product is Pampers. Nigeria is giving birth to children more than every other country in the world.
Exactly. Pampers is another one. Napkin.
It's simple to produce.
Yeah, I think we are even importing napkin, baby clothes.
Produce for yourself. Simple Pampers. Have you produced one?
Excuse me, Blackstone.
What is your problem? But we can do it. That's the thing. We can do it easily.
Blackstone, listen. A country that can manufacture car, complex technology. What is in Pampers?
Exactly.
What is in Pampers compared to manufacturing car?
Thank you, CM.
What is in Pampers?
Excuse me. What is complex in the car manufacturing?
The engine.
Which company? Can you manufacture? No, which company manufacturing car in Nigeria? No, which company manufacturing car in Nigeria?
Innocent is manufacturing car in Nigeria.
Innocent is assembling cars, not manufacturing cars.
It's not assembling cars.
Let me finish.
The Blackstone has come again.
Excuse me, I need to innocent. They import the engine blocks.
So do other car manufacturers. Other car manufacturers import some parts.
Blackstone, no company in the world that manufactures cars manufactures every part of it. Their components.
Most of them import different components from different people. Even your television is the same thing.
Yes, that's why we are clamoring that the Ajaokuta steel panel has to be in proper shape. So that when you use your own steel, most of the components can be manufactured right here in Nigeria.
Were you born when they started Ajaokuta?
I don't care. I just want a steel manufacturing company in Nigeria.
Let me tell you about Ajaokuta. Ajaokuta.
Blackstone. I'm not listening to you.
One mic so that the viewers can listen. I think the Blackstone come here with trouble today. Leave him. Blackstone came with trouble today.
Why must I listen to you? Don't use that word for me. We are all discussing. Not to listen to each other.
Okay, Blackstone is a bit hot today. Please go ahead, the Blackstone.
Every time he will tell you, let me finish.
You have been talking so. You have been talking. He asked you a question. I've been talking for more than 10 minutes. Somebody else is talking.
Okay. CM, let's just calm down. And Blackstone, say your piece so that CM can say his piece, please. So that viewers can think about the viewers.
Well, what I have to say to Ezra, Ajaokuta can they produce heavy steels? Those things that are used for bridges. They don't have flat steel, which are mostly used for many things. So that was the phase 2 that was in their plan. You understand me? So and that already destroyed phase 1, which are not trying to resuscitate. And before they are going to build phase 2, it's going to take a longer time. So that phase 1, that flat sheet area of the steel would have been the phase 1, the first piece we are done. But they didn't do that. They produced it. They was not producing. They built to produce heavy metals, like metals for steels, for rod and everything. That's what Ajaokuta is. You understand me? Phase 2 was for flat steels, flat metals
Yeah,
can use for
parts and
military. That's why,
everything.
but that's not there.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
understand me?
And
That's what I
Thank
want to clear.
Thank you.
That is where the Innocent
Okay,
and
okay,
other car manufacturers are
Let-
waiting for
let-
them. But meantime,
let-
they will still get the steel from China. They are getting the
You
steel
just
from China.
X0. You just saw CM and him fight for space. Are you jumping
let me
into
say-
the middle?
let me say this so that I leave. When
Mm.
you say a car assembly and a car manufacturer, Volkswagen is a German brand. It used to be assembled in Lagos. Whether you like it or not, we see VW on it. Peugeot is French.
I'm not
You
arguing
won't
those
see
two.
the sign.
I'm not arguing.
Listen, don't interrupt me now.
Please now,
Don't
think
interrupt
about the
me.
viewers. I said think about the viewers. The Blackstone is not only about you. The viewers are listening.
I'm talking to the viewers.
The Blackstone, the viewers are listening. I want to learn too.
I'm
okay.
Me, I want to learn. You are the
Okay.
master. Me, I want to learn. Let him talk, please. CM, please go ahead.
In the UK here, not far from where I live, there is Nissan. They drive in UK. It's from Sunderland. But Nissan is a Japanese company. In Nigeria, there is Mercedes and Namco assembled at Enugu. Steyr in Bauchi. Toyota at Ibadan in those days. Innocent, anywhere you see it is from Nnewi. Any car, there's this Ferrari they drive in. There's this Ferrari they drive in Italy. Ferrari, the company that does it. The engine is being manufactured by, I think, one company in America.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. A car company,
Yeah,
if you
as
want to
simple as that.
assemble any car in your village, if you want to assemble BMW in Nigeria, whether you like it, go and put it in Ikorodu. Anywhere you put it, it must be a BMW. The same sign
BMW. Yeah.
showing that
Yeah.
BMW you drive in Africa is from South Africa, but it's BMW.
Yeah.
But when you manufacture your own, whether it's only one bit you get there, so far it's your own, it carry your logo. So that is the difference.
Yeah.
Innocent is a car manufacturer.
Yeah.
Nord, N-O-R-D in Lagos is indigenous. They are the two now
It's
in Nigeria.
indigenous. Yeah.
The one is
Yeah.
indigenous, so it's not. That is
Yeah.
the difference. Just it's not for you, Blackstone. It's for people listening. I'm not lecturing you.
Yeah.
I'm not because you didn't pay me.
And
I'm only
It's okay.
taking for people
By
listening.
that standard, the iPhone, by the Blackstone standard, the iPhone is manufactured by, say, Taiwan, that manufactures the chip that the iPhone uses. So most of the electronics you see around the world, the chip is manufactured in Taiwan, and they buy it from there. And that is that's the most valuable component in the phone, and yet it's manufactured by someone else. No, the chips are the valuable.
Coltan is the metal used, and it is.
That's the raw material. That's raw material. We are talking about the people that convert it. If you know the two that manufacture microchip, you will not even be mentioning Coltan.
Those factories that manufacture also belong to those companies.
No, it belongs to Taiwan.
It might be built in Taiwan.
TCMC belongs to Taiwan.
Yeah, Taiwan is the biggest chip manufacturer. But
around the world.
But as we have seen the car manufacturing industry, the way it has been diversified, and the way cars can belong to Germany, but they can be assembled in other countries. Just like if what's his name, Innocent decides to start assembling Innocent in any part of Europe now, it's still Innocent. You can now, by that standard, say Nigeria has two car manufacturers. They are waiting for Ajaokuta, the government angle, to fix the steel, so that they can take steel directly from Nigeria and it will be cheaper and their car prices will crash. That is what we are waiting for. The government is always the problem.
You see, in terms of money, in terms of petrol refineries, the government, they've gotten just a tiny bit better at updating the people when it's going to come on stream. But Ajaokuta is still in the dark. And I think that needs to change. They need to be telling us what is going on with that thing.
I don't know whether it is true, but let me say this. I don't know whether this is true. They said that the technology they used to start at Ajaokuta is outdated. You know, it was in the 80s. So to bring it, that's what I heard. I don't know whether it's true.
They said that's what Russia is using right now. if it's outdated, Russia is using it right now to do its
It
manufacturing.
was built by Russia. Let them go back to Russia now. Let them go back to original builders. Let them come
Well,
and
for me, what I
That's what they
sense
wanted to
is,
do. Every night they keep doing it every year. We have to go and get the evaluation of what
there are
is
too
needed.
many fraud.
Every year the same story
There are
every
too
day.
many
Every
fraud in
year.
Nigeria. There are too many angles of fraud in Nigeria. I don't see why this is not
Why
work.
can't the government just do it? If it's too heavy for the government, just give it to Dangote. Since with Dangote has proven that he can build something large, just go and get it get it done. Who cares? As long as you own a big Nigeria, see, as long as Nigeria owns the majority share. So the way I look at it is,
don't involve Nigerians. Just give it to anybody. Let it be produced here. Let the car manufacturers get the steel.
I'm talking about the one that we know has already worked. Dangote has proven that formula somehow worked. To build something like that in 6 years in Nigeria, that is a miracle in Nigeria to do something like that. The power plant they are talking about in Abia State, that one was, if I'm not mistaken, almost 10, 20 years or so it took.
Why it shouldn't be miracle is because it's private. So if you are building your private house, it may take you 6 months, 1 year. But if it's government, maybe this party is in power when it started, another party came in, they stop action, use it to bribe, so it can take long. So that are Jokuta. If they want, let them. If it's Dangote they want to give it to, sell it to him, let him bring it on stream. It's still part of Nigeria. People working there will be Nigerians. The job it will create, the economy, it will have an impact. Or you lease it, you sell it. The government should not, because what killed Ajokuta was government politics. NPN.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what
horrible.
killed Ajokuta.
CM. That Ajokuta is just a testament of the fact that black people cannot make things work for themselves. How many years now?
It's not black people. Say Nigeria, please.
It's black people. At the end of the day,
you can say black people because there's no other steel manufacturing company in many African countries. It's not there.
Exactly. Forefathers have been saying, I think Nigeria cannot manage a complex industry.
Please.
We were close, so it was 90-something% complete. 97, we were very close.
Nigeria cannot manage any complex industry. If you go to Dangote now, most of the directors, managers are from India.
That is true. That is true. I think it's a cultural
specifically gets it.
But APC is full Nigerian from top to bottom.
Yes.
So which is
you see, that's why I consider APC.
That's collapse.
This is why I consider APC that guy a hero, because he has done something to defy the trend. All Nigerian, he's Nigerian, ran this company for years and been successful at the same time. It's quite remarkable.
It is you guys. It is you guys in the UK that APC saved, because it is you guys that anytime that you guys enter all those other airlines. Because I one time I passed through the UK to Nigeria. The plane was not I wasn't comfortable with the plane. So I was just thinking, are these guys just sending us to go and crash? Because I looked at the plane. I was like, this plane is not new at all.
It's true. I've seen that too. I've seen that. Like Air France. I saw what Air France was. I was like, it looks like they just used the word they wanted to scrap to be carried on.
Just to paint it so that it look.
You can even tell. Even the waitresses look horrible. Even the waitresses look horrible. They like the one that are due to retire. They said they just send them with this dead route to carry this shit.
And then the gate where we all went to wait. We are many, but we were waiting at the extreme end gate where it was reserved for just anything. So I was like, what? These guys are making so much money from us and they're still pushing us to this, So APC,
man, that was bad. That was bad. You can tell. When you get on the plane, you can tell you're not being treated well.
How many flights a day that goes to US from Air France that goes to US a day? How many flights?
Nigerians are traveling every day.
I'm not saying how many flights a day that Air France fly to US a day. How many?
From where?
Quite a few.
From France. From
France to the US, it's going to be quite a few now. Why?
I don't know.
At least there are up to 3 or 4 flights a day to different.
It's going to be more than that a day to France, to the US. US is major now.
When people are saying that they are making money from Nigeria, who's going to wonder that one flight a day?
I think what you don't understand is that in Nigeria, the margin for profit is a lot higher. There's a lot of competition in the American routes.
That is very cheap because there's no competition. The prices goes down.
Yeah, but not in our own route, so they can make a killing.
Because there's no competition.
That's true, and that's why APC is good, isn't it?
And so that's why APC come now to crash the price, which is good. So even if you decide to go with Air
So
France
is
from
that
Nigeria,
also make you take flight from where you are to London and join airpiece to Nigeria?
The only thing I don't
It's
like is
feasible, man.
Airpiece is in Gatwick Airport. Because I like to use this Heathrow.
They say
Gatwick Airport, so you
Gatwick
have to go
doesn't
there.
have traffic even. They said Gatwick is even better. It doesn't have traffic. So once you get out of the plane, you're almost on the road to your home, you know. So
Yeah.
I think it's a win-win for us.
It's even good. 2 terminals, not terminal departure.
So far that you see the selfish part of you. You say you like it because you live in North London. Obviously, it's very obvious. People that don't live in London will not understand. So if you live in North London, you know it's convenient for you. So those that
I've
live in
asked
South
myself
London,
now. I've asked myself a few times whether I'm being biased towards Airpiece right now.
From where I am to the airport, it's about an hour plus.
See, today I saw one
within the same city.
the Blackstone. Do you know that Shebenham or something, whatever they call it, Shebenben or something in Germany? That overhead train. They said they built it more than 120 years ago, and it's still active till today. The train is hanging in the air. I don't know.
Everything that German built 100 years ago, they are all still existing. They are still maintaining it.
Those guys are crazy with their maintenance. This culture. The train is not like it's like this monorail that is in the air, but it's not like it's hanging upside down. And they stop, and they say it's the only one in the world. They built it over 120 years ago. It's still active today. How crazy is that?
They modernize it.
They will maintain it because of their history. It's historical. Most German companies today, they are more than 100 years.
I think Germany, there was at a point, you know what they did? They said full-on technological revolution. Because that country, if you look at the way everything in the country, you can see the engineering in them from a long time ago, and they still maintain it today. Even trains, they make like personal trains, like personal vehicles, but it's on the train track.
The best washing machine ever, Miele, is German.
Those guys, I really wish Nigerians can do that. Have a decade of technological revolution where everybody is channeled towards technology. Because we are so behind now. If you want to catch up with the rest of the world, you have to be massively into technology. Not all these lip service stuff.
All the old houses, maybe all the old houses from the colonial regime, they were used to, we were asking as the government sitting. Where are they today? If it is a good country, they will reserve it as historical property. They will keep them. When they go there, they will sell them and they will destroy it.
So I'm not going to weep for British houses being destroyed, though. We have bigger problems than that.
No, it is history.
Maybe you should worry about Overaware Castle, Mister. You see, man from Idu. You should be worried about Overaware's Castle than to be worried about the British man's residence. What kind of talk is that?
But you must understand that some houses may need to be destroyed because of changing technology, the health and safety reasons, and then the evolution of modern lifestyle and everything. Not every house that you might just start.
No, see, what I mean that they're not being used, but they can be kept as historical monument for tourist attraction.
See, Olga, I don't know what this guy is saying. I should stop praising Dangote. See, you have to praise people that do the right thing. When I said that Oyema is a Nigerian hero, he's a Nigerian hero. He's a true one. Dangote did something in Nigeria that I don't know how many Nigerian institution has been able to do that. He built a very massive refinery in Lagos. The places where nothing worked. In Lagos, in 6 years. Stop going on, man. You have to praise it for what it is.
What are you saying, forefather? Dangote in 6 years, just point and kill. They just tell you point where you want it, and it is done.
What is your problem? 6 years. There are people that have been given that opportunity. They didn't do anything with it. He did it. You have to praise him for it.
In fact, if I were Dangote, I would have done more than this refinery. What are you saying?
I probably would. See, when I checked online, hold on. When I checked online, I asked how long does it take to build a refinery. They said to build a medium to large refinery, it takes 4 to 5 years. So in other words, he met the timeline it normally takes to build these things. By Nigerian standard, it's almost impossible for that to happen. You have to praise him for that. What do you want me to do? Go and praise the people that are doing round tripping?
No, Papa, I want to say that's a million. Like they said, is the biggest single ray something like that. In
Yeah,
the
single
world.
ray refiner in the world, or in Africa or something. That is quite an accomplishment. If you ask me, Nigeria cannot even renovate their refineries for how many decades now? It's been that for decades.
You see, what I believe in is this. I always believe that if it's only this thing you were able to build, maintain it. Next time, incrementally, like we are talking of Germany, the technology you are seeing in Germany now, it wasn't that technology 200 years ago. They improved. Look at their Mercedes. You just have to look at the Mercedes, the one days in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. Now they are improving. So let's say Dangote built this one now. Yes. If in future somebody want to build another refinery or something in the years to come, maintaining the Dangote standard is not improvement. We've already had it. You think of what can you add on it. That is how a country develops. That's why you see brand new cars. They're improving, technology improves, but get one as a baseline. Let's say this Dangote now is the baseline. We can't
Man,
build.
China is a crazy superpower right now, man. The speed at which just build stuff.
Countries that developed at that pace that CM is describing now, if you watch them, they were in a phase in their growth when the only thing they had to do was to develop or become subservient. Take, for instance, the Germany I just mentioned. Do you know that Adolf Hitler built most of those things you're talking? And that time when they were building those things, they were facing to destroy Russia and to destroy the other European powers. So they built and were amassing these things. The same thing Russia. Russia had no choice. They had to start building. The same thing in America. But in Nigeria now, we have how many ethnic groups? Don't underestimate what I'm telling you now. Every ethnic group has their own fight. And then one person will be at the top. And you come from another ethnic group and you think you are going to be given that policy and that environment to thrive. Just imagine what happened. Okay, just take, for instance, just take airpeace. Take airpeace as a typical example. How many years? How many years? Now take geometric electricity. Almost 20 years.
See, listen,
to build something so simple.
Listen, not so simple. You don't know. Listen,
not so simple.
Geometric
is 0.1 gigawatts.
Geometric was just power play. It's all government issue. That's because the man said it in an interview, saying that without government interference and everything, 3 years you can build that type of geometry. 3 years, he said it. Now that of issue, the way you're saying ethnic group, there are certain things. Dangote's refinery is not interested. There's no ethnic group play there. It's not politics. In Osimoto, there's no ethnic group play there. If airpeace, let's say one other airline in Nigeria want to start, AP said Arik used to go to London. Why did they crash? Bellevue tried. Why did they crash? He said they studied it and there's what they call I forgot what they call. Is it OTS? I've forgotten what they call the license. They set out to say people have been crashing. Now this is how to go it. Let's say we give airpeace the next 1 year, 2 years, it stabilizes London route and is making it. Another airline coming in, he just understudy what airpeace did. Then you move. What we want is let us have a baseline. Let somebody get it right once. Let somebody get it right.
CM, hold on. Let me ask this. CM, hold on. See, look at what is really making me go mad sometimes. Now look at 2023. China added 50 gigawatts. 50 gigawatts. Nigeria can't do all that. The entire Nigeria can't do all that in 1 year. So what is driving me crazy is that Nigeria knows this country can do this. They can't say, you know what do you need for us to do this for our people so that we don't have, just give us 20. We don't need 50. Just give us 20 extra. That is going to transform the country. They know these people can do this. They don't go and do it. Look at another one that let me just share this one. This one, they built a skyscraper in 19 days. They know these people can do this, and they go round and about pretending as if they can't do anything. This is what gives me trust issues.
They can do it because this is what they call them. What's it called? Detachable. They already built the parts of the house. They can.
They
Yeah,
just
I
join
think
it
they
together.
had them. They have all the bits. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. These people have all the tools already. All they need to do is bring it over and do whatever they need to do. Some of them, they manufacture them on site there. It's not everything they just bring and assemble it there. You look at how the scaffolding that they have on those buildings, they have to do a lot of work to get it. But 19 days.
They bring from the factories, so they don't do it on the site.
Yes, and again they have population. Remember, 1.something billion people. So they can decide
Nigeria
to
has
deploy.
population now.
They can decide to deploy 5,000 people on the site every day. 5,000.
Most buildings like this, most buildings like most of the stuff is even manufactured off site anyway. Like the rods and everything is not done on site.
Yeah,
You have to bring them in.
That was what I was telling you.
So
that's what I was telling you. This kind of buildings is because of government policies. Government has to be committed in the people.
So the technology is there to build like this. So why is everything taking us forever? The technology is already there.
Not committed to. That's what I'm saying. We are a multi-ethnic nation. You cannot do something for somebody for free. If it is your brother, you know that okay, this is going to.
China is multi-ethnic too.
Una mindset not good. Una mind not good. S0. Una mind not good. Una mind not good.
Not good. Thank you.
See, look at what this one saying is prefab. Prefab. Most construction sites is made of prefab. It's very, very few you literally get them mixing cement there. And if you are mixing cement on construction site, chances are that you're not building very big.
Imagine what Epis was telling us. Wasn't Epis telling us that look, if the government stand by you, you will go far, because look at, he said you cannot touch what's this guy Richard Branson's airline, and the government will not come for you. They will treat it like you have touched their government, but it's a private business. That's the same way a country needs to stand behind its businesses and its business people, because these people employ citizens.
What I want to know, what I want to find out, I don't know, maybe somebody who knows can tell me, the involvement of Chinese government in Chinese enterprises, the involvement of their government. That's what I don't know.
They are very deeply involved. Deeply involved.
Very deeply involved, man.
Okay, yeah. So
go and look at Alibaba.
They literally control it. They just control it.
Do you know they have their own? They have their own
wait now.
internet.
I also know that the system of government is different. China is communism. You understand me? So it is a government-owned economy. So
but the same thing can be said in America too. In America, it's not that different too.
No, it's different. America is capitalism. You understand me?
Yes, but the government is deeply involved too.
Literally. The government
you want me to start bringing proof now?
Not most of them are not private. Most people are private. The major infrastructures is built by the government. You understand me?
That's what I just gave a typical example of Virgin Airlines. It's private, but if you go for Virgin Airlines, the government of that country
is quite different. Is it government that built it? Is it government that
no? But the government
defending. Wait, it's quite different. Defending your establishment is quite different from building your establishment. So that's what.
Thank you. Thank you. You know how many years?
Hey, this is what I mean by government being deeply involved in business. Sorry, this is what I mean by the government being deeply involved in business. The government, even in America, they are, especially big business, they are deeply involved, because big business is not just business; it's also power. It's how the economy advances and it breaks grounds. So that is what they do, and they are all deeply involved in all this. If you think the government is not involved in YouTube, you are mistaken. They are involved in all of them because they are strategic instruments of
the
power.
Government is involved in Hollywood, that I'm talking to you now. Hollywood.
Of course, they have to be.
They're not saying they're not involved, but they don't actually put money in there. So there are things that they do.
I just showed you they are putting money in there.
Let me.
They are putting
Even
money,
like now, wait, excuse me, like now, there are some competence and there are some stores in US that are going to bankruptcy. They are applied for Chapter 11 bankruptcy now in all their stores in America. Where's the government?
No, because those are not strategic. The same thing happens in China too.
Wait.
Do you know how many times the government has rescued banks in
let me finish. If you are donating mostly campaign money to supporting this in campaign, they will come back to also to come and reward you back.
No.
It's not the only reason. If it is strategic, they will always block it. They will support it if it's strategic company.
Let me explain something.
apart from the power it gives the government when you go internationally, there's one other thing the government knows for a fact, that you are employing labor. Government can give you so much leverage if you are employing citizens.
Yeah.
If you are employing
That's
citizens, you are
leverage.
doing a
Leverage
lot
is
of work for
different
the
from
government.
maybe putting in money there or trying to support with fund and everything with taxpayers' money. It's quite different.
If it is like
support are a different form. I know I agree with you. Support are in different form. Let's clear it.
Yes, that's true. They are in different forms.
You understand me? Yeah. Someone can say because you employ labor, you are going bankrupt. You understand me? Okay, we bail you out. You understand me? So
let me take for instance. Let's take for instance this car manufacturer, the innocent guy. There's a way government can deploy this guy, and you will see that it benefits both the government and the citizens. One, the guy is going to employ citizens. That's for governments that know what they are doing, that have blueprints. Two, let's take for instance, Nigeria is a very dirty country, no doubt. This guy manufactures these trucks that can carry dirty. What stops the government from saying, okay, let's do a symbiosis here. You bring your trucks and we bring the manpower and at least clear the streets for us, so that when the way it's done in that country, you are even forefather. You have the green nylon bags and the red ones. So every citizen already get their debt in nylons and put in the storage. When these trucks come, they pick. You are now working with a private business, but it's still in the same country. So the money stays there, and the people are employed. Imagine how many people can be employed in Nigeria from just this. But look at what we have today. You see heaps of refuse everywhere.
I agree with you. Understand me? What I'm saying is this, right? There's a way the government support or can encourage or industries or manufacturers or businessmen. Understand me? Like you just said, right? I don't see any reason why the government, each states or government says, even its own state government, why cannot buy innocent vehicles? You understand me? Right? I don't know why other states can also buy from there. This is where it comes to influence.
You see, that is one. What the point you made just now is a solid one too. We should have been buying local. You know, this conversation started from there. Hold on. I wanted to take you somewhere else. Okay, finish your because regarding the original topic is about imports. Okay, finish your point and I'll go back to what I was saying.
How inflation is innocent in the political arena of all these people who are going to power.
He doesn't need to be. That's what I'm saying. Look at this guy. The guy.
Just hold on, please. Hold on, please. I wanted to show you something and show CM if you are there, so CM can see it, because this is one of the areas we're talking about. The things we import that we have to look at the areas. Like if I was in government now or advising people in government, these are the kind of things you want to be looking at. What areas do you want to cut down? You know, the area like this area now is going to come down because of Dangote refinery. As you can see, it's a massive import that Nigeria is doing. If this comes down, you wonder why the Nigerian dollar and value currency is beginning to improve slightly, because this is a massive import that we are taking in from overseas. Vehicular stuff, this is where Innocent comes in. Innocent and our steel industry. This is where they come in.
No, don't forget
that. Nord too. Proforce, all of them, all the local manufacturers, even the one that do electric cars. This is where they all come in. They can eat away at this one. If you can eat away even 3-4% at this one, Nigeria currency is going to get stronger. Now, nuclear. Oh my God! Did we even nuclear? What? Nuclear reactors? What? Are they serious? Nigeria does anything nuclear? I don't know how Nigeria does anything nuclear. But that said, is this Nigeria at all? They are talking about. I don't know whether Nigeria is building anything nuclear, but it's possible, I guess, that we don't know about. That seems like a lot. Machinery, though. Machinery is the key. Machinery, boilers. Boilers is not a high technology. You can reduce boilers. You can get rid of that. But no boiler is that high technology. It's just electricity into element and heat the element. That's it. You need to remove that from imports. Slap something on it and get Nigerians to be manufacturing it. And if you go to, let's see, which other one is there? Oh my God, did I click something? Okay, so now electronic products. This one is going to be harder because we don't manufacture sophisticated electronics like chips and all those things. So it's harder to move this one. Cereals, we can get rid of cereals. We can cut down in half. Who needs all these?
What are you saying electronics? What are you saying electronics even? Have you not heard
know.
about the person
I'm
that
talking about like
manufactures
computers now. Like computers,
If you
it's going to be
manufacture
hard.
computer, you can manufacture TV. We have computer manufacturers in that country.
Yeah, but you have to buy a lot of the components too. I'm talking about things you can just
Most of
from
these
ground
things, we
up
are
make
still
in
waiting for
Nigeria.
the government. We are still waiting for Ajakuta and the government policies.
That's true.
It is the
That's
government
true.
that is the problem.
We have to have a cheap manufacturing company. That's something Nigeria has not even started talking about. And those are strategic, very, very important. Food, cereal, we can cut it down. I can see where we can cut down 10% of our imports from here.
On a good night to make a talk there. I'll leave you now.
Thank you for joining us from Germany, the Blackstone.
Not thank me, forefathers.
What kind of attitude is this one today now, the Blackstone?
I thought Blackstone was talking from Wario.
Blackstone. I took it from Ibadan.
Don't mind him. Don't mind him. He's in Germany.
Why are you always giving us this your background?
No mind him.
What is in that? What is in the background?
No.
Paper. Oh my God. We are importing paper. This one we can bring it down to almost zero. We don't need to be importing paper at all. Not one paper. We are spending almost $1 billion. $1 billion importing papers. For what purpose? So that we can get rid of it.
One of our ministers said they are importing pizza now. So we are importing almost everything. Everything foreign is good.
Sugar. You know? We don't need to import anything, even $2 million worth of sugar. We don't need to import it. Cut down on this one. This is $1.something billion again. That is foreign exchange that we don't have. You can remove that, and Nigerians can manufacture this.
Now that you mentioned sugar, please, I'd like you to help me do something. I'll check it also. There were these farmers that came from Zimbabwe. Sometime I think Kwara State government gave them a lot of land, and I don't know their level of progress. Because those guys, anywhere they are, they always export. Export. I don't know their level of progress.
Zimbabwe?
I don't know. Those white farmers from Zimbabwe, they came to Nigeria. They gave them land. Huge.
They should be careful about giving them land in Nigeria.
Yes, we give them land here. But I don't know how much they've been exporting. I'll check that.
They don't do a lot of exports. Nigeria is not doing a lot of exports. I will check the Nigerian exports soon. But
these guys, their business is exports. Their business is exports. That's how they fed Zimbabwe. They gave Zimbabwe a lot of foreign exchange. But
pharmaceutical is quite small, actually. Nigeria imports relatively small pharmaceutical. Look at that. That's quite low. I'm surprised. I expected
even if you do more, most of these European countries also have their pharmaceutical, and they are railroading every other country with their products.
So I can cut down articles of iron and steel. I'm surprised too. That one is quite low. Iron and steel. So, but that too can be cut down. That's almost $1 billion. See, I can remove half here, 1.5%. I can remove no electronics. I'm not going to leave electronics because that one we don't manage to do a lot of electronics. I can cut down on this which one? Sugar. Reduce that one from 2 to around 3.5% save there. Plastics. We shouldn't be importing plastics, not even up to $10 million worth of plastic. We shouldn't be importing it. You can bring it down, collapse that one too. Now you have about almost 5%, 5 to 6% of imports saved. Here, you can reduce this one because we manufacture a lot of machinery, but you can eat away at least 2% from here. That's 7% saved. This one, definitely, we are going to save a lot from here in the next coming years because of the refineries coming on stream. You're going to see about 5%, maybe even 10%, or even more from here. So you can see, this is why I keep saying the Tinubu government, if they do the right things, with this, in the next 4 years, you're going to see a lot of improvement in the Nigerian economy.
Father, you are forgetting something. Please, when you are saying we can eat all this, don't forget to include the smugglers. Most of these things are not imported. They are smuggled in. And this is a big business. Yeah, so don't forget that.
The reason why it's going to be more expensive because when you slap tariff on those things, because many of them are coming through the seaport, majority of them are coming through the seaport, the price of all those things are going to go up. And if you make it very highly problematic for them to bring those imports in, you charge them for it. When you catch them, you seize their assets now. That's their problem now. You are putting money in the Nigerian coffers. So you seize their assets. So you can see, you can even save 20% roughly if you take some drastic action in Nigeria. The oil one alone is going to collapse imports. And then on this area, you can strip about 10% from there. You can vehicular area, you can even reduce that one too, because you have Nord and this thing in Nigeria.
You are defining this from the surface. It's deeper than you see it. Most of these things, like I just said, they are not imported, but they are smuggled in. Our borders are porous. We have porous borders, left, right, and center.
See, the ones that are smuggled in are not that significant compared to the ones that are coming in illegally. That is the point. Every economy has smuggling, but estimates.
I doubt.
See,
I doubt, bro. I doubt.
See, the thing about statisticians is that they know these things. They factor all these things in when they give you these numbers, because it will be mistaken if you just come up with a number. This import, when you know there's a massive black market that is influencing 50% of the import. Nobody's going to take your number seriously. You see what I mean? So you always have to factor that in as a statistician. At least that's how I would like to think. I'm not going to go and design something. If you are working in any profession, you're not going to go and do something that any other person that is in that profession will tell you that this is rubbish. You can't talk this. You can't bring this garbage information to us. It's not going to work. So that's why you have to rely on this number, because it's based on taking all those factors into account. But you can see how you can manage it. But you don't see the government doing a lot about all these areas. The one they are focusing on is this one, to be fair to them. They are trying to collapse this one. This is why Dangote refinery is there. This is why this in the Port Harcourt refinery, Warri and Kaduna is coming on stream. But if you can play around with a lot of these, and the reason why it's important to do that is to make Nigeria become a manufacturing nation and diversify too. You have to tackle all the other ones that are coming in. Machineries, we don't need too many machineries. All this vehicular stuff, we can collapse these ones too. Plastic, who is importing plastic in Nigeria when we have petrochemical industry, and how hard can plastic be to make? We know Nigerians manufacture plastic, so why are we busy importing them? Stop, put tariff on them, and encourage the Nigerian manufacturers to manufacture more, so that before you know it, we are the ones that are going to be exporting to Africa. And then the rest of the world, guess what is going to happen? They're going to come to us to buy from us again too. So if you look at that chart, you see hope, but the Nigerian government will find a way to defy any hope. Paul, I speak the truth. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Victor, you've been very quiet. I don't know whether you are playing gentleman. This is not a gentleman session. No.
Nobody has called me now, so I kept quiet.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about that. Oh, I forgot that you are too much of a gentleman to intervene. So, but what do you think about that import chart? Because I've never seen it that vivid before. It's quite vivid there.
Yeah, I was listening in and out for that, because I wasn't quite sure. I mean, where you were moving the conversation
okay,
to.
where I was moving the conversation to was that we can discourage the use of dollars. At least we can reduce the demand for dollars by discouraging a lot of imports that we use dollars to buy. So if the dollars that are coming in is used to buy all these things, you can look at areas where you can cut down on the imports. You see what I mean? And at the same time, increase our exports, because while you are removing the imports, especially like plastic, now we know Nigerians can manufacture plastic. Why import them? We know we can do oil. Why import them? I know this one, the government is going to do this one by default. And some vehicles, we know we can manufacture too. Why import so many? So you can cut down on this one, make this one about 50%, make this one maybe about this in 8%, reduce this one to about 0.5% or 1% at most. You can cut down on all these things, thereby increasing your manufacturing sector. Now you are now a kind of igniting your manufacturing sector, and while they are getting ignited, you start selling to your local market, because that's your main objective, your primary objective, to sell to your local market so that your currency will be strong. And because of that, if your local market start absorbing it, you will now also be able to export out to African countries. So you can see why I'm looking at this as a very, very important this in
Father, can you yeah, that's the data. Can you put that link on the private chat, please? That was the breakdown the guy was talking about. This is what year is this? 2022, isn't it?
Yeah, let me confirm. What year is this one? I think 2023 actually. 2023.
2023.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, Father, I don't want to move this conversation in a certain way. Father, you have to realize that Nigeria is at war with themselves. The different ethnic minorities are fighting over supremacy, right? For that, you know, in short, everyone on this platform know. I don't know. Well, I would say most people know that there's only one tribe in Nigeria that are good at manufacturing, that is dominating it, right? So what do you think a normal human being would do? Would you not say, okay, this is your strength, right? Let's see how you can help us boost manufacturing so that we can make more money, so that the country can earn more money, right? They don't want to do that. Rather, what they are doing, they are fighting tribal supremacy among themselves. And while they are doing that, everybody else in the country is suffering. You understand, for that? So that's why when I look at we black, especially particularly black men, Nigerians, I have a lot of disdain towards the way we behave, right? Everyone is fighting for supremacy. Meanwhile, everyone else is suffering. Why can't you come to a round table and negotiate and say, you are good at this, you see what you can, let's support you so that you can produce for the betterment for the whole country and everyone.
Yeah, but don't you think you are doing a little bit of that too by saying that's the reason why? Because if you look at the Abia State power plant, has the same problem.
I want to argue with Victory. Victory didn't
Because
make mention of.
let me 30
Victory,
seconds. Let me just add this point so that Edo people will understand what I'm saying. Because a governorship candidate came on the panel this week, and the question I wanted to ask him was that Edo was known as one of the most advanced centers of technology in Africa before the colonization wars. They were manufacturing guns. They were the most advanced in terms of the Nigerian thing. But now somehow Edo has been reduced in terms of Nigeria to an agrarian society. And I said, why is it that they are not thinking about going back to a more advanced manufacturing sector? So there's no reason why they cannot. Their forefathers just did it how many 100 years ago. So, but you can go ahead.
For that, so why do you think that's what I'm saying to you? So why do you think people are not able to manufacture now? For that, if you don't have security, you don't have light, you don't have the resources to move your goods from one end of the country to the other end of the country, right? The Nigeria politics is not being played in the right way, whereby people will go and vote, they will turn the thing upside down. How do you think you're going to make progress for that? You need stability for you to make progress. If you don't have stability, how can you progress? So it's like they're just going around the circle.
Security just started from 2005 and 2006. That's when we started having these major security problems. We have our regional issues here and there, but security problem was not so long in terms of moving goods and services. But you make mention of one tribe is very, very good with in terms of production, industries, and the likes. I know you didn't make mention of the name, but I want to believe that you're talking about the Igbo people. Is that also?
It's not just them.
No, I just asked you a question. Is that also? You're talking about the Igbos.
Well, they are mainly good at manufacturing, yeah.
Okay. So if we talk about manufacturing, the Yorubas are way, way bigger than the Igbos when it comes to manufacturing. The Igbos are doing very, very good when it comes to small scale production of manufacturing. But when we talk about large scale, big industrial companies and the likes, the Yorubas invested heavily. When you talk about the big companies, board of directors, our local manufacturers that partner with people all the way from Lebanese, from Lebanon, from Indian and the likes, from Germany, Yoruba invest more in large scale. But when our government started failing us, the cost of production in terms of from the manufacturing sector, this is how many of all these businesses started living. So I'll go back to forefather own aspect of it. So when forefather talk about place tax on some of those things to attract local content, it doesn't work. When government really do all those things, you discover that most of the manufacturing companies also end up import almost finished products, you understand, from the back door and finish the product in Nigeria. Because the cost of also doing these things is also hard. So government, first of all, needs to also invest how you can help some of these industries, how you can give tax waivers. There are so many ways you can give tax waiver for this business, but when you level all those tax, and the people you are also expecting that you punish these people that is importing to also let the local content grow, and the local content again, by proxy again, they are also importing almost finished products. and finish it in Nigeria. That's not manufacturing and everything. So it's still, at the end of the day, it will still make the price of business still on the high side in the country.
But
So
I'm not
government on their,
sure. I'm not sure how
yes,
that will do it. If you put tariff on products that are not high technology and are not benefiting the economy, what you're going to do, you take the tariff and use it to support the local manufacturers that are actually making the product, not people that are importing the products.
which they've been doing. That's why I tell you that the people who say they are manufacturing in Nigeria, they are manufacturing in Nigeria what they are telling you and I, but they are manufacturing what is almost finished product that they themselves in return import these things and finish it here. Just like the way we talk about this innocent today. You understand, when innocent too is more like they are coupling some of these products because of our Jakarta steel, our Delta steel is also not there in terms of fabrication, in terms of iron steels, in terms of aluminum, in terms of copper and everything. He literally imports nearly what I call almost finished products. So at the end of the day, become an assembly plant instead of manufacturing plants.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but Paul,
The area I'm targeting are areas that we have the raw materials, we have everything we need to make. I'm talking about low scale stuff. Some people are importing cups.
yes.
Some people are importing low scale stuff
Father,
here.
you might say so, but what at the end of the day, not that people also don't like to manufacture some of those products in Nigeria. But when the person discovered that the cost of manufacturing it in Nigeria and the cost of manufacturing that same product in Togo is way cheaper, they go to Togo. That's why I'm telling you.
But
So
it's
they bring
actually
almost a
cheaper in
finished
Nigeria,
product.
though. If you're talking about cost of doing business, I think it's actually cheaper in Nigeria. Like cost of fuel is cheaper in Nigeria, cost of electricity is cheaper in Nigeria, cost of labor is cheaper
That
in
is
Nigeria
true.
than
Okay,
anybody's
okay,
country.
that is true. So that's what you said. So let me use one country called Thailand. So now somebody produce rice in Thailand. The cost of shipping this rice, the cost of paying for insurance and everything, they spend a lot of money paying for insurance. And that rice has more quality than our Nigerian rice. And that rice still come to Nigerian market. It's almost about the same price with Nigerian rice, which means our local content is not doing anything right. You understand? Because
Or they are
Nigerian
being
rice is supposed to be much.
subsidized.
So so in excess of it, Nigerian rice is supposed to be much cheaper to drive that Thailand rice out of business.
Okay, so
You understand?
Paul,
Because
So,
one's
or they
supposed to
are
be luxury.
or they are being heavily subsidized on the other side to kill our local business.
okay, so Paul, let me ask you a question. Hang on for that. So Paul, what you're saying now, you just use rice as an example, which is a very good example.
That's why I slap tariff on it.
So what do you think? What do you think the government, Nigerian government, should now do to help stop that behavior? So somebody should not go to Thailand and bring in rice into the country. What do you think they should do?
You
So
slap
we
tariff
get
on it. That's what you do.
not so far not tariff. I'll use another type of product
America
again.
does it. Everybody does it.
Listen, they do it. You understand? But I will use in Nigeria. We have a peculiar problem. A country where farmers don't have small things like silos and shillers, where farmers can, you understand, perishable item from Kano to Lagos, almost 70% of your tomato will go bad. All those things, you understand, and you still make profit on the business. You end up making that tomato very expensive because it's leaving from Kano to Lagos. But the price you will buy a tomato in California where they produce it, and the price you buy that tomato in New York where they consume it, it's almost about the same price. Do you know why? Because moving this thing from logistics from point A to point B, they didn't lose anything in that product. They are just extending their goods and services for them to make more profits. But in our own case, so some of the things government needs to do, how do you want to help with these silos? How do you want to help with logistics? Where we
Okay,
can,
I think see,
where
I
we
hear
can
what you're
get good
saying.
chillers
I hear
and
what you're
everything.
saying. But I hear what you're saying, but I worry that there are other factors that are even more consequential in that process. It's not necessarily preservation is the reason why. Because if you look at the actual cost of tomato in America versus Nigeria, it's probably more expensive in America than Nigeria, maybe more than double or triple.
Yeah.
The same
That's
thing
a lie.
in this
That's
thing.
a lie.
Okay,
That's a lie.
I can look for the price of 1 kg of rice in UK versus 1 kg of rice in Nigeria.
You have to
Yes.
look at the standard of living. What is the cost? What is the
No,
average
you see, now
salary
you
in
change the
Nigeria?
goalpost again.
But you
Standard
got
of
to
living.
look
No,
at the
but what's
standard
the
of living.
salary in Nigeria? What's the salary in the US?
No, but it's
No,
the price. The price they are selling it matters because they are bringing that same rice to Nigeria. That is what you have to ask yourself. If they are bringing that same rice to Nigeria to compete with Nigerian prices, question you have to ask yourself: how is that possible? And that nation is that export is
So
highly
are you telling me
subsidized.
Thailand that is not a first world nation is subsidizing rice just to enter the Nigerian market?
It's
I'm asking you
possible.
the question. Just to
Or,
enter the Nigerian
or
market.
maybe it's the Chinese that
Oh,
open the door for the Chinese because the Chinese actually subsidize their products quite heavily so that they can
like,
dominate
we're
a certain
talking
market.
about rice with Thailand. They're number one in the world. You understand? There
My
are
point
something
is
that they are
that
doing right
try
that we
to
are not
understand
doing
what I'm
right.
saying here. Try to understand what I'm saying. It's like an F-16 coming to soften a target. Then the tank come and finish the job. The F-16 is the Chinese. They come with their heavy subsidized rice and flood the market. And they do it in the whole African continent. Then the Thai people can come in and exploit that too. It doesn't necessarily mean the same strategy is not being exploited.
So
And I think we can stop
if
it
you say
by putting tariff.
so, one of the strategy when people do things like that, when they flood the market, if they kill the local business, then they're going to jack up their price to recover back. Are they jacking up their price? The answer is no. First of all, Nigeria has so much problem. One of the ways you expand, you grow businesses and everything. I will use Lagos. Till today, ancient city called Badagry is still not yet developed. People don't want to go to Badagry. I am telling you, if Lagos State government can put state-of-the-art public school in Badagry, state-of-the-art government hospitals in Badagry, where I can pay 400,000 naira for my kids in elementary or high school in places like Surulere, and I can have that school for free in Badagry, I can have good health sector in Badagry, I can buy cheap land in Badagry, I can enjoy where I can, in minutes, I will be in Benin Republic, I will be in Togo, I will enjoy the seaside and everything. Everybody will move to Badagry. This is how you do. You, government, will create an enabling environment for business to strive. But government is not doing that. We are finding shortcut of slapping tariff and just wait for the businessman to do business. And the businessman themselves, good percentage of them are not really doing business. Because
Okay,
it's
Paul.
not that they don't want to do business.
Okay,
But the
Paul.
environment is just not conducive for them to do this business.
Okay, Paul. I said that's you're saying what you just repeated the same thing I said a few minutes ago. I talked about the security issues. I talked about logistics, moving your goods around. I think the additional thing you talked about now we're looking into agriculture. What about encouraging our farmers to go into mechanized farming properly, right? And offering them the training as well.
Zamfara State is doing it now.
It's really expensive. Saying it is one thing. It's like the way Lagos State keep riding. They said that they are mega city with no train station, with no nothing, and they call themselves
I
mega
think to
city.
do mechanized farming cannot be that difficult. We have the vehicles in Nigeria already. If we can this thing basically improvise on them and convert them, or you can import some of them too. You can still reduce price. This is the number of imports that are coming.
And
If
training as
I
well.
believe there are so many ways to solve the same problems we all highlight.
I told you, Forefather, there's no country in the world that has a company like, say, Innocent, for example, that will not utilize that. Innocent, they manufacture heavy trucks. They can convert and manufacture a tractor.
Correct.
And then sign a deal with almost all these states that are agrarian states and see if we are not going to develop the agricultural sector.
God bless you.
It's just a weak-minded people that don't see these things, or they see it from ethnic perspective.
Exactly. Innocent will do great.
Okay, Paul, let me ask you a question. So
go ahead.
Sometimes I'm thinking to myself, Paul, because I use myself as an example that here in the UK, I wake up every morning and I go to work, right? I don't sit at home and rely on her and that, right? Why is it that the people, the different ethnic minority in Nigeria, right? Why is it that they don't want to go their own ways? Let's test ourselves. Because we've been together for how many years now, and the thing is not working. Why are they bent of not going to the regional government?
Why would they go their own way when Ethiopia is about to go to war for them not to be a landlocked country? What are you talking about?
And we've tested ourselves, by the way,
When
for thousands
Ethiopia
of
is
years.
about to
We've
go to
tested
war, for
ourselves.
them not to be a landlocked country, and you are expecting the North to watch their hand so that they can lose all those seaports that we have in the South?
Who asked?
What are you talking about?
Who asked that?
Paul is very wicked.
That question, Victor.
You sound like an Hausa man. Like you want us to lose access to the water.
Was it Victor that asked that
what I'm
question?
saying is that why don't we go back to the regional government level that we had before, and things was a little bit better then?
He caused a civil war, and you're saying we should go back there again.
Victory. That is even good. But let me tell you one funny thing. 2014, there is El-Rufai committee that they passed their own conference. So we are not talking about national conference that Jonathan did or Obasanjo did. El-Rufai committee, APC passed their own. Did they implement it for their own 8 years that Buhari ruled? They did not. When you become opposition, you make sense. When you get power, you like it the way it is because you become Lord over the people. And that's why it's not working.
Victory, how do you suggest the ethnic minorities going their own way?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about when we had the regional government.
No.
before,
You said no. What you first said was, why don't they fight? Basically, you didn't use the word fight, but basically, why don't they insist on going on their own so they can test themselves out? So I'm saying, I'm going based on what you first said. So how do you suggest that the ethnic minorities go on their own and test themselves out?
Yeah, but we shouldn't move the topic to ethnic minority discussion.
I didn't say they can't go. I said, how do you, for making that statement, how would you suggest that ethnic minorities get away from Nigeria and go test themselves?
The question you're asking, I speak the truth, is I find it a bit funny. So my own logic is that,
how can it be funny if you don't make the statement?
I'm trying to respond to your question. So what I'm saying to you is that it doesn't matter when people say ethnic minority. If only you see yourself to be a minority, those words people just brand those words about. There are countries in this world that are 1 million people. They are doing fine.
200,000 people.
I'd rather be 1 million people and be soaking my gari every morning.
Brother, you still haven't answered the question.
How many 1 million countries do you find in Nigeria? In Africa, I mean.
Sao Tome and Co. is not 300,000.
What are you saying?
Is it in Africa?
Yes.
Sao Tome and Principe is in Africa now.
Principe and Sao Tome is in
Brother
Africa.
Victory.
Is it in an island, isn't it?
Brother
Yes.
Victory, I am on your side. I support everything you're saying. So I'm saying, how do you suggest that these ethnic
It's an island
minorities
now.
pull themselves out of Nigeria so they can go test themselves?
No, I speak to it's not gonna be an issue of force. You have to talk to your neighbors. You have to negotiate how you want this thing done. It's not by force. I'm not saying that you have to do yourself by force. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
So
that
how? You still haven't told us how. How do you?
you have to talk to people. You have to negotiate. You have to come to a consensus, isn't it?
To leave opportunity that they have.
5 people talk to each other, or 10 people talk to each other, or 1,000 people talk to each other. How?
I'm talking about the ethnic minorities. The leadership in the ethnic minorities have to sit down and negotiate, speak to the other ethnic minorities, and come to a consensus how you want your country to be. That's what I'm saying to you. Because we've been together now for how many years? It's clearly obvious that things are not going the right way. So that's why there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of religious problem and tribal problem in Nigeria. That's why the country is like that. And what they are failing to see, they are not seeing the bigger picture, meaning that if this country does well, everyone will be happier, and because there will be more money for us to spend.
Victory, right? I'm going to be a tribal bigot. Victory, please, let me be a tribal bigot. The last kidnapping in Kano State, when the teacher spoke and some of the students spoke, this thing has been happening for a very long time to Chibok. The Chibok girls are almost final year students. These people can't speak English. I'm still going online. Teacher too can't speak English. I'm still going online to look for Hausa chemistry book in Nigeria. I can't find one. Hausa physics or biology. I can't find one. See, let me tell you, the hardest thing for language, it is easy for us now. Some of us live in Europe who can speak the language. We may not write in the language. Are you telling me your teacher is teaching you in Hausa, or you don't write in Hausa, and you can understand what they teach you very well? So I just want to be a tribal bigot. You can understand how these people, they are completely different from us. And they also see the advantage by being with us. These people will not leave. Let's not deceive ourselves. The IQ and our IQ is far apart.
I think hold on, let me just add something quickly. I wanted to add something because you are the one that said something about Sao Tome and Principe. We really have to be careful when we are saying these things because it's not like for like. Let me just add, because we are using it to support some arguments. Look at Nigerian GDP per capita per state. That of Sao Tome is $2,300 GDP per capita. But if you go per state in Nigeria, you find out that some states have higher GDP per capita than Sao Tome. Like Lagos has a higher one. This one has a higher GDP per capita. Akwa Ibom. This one has a higher one. Bayelsa has a higher one. So if you go by that standard, there are many territories in Nigeria that are well richer than Sao Tome.
But forefathers, you're making his points now.
No, but the point I'm making is that you can't. No, because what you are saying, how am I making this point? He's saying that they should break the whole country up together because some parts are not doing well.
I mean, I just came into the conversation, but I'm saying that you're saying by that, if Sao Tome can survive, it means individual states can survive.
No, but it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that because all the
because based on the index that you're bringing the.
No. I'm not saying individual states cannot survive on their own. But the point I'm making is that the correlation is not there. Just because you are smaller doesn't mean you are going to succeed. What makes you succeed? Okay. And remember, it's still 2,000 something per dollars, because Nigeria has higher like Lagos is 6,000, better than Sao Tome, and has more population than Sao Tome. So to say that just because of that you should break the nation up, it's like saying just because some parts of the UK has more money than other side, let's break the UK up. That's not how it works. Nations are held together by other distinct dynamics.
For I've said to you before, this is my own logic, right? What is happening in Nigeria now is obvious that people don't want to admit this. There's a religion and tribal supremacy going on in that country, right? And if they don't want to come and fix the issue, I'm saying to you that instead of people just going around the circle and not doing the right thing, we need to come to a consensus and say, this is what we want as a people, right? And Paul just said that when you get into power, you throw that out of the window because you don't care, because the power, you love the power and you have control. But the people have to force these people in leadership to look at
I think you are seriously mistaken. I don't know why we keep thinking like this. You are so mistaken. How there's division everywhere in the world, but yeah, they are functional. Why do you think that is? It's not because we can be divided and still be able to function. The reason why we are not functioning is the reason why Togo is not functioning. It's the reason why Cameroon is not functioning. Central African Republic. There's a bigger reason why.
Our level of division is you can't even compare it to what you have in the UK. I gave you this example.
We fought each other more than Somalia.
I gave you this example before.
We can't be making case based on something that we have evidence for.
Wait now. I'm saying I want to make a point. Here in the UK, right? If you're due £100 as a benefit, it doesn't matter where you are in the UK, you get that money. Right? Do you get that in Nigeria?
But it's not the tribe that caused that. It's about our system is not working.
That's what I'm saying to you.
It's not until we break that will make that work.
Well, you just made it. It's just like Buhari telling the what's that body that they should focus on the north. That's what Buhari told them. Focus on the north.
It's an individual opinion. Buhari is not speaking for the north. It's just the individual called Muhammadu Buhari.
Yeah, but how do you think? So, Paul, that's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm. Look, let me tell you, victory. I will argue this point that forefather argue all the time. I will argue it with you, and I will make my point with fact based. Let me tell you, the Germans, you understand, want to exterminate Poland. Today they are still living with Poland. The Turkey, the Armenian, we see all those things. Today they are still there. You understand the talks?
The Kurds too.
Yeah, the courts or talks or courts or whatever. They are still
Catalan.
there. So we see France and Germany fight for donkey years. France and England fight for 100 years. You know, this problem can be there, but we can also find a way to end this thing. We see North Island, the island, and every other thing. They call them terrorists, they call them everything. Today, they are still there. So we can still mitigate, we can still manage some of those things. Countries have fought themselves, they hate themselves. Someday, sometime, you will be so shocked that North Korea and South Korea will end up resolve all those things. We also look themselves in the face and say the West is just dividing us to cash out from us. How about we stop this nonsense that we are doing? After all, we are the one that intermarry to ourselves more. We look like each other. Why would we believe in somebody far away from 8,000 miles away be telling us how to live? They are still there. You understand? So let's not think that we can't settle any fight that we're going through.
CM, don't worry, we are going to come back to you because I think the economic argument we're discussing. Let me just share the list of divisiveness that is going on in Europe that we don't see. And one thing I would like Nigerians to also know is that when you ask other Africans about Nigerians, they will say Nigerians work with each other best among the diaspora, which is weird. We think we are very divided, but other people see us as being, we behave like Votrons. According to one guy on the internet, say we act like Votrons. When anybody comes after Nigeria, they gang up and come after you. So, but let me show you the list of, look at the list. Just look at the scroll bar here. The list of separatist groups in Europe. You see the scroll bar, how long it is? Let's keep going down. Look at the separatist groups in Europe. All these people want to break up countries in Europe. How many tribes are there in Nigeria? Look at that. Look at that. Many of them in one country, you have more than 5. The UK has about 8. Look at them. They want to break up countries. All these people. And yet Europe is functioning. That is why I keep telling you that the reason why we are dysfunctional has nothing to do with whether we hate. They kill each other in the millions all the time. Sorry,
your example is actually you're putting the cart before the horse. In these countries, they want to secede because they reasoned and they came to a conclusion that okay, this might be better for us. But in Nigeria, they want to secede because of the suffering. They are suffering, and they want to try other methods. It's two different. Suffering can make you want to secede, but when your eyes open, over enlightenment can make you want to also secede. That is, things are good in their countries, but they want better. But in your own country, things are worse. They are bad. They are getting worse. That's why they want
then
better.
Deal with the problem.
That's the answer you made, Mr. Victory. I think what you are trying to say, it makes sense, but you also have to understand that for you to break out of Nigeria, you have to do it through war. You cannot do it any other way. If you are ready to go to that extent and break out, then the world is going to come and bow to you and say, come, you're good. We need you here. But if you can't do it, then you're not powerful enough. This world we are living in, is for the fittest.
Sorry, I don't think you understood what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
I know what you're saying.
I'm not saying that
we're not
saying that
moving forward together.
When you're in a place, right, and it's obvious that you're not making progress after many years.
Yes.
So it's obvious people will start looking for alternative, right? You cannot have a country whereby they conduct an election and they tell you one thing, and then in the middle of the game they change it. I think expect people
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But
continuing for. That's the whole point.
Look at it.
It's happening again to 2023. How long are we going to live for? Look at everybody in this panel.
Solve the problem. Solve the problem. I'm not saying those problems don't exist. Fix the problems then.
Forefather.
Look at an ethnic group.
How would you fix the problem? Tell me.
Hold on.
This is by coming up with ways to mitigate this inconsistencies in the process, and which there are. How? Like even in the context of the previous election, you need to fund people to go to those election locations and take proper records. The proper records were not taken. All this we keep talking, there were no records.
Apart from the reality of Nigerians, Victory, listen. A tribe like the Igbo, I'll not use tribe, an ethnic group like the Igbo ethnic group they are not a minority. They are a majority, but they are still stifled. If you want to fix anything in that country, there's abundance of them in every field to fix, but they still feel stifled. But yeah, they cannot break away because it takes something bigger than just saying going to parliament. The parliament system doesn't work like that in Nigeria. It takes something bigger. Can you do it? If you can do it, do it and move away. If you can't, find a way to stay in this one. I know where Fofana is coming from. Africa is trying to be one whole. And then some people are saying they want to break away to minor countries. But then again, how many countries can the UN contain? How many?
They will just pick us apart the way they did before again. All of them are ganging up. NATO is getting bigger. NATO just took control.
They will abandon us like Sudan. I think France just remember Sudan yesterday. They will abandon us like Sudan for almost 1 year.
Imagine them just like, oh, they are killing each other. Let's ignore them. After they kill each other, we'll come and finish the job.
And they go finish very well. They go just look like say nothing they happen. No mean anything. Go and ask Rwanda. The world turned their back on them.
Palestinians are technically Oyibo people, and look at how they are treating them. Not to mention us. If they treat Palestinians like that, what do you think they're going to do to us?
You will shake your hands by force. You will end the war by force.
Father, isn't it what I said to you that people have to negotiate, come to a negotiating table and discuss what we want as a consensus?
Victory.
That's how you can only form a country that works. I ask you a question. Here in the UK, right? If you're based in Newcastle and you're due £100 and I'm based in London, would you not get the same money?
If you think Nigeria will split if you think Nigeria will split at any point in time without trying to figure out how the North will move forward without being stranded and they wouldn't go to war, you might be dreaming or you might not understand how these things work.
God bless you, my
so
brother.
Even if Nigeria was to split today, they will have to give some kind of consensus to places like the North in terms of education, in terms of improving their standard of living. So you're not just going to say, we're going to split and we're going to run off with all the natural resources, we're going to run off with all the waterways, and we're going to run off with all the economic advantage that the country used to have as a unit. If Nigeria was to split today, they will have a plan similar to the Marshall Plan. That is the only way your homelands are not going to get overrun. That is the only way the country is not going to burn down. So say Nigeria was to split today, they will say, okay, for the next 20 years, we will give XYZ to alleviate the poverty in the North. Maybe education, including road designs, transportation, and improving the standard of living of the people. So it is not as easy. That was why I kept asking you the same question, which you couldn't even give an answer to, because a lot of people just think they live in this fantasy fairy tale of not understanding how these things work, and they deal in suppositions instead of looking at the factual actions on the ground. You cannot just say, we're going to split the country. That's why I said, if you was in charge, how would you do it? You said, we will talk to people. That's why I said, we will talk to people. What, 10 people talk to each other? Or 15 people talk to each other? Or 1,000 people talk to each other? You said, well, the political leaders. So how do they do it? Do you think this is something the political leaders haven't known to do for the last 30, 40 years? They do know it. But splitting Nigeria, like Xero said, is not going to be easy without bloodshed. So you have to somehow.
The more you talk, the more I realize that it's actually impossible. I think
it is not impossible.
I think it's impossible. I actually think it's impossible now. The reason why I'm saying, hear what I'm saying. No, hold on. Hear my reasoning.
Let me just end here.
Okay.
It is just like the situation where we need state policing in the country, where you cannot just outrightly give state police to the whole country, because we know we have a systematic problem with, for example, the way the politicians act and the governors act. So if you want to bring state police, for example, into Nigeria, it has to be done on a pilot basis. So you can't just force everything on the people.
So the reason why I think it's impossible now, just hold on, CM, let me just do that quickly. It's impossible now because if you look at what is going on in Ethiopia now, Ethiopia became landlocked because of some of the wars. You can even call it to an extent colonization wars or new colonization wars that gave Eritrea and the others access to the sea and blocked Ethiopia in. And now Ethiopia, large population, they want access to the sea. One way or another, they will get it. If they have to go through what, they will do it. Now, in the context of Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria, which is quite significant in population and all, they also have their cousins in the Sahel that they have landlocked. They are landlocked in Benin. They don't have a significant population in Benin. They don't have a significant population in Ghana and many other countries. The only way they have access to the sea, the ocean, is through Nigeria by and large. They don't have, so the only strategic nation that is rich at the same time that they have access to the sea, you want to take it away from them, you are going to get a fight on your hand that you never seen before. That is the kind of stuff that leads to some serious bloodshed. And this is why I think it's almost impossible. And I've said it before, the glue that is holding Nigeria together is stronger than people think. Not to mention the minorities. If you put the minorities together, they are bigger than all these so-called major groups individually. Those ones don't care about all this talk. You keep talking about let's negotiate and all the rest. You can knock your head against the wall all you like. The solution is going after the problems that is giving you hard bonds, like Victory said, election issues. Deal with it. It can be dealt with. You think Uzokalo is not going to follow you to the southeast? Uzokalo is going to follow you to the southeast. What's the other one? All the ones you don't like, they are still in the southeast. If you break,
Ibori is in Delta.
Tinubu is going to go to the southwest. You are going to get Atiku in. Atiku is still going to be the north. He's going to be stuck with them.
From the first election in Nigeria, it has been rigged. Do you know that?
The thing is this.
You know that the first election in Nigeria was
business,
and we never had an honest election. Go ahead, yeah.
In business, I will say two things. In business, that is if to say, let's say Nigeria is a business, you share asset and liability. Just like somebody saying Ibori is in Delta, you get that one, you get all Jews or to where it belongs to. So yes, you get asset, but the thing is this, Nigeria's case is this. The thing about Nigeria is that somehow there's always a way out. Somehow a ray of hope comes. Do you realize that in 2014, when Jonathan organized that conference, it was 100 years after amalgamation. He wanted Nigeria to design the Nigeria that we want, and they agreed. It's just the political way to put it in order. They weren't talking about division. Do you know that in Nigeria today, when I read the 2014 conference, I think that is something that any serious leader should go and bring out. Do you know that they even agreed, say, any local government where feel say they can't go it alone is so heavy for them, you can tell the person next to you, can we merge and become one so that our services will cut cost? The same thing for state. They even put in what they call antitrust law, that no single person can be in charge of one product. Say, no limit, they supply cement or sugar. It can't work. So in other ways, they looked at the areas that were weak and they want to strengthen it. And everybody agreed. Why can't they put it? Even the state police, they all agreed how it's going to be.
They also wanted to create like 30-something more states. So
No, there was no issue of state creation. It was not there. I have the if I have email, you can download it and read. There was nothing like that. Rather, what they were even saying is that 36 states the way they are, any state, maybe Delta and the Anambra may feel that they can go together, or Delta and Bayelsa, you can become one state without the federal government involvement. Or you can exchange, say, let Delta and Bayelsa have one commissioner for education.
Yeah,
running
merger
the
and
two
acquisitions.
Merchant, that is, see, so that you cut costs. In other words, you are really independent to do certain things on your own. Such things, for them to agree, because they say that these are so that some of those fears people are bringing, this. If you don't want, but if you want to create one local government in Delta, if you want to agree, if you want 100, may want to create. So it's no longer a case of they created in Abuja, they cheated me. If you feel that this the local government we have, 26 is too much, let's cut it down to 10. You people can agree. put it somewhere. So invariably, these are what the type of things they agreed on. Why
CM,
don't they implement
CM,
it? Yes, please.
they
Why don't they
recommended
implement
54 states.
54 states? Where and where
Yes.
will they be?
Well,
Jesus Christ.
if you want me to
That's a
send you
lot
the
of
link,
states.
I don't talk if I don't know something. I'll send you the link right now
Yes.
if you want to see it.
Thank goodness they
Okay,
didn't
please,
create
please
that.
put it. Maybe I can-
That's a lot of
No,
states. It's
you
going to
know,
be
do
too
you know,
many.
do you know, you know, I speak to truth. Know that you may send the link, but I'm not sure it's part of that 2014 recommendation. That's what I'm saying, because there was a time they were flying kite that they want to make it 9 times 6 geopolitical zone.
CM,
It will be
they
9 each one.
recommended 54 states.
Maybe there's a logic to it, you know. Because Nigeria is so diverse. Maybe who
Okay,
knows?
CM,
you talking about
Okay, that's the
I
nine
think my
times six
mental
geopolitical
browse.
zone.
What
So
did they say
nine,
about what did they say
nine
about
states in six
resources,
geopolitical
national
zones.
resources? What did they say about it? Did you look at that part?
2 zones, yeah.
About national resources, did you look about the part? Did you look at that part? Have you looked at that part? Have you read that part?
National, yeah, okay, now, national resources. They were
Yeah.
saying that national resources, every area control the resource of your area, but a percentage, a variable percentage they should bring to the center. So how then do you go and create state? That's why I'm really saying, because people said this state, because if you create it, you have to fund it. One
CM, are you
state, one
sure?
governor.
CM,
So 54 governors.
CM, are you sure they said that?
Yes,
You said they
resources.
said that
Yes.
every state should control their national
Yes.
resources.
Yes.
No, I didn't see that
Yes.
part. I looked at that part. I didn't see that. So that one you're saying.
But see,
You didn't
guys,
see that?
listen.
No,
It's not even
I
about this.
I've searched for it. It's not there. I didn't see that.
Guys, just remember this thing. Go to rivers, go to Bayelsa, go to some parts of Delta. See what the resources has done to this land. These people were fishermen. Some of them were farmers. See, if you see how many lands have been destroyed about these resources. So when we mention these resources, yeah, it's good we are making, but just remember that a lot of people are stranded. Their lands, before they recover their lands again, as in the pollution, to take a century or more.
There's some truth there. So I wanted to show
that also is also failure of government too, because all those pollution, all those oil degradation and the likes and everything, it's also negligent. We don't see that in Houston, Texas. We don't see that in Saudi Arabia. We don't see that in
let's see the
Qatar
states
and the UAE.
Paul, let's just catch the states that are, the states that have higher living standards in Nigeria. Look at them. Lagos clearly number 1. GDP per capita 6,000. This thing. Bayelsa, I didn't see that coming. No, I think Bayelsa people are not seeing that money. It's just the oil that is coming out from there they are using. That is quite high for Bayelsa. Number 2. That is quite high. Igbo number 3.
No, number 9 is rank. No, rank.
No. I think they rank it, but I'm using the number of GDP per capita, this value. Because you can sort it by so maybe they are using a different thing to rank it. So I'm going using GDP per capita. This is the lowest one. So if you look at that, and these are southern states here. Let's see the first northern states. This is terrible, man. This is devastating. Where is the northern state here? Okay, let's keep going. Okay, can we consider this one northern? Niger State, is it not northern?
Yes, Niger Kogi.
The first.
Niger Kogi, okay. Middle belt. That is quite. Look at that. How many states before them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 states. Anambra makes 12 states before you get the first this in northern state, and that is Kogi State. And that's, for me, I don't even consider Kogi northern. I think it's somewhere central this in Nigeria area. So
that is the geopolitical zone.
They just call it. They just give them to the north because of politics. Niger State. Okay, Niger is crisscrossing between. You see, all these are okay. Nasarawa, you can say Nasarawa is not if you want to give it to them. But you can see the top is dominated by southern states. Yeah, Gombe. Okay, now let's go look at them. Suddenly the poorest states, you start seeing northern states, and there's some people are telling us that you want to cut them off from the ocean on top of that. You're going to have a fight on your hand that you've never seen before. You see a fight that you've never seen.
And all that small region will also support them because they benefit immensely from it. You understand? Other, say, Niger, other countries, to Mauritania down, Mali, they will still benefit from it.
What does Imo do? I don't know how Imo ended up here. What does Imo do?
Imo have oil now. You forget they are also part of the
Okay,
Niger.
because I was expecting Abia.
Yeah, Imo and
Okay.
Abia.
Okay,
Imo and
cross
Abia. Imo, Abia, and
Akwa Ibom.
Ondo that make it 9 states.
Look at Delta. You think so Delta will be right up there because Delta gets a lot of money and all. And look at even River State is down there. It's like look at the River State where it is. I thought River State would be next to Lagos. I didn't expect River State to be there.
It's like
Only all your money.
it's
They
like
don't tax.
like
No
apart
business
from
there. When you go to Delta,
it's
it's
like
apart from oil. Now only bank you go see there now. No business.
Lagos is truly rich, you know, in terms of as is, even if it's, I wouldn't say truly rich because European countries are 20-something thousand, 40,000, but this is by an African standard, 6,000 is quite high. GDP per capita in Lagos is quite high.
Remember all the
because
multinationals at the end of the day, their headquarters still in Lagos.
Not only the multinational, the biggest seaport we use in West Africa is in Lagos now.
That's true.
The biggest seaport.
That's true.
So that alone, and the busiest airport in Nigeria is also in Lagos.
Yeah.
So these two things is enough to knock off.
So this is the price of this in rice in the UK. 1 kg in Nigeria is probably half or less than half of that. And which one is this one again? Okay, this is separatist. I wanted to show CM the
standard
chart
of living. What's the
CM
per capita income like?
No, we know that. No, that's fine. That's fine. I wanted to show CM the this chart about our imports so that you can now visualize the areas we can cut imports from. As you can see, the biggest one seems to be oil, which the refineries are going to take care of if our refineries come on stream. Nigeria's economy is about to change shape because of what is happening.
You see, the problem with Nigeria is that if you have a leader that said, I give Nigeria 1 year, 2 years, I turn it around, it's possible. Whatever raw material you think of is in Nigeria. No, for you to make a complex product, you need the raw materials.
God bless
For
you.
you to make anything complex, you need the raw materials. Yes. So all those things all you need to do is you know these things that are talking of. If since Tinubu came in last year, he decided that he would say Niger, Kogi, Kwara, Benue, Taraba, and Nasarawa should be our agricultural belt. He makes sure that no matter the level of insecurity, it cannot touch this area. And he invests heavily mechanized field agriculture just to feed Nigeria first. That is one. That is what they call a comparative advantage. You are not talking of putting heavy industries there for now. All you want is agricultural belt.
Why are we even importing sugar? We spend $1.1 billion importing sugar.
Yeah, but sugar cane. Okay, this one they say like a mala, we say mereke. Do they import it? Don't they grow it in Kano?
It's right there in Nigeria. I don't know why we are even bothering to import that.
Okay.
Oh, Father, desertification. You understand? The north is drying up. What are you doing to help them too?
That is one.
No, that's what I'm saying. Ban it and use the money, or not ban it. I mean, put tariff on it and use that money to support the farmers.
Oh, Father, when you keep talking this tariff again, it gets me some type of way. Look, let me tell you.
Why?
America,
when America does this, it's fine.
I will explain it to you. America does not have semiconductor. During the COVID time, they see the reality and they are seeing the problem that China is having with Taiwan. America is giving a Taiwan company in Arizona only almost $9 billion to invest for a $40 billion investment. America is investing again.
What I was going to talk about next.
America is investing again in one of the states in South. They are investing in Oregon. They are putting money. You understand why they are still buying from Taiwan? For further, let our government first create the environment. If you keep placing all those tariffs, so you want to use the tariff.
You see what Paul is saying. Paul, read this.
Yeah, but
nice.
China
Isn't it?
has the technology. We do not have the technology.
But don't you understand? I agree with that. What I'm saying is that you increase the tariff on things, not everything, on things that are
My
useless to
brother,
the Nigerian
Nigerians is
economy.
grossly
Paul just picked up.
underpaid.
You mentioned
Why are you killing people?
You kept mentioning something. You kept saying, "Why don't we create chips? Why don't we create chips?"
No,
and
no.
I was gonna say, do you know the process and the investment?
I know that already.
takes
That's not what I'm talking about regarding this point.
to make chips. Like we can't even dream
I
of
know
making
that.
chips.
I know that. But I'm
So
talking
why
about
do you
something
keep
else now.
saying, why don't we make it?
No, that's it in a different context. This one is the context of trying to reduce imports that we don't need so that we can boost local manufacturing. This is a different context.
We
Yeah,
don't have the
hold on.
technology,
I speak the
forefathers.
truth so that we don't go round and round on this. The point is that I know we can manufacture chips. I even said it regarding electronic components that we can't reduce the cost, the imports in those because we can manufacture those things. And somebody on this panel said, yes, we build computers in Nigeria. We can import the motherboard. But I said, even if you did that, it's not a lot of gain you're going to make from it because you still need
That's
to
why
import
I say
almost
almost
everything.
finished products don't make sense. Almost finished product don't make sense.
But if you see what my point is that you can put tariff on stuff. The idea that Paul is saying, "Oh, tariff," I feel funny about it. America does it all the time.
Forefather,
China
you
does it all
can't
the time.
compare America. Why I say you can't compare America? Forefather, I'll tell you, Indomie increase their product. Nigerian breweries increase their product. Nestle increase their product. The private schools are increasing their product. These same people, they are not increasing salaries. Where is the purchasing power?
Look at this one. Look
My
at this one just came
brother,
last
Forefather,
week.
let me tell you, if EFCC stand on their ground today, Nigeria will collapse. Nigeria is surviving today on Yahoo Boys money. Nigeria is grossly underpaid.
Yeah, but why to fix that problem? You need to discourage some things to be brought into your economy. Why would you be importing useless stuff into your economy and
Without
spending your hard-earned foreign exchange?
strengthening the system?
The word tariff, you don't put tariff on what you don't have. It's what you
Exactly.
manufacture locally. But if people are to import it, you put tariff.
Or
That
what
is
you are
just the
capable
thing.
of manufacturing.
If you know you are
That's
manufacturing
why
garri,
nearly
and people, hold on,
everybody is bringing almost a finished product. You understand? First of all, go and create the product. When America create the product with semiconductors, as they are putting in three states now, then they
Which
can
money are you
level
going
tariff
to use to
while you
create
are
the
bringing
product?
from outside. But right
Paul,
now, the industries are not there.
Paul, which money are you going to use to create the products? I'm saying put a bit of tariff on those
Is that not
products.
the
When it
reason?
comes in,
So
use to
since
manufacture the
government is
product locally.
borrowing money, they borrow money to do politics, to do stupid thing. So when
But
it
is it
comes to
not
do the right
better?
thing, now they can't borrow.
But is it not better to put tariff on those products? Take the money from the tariff and use to fund your local manufacturers to manufacture that same product.
Paul,
Is it not better?
Forefather, don't let the people suffer more.
For example,
Until the local product
how
are big in
many
the market, don't start putting tariff.
when you say inner sun, right? For example, how much cars you said inner sun, and the brother up there said North. He said a car company called North, etc. So how much he said? Oh, we can eat into like at least 3%. How many cars do you think? How much money do you think inner sun or North could pump into the vehicular industry to eat into even 1% of the needs for Nigerian people?
Let me
respond to
put it
that?
this way. Let's say the two, their combined capacity or total is not enough. And then people still have to bring from outside. It is not on that strength that we are talking of tariff. It is not yet on that strength because we are still tariff is you must look yourself and feel that yes, even without this, because tariff is like you want to discourage people from importing it in the sense that you've got enough.
When you've not even started producing, you want to level tariff.
Listen, I'm coming.
No,
Wait,
but you can do it as a feedback loop. It's the same process.
Paul, hold on. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead,
I'm
my
coming.
brother.
So it's only when you evaluate. Okay, let's say something like garri, and people are importing garri, but you know that if you look at Nigeria, find out that we can produce the entire garri we can eat in Nigeria. You might just say, okay, let's say from next year we put tariff on all this, in the hope that by now you are making arrangement that you will increase the capacity to produce garri in Nigeria. And when it start coming out, you just jump and put tariff. If you make noise, they say there's local. Buy this one. If you must buy that one, then you pay the tariff. That is you don't use tariff to cheat yourself. You use it to incentivize the
Yeah, but that
farmers
is
or the local
opposite. What
production.
you're saying, is
Yeah.
the commonsensical economic policy that any government should put in place.
Yeah.
But that is
Yes.
unlike what forefathers is saying. Forefathers is basically saying
No, that is
tariffs. And Paul is saying, well, we cannot put tariffs on things we do not produce.
Until we start producing.
no.
Until we
How
start
can you
producing.
stop? You see, what people do all the time is want us to spend the money that we don't have. You want us to use our own money to subsidize our local farmers when you put tariff on the items that are coming in.
Forefather.
Listen, let me
Tariff
give you a
come in
typical
so many
example.
ways, and subsidies come in so many ways.
Yes. Well, so let me give him one example. Like, forefather, there where you are now, even the loan, if you want to apply for a loan, they give you, you can get a loan for 15 years. In Nigeria, it's 90 days. Even these big companies, that's just one. That should tell you what
mortgage.
But that has nothing to do with
what type of
that.
magic?
If anything, what I'm saying is to help that situation. You have to have a vibrant economy before you can start having those financial instruments.
For a businessman or for mortgage, for 2 years to buy a property of 200 million naira.
Yes, exactly.
And you want to give person to pay for 2 years. This person will dry up his office, will steal every funds in his office.
Yeah, but you are changing the topic again. How does that having to do with importation? You see, what CM, the way CM is putting it sounds conciliatory, but if you are not careful, it's not going to work. Because you have to give. See, let me just say something.
Let me land with this American pattern. We have Delta Airline, we have United Airline, and we have American Airline. Now we have Walmart. Walmart is the biggest grocery store in the whole world. Now America have the so-called food stamps where they give for people to go buy food, to go get everything. 46% of these people, they buy these groceries from Walmart. It is clear that government is giving poor people that don't have money food, and they are buying it from Walmart. You understand? Walmart can go out of business. During the pandemic, the government still support Walmart. The government still give Delta Airline $40 billion, still give America $40 billion, still give United, but they don't have business. These people, they are doing everything that they are doing. Now, you might say so. One aspect of it, the government support, the government create an enabling environment. The government still show you indirectly, these are the customers that we can guarantee for you. Instead, if the government said, okay, everybody, all local government, everybody, all police, all these will buy cars from Innocent and every other thing. Innocent can challenge any businesses. If you can create things that these people already know that we have a guaranteed customer. Do you get my point? Exactly. But if you think that Igbo man that have that money, that Yoruba man that have that money, will just stand up and be producing, be waiting for government to say, oh, I've taxed the other person. And the man still discover that the cost of production again is still almost higher, that is also not even still catching out again. Him himself again is also bringing almost a finished product and just slap it and finish it in Nigeria. They're not gaining anything from it.
Okay, I think you made a case there. Let me make my own case. So I'll start with the cost of production that you talked about that is higher. The idea is that when you support them based on the idea that that item you are buying from overseas and you're bringing to the country, the price you're selling it, you can still keep on selling it. The structure of the policy will be to maintain the price and make sure the stuff is manufactured in Nigeria. That's the objective, the primary objective at first. So whatever cost that is in Nigeria that makes it higher, you remove it for them. And to do that, you can also slap tariff on the ones that are coming in to take some of that money and use some of the funds that you've got. Because the tariff that is coming in is going to increase the cost of the product and it's going to discourage Nigerians from buying it. Because when the price of something increases, if it's not an essential, people will not buy it. You see what I mean?
That's true.
So, and then you take the funds and the one that shows up, you take it to support those farmers, those traders and manufacturers to start manufacturing locally. Because when you manufacture it locally, you have a chance now to start exporting and expanding. And in the context of Nigeria, it's even more important because Nigeria has so much influence. and ways of selling these things. Look at how our movies are selling in Africa. We can sell all this product and make a whole
That's
ton.
because Nigerians and in all these countries. And just to expand on what you said, take for instance that the Ajaokuta steel panel is operating fully. You know how many components that you mesh together to form a car? All those components are now manufactured some place or the other within Nigeria. Imagine the multiplicity of jobs. That's how in countries that are in saner clans, that's how they reason. They reason about how many people are employed that will pay tax. But our own country imagines how much they're going to get to their pocket from foreign direct investment, or how much they're going to tax the business. You see, they're taxing primarily, and that's going to kill the business. You have to think on the tertiary taxes. When the business now multiplies, when it employs, and then you are going to get taxes from everybody. So if I'm this government, or if I'm Nigeria's government, I will focus on creating employment so that I can tax everybody. These guys are saying increase the tax bracket, but you are taxing electricity.
You want to tax
electricity
people.
is not the end product; it's the means to the end. The end is manufacturing.
By and large, Nigerian government don't tax a lot
You want
compared to other people. Nigerian government don't tax a lot.
You want to tax people when you don't even have a system in place to know how many people are the citizens of your country. So that goes back to what I was saying. We have a systemic problem. And until we put things in place, very simple things, stop putting
We know how many people are in the country. By the way. I don't know why people keep saying that. We don't know.
We don't know how many Nigerian citizens.
To estimate. We have systems already.
Hold up. How many Nigerian citizens to the T exist today? April 20th, 2024.
I can give you parts to finding it.
No,
You can use NIN.
T.
You can use NIN number and use BVN and use
You think
that will work. A country that don't have death certificate.
Do you really think
almost everybody have NIN in Nigeria?
Do you
now? That's
really?
weird.
Father, how many of them that died that you know?
Do you really?
I know, but you are going to extrapolate that into your statistician can find out from that kind of information.
Do you think every Nigerian?
Do you know how people are dying today?
Do you think? Do you think?
What are you talking about? Nigerians are. Do you know how many people that are having children? You keep talking about people that are dying
with no birth certificate.
That's an unfair statement.
With no birth certificate.
Well, Nigerian population is growing. You should be thinking about increasing the population when you're counting, not reducing the people that are dying.
That's what we see on traffic. That we think Nigeria is growing. Nigeria may be even losing.
Don't start now. We're not gonna talk. You know Nigerian population is great. What are you talking about? Everybody agrees.
Finish his statement. Truth, continue now. Let me hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that. Do you really think every Nigerian has an NIN number? So if you say, well, yeah, we do know.
I think
I'm not saying you're forefathers, because it's impossible that even a third of Nigerians have the
let me find out. Let me see what
documentation of who is a Nigerian. We don't even know how many people die. You just hear someone dies.
Oh, there are more people that are born that have died. That's enough for you to
but
use
that's not my point. If you decided today to know how many people died when they were born, the vital statistics, before you start talking about taxation, we don't even have these systems in place for things like this to
More
occur.
than half of Nigerians have NIN. They said it hit 104 million in 2023.
How can you
So
know
how do you
it's
say more than half?
Because the office that registers them is telling
Do you know whether a street reporter that already have it? What about that?
What do you mean street reporter? We are 200 million.
When did we become 200 million? When did we become 200 million? Because 1996, the last census was 1996, April.
Actually, 2000 something. Where did you get that data from?
2006. And in 2006, April, when they did the last census, we are only just 91 million
And they were
people.
shocked by the growth. They were shocked by the growth in population
And,
from the last time they counted.
forefather, that rigging again happened tremendously, where people were paying to travel to their village. Where you go to the north, when somebody say you can't count my wife,
Oh, so
I
now
can
you're
only
talking
give you
about cows.
numbers.
So
And
this
therefore, that is
NIN is
questionable.
cows NIN, eh?
No. If you want to base the statistics of between
Yes.
2006 to now, April 2006 to now, that thing again, in the north, you can't count people. So when that problem started going on, people travel a lot from the east, from Lagos, and go back to the east. So when they see the game that people are playing in the east, places like Abia, it was so funny. People started saying, I am Muslim, you can't count my wife. I have 3 wives. I have 17 children. All this nonsense thing happened then.
BVN,
So you
Nigeria,
can't even believe 2006 census.
BVN is 57 million. Nigerians have
why
BVN.
is it? Paul, just asking. How do me?
So
me
less
when
than a
come from
third,
that
like I
side, I
said.
don't know about this. I don't
Because
know about
BVN
this
is people that have
development.
accounts. Adults
So
that have
so
joint
basically
accounts.
less than a
We need
third.
numbers.
Yes.
But guys,
Not only vote,
see how
we
this
need census
messing
too.
us up.
So how
About
can you
25% have BVN.
how can you
have
no
BVN, you have
no
PVC,
society
you have NIN.
no society can function without taxation, okay? And no taxation can occur without knowing how many people are liable for taxes, at least working adults.
It's
And
actually 60
if you
million that is
cannot
BVN register.
and
Sorry.
and if you cannot decide who is a citizen of your country, how then do you tax people?
People. Father, now that you like to pull all this record, how much revenue the federal government make from cattle? Because it's a big fight in Buhari's government. How much revenue did they make from cattle? I mean, Malu.
Does the federal
Look
government farm
it up.
cattle? Do they farm
To tell
cattle?
you that,
Where did they start
we
farming
don't pay
cattle again?
taxes, even when
Yeah.
they fight a lot over Luga.
Why are you implicating that Nigerian government in cattle farming? I didn't know that
How much revenue
Nigerian
do we
government
make
owns
from
cattle. So
how much revenue do we make from
okay, you mean from
tomato?
taxing the cattle? Is that what you
Yes.
mean?
Yes, tax. Yes.
I wouldn't
Tax
know that
revenue.
now.
Like I speak the truth is
Nigerian
telling you,
government don't
see,
take a lot of tax. They don't take a lot of
if
tax.
you
I don't
don't
think they take
have
tax from them.
if you don't have proper record, some people Buhari claimed that he have 150 cattle. If you have 150 cattle at that level, you're supposed to pay taxes. That's a big business.
One cattle every month at least. Use it to feed each ministry. At least you can start from there if you don't want to pay financially. So my point is that you can technically use data that is available within the government institutions to extrapolate the population of the country. I could do that relatively easily. It's not a complicated mathematical process to figure out, because you know generally how much children
you
people
can't
have.
do it. You can't do it.
If your estimation is flawed, everything else falls out of place.
The purpose
So your estimation has to be your estimation has to be accurate.
Accurate, yeah.
At least to a very, very good probability.
There's always a margin of error. There's always a margin of error that you
definitely.
The margin of error has to be really small. So if you have supposedly 200 million people and you can only account for 50 million people, you are in trouble.
Yeah, big trouble.
Yeah.
Big trouble.
You know why this is very important?
When they did census in America, when they did census in America, you see the undocumented immigrants. Some of them, they get scared for them not to count them because they don't want to release their information and everything. But at least they can still allow you to count their kids. You understand? Because the federal government pay for children in school, not like Nigeria, where we do state. So if they count your children, the benefit it becomes to that city, to that district. You understand? For how these children going to survive, the provision, the funds that they will allocate in that area. But just imagine a situation where people, state government can put vehicles for people to travel all the way from Lagos, from Aba, back to Kaduna, to Katsina. People started sending their people back. They started importing people from Niger, from Chad, from Mauritania, back to the north.
Let me share this information with you so you can get an idea of, look at this and tell me what are the chances that the Nigerian population is not going to be up to 200 million. Now, you have about 57 million having BVN. And on average, adults in Nigeria, or parents, tend to have 5.3 children. 5.2 children. So we are talking about, okay, some of those children have accounts. Not all of them are children. Some of them have
57
accounts.
million people have BVN, and the central bank come out and said less than 500,000 people bank
Have
less than
BVN.
5 active people that is
Now
banking.
you know that is impossible now. Only in Lagos alone, you know that's impossible. So if each family has 5.2 children in Nigeria on average, what does that tell you? It tells you that even if it's 30 million that has BVN here, extrapolate it, you can see the number of population in
How
Nigeria
can
already.
you reach an average if you do not even have an accurate number in the first place?
Because you can, like I said, it's a margin of error thing. You can be 10% off here and there, but you are going to still find that it's still somewhere around 200 million.
Listen, just listen. First of all, you do not even know how many Nigerians there are. Okay, you don't know that. We agree on that, yes or no?
Precisely,
How
we
many
don't have
Nigerians?
it, but we
Do
have
you
an
know
idea.
how many
I have an idea. If you
Nigerians?
don't, I do.
Yeah, good percentage might be from Benin. Good percentage might be from Niger. Good percentage might be from Mauritania,
wait,
Mali.
Paul. So, do you agree that the Nigerian state does not know the exact amount of its citizens as of today?
No,
It's
yeah,
an
they don't.
estimate now. Most
It's an
populations are
estimate.
estimates.
How can
Exactly.
you have an estimate? Hold on. I'm not saying guesswork now. How can you have an estimate if you don't not even know to a very minute error or probability how many citizens you have? In the UK today,
I just told you we know that already.
How
with
do
a
you know
reasonable
it?
margin of error. I just gave you an extrapolation of this one. This data has been gathered historically, the number of children per parent in Nigeria.
Forefathers. A person born, most Nigerians, their birth are not registered, yes or no?
Oh my God.
It's not, oh my God, it's a yes or no question.
Even if they are not registered, in other words, you're saying it's even higher. Are you saying it's even higher then? The population is higher.
It's a yes or no question. Most Nigerian births are not registered, yes
Not
or no?
most, some, not most.
Some?
Majority are registered, yes.
Oh, you think majority are registered? Okay,
Yes.
all right. Let's give you that for the sake of you love to argue. All right, so most Nigerian deaths are not properly recorded, yes or no?
No, I don't believe that. Majority are recorded.
Oh, okay. So I have nothing else to say.
It's a fact. If somebody dies, you are often required to go to the police station. Normally, you go to the police station and report the death. And in terms of
Father, you go report for police to collect money from your hand. They don't do nothing with that information. Look, if somebody dies in the US, you will call the police. The police will do everything. They will call the doctor to come and certify the person. You understand?
Okay.
That is your first reason why you call the police. You understand? Because the person died at home. You understand?
I think I get your point there. By that standard, you see, the reason why you can kind of balance that out is because we also know a lot of people are being born compared to the ones that are dying. So it still balances out. Even if the population, we know the population is increasing. Even if the population wasn't increasing, you just go by the data you have right now. One can reasonably estimate that, okay, if you take 30 30 million parents having 5 children each, then 30 million times 5.
We don't have accurate data. Our data of
Or 50 million
determining
times 5.
our data of determining how many our data of determining how many Nigerian citizens exist today is very flawed. I guarantee you, the day we do a proper census, the day we do proper vital statistic of how many citizens we have in that country.
Okay, now let me give you an example how you can find that out.
We probably
we know the population of the UK. We know the population of the UK, the actual population that you believe in. Now, if we use the data of bank accounts in the UK or one other data that tracks adults in the UK and track per children, you can extrapolate from that the number of children these adults have versus the number of presence of these adults, the number that they have, and you can see that it is close to the population of the UK. If it is close, What does that tell you? Tell you that if you do that same extrapolation in Nigeria, it's likely to be close too. You see what I mean? This is how statistics.
Nigerians travel grossly outside the country. You understand? That is one. Ordinary records from our embassies, they don't even have data of their citizens in some of the countries that they are. That's why we are having problem even just to go renew our passport. If they even know how many Nigerians in America, they will also know how much people, how to process some of those things so that they can't have problem. We don't have all this data. That's why you get a lot of problem whenever you are assessing anything from government institutions. We are very vague. We just talk anything we want to put, we throw them out there, we see them in Google.
You see, I just searched number of people that own driver's license. I got 40-something thousand in the UK.
Jesus.
Yeah, but it's only million in the UK. Yeah, that's quite a lot actually in the UK. Then, if you look at a child per parent, parent in UK average. Guess what? Look at this number. Multiply it by that. What does it come down to? Almost 260 something. That's 60 something million, which is actually the real population of the UK. You see what I'm saying? You could use data that is available to extrapolate the actual population of the country. It's not very complicated, as you can see.
Exactly, because why? Yes, I know this method. Why? When you use this method, that's why we say every population of any country at every point in time is an estimate. It can't be exact.
That is true.
Because it's an estimate. So the only margin of error is that the error you get by maybe from those the number with driving license and the error you get with a number of children that you use to multiply. So when that is just where the margin of error can widen. So, but these are tiny. In the Nigerian own case is this. Why I'm saying why is this not? We have an estimate we could use. We have an estimate we could use.
You see how wrong they are? All these people just telling me I'm talking rubbish, and they are so wrong. How can you be so wrong? All of you, with all this brains you have. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable people. They're all abusing me. All this year, all this chat.
You know, if Fumio don't attack you.
She's beginning to warm a little bit. She's not as mean as before. Please go ahead.
Every population is an estimate as at the point that you want to bring it up. Because even if you want to bring up the population of UK, say tomorrow or today, you don't know, maybe as you are finishing, there has been a bet, maybe 10 or 15, and their population, they've always been ready because they register them at the bedside now, or maybe within, so they've registered them, and you didn't take note of that. So the thing about Nigeria's own case is that whatever estimate we have, even if we make a projection based on it, let us at least use it to plan. Let us use that one, even when we know. Let us use it to plan.
But CM,
let us use it to plan. Wherever it leads us.
The UK's population variant is not going to be so different by 50 million or 100 million. So we're not talking about 10 people or 50 people or 2,000 people being born tonight. We're saying, say people were born from 1960 till now, which would be 60-something years, right? So we understand that is like the lifespan of most people in the UK, give or take. I'm not sure, I'm just saying, like pretend, right? So we know, like between the last 60 years, we will know most of the people that were born from 1964, barring situation, like you said, it's an estimate. None of it is accurate. Some people's births are not registered properly. Some people are lost in the system. You know, it happens all the time. Even here in the United States, you see some people, they'll go in the black. Where's your birth certificate? It wasn't properly registered. It happens all the time. But it is not to an extent where there will be 50 million people missing in the system, or 70 million or 60 million, or saying, oh, there's approximately 200 million people, but we only have 50 million BVNs. It is
Yeah.
not
That is
that
true.
crazy.
You see,
That is
And,
you see,
insane.
and see, and remember when we talk about the UK now, another aspect of it, that driver's license that forefather pulled, they know how many
Yeah.
people that they pull out from driver's license based on death rate, different thing, and ever that in disability. You understand, senior citizen, they feel that you're too old, they take all these things. We don't have those records where you
I
will
know we
know
don't
how
have
many
it.
people that doctor will say, okay, no, you can't drive no more, you can't do this
You
no
know,
more, you
But
can't do
you
this.
also, but you know one other thing, you know our population is growing. So if anything, the estimate is going to be less.
you know,
That's
you
the
know,
thing. I didn't factor in. If I factor that in, the population should be higher.
What I wanted. If Nigeria really want, not that we might not really need to do accurate census because the corruption in it, the fraud, the money, everything. Let us even use what is it called? This GIS something. Just take something like I've forgotten what it is called. We know a state like Kano, the way they say, just like use the big cities in Nigeria and make sort of you said like Port Harcourt metropolis. How many million people? I think what do they call the things? The GIS mapping or something. How many people can we get there? Compare it to Calabar or the 36 state capitals and some other small cities. When
Okay,
you've
just
gotten
to
all
map
these,
all the geopolitical, the
yeah,
cities.
no, the big cities, yeah. So what like if you put worry, so when you do
It's
all these things,
GIS.
yeah, it's giving you millions. Then you now say, okay, if you come to a place like Lagos and you've gotten Lagos, the tendency of getting millions of people in Badagry is not there. So you can easily say, well, or you come to a place like Anambra, you've gotten Onisha. Going to my village to do, or you go to Delta, you've gotten Warri. Warri should be more populated than Asaba, or maybe you get Warri and Asaba. Then going to Ozoro or somewhere like Ogwashuku might not really mean so much. So when you've done this estimate, when you've gotten it like this everywhere, you now multiply. It should giving you maybe let's say they're giving you over 100 million heading. Then you now say, okay, you now go back to the small towns or villages you feel that they are lesser. You may not go everything. You estimate it like this and say, do give or take. That is where the margin of error comes. I know you in an advanced country like America or Europe, you don't need to do it because they already have a formal way of knowing. Maybe give them 1 week, they will give you death rate, birth rate, this they know. So in our own case, we use this one as a start. When we use it to plan, just let us even plan with it, even when it is we know that it's grossly inaccurate. But let us use it even to plan. Let's assume, let's use it even to plan. So that with time, we now be altering something, changing, and then making sure that the formula, what we want to use it to get, this can tell you
But
that.
CM,
So
the method you're
yes,
proposing is what we've been using for over 60-something years, and it's not
we're
working.
we're in Nigeria. No, we've never used
Yeah,
it.
what method
No,
do you think we've been using?
no,
We've
no,
been using a
Oh
no.
method, a
God.
flawed
Eh, eh,
method of
eh,
estimating, and it hasn't been
truth,
working.
truth. The what we use. Remember what Paul told you. What we use is direct census. We come to your house, knock door, we count. Paul na lie.
How many?
No, no,
Yes, sir. And somebody will
yeah.
say,
How
I have
many?
4 wives. I'm a Muslim.
I have
You
four.
can't count my children. You can't count my wife.
so,
I will just give you
so
number. You go.
that's what we'll be using.
We
You
reach
see, that's what
census.
we'll be using. We use census. We go to count as if 4 of us here or 5 of us here. I come and say 1, 2, 3, 4. We count. So we haven't used this method before. You see why this one can be cost effective, fast. But the thing is that it is you that will now engage the margin of error you want. If you
See,
don't
let me
want it
make you
to be,
laugh. Another funny thing. My mother will count how many children she have in Wari. And I live in Lagos. I will count myself again in Lagos.
join.
Now talk about
So,
gaslighting now.
so you see, this is what we are saying. But in any case, even if we say we are 200 million or 202, that's one thing I said. I wanted to joke with one Nigerian politician. I said, you politicians, if I want to disqualify you people, I just gather 36 governors, put them in 36 different rooms in a hotel, remove all their mobile phone, give them a piece of paper, say, write Nigerian population. They will get 36 different figures. 36,
Definitely
36.
correct.
Yeah.
They're all
CM,
You,
lawyers.
I'm happy
yes.
you are here today. Now we need to shift to one other topic that I have found to be quite problematic when we have our discussions. I think we've resolved to an extent the kind of exports imports we need to control, the population of the country. We've settled that one to an extent. Now, I wanted to also go to the area of expenditure of the federal government, because there is this idea that everybody believes the federal government is basically stealing maybe 80% of the money that they budget. So we need to find out how much they are spending for the federal government. So we have an idea of where the true money is. Not, we are not talking about the fake ones, the one we know they cannot dodge, like salaries. You can't dodge that one. You have to pay staff, otherwise they will all be shouting. So we need to pin down the ones we are sure they spent, and then the shady ones we can get those ones out. So now the question is, how much they spend on salaries?
But in salary, you have to remove ghost workers. So you have to, you have to say ghost workers. So that's another.
Those salaries are to Nigerians, and Nigerians are the ones that are the ghost workers.
Ghost is like,
it's not the ministers. It's not the ministers that are doing the ghost workers. It's the Nigerians that are generating ghost workers. So, but from one of the data that I got, let's see, the federal government is to spend 7.76 trillion on salaries and others. So let me just share that here. 7.7 trillion is quite a lot of money.
That is at the federal level. That is federal workers.
I'm not even including state yet, because then we also have to take state allocations into account. So all those things, those are the things that leave the federal government coffers, so that we can now start tracking where the money is going, where most of it. If the federal government is spending on their federal workers 7.something trillion, we're talking about $7 billion. Out of the budget, which is $26 billion, 19 billion is left. So, and that 19 billion, how much is the state allocations? Let's see whether we can find a total of state allocation. Total of Nigeria state allocations. Let's see whether they have the numbers. Because if we've accounted for those $1 billion, what's this one? Federal accounts, Nigerian stats. Is it just this amount the states get? I don't know. Let me see by state. I wish you can see them by state. Okay, state allocation. Yeah, it should be there. Let's see. Shared how. If anybody else knows any other data that I don't have yet, they can share it. How states shared. Okay, 6 trillion. That's what they said they shared. 6 trillion. That is another 6 to 7 billion. As of yesterday, last year, I mean, it will be around 7 billion, maybe even more, because the exchange rate wasn't as high. So as at last year, we are talking about $7 billion. So here we are dealing with just about $8 billion, $7 billion. That comes down to $15 billion out of $26 billion. So now we have eaten more than halfway into the national budget. So what other dark areas we don't know about?
You see, for me, the starting point first, because knowing Nigeria for what it is, I know they said how they share. No, not this. I think what was the first one? 7-point-something trillion at the federal level, isn't it? 7.7 trillion. You know, every data can mislead you or lead you to somewhere we are going. Because you have to say, if I'm to say now, like this one is I think that is the person in charge of, maybe I don't know whether it's his ministry. I will ask him, how did you arrive at this 7.7 trillion? He will tell me is the salary of the workers. Then the question I will ask again is that, do you know whether there are ghost workers? Because the moment we start working with figure, if we did not trim it, sort of refine it to reflect what it's supposed to be, we've built in an error in it, and that error will be multiplying and misleading. Because why I'm saying this is that somebody might say, let's just take it for example, said an average of how many thousand workers do you have per ministry? Just you take an average. Then you say, what is the lowest paid worker in a ministry? You say, what is the highest paid? Then give or take, you find the average, and then that's what you have to use. You said, okay, let's use this as a flat rate for that ministry. Whatever it gives you, you put it out. Because you are doubting their figure. Otherwise, you take their figure and run with it. So when you take it like this, then you are now arrived, so okay, let me work with this. Because every figure, if you do not generate it, when you are working with it, you have to be suspicious because you don't know. So many things are hidden under a figure, unless it
We
is the
have
one that is so
see,
clean. Yes,
we have 720,000 public
public servant,
workers, which is technically
public
federal
worker.
workers. So,
Okay, so
and by international standard, that's extremely low. And if we have ghost workers, if we have ghost workers in here, God knows how many
out of
workers
it,
we have in Nigeria. That is going to be scary if you have ghost workers in there. So it's already very low by international standards. So if this is the amount and you extrapolate how much each of these people get, you can technically divide this by, on average, by 7 trillion, isn't it? Then for 1 year, isn't it? So you can technically do that. So if we say 7 trillion, or yeah,
okay,
7, is it 8 trillion? No, it's 8 trillion about, to be fair. 8 trillion,
7.7. Okay,
8
so eight,
trillion,
eight.
yeah, 7.8 trillion. That's
Yeah,
so just rounding it up. 8 trillion divided by 720,000.
yeah.
720,000. And per month, you have to make it per month. Okay, this is per year, I guess. That's what you're going to make it for. So that's
Yeah, per year.
annual.
This
This thing.
annual salary.
So this is your total salary per annum. So this comes down to one. How many million is this? 1, 2, 3,
1,
4,
2,
5,
3.
6,
But
7,
it won't
8,
more than
11
the
million.
11. Oh, 11
11
million.
million
Yeah.
or so. Yeah, is it? 1,
1, 2, 3.
so, yeah, it's 11 million.
11.1.
Yeah,
11.1. Okay,
11.1
11 million.
million. On average, these guys are earning 11.1 million. So you can say 11.1 million divided by 12. On average, each person is earning almost 1 million. So it means that salary doesn't seem to be adding up. I'm not sure most of our staff is earning up to 1 million at all, not even close per month. I know federal workers do get relatively higher salary than state workers. Because from what we're
Remember,
saying,
budget. Remember the budget. What they budgeted is an estimate of what they expect to get and what they expect to. What they expect to, in terms of revenue against expenditure. But why Nigerian budget sometimes it is really not the quantity, the figure they say they budgeted. They may say instead of okay, I think it's 27 days budgeted this year. Let's say it was 21. But that 21, how effective is it going to give a budget surplus in the sense that now, because of this thing that is happening, they may not tell you this because of this Iran and Israel going what they are doing. The price of oil, if you check the UK petrol station and the gas, the petrol is rising. Is rising now. So Nigeria is likely to get extend more revenue this year, given what is going to happen from crude oil. You see, Nigerian budget is really so very, how do they call it? It's really so hi, how do I which word do I use that? It's so violent. Let me say violent, something like this, so violence prone that all these things they just want to satisfy all
Volatile.
volatile, it's so
volatile, yeah.
volatile, volatile. It's volatile because the figure they are pushing out. If you go and look at it, you remember that that is what why they suspended one senator, showing that part of this figure. Let me not say this. Part of this figure, at least, thank God the P2B went to the north to go and site borehole with 5 million. Akpabio's borehole is 100 and something million for one, and it's in the budget. You see, that's why when they budget all these things, you find out that it is really they are not really doing the deal. They are not really doing it. The figure looks so confusing. That I'm not trying to distract from the salary they say they are going to pay. Maybe for workers that are owned. That one is pure, like we say, that is genuine because you know those people has to be paid, even when it is they have to include what is it called fake. I mean, what is it called ghost workers. But in terms of capital project, where you expect them the bulk of the budget, given the situation in Nigeria, to go, it is not going. When Akpabio is pricing one borehole in his constituency or wherever they want to site it, or to over 1 million, is it not 100 and something million naira for one borehole? Why P2B went in the north was giving them 5 million and they are drilling borehole. So you now find out that Nigeria, our budget is just a way to siphon money. Anybody who says even without even delving into it, it's a way to siphon money. Let me not even bother about 7.7 trillion as whatever it is in federal salary. Let it be. Let it be. Let me not even worry myself. Then go to the other side of the budget. Budget has two ways: the income and the expenditure. Then the expenditure side we are looking at. So how are they going to spend money on capital project when Akpabio's borehole is more than a hundred and something? It's something 100 and something million for one. And they will include that the traditional rulers, they will teach them IT. Where is it done? Where is it done? Traditional rulers, we are teaching them IT as part of constituency project. So
it looks like
salary,
the federal government workers from this report, except these are ghost workers that we are referring to here. The other figure shows 720, but they are saying that the labor union is saying that there are 1.5 million employees of the federal government. They said they have to pay them 35,000 each. I think that's the extra payment they were talking about in December. They needed to pay 1.5 million people extra, I think, each of about this to federal government workers that cover September, October, November, and December. So these are, and I think this includes the military too. Yeah, go ahead.
Anytime Nigeria agrees to pay that, is it 1.5 million to each employee as part of, is it minimum wage? I don't know what they were talking about. The moment they agree to pay that, they will just say Nigeria will just automatically deflated. Nigeria is gone. What I expect Nigeria to do now, because of the way our currency is to denominate the currency, to do currency denomination, whereby 1,000 naira becomes 100 at least, or maybe 1,000 naira comes down to 10, if it is possible.
And this makes more sense now. This makes more sense on average salary for Nigerian worker.
For Nigerian worker, 444.
That seems 400 and something, 4 point something million makes more sense. Is it?
No, not 4.4, 440. No.
Yeah, 444,000. Yeah, 444,000
in a year.
Seems to make sense for federal government. No, I think it's monthly. This is monthly. This is not this because the federal one, what I saw was around 180 something thousand federal on average, but this one is coming out this, and I think the reason why is because there are other costs associated to that 8 billion. Let me see. The other costs associated to the 8 billion include, from military to bridges. They even put bridge money there. I don't know why they are putting bridge money there. They put bridge money there to repair the Niger bridge and all the rest of it into this amount. So it makes it harder to track other. Yeah, it makes it hard to track the way you are spending the money.
How can you possibly pay somebody minimum averagely 4,000 every month? How can? Where is it done? The currency becomes a tissue paper overnight. Because
this is 444,000
a month.
Yeah, that's what this scheme comes down to. So, and the average salary, what you are saying, the average salary is supposed to be around this. This is supposed to be the average salary. Some people are reporting for federal workers, but we don't necessarily. I think that's about right because whenever I hear that Nigerians want to work for federal government in Nigeria, from my dealings, they tend to pay them over 150,000.
No, that's a lie. Father, that's a lie. Federal government, people just have this mindset that federal government work, you don't work, you get paid. You work less, you have this guarantee of your job for 30, 35 years, you're going to be there. That's just the mindset. Federal government work, yeah, you might say few parastatals. Like my dad is a parastatal. My dad work in NPA, but because NPA generates their own revenue, so it was good for them. But other people that we are waiting, like the ministry workers that are waiting for budget, that they don't pay them, they don't do anything. It's just hard. You understand?
Yeah, they don't get paid. I know somebody that Proforce approached to do some work, and they were offering him 400,000, and he is just starting with them with 400,000 a month. So they do in some jobs in Nigeria, they do get paid highly.
It's not so much. Remember when what you are talking about 400,000. It is where the whole ministry, they are looking for a particular person to carry out a job that they don't have. So instead of them to be bringing contractors every day, that cost them a lot of money because they use the word contract to also siphon a lot, where you have a Ministry of Works, but they still give Julius Berger contract, and they still have their own equipment. Does it really make any sense? You don't understand. So sometimes these are people that they bring, like they have to go sort for some of these type of people because they really, really need that expertise. But other than that, good percentage of them are just being docile, doing nothing,
You see,
and also they don't get well
you
paid.
see what is confusing me here is when he CM. You see what is confusing me here. He said, I don't know, CM, you can make sense of this. He said 605 billion naira for national defense and security is to sustain the gains made in security. What does that mean? The Nigerian defense budget is a lot more than that. So are they taking money from this one and giving it to them too?
It's too small.
I don't understand.
A country like Nigeria that is ravaged with insecurity, this 605 billion is too small.
No, Nigerian defense gets trillions. They get about $4 billion. So I don't know why this one. Is it police? Maybe it's police they are referring to here.
And even though if Nigeria, if officially they get $4 billion, it will amount to almost like $11 billion because they don't disclose the actual money they budgeted for defense when it comes. Yes, it's always under what they disclose.
So far we've gotten an idea where 16 billion is going. Now 8 billion plus 7 point something. Was it 7 6? Yeah, plus 7 15 billion. We know where 15 billion is going to an extent. But we don't know how they spend it. No, I converted it to $1 billion.
I will join you guys later. Let me take small break again.
Thank you for joining us, Paul.
Thank you.
So I just want us to get an idea of where all this. There is still a lot of holes, even with this number. There's still a lot of holes because all these so-called projects they are doing here, I don't trust them, man. I don't trust them because you don't know whether they are spending all of them for the bridge or for the security forces.
You see, my fear is that it is true that the minimum wage is small. I agree, relative to inflation and the cost of living. I agree, but when a country, when you like in UK, I think their highest denomination is £50. How many times do you see it? Do you even see 20 self? See, that tells you how many times do you even see £50 at all? 20, how many people handle it? You bring it out, you spend immediately. So what my fear is that what Nigeria deserves now is, even if they want to do it, this 300 and 30,000 minimum wage, how I wish we denominate our currency. Rather than that time they did this changing exercise, Nigeria should go talk of redenomination, whereby the value of 1,000 naira, how many zeros or 3 zeros? Let's say you remove, even if you remove 2 zeros, okay, well, so that if you remove 2 zeros, it comes down to 10. It means that the 100 naira now may be 10 kobo or something like 1 naira. 100 naira becomes 1 naira. If we redenominate it that way, it will make sense to me. Because the more your currency is now, if we leave it the way it is, Nigeria will be forced to have like 5,000 naira, one single note, at least 5,000 naira. And when you have it like that, the thing is gone. You can't be able to manage it. In EU, they said they have 100 euro, 200 euro. Later they withdrew the 500 because euro is being used by all the countries. So Nigeria, we can't allow our currency people to be carrying. So which means if you now want to buy a cup of, a bottle of Coca-Cola, you may be bringing like 2,000. That type of thing. It's not worth it. It's not. So what they should do is how to redenominate it first because it's running out.
Redenomination does not help the economy that much. So there's countries. Well, it doesn't improve the economy. If there's inflation, there's inflation. So there's countries like South Korea, for example, that have 1,000 zeros after the first figure, and the economy is still strong. And there's countries that redenominated, like Ghana, and the economy is still in shambles. So it really doesn't matter. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it doesn't really make that much of an impact.
You mean Ghanaian economy is in shambles? Is that what you're saying?
What do you think?
not. Well, you cannot say shamble. I can't use the word
The
shamble. Maybe
Ghanaian
they have
economy is one of the worst performing economies in the last 36 months. It is
in
in
what way
shambles.
is it better than? Is it not better than our economy?
How is the Ghanaian economy better than the Nigerian economy? On what stratosphere, on what index do you determine that the Ghanaian economy is better than the Nigerian economy? The Ghanaian economy is in shambles.
I guess okay to an yes to compare to the Nigerian economy, they are just all as bad as each other. It's not any better. I think maybe what CM is highlighting is that having too many zeros after your this in your currency,
Because
there's a psychological this thing. If I
yeah,
believe there is
because
a psychological cost to it, where you
it's
always
true.
have
Because
to think big numbers to buy anything.
you see, there was a time
It
what
is
goes with somebody. If Nigeria really, for instance, at the rate Nigeria is now with its our currency, there's always an advantage if your currency is weak. It's not in every case when your currency is weak you cry. Now that our dollar, people are saying that's why I said we've left 600 to 400 naira to the dollar. Left 600. All of a sudden we jumped to 1,005, 17. Now we are hovering 100,000 this. Assuming this could be stable, say at even if it is 1,002 for the next 6, 7, 10 months, getting to a year. Stability is what matters in this type of thing. Not really whether it is 1 to the dollar. Now Nigeria will now say, okay, as if you neglected it, it will be there. But let us increase our production capacity. At least there are low hanging fruits. That's why when we started, but what and what can we manufacture? Agriculture is there. There's hunger. There's inflation. So
removing
if
zeros still does not
no, I'm coming.
change.
No,
It
no,
doesn't
I'm not
change the
saying remove
fact.
zero. No, I'm coming. I'm coming. I left the zero. I'm just saying approach it another way. As your currency is strengthening, you can withdraw the 1,000 bill from circulation. People will not be seeing more of 1,000 naira note. People cannot be seeing that. As the currency, do you know? You just deliberately tell the central bank you to be recalling it. Whatever you want, 500 naira is what people are seeing.
That's
Do you
what
see?
you're saying is
That,
just is simplification of Zimbabwe
no,
today. Zimbabwe,
no,
Zimbabwe
Zimbabwe is a
today.
basket case.
Zim,
Zimbabwe was
Zimbabwe.
just under sanction that crashed the economy. I know what happened
Okay,
during
so
Mugabe, just to punish. That was just punishment because of Mugabe. That was the
okay,
Western conspiracy. They just crashed
okay,
the economy by force. It's not because the
okay,
Mugabe they were corrupt. No, like Nigeria.
okay,
It's
okay.
just because the West want to teach Zimbabwe a lesson, led by Tony Blair and UK. They crashed the economy by force. It's a
okay.
conspiracy.
So
So we know
Zimbabwe,
that.
so Zimbabwe today can take out all the zeros they want from their currency. Okay, it still
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
change the fact of the economic. It doesn't change the reality of the economic fact on ground that there was hyperinflation in the land.
Yeah.
So if Nigeria today decides to take out all the zeros they want, it still doesn't change the fact that the real value of the naira to the dollar is still 1,200 to 1. It doesn't change that fact. So you can take out all kinds of zeros or add all kinds of digits to your currency. All that still matters is what is the economic reality on ground. So the
But that
economic
but
reality,
yeah,
the
it will help to mop up excess liquidity. But I've just left that. Let's
well, it's
leave that.
not mopping up
Let's
excess
no
Okay,
no
no,
liquidity.
so that we don't
It's
lose
get
people. So that we don't lose
all
people. Let's try to speak in languages that people can understand.
all
Because
it's gonna
personally,
it's not
I
mopping up excess liquidity. All it's gonna do is just for
I'm still
simplification.
struggling to catch up with you guys. Sorry, CM. I think you may know a bit more about this than I do. Maybe you do. I speak the truth. I'm not very clear on what supplementary budget means. Is it the real budget? Supplementary
no.
budget.
Supplementary budget is the budget you do after the real budget. Maybe there's an emergency, you decide to say,
Okay.
oh, there's this thing we need to attend to. So
So
you quickly, because the money is there just to tell the Congress, the House of the legislature, say, please approve this for me again. It's like somebody approved something for you for the whole year. You took it. all of a sudden you realize that this won't be enough. Let me prepare for this again. I bring that is all supplementary. That is the one you do after you've
Okay,
done
so the government
the
has the real. Okay, this will be regarded as the real budget, isn't it? This one that is not supplementary. So if we go
yeah.
by this one is by sector, it looks like they have so many sectors in Nigeria, and you can't keep track of which one is which. They are sharing the documents, which is good, but
Appropriation. Okay,
which
by
one should we
sector.
go
Okay,
for?
okay. No, the sector. All these things are just if you add them up, it
Police.
becomes the whole thing. So you're trying to say this is for police, this is for presidency, this is
Mm.
for this revenue mobilization is for the state because that is where from where they did their FAC to give to the state. I wonder.
Federal Government Summary Appropriation Act, Police Service Commission.
That
This
is
one
for
is
police.
what is this number here? Something I don't know how they
Yeah.
count it because
Okay,
this is
the one this is what they
300,
mean. Personnel is salary.
1.7
Overhead
billion.
is overhead is something like maybe if there is anything like police want to buy, like uniform, paper they use, pay for NEPA bill, pay for that type of if there's air
Mm.
condition, all those that's overhead. Then capital means something like they need to do capital project like build police, maybe police secondary school. They need to build some classrooms
Mm.
for them. Police primary school, police hostels or police
Mm.
barracks, they want to this are capital. So when you add the three together, it gives you the total allocation. That's what is trying to give.
That's another thing we forget too. They also pay pensions too. They don't, and that is not counted as part of the federal government employees. The pensions,
No, it's part of personnel. Anything personnel, it's called that's the
even
goal.
the ones that have
If
retired, they
they
consider them personnel. We'll have over 10 million personnel by now.
No, when you go to the personnel, they will now break it down. Maybe personnel, the ones that are these are maybe people that are still in active service. These are people that are maybe pensioners. But it's for because
Okay.
it can't go into capital project now, and it's not overhead.
Okay, it makes sense now because this one is 700,000. I know we don't have 700,000 police officers.
No,
I know we
no,
don't have 700,000.
personnel is
What,
the
what
money.
is this?
This
Okay,
overhead.
that's the cost. That's the cost. Okay, this is 735 million naira.
Million, yeah, like their salaries for the
That is
whole
not a lot of
police.
money. That's barely one
Yeah.
720 million.
Police are not many now. Police are not many.
Is that up to 1 million
And
pounds?
police are not many.
It's not up to 1 million pounds.
I don't know
Is
what
that?
is the what is the rate like, and I don't
It's
know
over
whether they
1,000 naira now. 1,300 naira to £1. So if this is
police are poorly
720
paid.
million,
Police are
that is
poorly paid.
oh
No,
my
it cannot
god.
be. It cannot be billion. It might be billion. It might be billion. I don't know.
Because
It
you see,
might
look
be
at them now. The number indicates that this is the millions. This is 3, 3, 3. So 9 digits. 9 digits is 700 and something, 100 and something. This is a million. If it is 10 digits, that's when you get to a billion. I think this is where it gets to a million, 35
Okay,
million,
yeah.
700 million.
Total. Okay, yeah, it's the total that gives a billion. Total went into billion. Okay,
That's
I
this is
understand.
commission, police service commission. It's not necessarily the overarching institution itself. That's just police
Probably.
service commission. Yeah, and
Okay, probably.
yeah, not the police institution itself. And then this is also the commission headquarters. So yeah, you can understand that it shouldn't be that much. This is just about £1 million, really, £1 million each of them. It's even less than £1 million, maybe $1 million if you are lucky. So now,
even then, when you look at the figure, I'm not happy about the capital project. 60 something, 66.
Seems high, eh?
No, it's still slow. Look at it, it's slow now. 60
That's
something.
yeah, 67,000. What are they going to do with that? Yeah, this is the whole Nigeria. What are you going to do with that?
66 million for capital project. Then overhead. I don't know but overhead, I know overhead is just like the cost of maintaining the office, maybe A4 typing sheet, laptop, or all those nonsense, that's overhead. Then capital is much more important because capital is the infrastructure they need. Maybe good accommodation, good all those things. I don't know. Okay, police service commission. But to me, you see, Nigeria, because of the fact that really what should have been taking lion's share, given Nigeria should have been defense and what I mean defense, including intelligence and police. I wouldn't mind a police officer is paid higher than a chartered accountant that's working in the ministry. To be honest, or they earn the same, almost the same. Because
Let's see the one this our man is earning now. This our NSA Ribadu. Let's hope that begging he begged was for good reason. Let's see. Oh God. What I'm seeing here, it looks
National
big.
Security Advisor.
Yeah,
personnel.
it looks big. This is
It's not
$100 million equivalent.
Is it million?
Because
This is
because
billion. Okay, billion.
this is
Okay.
billion in naira, but in dollars is
billion.
$100 million dollars. Still not that high. If you check how much anything the NSA of America spends, boom, the budget. I don't even know where you're allowed to see the budget.
But look at National Security Advisor and Police Service Commission. Which one ought to have earned more? I think Police Service Commission.
National Security Advisor is really national, and it involves that's all the other security institution is under it, including the Police Service Commission. So it's at the top of the food chain. So if you say like compare that to NSA, the National Security Agency, NSA budget, that is going to be like $3.something billion dollars, while that of Nigeria is $100 and something million. So it's exponentially more. And
augmented by this champion. Okay. How many of the uniform people from the Army, Air Force, and this? Okay, Police Service Commission, personnel overhead, capital, total allocation, main envelope, personnel overhead, then Capital Development Fund, main, okay, National Security Advisor, Director. Hey, yeah, this is what the lower this and just zoom on it. Zoom on it. Just the National Security Advisor. Yes, zoom on this. Let me see. This National Intelligence Agency. Okay, yeah. National Airfield Security, National Security Advisor, National Directorate of State Security. So, okay, DSS. Okay, that is 58 billion. Okay, National.
Oh, DSS is here. Where is DSS? Is that this one?
Number two.
Yeah, number two. DSS.
Of State Security.
Oh, look at their budget.
National Intelligence Agency. National Intelligence Agency, is it not the one that is external? I think that is external.
The entire budget of DSS, that Binance guy can bring it out of his back pocket. That's how ridiculous our situation is.
National Institute for Security Studies, 500 million. It's only that National Center for the Control of. Let me see. Bring it up so that we see the entire.
Which one?
Okay, yeah, it's okay. 1 to 7, it's okay.
No, you want to see 1 to 7? Okay.
1 to 7 for here. Yeah, that's okay.
Counter-terrorism.
National Counter-Terrorism Center.
2 million.
Yeah,
$3 million really.
The thing about this National Counter-Terrorism Center, I'm having the feeling that it might be one center at Abuja only, which is not good. Not good.
It's not. They don't spend enough on these things.
Which is not good, because National Counter-Terrorism Center, if we can have offices in every local government, or let's say state, that will help. Because this National Counter-Terrorism Center, their job is really to gather information gathering. That is just their own. Although it's called counter, because their own is just to really. So gathering information should be as to the grassroots as possible. If it's something that is centered in Abuja, yes, the head office or control the overall distance should be in Abuja, but information that goes to Abuja cannot just be sourced from Abuja. It should be coming from the states or from the local on a daily basis, just to update. Even if to say situation hasn't changed, then tomorrow again, still the same. Just like everyday reassuring, because that is counter-terrorism. Terrorism doesn't give the auditor general. Okay, these are where the money goes.
This one is hard to track. We are trying to find where the big money is escaping to. That's what Ministry of Defense, isn't it?
When you open the defense. Let's see.
That one should be heavy. If it's not heavy, I'll be shocked. Let's see. Okay, you're already looking at trillions here. This is in the
Nigeria
trillions,
Ministry of
billion.
Defense personnel. Okay, okay, trillion. Then it's okay. Is it billion? 1, 2, 3. This
It's
billion.
trillion.
This okay, yeah,
Okay,
trillion.
the total
Personnel
trillion.
is
Yeah.
personnel is in trillion. Overall overhead is in billion. Then capital project 1, 2, 3. Okay, trillion. Now, Ministry of Defense headquarters, Nigerian Navy Air Force Institute of Technology, Kaduna, Nigerian Defense Academy, Nigerian Defense College, Defense headquarters, Air Force Institute
Mm.
in Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Army. Then let's say because Nigerian Navy, how many billion? 1, 2, 3. Okay, you want 1 3 billion naira. Nigerian Air Force,
Yeah.
and Command and Staff College. Okay, all those one
Ay,
okay.
ay, ay, that is low.
I think
Just barely $200 million for the Nigerian Navy. That is
Nigeria
really low.
is low. It's low. That's why I quickly went to the Navy because I know why a Navy being at the coast, Nigeria needs this because our oil
Mm.
goes through oil goes through the coast. If
Air
not, that's why I
Force
quickly
to
went there.
200 million. Jeez, man,
Air
we
Force,
need to do better than this. This is not going to
yeah,
get us anywhere, man. We
Air
are in
Force.
trouble here.
I'm even looking at Nigeria. Okay, Air Force 200 something million. Then Defense Academy, Nigerian Defense College. What really? These are under the Ministry of Defense headquarters. Defense
Mm.
headquarters. Okay, the headquarter takes 80 for personnel.
Mm. The personnel in the army is heavy compared to
Air,
the others. It's very, very heavy in the army.
Air Force takes 80.
Mm.
Mhm. You see,
And
you see,
if you look at the capital expenditure in the army is very low compared to the expenditure on personnel. But at least this one is 100,000. But yet it's almost matching the 100 million. But it's
mm,
almost matching the overhead costs, and it's also
mm,
matching. As a matter of fact, this one has even more capital expenditure in the Air Force than the
mm,
army does,
I don't know. You
and
see,
yet army
if
has 5 times more
if
personnel
if I'm
costs.
if I'm to query this thing, the first person I will summon when I can say you should explain to me Defense Research and Development Bureau. I want to know what. It's not that the money is much, but I want to know why I'm saying
Yeah,
this.
this is where I
Why
really want to get involved in Nigeria.
uh,
This area
why,
is really good, but
why
1.9 billion is a lot, and
uh,
that's where they can steal a lot of money if they want to.
I know why I'm saying this is that when I see Defense Research and Development Bureau,
Wow.
if they explain the
Oh
role
no,
or
it's not
what
that
they
high
do,
actually.
I want to see how it's different from this defense intelligence gathering we saw the other time under National Defense and National Security
Mm,
Advisor. So I want to see that defense gathering unit or something, information
mm.
gathering unit, intelligence. Sorry. Then this Defense Research and
This is
Development
$3
Bureau,
million they are spending on research, defense research. Jesus
and
Christ.
and this is for 1 year, if not. So I want to see because there are things. If you understand the function they do, if it can be integrated and then increase their budget, I
Hi.
don't know. But with the intention that
Mm,
every year they should be able to give us their whatever because allocating money doesn't mean anything. You have to bring outcome. If you are the person, you
mm,
have to bring out something. It depends on tracking it,
mm,
otherwise it won't work. Then move up. Remove this. Let me remove this, David. Remove this something.
mm.
Let me so that I can see
Okay,
this.
let
I
me get
mean,
him off.
this
Mm.
information. This I don't know who. Yeah. So number 18, training and doctrine. Yeah, I know this one is in Niger State, in Mina. Military Pensions Board. Pensions Board. So there's nobody to pay pension. Zero. Really?
Oh my God. No,
No,
I don't know
no.
why this capital expenditure is there, but personnel is zero. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what's
Okay.
happening. The military pensions board, there is no personnel, but they have overhead and capital. How does that happen? Are they wrapping
So,
it up or
so
something?
are you sure?
I
Maybe,
don't.
maybe, maybe they missed something here. Otherwise, no. You can, okay, look at this one. Defense Intelligence School. Zero. Now, this is the thing. Defense Intelligence School and the one we saw in under National Security Advisor, when we say
Mm,
information gathering and intelligence. How is it different from this? And because this in defense intelligence, that's what somebody should know whether to remove this and put them together there or bring that one here, so that and then they say zero again, but there's overhead. If there's
Hi.
zero, but there's overhead. You see, Nigerian budget, there is overhead, there is capital, but there's no personnel. Hey,
Yeah, and there seems to be a lot of replication of a kind of duties. Really, you have intelligence, defense, this intelligence space. You just put most of all this is under one umbrella so they can synergize and have. I hate that term, synergize.
Nigeria. Okay, Defense Space Administration. Where is our space?
I don't even know.
I don't know.
Maybe it's the airspace they are referring to. Defense Space Administration.
I don't know about that. Now, okay, this one I can understand. This Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center in Lagos. Yes, I know people that may be wounded in active service or something. You move them to number 11. Yes, defense.
Which one is this, Jaji? I've heard of it, but I'm not sure what it stands for.
Yeah, I know. Command and Staff College. For you to be what's it? That this thing they call it. It's like a training for them. It's like a school. I know. Command and Staff College, Jaji. On your way to Zaria from Kaduna, you will pass it, Jaji. Command and Staff College. Yes, it's a very important school.
11 million pounds.
For you to be a general, you need to attend the Command and Staff College. Yes, Nigerian Defense College, Which one be Nigerian Defense College and Nigerian Defense Academy?
You tell me now. This is the problem now. I'm struggling with. The one I've heard of this one. That they do quite a bit of research there. Air Force Institute of Technology. They do a bit of research there. 6 million. See, all this amount. Okay, it's something. It's not nothing because every year you're getting it. But they spend most of it in administration. Look at that; it's mostly administration. Really, these are the things they actually. If what you are spending to buy equipment is very, very low, 1.something million. If you want to really move fast in technology, Jesus Christ, the rest of the world is spending billions on these things, and we have to catch up.
My farm to query all these things they're doing. I will ask them for result. Because if really you are involved in research and all this intelligence, you should be able to provide at the snap of a finger. You tell us what is the situation. But this is defense. The one I want to see is number 15, defense mission. I know there are military for every our foreign embassies abroad. They have a military attaché. Is that what they mean by defense mission?
We don't know what it means.
Can this be moved to Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Let it just be defense unit. Can't it be moved there than putting it here? The money, the Minister for Defense, it will come to Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense will say, let's release it to Foreign Service. Because defense mission, I believe, is abroad. Because every Nigerian embassy abroad has a defense attaché.
All these things, the reason why I find it problematic, half of it, if you bring every person come here, I don't know half of it, what they represent really.
Okay. Defense.
You don't know half of it, what they represent. So by the time anybody checks it, you don't know where they are stealing money, where they are not stealing money. So it's a bit confusing.
I know, because when you say Defense Intelligence School, you say there is no personnel. Bring it up again. What number? Defense Intel. Bring it. Defense Intelligence. No. Number. Yes, number 13. Number 13. Defense Intelligence School. There's no personnel, but there's overhead, and there's capital project.
I don't know how that happens.
Military pensions board. You can't tell me there must be something for military pension because people are retiring every year, either because of injury in the.
You know what? Let's search what Defense Intelligence School is. Maybe it's some kind of school that they are building newly, so they don't have staff. So they just have only spending on the institution. So let's see. What is Nigeria? Oh no! I have to put Nigeria. I hope it's not the UK. They are sending it to the UK. The Minister of Commissions project vital to this thing. What is that? Let's see what I contain. The fact that they are talking about commissioning is weird because it might mean that I have a point to what I was saying.
It might not come. Maybe it might not exist. Defense Intelligence College.
Yeah, that's what they put it. Yeah, Intelligent College. Yeah, it could be that is what is going on. This is why you see zero. Wow, that's
Defense,
quite an analysis I just did there. I made a leap and it seems to be correct. That's weird. Um,
Defense Intelligence School, Defense Intelligence Agency. You see?
mm,
And
I
that's
think they probably did that. This is Karu, Nigeria. I don't know, man. That's Facebook. I don't trust Facebook. The let's call it BAM. Let's see. Now we are talking. Man, Nigerian sites they tend to be tricky to come to open. Oh. I don't know who builds all these sites, or is it Americans throttling it for us? So now
National,
let's see. This is like new. Oh my god, it looks like it's there already. Oh. They must have staff now.
National Defense College. About the
It was
NDC.
applied in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
So how can it not have overheads?
Exactly. No, they see, because you have 800 and something million naira for overhead. Then
This is the one we are looking at. This is the one we are looking at. This one is
Defense
different
College.
from this one.
Number 13.
Which
That
one
is
is this
that's
one?
Defense Intelligence School, Nigerian Defense College.
Yeah, this one is different. Yeah, I'm not looking at the right one. I
Defense
should get for
Intelligence
school.
Defense Intelligence Agency. There is agency, there is school. What are they talking about?
They are confusing us. And this page, this here page didn't open. If you open now, we'll be able to tell whether there's a school that is being commissioned. Okay, it's opening now. You see, it still says college here too. So it's not. There's no school. I've not seen any school. I don't know where they got their school from. Oh. Maybe it's a way of replicating it. Oh.
You see, that's why when they come for this budget defense, they know you can't just put something like that. That is because that is a detail by detail. And if it has been occurring, then you bring the previous year and ask them how. Defense intelligence. Hey, this is college. We've seen defense. No, defense intelligence academy, and they put money. Then defense intelligence school.
Yeah, there's nothing like that. It doesn't seem to exist in Nigeria. And there's no sign of it. I don't know where they got the idea from that they put it in the budget, but you see, this kind of stuff that gives me trust issues. Zero staff, but expenditure is there.
Okay, let's say from what we've seen now, number 13, from what we've seen now, it doesn't exist. Now, you multiply it. Is it not how many billion? 1, 2, 3. So 2.7 billion we go. Is it not billion? Yes, 2.7 billion. This money will be hanging somewhere. That is the meaning. So hopefully that will also work. But military pensions board, I know there's a pension. There must be a pensions board for the military. There must be, to take care of their pension, unless it comes under another heading. But I don't sure, because it has a 00. But this 2.7 is already something that should be explained.
But the pensions could it not be under salaries like you described before?
Salary. Yes, it should be under personnel. Yes, it should be under, because it should be. But I don't know why. Maybe that's why they come here and then pensions board. Because if you say pensions board needs capital project of 281 million, where is the pensions board? What are you doing? Somebody is telling me military pension fund is under personnel. Okay, yeah. So, but not personnel. It should be the personnel of the one we see under maybe the center. So, you see, that's why Nigeria, these are really the padding they are talking about. Some of these are some of the padding. They just invent something.
This is where we have to be, because when you look at the numbers, I'm looking at it now holistically. If you look at the expenditure on personnel is harder to hide. It's harder to steal money from personnel. Yes. But from this is the area. This capital one. Which one is it? What you will call like equipment that they buy for the work that they do, or what does it entail?
That is not a capital. Something like capital project can be, say, maybe you go to let me just say military barracks. You want to start some internal roads. You want to knock down a building and put up another one. You want to say this senior staff housing. You want to build a new one. Anything that is something like mainly civil engineering construction, that is the capital. Then this overhead means overhead is like a biro in the office, typing sheet, ink for printing, maybe
equipment like the equipment they use for research and everything. That's where it goes.
Yes, I think that's where something like.
I think so. If that is where it goes, then that is atrociously small. Because
but
if you are using, how about the guns and everything, equipment? Is that where it goes?
no. Those ones are really ordinary. I think what do they call them? No, it's not. Those ones are not overhead. No. Guns can be overhead now. Overhead are soft things you use in the office, like just a A4 typing sheet, pen, paper, ruler, ink, whatever it is. You just that's the overhead cost of NEPA you use in the office and all those things. Cost if you pay for water in the offices you use. But those heavy equipment like we are talking about, those ones go into procurement and army procurement. No. I can't put gun. No, those
I
ones.
think I don't know. This one, it looks like a task that is even too big for us to cover here, because they say they spread the ministries. There are too many. There are 40 something that you have to check here, and the data is many. So I think the best way to figure this thing out is to find a way to collate the total money they spend on this in personnel and everything else. Group
If you
them
look at it,
separately.
if you look at it that way, you can never discover anything. This is the best way you discover because you are following each one. Because okay, for instance, we gone to defense. We call them say, where is the national? Defense intelligence school. Where is it? The person
Yeah.
will be moping. Where is it? Defense Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence College.
Yeah,
Three
where's
things
the
will be
money? It's
discovered.
true. It's here you could discover things.
This is where you discover it. Now you go into that's why they say the devil is in the details. So when you open like say Ministry of Water Resources, what are the parastatals under the Ministry of Water Resources? What are the because this is where they put the money. They don't just say military. Okay, let's just say Ministry of Youth and Sports. They may say National Stadium, Abuja, National Stadium, Stadium in Port Harcourt. Okay, your short. Let me put it this way. Say if you go to aviation now. Minister of Aviation, they will open up and say Lagos Airport, International Airport, maybe Aminu Kano, tell you this, personnel there, capital project there, what is it called? Overhead. That is where they will then be posting. Okay, this is identity. Communication. Federal Minister of Communication Headquarters, 9 post. Are we still posting letter? Listen. No. Listen, 9 post. So people are still working in 9 post. Okay, personnel. Then overhead 0, capital 0.
Imagine that. Yeah,
Imagine
because they're not doing anything now. They're just paying staff.
So
It's only personnel costs that they have. Jesus Christ.
This is exactly. This is how you now national identity card management. Okay, this one is it people that give what
You
is it
know, this
called?
personnel could just be pensions, This personnel could just be pensions for 9 posts. It will make sense. If they don't work anymore, the only thing remaining is pensions.
They call it, it should be called pension. You write it as
You would
pension.
think. Yeah, that's what the personnel.
And they wrote it as pension does not mean that you just keep quiet. When they wrote it as pension, that is when you now say, okay, how many people are you expecting to pay pension this year from 9 post? Yes, you explain what they keep a budget defense. How many do you expect to retire? That you're on pension. How many of them from last year? Is it increasing or decreasing? Or since 5 years ago? So overhead and all those things. No,
I feel bad for the guy that that controls this ministry, though. The minister, I think, is that young man that Tinubu appointed into his government, that tech savvy guy. And the budget is like basically $40 something million. It's not a lot of budget, and most of it is on salaries. Very little on capital projects. If he really wanted to make a change, he doesn't have a lot of scope.
See, this is you may not know. Let me tell you.
Yeah, that's
this
him
one,
there now.
If you look at the personnel, apart from ghost workers where they make their money or whatever, where the money goes is in capital. That's why you see a minister award contract, because that capital project. Imagine you are the minister for defense. They tell you that one barracks in Calabar, their roof they leak. Your officers leave is dirty. This. You find a contractor to go and bring a quotation, because this is the capital project. You put it in your budget that you will renovate the barrack in Benin army barracks in Enugu, the one in Calabar, the one in Port Harcourt, one in Meduguri, at the cost of maybe how many billion for each one. You total it, is giving you so billion. Then you now go and bring one contractor, go and look one year paint to go and repaint the whole thing. Everything will be shiny. Or it didn't. Then that is where the money goes. So that is they say your capital. It goes under capital project. Tell you the barracks are not. That's what they will tell you.
I
Yeah.
think if you can, I think this kind of stuff, I don't know, maybe you are better at doing this. Because for me, and especially for the viewers, they are going to find it too hard to track this information. So we have to, I will try to make time to track this information. And if you have time to go through it, so that we can know how much these people are actually stealing, at least we can estimate based on like those zero
Even
employee, but
yeah,
they are stealing money for
even if,
capital.
even if we do, we can get it down to the last kobo. We can't be able
No,
to trace
no,
it, but
it's
we
not
know that
possible.
we can easily grossly and say yes, because one, someone if like okay now we've checked national, is it not national intelligence school? We can't find it.
Yeah,
We can't.
nowhere to
We
be
can't
seen.
find it. Nowhere to be seen. But then there's overhead. Though there's no personal, there's overhead, there's capital. And if you notice, nearly all the things we see, all of them has capital. All of them.
Yeah.
You see the capital column is always full, except that night post. Capital column is always loaded. It must be filled
Yeah.
up. Overhead, filled up. So that is where the money goes. Because you will, okay, Sheda Science and Technology. So I don't know which Ministry of Science and Technology. Science, Technology, and Innovation. Okay. Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute. That one is at, I think it's Ibadan, yes. Then Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oshodi. All these things gets budget. The only thing my concern is that anything that you see research, you ask them what is your result? What is the outcome for the money given to you? What research did you? Because particularly in the military, like for me, in the defense, I will load more money towards intelligence if I know
Yes,
that they are
heavily.
capable. I'm telling you, I will even double it for them. Double it in defense.
Where is their intelligence area here? Are these the intelligence budgets?
I think, I
Jesus
think,
Christ, man.
I think, I may even yes,
That is
I may
relatively
yeah,
small.
I may even
It's agency, okay, national NIA. That's the one they call NIA defense. No, this DIA actually. This is not NIA. Which
this
one is the
defense
NIA one?
intelligence. NIA is no I think that is under National Security Advice. I think that is when we meet.
Ah,
When we this Ribadu issue,
yeah,
when we
national
meet
security.
DSS and NIA
Yeah,
National when we met DSS.
yeah, it's
So
under this national security advisor.
yes, I will tell these people that you are in the intelligence.
Yeah.
I don't mind doubling your budget and first class brains. You must
Mm,
cover every blade of grass in Nigeria. Every blade,
mm,
because we need intelligence. We don't. It is what you bring out. Anything you sense, you wire the result immediately. Then so that you don't take people. That is the mirror is that is the real thing. I don't mind
mm.
increasing their budget. I don't mind. I
Yeah.
will say, okay. I said the budget is too small. We have to take
It's too
money from
small. And that kind
somewhere.
of people,
It's too
we should be
small.
looking at about 200 million at least,
Uh-huh,
$200 million each.
so
Minimum.
minimum. So said we are giving you this on the ground that this is the result we want, so that we
Mm,
must know something before it happens. That is the
yeah.
essence of the daily. We must make sure. Sometimes when something happens in the West, they will later blame themselves. They say they had intelligence, but they didn't work on it. They
Yeah.
do say, they say, oh,
Mm,
yes, there was intelligence. So, not that the intelligence did not come, but the intelligence came, but they didn't quite work on it. Or they knew,
mm,
but they didn't know that it will be to this extent. So, that is
yeah.
intelligence that is working. That is a different thing that you don't know. You are taking on unawares. No, it don't happen.
Mm.
Okay, is it not here? We are hearing they are looking for Alhaji Yahaya Bello. Say they are looking. What sort of nonsense is that? In fact, I even want to know how much they budgeted for EFCC again.
So,
EFCC. Eh,
from what we have here, I think what I can
Yeah.
do is to try to, is if we can go through all the sheets, some maybe away from the show, or through the sheet, just focus only on the personnel alone. First,
Okay.
take
Okay.
all the
Okay.
personnel
Look at this
information,
one.
sum them together. We know the how much personnel is going to cost for all the sectors. Then we sum up all the capital costs on all the sectors too, because they have the total at each of the table. They
There are
have total of each of them.
Uh,
So
in this something, there are some ministries I may give benefit of the doubt. To be honest with you, maybe it's youth and sports. I may say, okay, we are not hosting anything. Whatever they put, let them. But defense should be called defense because of
right.
what Nigeria is facing. So you say particularly counter-terrorism center and the National Intelligence
Mm,
Agency, you be thorough with them. Then the police,
yeah,
these two
yeah.
areas, then you check, you say, look, we sit down, draw a special budget for them. What is it that they really need? Because that is what the people know. Fund them very well, equip them, retrain them, make sure they cover every space in Nigeria, everywhere they are there.
Mm,
Because the money is there. They may say, okay, they need more personnel. Whoever you recruit in the Ministry of Defense, they are moving them to intelligence unit to train them quickly,
mm,
then post them all over, fund them very well. I wouldn't mind salary differentials. Some may not earn as much as the other, though you are in federal ministry. Maybe you are doing intelligence service. I may tell you that 365 days in the year, in the day you are working, they only release you once in a while to go and see your family. You can be anywhere. You can be
yeah.
anywhere in the country. You could work this week in Calabar. The next week you've been flown. You are somewhere in Akure, in one
You
rural
see?
area. That's where you are working. It's true now. That is because the
Mm,
country is your this thing. You don't
domain.
choose a domain anywhere you are needed. So such people,
Mm.
I don't care. They may earn more than others. I don't. It doesn't mean any. I don't. Let
Because
them
they
earn more.
offer they offer
Mm,
more. They
mhm,
offer pound for pound more value
because
than most
and
other
and their
institutions.
and their job is not strictly 9 to 5. Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's
Even
24/7 really.
24/7. So it's just that
360.
they rotate among themselves and say, okay,
Mm,
these two officers are asleep. I'm covering this. When they wake up, they are covering this. And just do rote among yourself, but the salary, so that this will now make them to say, look, they know they are any more than other officers. I mean, other federal workers, but their job is different. That's just the way to do it. In that case, when you're doing it, you say, yes, this we've now started. Everything cannot be civil service. No, yes, it's military, really, but their routine
mm,
cannot be routine of civil servant like somebody who works Ministry of Finance. You come in the morning, you
mm.
start to look at ledger, calculating money for contractors. Any contractor, make sure their checks are ready, their bill you forward to. No. This one is intelligence.
But
You can be
this
anywhere.
information is not too bad though. In terms of the ability to provide this information, I have to give them credit that they made it easy to get to. I'm not even sure the UK one is this easy to get to where you can
Good,
itemize things like this.
good,
So
good of them. But
I appreciate them for that one.
wait first. Open this week
Mm.
F territory, FCT. Let's see week SF. Open,
FCT.
open FCT on top. Yes,
Oh
open week.
my God, that's one of the
Open,
poorest in there.
open,
50 million
open.
naira, $50 million. I mean, that's what
Are
they
you
give him
sure?
to spend. Yeah, it's $50
Is it?
million. It's not billions. It's 50 million. It's billion naira, but
Okay,
in
in
dollars, it's
million
$50
dollar.
million.
Okay, FCT. Let me Federal Capital Territory Appropriation Act overhead 00 capital. What are they talking now? Where
They
is
should have
there?
put Wiki salary there. Now Wiki doesn't have
I don't, no, I'm surprised though. There's no personnel, no overhead, just capital.
nothing now. The only overhead you
Are
have there
there,
is Wiki. He
are
doesn't.
there,
You don't have
are
to
there,
pay him.
are there no people? Are there no people working there? We can say,
Wiki.
we can
All
say
this
the
was
way
for flyover. That's
we
all.
can, we, we can say the way they build political rapport is like, you say, for instance, I don't know who is the speaker of the House of Reps. I don't know him. I can just pick phone this weekend. Ring. Hello. It's me. Where are you? You can come. Let us share some things. Come over to this. He said that is where you do it. You can share wine, share this. That you start that is one. So that is okay. Look at FCT. So that is the to me. This is basically what it entails. But Nigeria, we don't have every budget you do must have a priority. You should have a bent. It's not because you do it based on the result you want. Defense
Yeah.
budget, there's a way you put it, and then it should be specialized. Defense budget,
Yeah.
but in fact, what I place in intelligence is what I place to the police, because police is even the first. Okay, let me see. Federal Ministry. Then I don't know. Okay, NNPC is Minister of Petroleum. Yeah, that one they can always. I mean, not really. I will be particular
I
about
think
it.
we will do some. I will be doing some sessions on this regularly so that we can start having an idea. It might even reveal something else we never anticipated of what these people are doing with the money. So
Yeah,
somebody also put this on the
because
Nigerian side too.
if you ask somebody, if you ask them what is defense intelligence school, where is it? Uh-huh. There
No
is it.
clue. No clue.
No
Nobody
clue.
knows. Nobody knows.
Defense Intelligence College, Defense Intelligence Agency. Where are all this? Where are all these parastasals? Federal Minister of Agriculture, Michael, the Federal Investor, all this. Then the Minister of Education, the same thing. But it's not really, to me, more of intelligence than whatever. They equip intelligence very well. Intelligence can be in the market. You just roam. There can be on the mufti everywhere in Nigeria. You see, that's why when they say in their country, when you say their intelligence are everywhere, before something happens, they already know. They know any movement. They could be in the airport, but they won't wear uniform. Yes,
Okay.
they are in the
See,
airport.
based on where the Nigerian economy is now, and given all the what I would even argue are favorable winds coming in the direction of Nigeria, there's no COVID coming on. If anything, you have the Dangote refinery, maybe Port Harcourt refinery coming on stream 2, Warri refinery, Kaduna refinery, all of them coming on stream. Where do you see Nigeria in the next 2 years?
Because of the people in government, you can't be so you can't look that too forward. You just take it as it comes. Maybe that is what I would advise. Take it as it comes, because you can't trust them. You can't really look forward. Do you know that I would have loved to solve Nigerian energy crisis? Energy crisis. You go to the north, people will tell you the hottest place in Nigeria. Go there and build a solar plant. Solar.
Yeah.
Build a solar plant. Just from between Sokoto and Maiduguri, you build a solar plant that can take care of the energy in the north. All you need to do is you step it up as it goes, and maybe industrialization. You've covered that. The whole of southwest rivers, Bayelsa, hydro. There is water. That's what Brazil use. Free Atlantic Ocean water. Use it to generate electricity. That's what you need.
I think I agree. You can't you can't just anticipate that just because things look good on paper, these people can translate into reality.
No, that's what I tell you. I don't know. I won't
I'm
look
trying
too
to
far
think of
into
how they are going to sabotage it. How do you think now I'm thinking, how can these people sabotage this? What do you think they are going to do to sabotage it?
To sabotage.
Find a way to burn the refinery down or something.
No, it might not
They
really be.
could.
No, there's no need sabotaging it, because they're saying the way they will even gain what they want is there won't be proper accountability. Anyway, Dangote is private, so nobody should look into that. It will say as good as success because it's a private business. I don't care if Chinese are managing it, as long as we get the service we need. That's okay. I don't really care. It does not mean that APs, Nigerians are in charge from beginning to end. Okay. But if they do these refineries again, as much as possible, it should not be a government affair anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
They should not. They should not.
I can't believe what I'm looking at here. Look at this. Our entire national budget. Look at how much they're giving, almost double of that to Ukraine in one swoop. That's what America is giving to Ukraine to go and
US
fight war.
approved
Yeah.
$61 billion
What?
aid package for Ukraine. But one thing, somebody was saying this, I mean, like a drunkard, I don't know, but it makes sense. International currency is denominated in dollar, and the America prints dollar.
Yes.
So,
They can print
so,
anything they want, I guess. It's their money.
so,
And
so, so if they say they print it, it might not be. There's a difference between the total money you have in your pocket, you remove some, it will deplete. Then you know that there is a machine somewhere there, say print this and give to this on your behalf. No, it's
Mhm.
true. Somebody said it. Somebody said. I said, well, I don't know, but it looks so elementary, but there's sense in it. Look at it. You got
and
$61 billion aid.
yeah,
61 billion aid.
61 billion and 26 billion for Israel. This is just the one they did yesterday. So one country you give 26 billion when Nigeria is here. I thought these people were our friends. I thought we were friends. They don't give us anything.
Finally.
So what do you mean finally?
Calm down a bit.
What do you mean finally? Oh, because we moved away from that discussion.
No. I mean, I was just having different phone calls and meetings. So I
I
actually
see.
muted you guys since.
Okay,
I
I
didn't know
thought.
what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were just talking about America giving Ukraine 61 billion and Israel 26 billion. 26 billion is just about the Nigerian budget. I like, how about us? I thought we were friends. Eh? I thought we were friends. Why did they give us anything? It's just means really. And I don't know how our leaders always like go to these people when they don't like you. They don't seem. I wouldn't say they don't like you. They don't care enough for you to help you. Look at how we are suffering. Don't you think we need that kind of money? 5 billion would make a lot of difference to us, actually. Can you imagine if we had 5 billion extra to spend on technology or our power system? And they don't even have to give it to us. And America can just decide, you know what? We are not going to give it to your Nigerian politicians. We are going to pick the company, give them 5 billion, go and help fix your Nigerian power system. Do you know how Nigerians are going to love America for that?
They should not
But they won't
even
even do
give it.
that.
All they need to do is that make a request. America, come and build a solar plant in the north, the hottest place in Nigeria, where you hear the sunshine the highest. Go and build a solar plant there for Nigerians. The rest we can take care of it. It's true. That is how you can help. It's a
They'll say,
very
fine.
critical
We are going to come with our military base.
But maybe I don't think America military base, because somebody told me that America goes for a military base where they see that maybe Russian influence or something like that, just to counter something like, okay, let's say somebody was telling me, say if something like a Cameroon, Russia decide to be doing something in Cameroon or whatever, America would like to have a military base next to Nigeria or somewhere near. That somebody said it some time ago. It might be.
Yeah,
Not that they don't know Nigeria.
that is balance of power. That's what they do to balance power.
He said maybe Benin Republic decide to behave in a communist way. America would like to come and put military base near Lagos or somewhere around Warri.
So what do you think they are going to do now? Niger is kicking them out of Niger, and Niger is bringing Russian missiles in. So what do you think? Are they going to come and put military base in Nigeria because we are next to Niger, or maybe Cameroon, or this in Chad?
It depends on the level of influence. That is a possibility. If the Russian influence, because I always see it's not only that I see it as you kick out one master, you take another master. You kick out what is it called, France as a master in the Niger. Then if Russia comes and helps them develop infrastructure, it becomes their lord again. I don't know the arrangement, but it depends on the influence. If the influence becomes overbearing or very exacting, America will look up. America will, yes, America will,
like joke though. Something is going on here, because France has been kicked out of about at least 2 countries or 3 countries, and America is being kicked out of going to 2 countries in the last 1 month
really.
alone.
No, for really, if you add Senegal,
Oh yeah,
Mali,
yeah.
Burkina
Hey, oh
Faso,
yeah.
Niger, and the Senegalese that said so far really. So
That's
it
4.
shows. And the one thing,
And
and the one
America
thing
is
again,
2. No, let me
and the
add
one
this. America is 2. Niger Republic and Iraq. Kicking America out. If this thing keeps building, America is losing ground.
and no, one thing I noticed with the West is that, like my uncle used to say, if you throw them out through the front door, they go through the backyard, want to come in again. Yes, no, it's true. So France, being kicked out of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, they will like to get hold of Ivory Coast very well and then solidify, because that one hasn't kicked them out. They will like to solidify very well in Ivory Coast, because the whole 3 countries are sort of, they are lying. I think Mali is lying on top of Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso, the same thing. So they will like to use what is it called, Ivory Coast as a strong base, and then
America.
Chad, and then no,
But France
France.
is not going to. Okay, yeah, France. Yeah. France
France.
controls Ivory Coast. Yeah.
Ordinarily you will say that, oh, they've thrown France out, they will go back to Paris and rely and then cool down. Now, lie you, they will find a way that near there, because they want to be there. They know what they are doing now. The West are not ashamed to play their They don't. They're nothing like shame until they want to get what they want. So that of France, I really, if Russia gets foothold fully in this market, then America will look in. America must make sure that they have a military base anywhere near around, in case, because America and Russia are 2 parallel lines that can never meet. America and Russia.
France is beginning to get a little bit offended by the Russians. France, it doesn't take it too personal like the Anglo-Saxons do in Europe. But because Russia seems so far, which is, I don't know why that is the case, so far, the countries Russia is getting a foothold in Africa tend to be French. Because of that, the French are getting a little bit more robust in Europe now against the Russians. I think that's the reason why the French are even talking about they should send troops to Ukraine. That they are actually talking about sending troops to Ukraine. That's how crazy it is.
I
So,
know, we know, I know those things, and why the issue of Russia is that Russia has got a lot of minerals. Russia is, they have got most of these minerals in Africa. They have it in Russia. They have oil. They have gas. They have so many, and their nuclear is up and running, and they're a very big country. Militarily, they are strong, and
yeah.
again, they are not a colonial power like the French was to Africa. So it's like they are making a incursion into Africa now, just like China. China's influence is economy, just to make sure they build infrastructures in Africa, get their money. They are not interested. China is not signing any military pact, not that I know of anywhere. But China's influence in Africa is just economy, money. They want to make as much money
The
as they can.
US is really scared of China right now. And I think they have good reasons to. Given those videos I showed earlier on, they really have good reasons to, because they fear that China is so calculating and patient that China is not going to
Okay.
respond to anything. They're just going to keep building until America will be like, sorry,
Yeah.
we're not going to offend you. Sorry. America will just surrender. China is, you see how China plays, and I do like their tactics actually. They played in such a way that they don't even have to fight you to defeat you. That is actually the mastery, and that is the art of war that one of their sons wrote. That's the way the guy thinks too.
You know what set China backwards was this their communism. It's like they didn't even know what was happening in the 50s and 60s when America was exerting it. So it's the communism that sort of kept China. It's like they blindfolded them until they tinged it with this type of
But
capitalism
are you
they're
sure
doing
though?
now.
I would have thought communism was the one that sped it up. It sped their development up. My argument for that is because if they were not communists, they were being busy being capitalists, America would just delay their development, would not allow them to develop as quickly as they should. As a matter of fact, because of that, India developed slower than China. So you could argue that communism is the catalyst that's quickened their development. If you look at that of
but all along
Russia, is the same thing. The Soviet Union.
No, forefathers. I think
they,
initially
they've been they've been communist since records began. They've been communist, isn't it?
No, I think
China, China.
they became communist just after the Japan invasion. That's when they became communist. The Japan,
Yeah.
they fought the Taiwanese. The ruling class, the ruling party is the one that ended up in Taiwan, and that happened after the war between this. I think I can't be sure now. I have to be careful. I can't be 100%, but I think it happened after the invasion of China. That's when that stuff
Because
happened.
I think what really spared China was the fact that they at first, with just being communists, they were a bit reclusive from the other parts of the world. So when they started opening up,
I think something.
that's what really helps.
They're they are really a late comer to scramble in Africa to grab as much as.
Oh no, they don't care. I think China just wants to get more and more power. If China wants to come for Africa, when they come, we just be like, we surrender. That's their approach. They will come in such a way you will not see them coming, and when they come, you will surrender. I've not seen any. Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting. I've not seen any nation. You tell me any nation that emerged like this. Although you can say Singapore did this and that emerged as a superpower without fighting major wars. I don't know, man. Almost all the members of the Security Council, they are soaked in blood.
It is true that we are struggling to. Well, really, I can say struggle, or may not be struggle. Just excuse the word. To sort of to be where we are supposed to be, Africa generally. But in trying to mingle with the West, the starting point will be don't trust anybody. You know why I say this? Look at China building AU headquarters for Africa, only to put all sorts of gadgets there that whatever you are discussing, they are monitoring it in China.
People will never let China leave that one now. That thing, they will remind China of it forever. I am sure it's African leaders you should blame. Why would you let somebody build? Why would you let somebody build something for you? You are not tracking every single move they make. Jesus Christ.
But that's why sometimes it's good. When you start reading all this intelligence and all this what is it called, spooky books, all these things, they say sometimes when you want to get to a place, you say for it to sweep it. You think that it's just sweeping room. That's what they call sweep. So you don't know the type of silent espion. I mean, so many types of the place must have been so wired and something put into it that whatever you are doing there is being transmitted elsewhere, and that is how they gather their intelligence. So that's what China did, building this thing for a whole African continent, 54 countries. Finished it building in Addis Ababa. Say it's a gift freely given by China, not knowing that.
I don't even know why they bother tapping the buildings. All you just have to do is tap their social media accounts, and they will be telling you everything that they are doing. Even their top secrets, they will be telling you.
It might not necessarily be. Sometimes some of these, some of the, at least African, we have also our own IT, our guys that can do it, but really
Right now we are basically a joke when it comes to cybersecurity area. We are not. Jesus Christ. We are, even data centers. I know Nigeria have a few in Nigeria, but most of them are owned by like Facebook or Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken. We don't have our own data center, which means CM, if they decide to cut off internet, we don't have anything to carry on with. And I really hope the Nigerian government has started thinking about those type of things and putting it in place.
But no, the white people, you may be surprised. You may be surprised. It's not that they want to. They can't cut. You see, there's
Why
something
not
I
again?
noted. There's something I noted with the white people. If you are reading books about it, the thing is that anything that will benefit them, Jesus Christ, anything. It might not just be money. If it's just information that they are going to gain, they will go to any length to make sure they get it. So if this internet, because this internet they are doing, you may think that they are gaining from it, only that we send emails, we send emails, we do whatever we have to do, feel free, all these things. Headquarter of Facebook is in California, Twitter, California, Google, all of them. They can never know how they monitor information all over the world. I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised, but I may not know this. I'm just guessing. I may be wrong. Facebook in Russia, because it has the American headquarter, and Twitter they use in Russia or whatever, or all these things. Russia must have a way of circumventing certain information that concerns them. They must.
Oh, no. Russia has its own infrastructure. If you cut Russia off in internet, they have their own. They have their own social media. They have everything. India, even India has their own. The Chinese have their own. In short, any major group in the world has all the three major groups have their own. It's only black people that don't have their own social media. I don't know. Maybe South Africa has started making moves, but I'm not sure they are anywhere near being self-sufficient. Where they would say, if the West decide to cut them off, which they can. If you look at what they did to Russia with the SWIFT payment system, but when you start cutting the payment system of a country, you really want to do them down. Putin was like, I have all my business in the West. All I told them was to stop this Ukraine from going NATO. They refuse. What am I going to do? And you think the guy wants to lose all that money? They probably don't want to, and they have to do what they need to do. So, and it tells you that the West, they are doing shakara with what they've got. If you don't do what they want, they start breaking all this. They said they put so many sanctions on Iran that it's like they don't even know what to sanction them again.
Yeah. And this money they gave Ukraine 61 billion. I think this is quite recent. Maybe so that they will make Russia think twice about helping Iran. Because
they can tell that again. It's not going to make any difference.
What is it? They might be doing it in the intention to remind Russia that, look, if Ukraine is by your door, if you're trying to exert your influence as far as Iran so that they can deal with Israel, all this, this again, first of all, they have big deep wallet. So when they are doing it, I know that is the essence, but it might be a case of saying, although Iran said that they are not going to retaliate anymore, but I doubt it. Maybe they want to cut Israel off guard when they want to do in future. But Russia, I know whatever happens, Russia's involvement will be either, it may not be directly, but Russia will have interest in what goes on in Iran. This is a game they play. It's a game they play. They know it. But on the only thing that I did not like that about this Ukraine war is that it's been a lot. I think it's over 2 years now. It's here a year. You get into it should be about 2 years now. It's been long.
They keep dragging it and dragging it and dragging it. And what they want is to make Russia spend more money. And like you said, they want to use it to discourage Russia from expanding its influence.
Into Iran.
But it doesn't seem to be working, because I think what they said recently was that Russia now is now transforming into a war economy. That is dangerous. When a nation starts transforming itself into a war economy, in other words, most of their manufacturing and major manufacturing is shifting towards manufacturing weapons for war. If anything, it might even make Russia expand. Is Russia not expanding in Africa while all this is going on? Since the last 2 years, when they did what they did in Ukraine, Russia has been expanding into Africa. They are sending air defense equipment into Niger and all the rest. So what they are doing, they might be waking up the dragon, not the other way around.
What I'm even sometimes I laugh is that Niger is like the whipping boy of Nigeria. We always say Niger, they come in there to come and feed. If Nigeria is not taken, the immigration will be reversed. Nigerians will be going to Niger.
You will be shocked now if they find that place things are getting better. Man, that's going to be hard. Niger is poor, man.
Yes, it's poor because of the fact that France exploited them for a long time. Now
Such
that
a long
now
time.
the France is wicked. To
I
be honest,
their
I don't,
wickedness, is
I
deep.
don't,
It's deep.
I don't think Britain can be this
How
wicked.
can human beings be that wicked?
France,
You leave
France
your
is
people, the people you work with, you go to them every day, you talk to them on the phone, and they are suffering. Their children are dying.
France
You
is
left
wicked.
them like that. That's
Britain.
wickedness.
So a Cameroonian friend told me that we are lucky Britain was in Nigeria. At least they build infrastructure, build schools. For is anywhere
Mm,
France go, he said
mm,
he said France. I said, and it's true. Look at Niger, look at Chad, look at Chad, look at Niger. These are where Central African Republic. These are French. They
mm,
are there. A very big question. They are there to milk or that is siphon all your everything you have. He said they won't even leave anyone for you. He said Britain can easily build infrastructure, build school, build you good hospital, build you
mm,
good roads. If they good schools, at least education. He said, but France, if you want the best education, come to the most of these French African countries, no matter their population, some of them started having universities not quite long ago.
mm.
Not quite unlike Britain that will come and be planting schools here and there for you. Say not quite long ago. So
Mm.
so that type of thing.
I don't know what Dami O is saying that I'm ignorant of. I'm not doing Russia hype. Russia has not come to take many resources from Nigeria. Russia has not given Ukraine 60 something billion and didn't give us anything.
Yeah.
Russia doesn't have alliances directly with us. The people we went and called our friends, they are the ones I'm talking about. How can you be my friend and my children are dying every day and your children are living lush? And you don't even make any attempt to help me out. That kind of friendship is not a friendship at all. That is some mean stuff. If I were okay, to be fair, maybe if I'm a coke addict, I'm a drug addict, and you can maybe our politicians technically are the drug addicts here, I'm saying. Maybe it's hard to help somebody that is a drug addict to better themselves. But our politicians are not drug addicts. They are it's not that what they are even aiding our politicians, giving them drugs in this context. So why do you? I'm not even praising Russia. I'm basically calling it what it is. They have not done
But
that
but
damage to
okay
us.
okay okay but then one might ask, all these things Russia want to do to Niger, Burkina
Mm,
Faso, and Mali, at what price?
yeah.
Yes. So because you
Mm,
see, I've read quite so many books to know that the West, all that care about is interest, is their own interest.
yes.
All they care about, particularly when it comes to
Mm.
Africa, all they care about is interest.
But why
They can,
haven't we made them care for that's
okay,
care to
okay,
make us advance? Because the Japanese did, or you can say the Chinese did more like no, it's not the Japanese that did it. The Chinese, because of the advancement of the
okay.
Chinese, they wanted to contain China. That's why they
Yes,
have all
yes,
these.
I
I
know.
think they have a name they call it. They are trying to box China in,
Even in
and yeah.
even India, they even what they need from the West, their own is that it has to do with, you know, when the people in charge are not that patriotism not really no, but patriotism is really when you are dealing with another country on behalf of your country. I mean,
Mm,
you strike a deal that will favor you, like you said about Japan. Yes, Japan
mm,
copied the American technology for a start. Now look at where they
mm,
are. So America brought them close as a friend, and they are dealing.
mm,
So in our own case is that's why I'm saying this thing that Russia is expending energy trying to rescue Burkina
mm,
Faso, Mali, and Niger from France. Let it
mm,
not be that a woman is divorcing her husband not to knowing that he's going to marry another man. Otherwise, I don't. They can't just do something freely, willingly like that. No,
mm.
they may not know, but and they and again, these three countries they're not as advanced as Russia. So
Yeah.
that yes, as not as
Yes.
advanced as Russia. So that is another thing again. You don't know what it will lead to in future. Otherwise, Africa, even if we cannot develop as far, but let us develop on our own. We can. We can. Some technologies can be stolen. You model, you use it for your own. Yes, you can. You can. Because I don't see why America should have their military whatever they have, they come and give it to us. It's not possible. They can't do that. They
Mm.
can't. They can't just open it up and give you. No. They may
Have
say
you,
that if they give you, your enemy may get hold of it, but that's a lie. What if they did not get your hold? Get a good nuclear power plant.
have you heard of it?
I thought this
But
power
they've
plant.
not built it. Oh. I don't understand. How can you list a power plant on stock exchange when it's not been built? Or do we have a power plant that I don't know about?
Nigerian Nuclear Regulation Authority. And this Nigerian
It's
atomic
just
energy
proposed.
Nigerian atomic site has been selected for construction of 2 nuclear reactors after due consideration. What year in October 22, Geregu became the first power company to list on Nigeria Stock Exchange.
Why? You've not even built it. You're listing on stock exchange. How does that even happen?
The
It's
plant will
just
be
it's just
co-financed by
proposed. Rosatom.
Rosatom, which will build,
Mm.
operate, and transfer. Build it will be Nigerian government is about $10 billion. Hey, Nigeria.
And by given how long it's going to take, is equivalent to about $1 billion a year, really. And for its strategic importance, I think definitely something Nigeria should have considered a long. They should have even prioritized that. I don't know
Well,
why.
so many
Mm.
nuclear institutions are really not really. Some are just for to generate power, to generate. It could be used for not really for war anyway. Let me
Oh
not
no,
be.
no, it doesn't. It shouldn't be for war. I think the what I'm saying is
Just
we
to aid
have
in
to get into that area. There's you know the term they call those nations that can go nuclear very quickly, but they are not nuclear powers. Japan belongs to that list. Iran technically is on that list now. Iran has joined that list. Brazil is one of them. South Korea is another one. I think Taiwan could go nuclear if they want to. So many of these nations, and there are many of them in Europe, many of them are made in Europe. They have nuclear power plants and they have enriched uranium. So if they wanted to build a bomb, they can build it very quickly. But in Africa, you don't have the only nation that you can say is close to nuclear weapons, but they don't have the weapons right now is South Africa because they decommissioned theirs, and they luckily kept hold of their fissile materials. They didn't give it away.
Okay.
Mm.
What I've just read here, you said that it's part of effort to find solution to the shortage of power supply in the country. Good.
Mm.
But is there not a better low-hanging fruit than this? Because sometimes our options may look so bizarre. Why can't we? Is it not cheaper? I know this is good anyway. Is it not cheaper to build a solar plant since
It's
we
far
want because we have
cheaper.
sunshine?
It's
So
far
let's
cheaper, but this is for strategic reasons, and also it tends to take less space compared to solar. With the space the solar is going to take, and the amount of maintenance is, I'm not sure it's as high. Um, yeah, solar requires a lot of materials to get done. I'm not sure whether this one is cleaner than solar. I'm not so sure. There are arguments about it that this one, but the technology involved has strategic importance. It's like somebody that wants to build a rocket to go to space, but it's also a ballistic missile. You see what I mean? So it has strategic importance. This is why nations go for these things, especially nations like Nigeria. We don't even have a choice. This is not even an option. We have to. And if we have to do something, we must as well start early than start too late. That's my take anyway. Because there is no nation in a strategic position like Nigeria. Nigeria is the most populated black nation. There's no nation that is the most populated of any race that is not nuclear already now. Like India is nuclear, China is nuclear, America is nuclear. Even in the Middle East, they have nuclear. Israel is not the most populated, but they are nuclear. You can even consider Iran nuclear right now. And Saudi Arabia is also one of those states. I've forgotten what they call those states. Those states that are almost nuclear. Saudi Arabia is one of them because they said if Iran goes nuclear, they will go nuclear too. So, But how many black countries can you name among that list? Not one. Only South Africa. And South Africa, you can barely call it a black country because people that control that technology generally tends to be in the hands of the elites. And it's not even a lot, really. But South Africa does have a nuclear power plant. They do have nuclear power plant, I think 2, if I'm not mistaken. But Nigeria don't have one. You know how embarrassing that is? South Africa has nuclear power plant. Nigeria doesn't have any. So that's my argument anyway. I feel like there are certain things you can't escape from, because over time their children will get stronger while your children get weaker if you don't do these things. And what do you think in time what that's going to mean? Sooner or later we are going to literally transform to food source for them, because in other words, they can come and take whatever they like from us. They're already doing it now. If we don't try to correct that problem, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
The disappointing thing about Nigeria to me is that we don't play to our strength. We don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nigeria don't play to its strength, human resources, abundance, climate, land, everything, and we are wallowing in poverty, abject. We don't play to our strength at all. At all.
Imagine.
What Nigeria should have been on the west coast would have been that the whole at all, we don't play to our strength. Everything. We are still scrambling for where the people go. Okay, this is the mass grave in Gaza.
In Khan Yunis, they found another one again. They just found another one today. I didn't even know about this one. Man, Israel's reputation, America, this is going to live down the ages. This is going to go down the ages. They are finding mass graves. America has been in Iraq. They've not had mass graves like this. America has been in Afghanistan. They've not had mass graves like this. This one is going to hang on America's neck because they just gave them 26 billion on top of it.
50 dead bodies from various groups and ages. They were collected by Israeli. They were collected, buried in masses near the hospital. We think continue their search and retrieval of all this, all that.
Imagine. And what is America doing while all this is happening? They are giving them more money to do more. This is crazy stuff. This is going to follow America for a while.
I'm trying to say, if Biden did not come back and Trump gets in, how will the picture look? Although Trump is not the warlike, I don't think, like he said, he's not the
that's a very good observation. He doesn't like blood. For some reason, Trump doesn't like blood.
So he cannot be fighting war.
But he also supports Israel, though.
He gives them defense. The way you do it is that you reduce the aid you give to Israel, call them, and then sit down and discuss, because that is part of incentives.
Yeah, that's one thing I would say for Trump. If Trump says Israel don't do this, Israel does that, Trump will feel very angry, and he's going to make it clear publicly that he's angry because he doesn't like people embarrass him or not agree with what he has said. He supports Israel 100%. He wasn't the one that went and said Jerusalem it belongs to the Israelis. So he supports Israel, but he's that kind of person whereby, like when Biden says Israel should not do something and Israel goes and does it. If that was Trump, Israel is going to pay for it. He's going to take action.
Trump was particular in his first time. He said that their defense budget is always in deficit every year. Say because America funds so many unnecessary wars around the world. I remember him saying it. He said now they can't do it anymore. That's why he's even scaled down their forces from Afghanistan, brought them back. So many people say it doesn't work. So this type of thing, I don't think he wouldn't go that type. He will just scale it down. Doesn't want this world war because Trump, they call a racist, is interested in sanitizing America from within America. How to sanitize the US from within.
He doesn't like war. He's worrying about what is going on at home in this country. The demographics change in America is really concerning a lot of Europeans there. So they really want to deal with immigration and all that nonsense. I don't know what is going to happen because Israel is acting out of his mind right now with anger. And you
Or
see,
maybe, look at it this way.
mm,
Or maybe Israel have foreseen the fact that Trump is likely to come and slow the pace of what they're doing. So they had better gain ground enough so that when they say
mm,
stop, when they say stop,
mm.
it becomes on
my,
how much
my,
they agree, how
I
much
knew
they.
this day was coming a long time ago. You know why I said it? And not even this day, it's going to get worse. You know why I said it? Because people in the West, they don't know what is going on in Israel. They really don't. They think Israel is just like a normal society where, rational people talk, and maybe they are rational in their own way, but people still don't know how far they've traveled away from the norm. That's they've traveled into to an extent where they see other people like slaves or
Exactly.
subhumans, and
Why people
the way they see them is just
why
strange.
why
And yeah, go
why
ahead.
people are why people are against Israel is that you know it's gone on for a long time, and then all this. No, even the people that may support you the first time you acted, it's gone on for a long time. It should have mellowed, and then they have all the wherewithal to put things in check and then put a break.
Even I
But
support them to go after Hamas. Go
yeah, after
after
Hamas,
Hamas. Stop pretending
but
as if you are going after Hamas when you are decimating the whole people. You are going after the people. You pretending as if, Hamas is there. Let's destroy the whole building. Hamas is in the next building. Let's destroy the next building. That's just an excuse to destroy. I support
and
them to go after Hamas and defeat Hamas, which they can do if they wanted to.
of
But they
course,
just go pretending as if they are going after Hamas, killing innocent people.
Hamas and Hezbollah, Israel, they are capable of even Hamas leadership. They've been dealing with Hamas now a long time. Their leadership.
Mm.
It's just that they said their capacity to cause them problem. They should sort of deal with them or debate. When these things are mounting, you can't just be having death to mountain like this. No matter how altruistic your aim may be, no. With time, people will say no because you can't be. These are evidence. You can't be seeing this under what now.
You see what this
As
one
much
is
as
saying? You
as,
see what it's
as
saying? They're
much as
decimating
people,
future Hamas. All these
how do you know?
Nigerians,
How do you know? How do you know future Hamas? You don't know who is future
you are
Hamas. Those
creating them. Every time you kill one, you are creating two. Because when you kill somebody's brother or sister, they will be like, I'm not Hamas before, but I'm Hamas now. I've seen a young man crying after Israelis arrest him. A young man, maybe 11, 12, crying, telling his mama he wish he never came back. He wish he was dead there. That he's going to do this thing back to them. That is a young child feeling that way because what Israeli soldiers did to him. He said they kicked him so hard in the head and all the rest.
It's not. It's not. It's not. I felt Israel must have sensed that this man is coming in, Trump, and when Trump comes, everything has to. So they had better gain ground as much as they could, so that by the time Trump start shouting all these things, they said, okay, they've given up. But that is what I'm sensing. Otherwise,
You see them,
I do not see because
Have you noticed something? You see all these Zionists that begin to show up now. All the Zionists that have been watching in the background, not saying anything when we were checking the expenses of the Nigerian government. They didn't say anything. The moment we mentioned Israel, they all showed up.
in fact, this exercise of Nigerian budget, Naira padding, to be honest, those people are eating serious money. To be honest,
We need to
yeah,
do some forensic analysis on what is
yeah,
going on with those finances.
yeah. Naira
9.
padding.
Yeah,
That's
Trinidad,
why they manufacture.
good to
I
see
don't
you.
know.
That's why.
Yeah, good to see you. I don't know. Have you been on here before? Your
Yes,
face look a bit familiar. Yeah.
yeah, I've been once. Yeah,
Yeah, been a while. Been a while. Thank you for joining us today.
yeah,
Um,
thank you.
I take it that you are a Zionist now. That's why you are here.
No, no, not at all. I was more particular about when you were talking about the Nigeria having a nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't want that.
I totally disagree.
Why?
First of all, looking at our record, maintenance record, security,
It will, and
insecurity, and all that. It,
so
it,
it will
it,
be
What do you think is
another.
going to make us
okay,
serious?
okay, because what I'm saying, first of all, look at the very basic things we have.
to generate power. We've not even been able to be serious. See, we have hydro, we have gas in abundance, we have geothermal, the potentials to use all these resources. There's solar,
we have sunshine,
there's wind,
there's solar.
So if you divest these numerous sources, I'm telling you that you might almost not need any. You might have no reason for the nuclear plant. See what happened in Japan with Fukushima. Imagine the desire. That's a
How
developed
about the
nation.
strategic reason?
I mean, I don't see any strategic reason. That's the truth. Because who are we going to in Africa? Who are we going to? Who are
Don't
we
say that.
fighting?
Don't say that, please. Don't
No,
say
that's
that.
the truth. It's the truth.
Who are you fighting?
Who are you going to fight that you need a nuclear? That's the fact.
Quick question though. Quick question. Fafana,
sometimes-
did you say
sometimes
there is a nuclear power plant in Nigeria? Is that what you said?
No, there was one that appears
They're
as if they
building-
built it,
they're
but they not
building
built it. They just proposed it.
Who?
Let me get information so you can see it.
Geregu? No.
Geregu is not owned by this guy.
Hold on, by Femi Otedola.
Femi Otedola, exactly.
Geregu is not a nuclear power
It's
plant. It's
not.
actually a power plant, but not a nuclear power plant.
You're correct.
Yeah,
So
but
there
this
is
one is a
different.
proposed nuclear power plant in the same Geregu. Geregu is an area in Nigeria, I take it.
Okay.
And it's a nuclear power plant in that area. As you can see, location Geregu, and they are looking to spend, and look at the term proposed.
So
if it is proposed, you go and list it in stock market. I don't know how that happens.
Is the company that is listed, not the power plant, is the company. Geregu is a company, it's a power company in Nigeria, correctly?
I
what
see.
they do a lot in power production. So Geregu and the company held by Davido father, I forgot the name of the company. That's another big company that they are big in power production right now.
Yes. Look at the references. Open the first link under reference. Russia to build nuclear power plants in Nigeria. Open.
Don't worry about it. I get it. Okay. Yeah, these are future plans, right? But I don't know the name of this, my brother. I will slightly disagree with you that Nigeria don't need nuclear power plant.
Okay.
If Nigeria can build a nuclear power plant, so be it. They really need it. Nuclear power plant, yes, the cost application is very high. I don't see any nuclear power plant you build in Nigeria that is less than $5 billion. So the cost is very high compared to.
It's cheap
with
now.
what I said,
Nigeria can afford it. Nigeria can. Is it how much?
I know they can afford it.
So here is my thing, right? I'm actually doing a comparison between other form of energy, right? So like solar can be 10 times less expensive than nuclear. The advantage of nuclear power plant is basically for national security. Like my brother rightly said, we might not really need it, but but
no, like they say, before you give a child, it's like you want to give a child or a young boy a car when he doesn't even know how to maintain a bicycle.
Bro, I get your point. I completely agree with you. I get your
point.
But
let us get to that point, then we're comfortable, because anything that goes wrong there, brother, it's
Nine. Do you know that Nigeria has a lot of this is explosives in Nigeria right now? They have a lot of explosives.
We actually have a lot.
This is a different level. You have to deal with radiation.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Let me explain it to you now so you understand. They have a lot of explosives, and they don't have a record of them going off by accident. Even for decades now, we've been controlling them. Also,
so what happened in Ikeja cantonment? What was that?
I don't know which one you're referring to.
That pure water.
Hold on, we'll check that one.
See, you have your military installation, and then you had bandits entering there, raiding. Then what happens when you have the nuclear site and you can't even secure?
How many people have raided? Hold on. How many people have raided this thing Asorok? Let me explain this. I want to give you another this in Nigeria did have a nuclear reactor in Nigeria. You know that. They had a nuclear reactor in Nigeria, in Kaduna of all places where Boko Haram was hot.
But that's a test. It's a pilot
Yes,
it's very
but there's
minute.
not one. I see every nation that has had nuclear weapons, people always said, "Oh, they would never." Like they say, no Muslim nation can do it until Pakistan did it. They know this one. When you do it, you just something changes. You become responsible by default. You don't just go about exploding it everywhere.
So you need a nuclear weapon. You need a nuclear plant to be responsible. When you can't be responsible with other things that are
They are
very
already
basic.
responsible right now with deadly weapons. They are not discharging it and
Wait
exploding it
now,
everywhere.
bro. Let's look at this thing this way. I know your fear.
You
I
see,
get
this is
your
the
point.
point. Nuclear threshold nation. That is the point.
Forefather,
If you don't
please.
get there, you are done for in
Forefather,
life.
please hold on. Yeah, I get his point. I know his fears, right? But I used to think like you. But the way the world is going, there is absolutely nothing wrong Nigeria having a nuclear power plant. If they can do it, let them do it. Look, the only reason America will be telling Israel, have restraint, don't go strike Iran, because it's the capacity, they know what Iran can do. The only reason America will not go to North Korea and destroy that country, they know their capacity. The truth is, I begin to think that, look, if you are nobody, these people can just go and throw bomb and say everybody wipe out. It's so scary, the times we are currently. If you know the activities, if what is going on around the world, you will be thinking like, yo, Africa, we don't even have any bed to protect us. We're just gonna be wiped out on the surface of the earth. But
And I was thinking one thing the other day. I said this thing. Look at what happened in Israel the other day. I sat down to myself, truly. I know you guys were talking about manufacturing and all these things. That's why I'm saying we need to key into the basics before we get to that basic things. I was saying I don't even think Nigeria has, like, when I might be wrong, but I don't even think we have solid air defense systems.
You're this guy funny. Where you get?
Have you see the kind of jet fighters who are busy buying AKE jet fighters and things like that? And we have the potentials to do these things, and that's why I'm saying we need to start mobilize ourselves, motivate and start building. See Profox there, they build. Has the government has not even encouraged them? Say, okay, we'll be funding you. Build advanced systems and research development. It's not just to do this thing. You need active research. When you look at the statistics, research and development in Nigeria, it's abysmal. I'm not saying it's not there. They are not doing it, but it's especially military research and development.
My dear, but Russia, now that Russia is trying to help Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, what if they have something like that in Niger? Wouldn't you think Nigeria is good for Nigeria to? I mean, you have it at least for status, for what? For strategic importance. It doesn't mean, although I agree with you because of how careless or how violent prone Nigeria is, can we be able to, make the sacrifices and the discipline required to have it? But if our neighbor Niger and all these countries, if Russia gets in there and then it happens that what I'm thinking is what they are going to do there, Nigeria will, just to measure up, we may need to have it. Before you came in, I was saying Nigeria is playing far below our capacity. Far below.
I agree with you, and that's why I said we need to look at the. That's why I'm saying we need to look at the rudiment, because, for example, see our intelligence. Okay, my father was an intelligence officer in the Nigerian army. And Nigeria had one of the best. You get. I can't say for now. You get. So something as basic as, because, like I said, look at these guys in Niger. These guys overrun us with, like, the bad guys, the bandits, everything. They compromise inside Nigerian army alone. These are things you need to cleanse your house first before you start talking of those kind of things. You have saboteurs in the army. What stops you? Niger are our brothers. If it happens tomorrow, what stops somebody there from saying, "Oh, let's go and spill out all these things, or give them this." And these are things the West are very fearful. Look at during Jonathan, when they collaborated, they said, okay, they were going to rescue Chibok girls. They drafted plans, everything. Before you know it, everything had leaked out.
It was leaked out. Okay,
Exactly.
talking of intelligence, we looked at defense budget or whatever. There are a lot of maybe parastatal we are seeing there that may not exist. It says National Intelligence School. We couldn't find anywhere, and there was budget for them. They have National Nigeria Intelligence College. They have Nigeria Intelligence Academy, in Nigeria Intelligence School. So that's the padding we are talking of. So I understand that if you go to the office of NSA, National Security Advisor, you will see Department for State Security, National Intelligence Agency, which is for external, SSS is for internal. We see all these things. Then you go to police, there's also their own. Then I'm trying to say, how then do they coordinate intelligence in the military? That is one thing. That just aroused my interest. I say, how then do they coordinate intelligence? Left for me,
exactly.
There should be one. And the intelligence, there's one I saw, they said Abuja. I said, look, intelligence, if it's possible, every local government, there must be a mini office.
So the DSS said they do, and they've confirmed. It's been confirmed they have outstations, in every local government.
Because intelligence, the Fed office at Abuja might just be to coordinate, but the real field work will be done all over Nigeria. Every blaze of Nigerian grass should be covered. That's where you gather the information, because you never know, particularly across the borders or all these states that are bordering other countries.
I agree
when
with
you do
you.
it like this, you started as a country. And I said,
Because I was even asking somebody.
I said that I might even double the budget. Because that is where the money should go. I don't care.
I agree with you. Because I was asking somebody too. I said, when, for example, you have the NIA, I told that person that this is supposed to be like external, intelligence agency for Nigeria. So
NIA,
I was telling the person that by right, so I don't know what they're doing. When the problem with Niger started, I was like, I expected those guys to give, say, how the CIA will go, they're proactive, going ahead. So I was thinking that, okay, by right, they should give the president and say, look, Mr. President, we have intel that these guys are about to strike, or the military is about to do this, because this is your neighbor. There's every need for you to be curious and want to know what's going on there. But that wasn't the case. It was till it happened. Then, we started being reactive and all of that kind of stuff.
Ideally, whatever Russia is doing in Niger, it should trigger interest in Nigeria, because Niger is our border.
But it doesn't look like. I mean, I may be wrong, but it doesn't look like.
It shouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't see it as much of a problem, because I think the only thing you can do with it personally is to use it to extract concessions from the so-called partners you have now. But what I saw the Ghanaian president reporting Burkina Faso for having Russians in their country, and it's like a houseboy reporting to master. Look at the neighbor, they got Russians in there. What do we do now? We need help with these people. It's like, but you are not talking about how you can gain strategic balance. What do you think Israel is getting to the $6 billion for right now? Because they want to give, America wants to give it to them so they don't become weaker compared to Iran, or weaker to this in Hezbollah or any other enemies they have in the area. But Russia delivers air defense this in. Oh, we just sit there. It's okay. We don't have anything to worry about. See, 9. This is not a joke. This is our children's future here. If we remain like this, we are dead people. We are inviting it. It's not the fault of the other people. We are the ones inviting it. It's not their fault, because they are getting stronger every day while we just remain stagnant. In other words, we are becoming weaker.
It will be a shame in future if Nigeria now look towards Niger.
But I agree with you, because
in future, if Nigeria look towards Niger, jail for military or whatever
Oh
assistance.
God.
It will be a shame.
The
To be
jihadis
honest
and
with
the
you.
Zionists
Oh
have
yes.
met.
Oh yes.
They have met. The jihadis and the Zionists have come to meet themselves. So yeah, we don't have a choice. This is not even an option. The only option is you die or you act. Simple. And that's why I think, yes, maybe we are a little bit reckless when it comes to surveillance and intelligence, and maybe we don't know how to maintain stuff very well. Better we start to learn than just remain timid and say until we are ready.
I
We are
know.
going to die.
Okay, for example, forefathers, look at Cuba now. I mean, even the US has some level of, what will I say? Will I use not, I don't know whether to use the word fear, not fear, but some cautiousness, because they developed the act of good intelligence. And that's why everywhere in the world, anybody that wants, good, they contract the Cubans because they know they are very good at that. And that's one thing the US are very careful about, because they are their neighbors. They know that's their forte. Now, and again, in terms of production, CM, from when we fought the Civil War, at least see the way the Biafrans then were able to create, do you get, weapons of theirs. That's ingenuity. I expected that a serious country would have capitalized on that. That's okay. Let's build our defense. These guys have this knowledge. Up till now, how many years from then till now, we
Nigerians have
cannot
lost.
even, and then we're
See,
saying we want to
Nigerians have
do.
to show
lost.
you how our
Nigerians
people
have lost
are. Sorry, CM. To show you
so
how
many
I think you are
opportunities in the
familiar
past.
with this, CM. You are familiar with this, CM. To show you how our people are. 1966. This guy Lincoln Yu, his defense policy is this poison shrimp policy, and today they've succeeded with it. His policy is, yeah, I might not be strong as you, but if you dare to come and fight me, I will make sure you pay for it. That it looks like you have been poisoned. That is his policy. In other words, I'm going to make myself as strong as possible. And if you think you're going to come at me, I'm going to come at you with everything I've got. And look at Singapore's. After 90, from 1966 to now, look at where they are now. Singapore GDP per capita is one of the highest in the world. 82,000. Nigeria is 2,000. These guys are 82,000.
The story of Singapore. Whoever is joining the story from this level now, you won't appreciate them.
You won't appreciate, yeah.
You won't because it's like the food is done now. If you see this Singapore, when you read about Lee Kuan Yew,
Well, worse than Nigeria.
virtually it's like persona non grata. Nobody want to do it. No, in short, when he gets to a conference, it's like if it's possible, they would have given him a chair to go and sit somewhere outside. Don't just come in here. We don't need you. The man has to go home, look in west, and started thinking. Call his people, say, look, it's like the world. Nobody want us. What can we do for ourselves? That's all. The rest is history.
And that is the mentality our leaders should have. They should not fear anybody. That policy, it should have been a way we should learn from. In other words, what that policy is telling you that we are not afraid of you. Come at me if you like, but I will make sure. By the time I'm done with you, your enemy will look at you and feel sorry for you. That is the approach.
Because if you see what Singapore did, you now know that. Look, to be honest with you, I think the West will even respect you more if they
Absolutely true.
If they see that you're able to do something out of your own, they may look at it and say, "Oh, already they didn't help you, but you're able to do something." I think they bring you closer.
Yeah,
After all,
it's always like that. That's what they did with China.
Why is America respecting Japan, despite the fact that they bombed Japan, Hiroshima, Nagasaki? But Japan developed their technology, and the America found that yes, they can be on their own. And this is it. So in our own case is that I feel that the more you run to the West, this IMF give us this with all their conditionality, give us this. It is true they give it to you, but to them you don't count. to them.
Because
To be honest, that is in
because
my
they'll give you conditions that they will put conditions on you that will make
conditions.
sure you don't develop
To
as fast.
particularly if you go after some time, you come back again. After some time, you come. They know you don't count.
True.
But if Nigeria, to be honest with you, I mean, they don't stop you from developing yourself.
Yes, they
You
don't.
look in West, they don't stop you. They don't stop you. You might say, okay, look, this is what we can do.
They
Look
actually
at Singapore.
do. Do you know how many scientists have been killed in Iran?
Do you know?
So many scientists have died in Iran.
No, but Papa, I think that's because that particular one there's a direct threat and interest. Like for example, in Nigeria case now, I mean the fact that you're an ally with them, you don't have there's no threat per se. They will allow you develop to an extent. Like
they won't actually. If they did, are you telling me all sub-Saharan African countries are useless?
They will not.
One of
They
them?
will. Yeah. They will always look at you, man. Forget it. America will always look at you.
If you said only Nigeria, I will listen. But Togo, Mali, all of them, including Ethiopia, all of them are useless. I don't.
So how about Rwanda though? How about Rwanda?
Rwanda is worse than Nigeria. Rwanda is worse than Nigeria.
Rwanda.
I don't know why people do that. They don't check the data. Rwanda is worse.
No, what I mean by I'm not saying like maybe their economy is better than Nigeria's. I'm just saying like, okay, the leader in question says, okay, I've fashioned a path for us. These are the things I want you get. And I'm not saying it is better than Nigeria, but I'm just saying that leadership courage. Okay, I want my country to be this. I don't want us to, we've come out of this genocide. I don't want this. I don't want that. I want us to progress like this, set up. And that's the mindset leader I'm talking about. There's a level of independence. I know some people say, yes, he's a dictator to an extent.
Forget Rwanda, no get peace.
I think the only thing I would say we can learn from Rwanda is being able to make progress without needing a lot of technology, because most of their streets, the reason why it's clean, because human beings were cleaning it, not because they needed any foreign assistance. Human beings were cleaning it, and one other thing you could learn from it is that to be detribalized, and even religious. That's maybe we can say we will learn that from them. But in terms of development, they're not like our GDP per capita is higher than theirs. That's including so many northern states that don't even have education. Our GDP per capita is still higher than
Papa, how about Vietnam though? Let's use Vietnam first. I know they are not in Africa.
Vietnam is at a different level.
But I'm just telling you that they don't have any nuclear. When they fought the US, then they didn't have any nuclear.
Vietnam is probably nuclear threshold nation. If you check,
yeah, but I know. But I'm just saying, before then, when they engaged the US, that was a mighty power and all that. They didn't have
Russia.
that.
It was
yeah,
Russia.
But they suffered.
It was Russia.
They suffered a lot because of it. What are you talking about?
I know they suffered, but even the US too suffered a lot too. So it's not like.
No, I understand what you mean. That's what I mean. That we have to start from somewhere.
And now, see, their leaders are again have determined to say we want our country to go on this path, and they're doing it. I'm just bringing that.
If
our
the United States came into Nigeria tonight, they will suffer the same fate that they suffered in Vietnam.
I think so.
Yeah.
Look at AY. AY is already ready. Let's go.
If the United States sent in boots on the ground and sent in foot soldiers, not saying they had to send in missiles from their bases. If they sent in foot soldiers to Nigeria, they will suffer a worse fate than they suffered in Vietnam.
But why would you say that though? By what merit do you say that? I do have my own argument why I think that would be true. But
first of all, Nigeria is too big. First of all, Nigeria has very, very different terrains that I guarantee the United States Armed Forces will have problems countering. So say they had to go in the southeast, for example, they will have problems with the jungles. If they had to go to the north, they'll have problems with the desert. If they came to the cities,
but the British did it though.
If they came to the cities like Lagos, they will have problem with urban warfare. So
But I
there's
speak the
two.
truth. Why was the British able to do it and the Americans cannot do it? What do you think is the difference?
I think really comparing what happened in the 16th century to what is going to happen in the 21st
But the fourth
century.
It's
modern
actually
war, urban
19th century.
warfare, is in recent
19th and
times
18th
now.
century. That's when it happened. It's not that long ago.
Okay, so my point still remains that it is apples and oranges. If they sent in people, ground soldiers today to Nigeria, and there were different, remember, different warring factions are going to sprout up, they will suffer a huge defeat in Nigeria.
I think you might have a point. At least now we are more, we like it or not, we are more united than we like to think. If they come at Nigeria, Nigerians will come together. Not only Nigeria, even Cameroonians, that they will not even listen to their government, they'll come and fight with Nigeria against America. Those are the reasons, but I'm not even sure we are at the
No,
level
the
of
unity is actually the unity. We don't have unity. That's why they will lose. So there's no unity. That's first of all. So if they're going against everything we're saying is hypothetical, right? So if they
I
have to
think we
go,
have more unity than you realize.
if they have to go against, say, the Nigerian army, then you have factions that are going to spring up left and right, left and right, left and right, terrorist groups, armed factions in the riverine areas, armed factions in the southwest, armed factions in the. They're going to lose badly, like horribly. They can't beat Nigeria.
In a way, it's similar to what happened in Iraq. Iraqi military fragmented, and then you started seeing them turn into different militia groups, and they really dealt a lot of blows to
Even in
Americans.
Afghanistan,
But then again,
Afghanistan
Taliban remain intact too. Taliban remain intact and still.
But they also have
outlasted
faction. They
them.
have faction in
Of course.
Taliban.
You always have factions. It doesn't mean as a nation. I actually fear. No, I think Americans fear more that it will unite us far more than we like to believe. It's just because we've never been tested like this in this age.
But the opinion of Nigerians in America and everything, it will be against US. That will also make it for them to think twice coming to
that one is a big one. I didn't want to even go there. That one is a big own goal. You know, they will say I speak the truth. I speak the truth to be like, hey, what do you think you're doing? You are giving me the call to go and kill Adibo, man. Good luck with that one. He will turn it on them. He's already half jihadi anyway. So what else do you need to do? So he's going to turn on them. So there are many people like that in America, and that will be a problem for them. And that's why they're not going to do it.
And then because of Britain's strategic interest, Britain may kick against it. You know, this
how many
country where
British
we are,
black people that will be racing from here to Nigeria to go and fight? How many British black people? Even I will go. They'll be like, they want to renounce my paper here. I say, take it, keep it. You want to go and kill my people, and you want me to sit down here?
If you invade Nigeria, the pressure will be too much.
We are going to leave here. Me, I'm going to go to Nigeria.
All the black countries, the pressure will be too much.
The pressure, and Britain sees Nigeria as their plantation that where they feed on. So if America to come and scatter this thing, they will advise the America, no, we use diplomacy to solve it. I know there is so many.
This is why they don't like to come to Africa. They don't want to test us, because if they test us, they know they are going to force us to awaken, and that's why they don't want. If they did, you are right. I speak the truth. If they go to Africa, it's going to be messy. But I believe that maybe it's going to be for a slightly different, maybe similar reasons. Really, you say there are going to be factions. They're going to scatter all over the place. But Nigerians, I don't know, man. Do we know how to fight guerrilla war properly against a first world military?
I think we're overrating this our people, because I don't know how you guys look at it, but when you use facts, things that are going on to at least, draw some results or conclusion. I mean, for example, if anybody asks me now, if Nigerian army, I mean, apart from the fact that I tell the truth, also said, fractions, I'm just saying, like, our army, I don't think we stand a chance. Even the people right now, maybe before, my thoughts might be different, but right now, because I see that if you can't solve things going on in your country, insurgency, all these things, I don't think you're ready. I don't think you're ready.
If I'm the one commanding the army,
Our own
I will
insurgency.
defeat
We are
any
using,
army that
we are
If
comes to
you
using
have
Nigeria.
very basic issues, you're complaining, oh, they came in, overran your camp, took weapons,
our
insufficient
insurgency.
armor, things like that.
Our,
Then how are you ready to face a
So
first world war?
so you think if the United States,
our
you think if
insurgency
the
is
United
one made.
States came
Our
into
insurgency is one.
Nigeria
We made
today,
our own
do you
insurgency.
think that Nigeria will just capitulate and allow the United States just take over?
No, of course, they will put up a fight, but I'm just saying, like, this is not a sentiment or anything. I'm
So
just
let's say,
speaking
what do
from.
you think? What do you
I'm not
think
gonna put up that kind of fight too. I'm
in
not.
your
If it
own
was me,
scenario?
I'm not
In
gonna.
your
I
own,
will let them in because if
in,
you go and fight them head on, you are going to lose that fight. If
in
it was
your
me, I have let's say 200,000 soldiers. I'll say, you know what? Well trained, though you have to be well trained. Disappear. Let them come in. Let's see how long they're going to stay. The moment they come in, you start taking their supply lines. Everything they try to do, you frustrate everything that they are trying to do.
so
You
nine in
disappear.
your
You hit them and run, hit and run, hit and run. Before you know it, you can degrade them
You
to the point
asked one
whereby they will
critical
have to leave.
question. You said, do they
so
know how to fight guerrilla warfare? That's what you asked.
No, I asked that question because I don't know whether we've ever actually participated in that kind of warfare.
you don't
Because they
learn how
have
to fight.
technologies now to combat that.
You
They
don't
have
learn
very
how
good
to fight
technology now too.
guerrilla warfare. You learn guerrilla warfare on the job.
That's true. You have to learn on the job. You're going to lose a lot of people in the process. This is why I think you shouldn't fight them head on. You will lose because they
So
have too much technology.
so nine, what I was
Mm.
trying to ask you, in
Mhm.
your own simulation of events,
Okay.
say this hypothetical invasion happens,
Mhm.
what do you think? Give us like a quick synopsis, a 5-stage synopsis. What do you think will happen if the United States was to invade Nigeria?
Okay, you know what? My honest truth is, I think they will succeed because I feel like there will be massive. The whole leadership structure, there will be alignment with a lot of them, and that alone is going to make things easy for them. That's how I see it.
The Nigerian leadership structure will be aligned with the United States.
Yes,
So
That
that's
is
okay,
hopeful,
hopeful.
so in
and that will
this
make it easy for them.
okay, so in this supposed scenario,
Mhm.
when the Nigerian leadership structure aligns and gives up to the United States, what do you think then the United States will do to the Nigerian leadership?
They'll work with them for whatever it is that maybe their interest is. You
So
know.
you think so you
By that
think the
standard,
United
it means they will
States
not invade them. If they
so
are
you
already
think
aligned, why would they invade them?
so you think the United States will invade a country and the leadership works with
Oh,
them?
sorry. Okay, I needed to get you guys clear, please. When you say so, okay, invasion, like they want to just take over, and
Yes,
because of,
And
soldiers and everything.
if
so
they
they obviously once so if they invade any invasion, they will obviously not put. I don't even think they will put their person there. It will still be an indigenous person. They will put there
no,
to.
that's not what I'm asking. So what
Which
happens?
is
You
what they are
said
doing
the
now.
leadership the
Which is what they are doing now
so the
already.
leadership structure aligns with the invaders, right? This is
Mhm.
your hypothesis. So,
Yeah.
what do you think the invading force will do to the leaders, knowing that they were the ones that held power before and were in control of this country? So, they've aligned with us. What are we going to do to them? We're going to just say, oh, yeah, yeah, go ahead. You're
No,
cool with
so for me, it's two
the person.
scenarios. I feel it's two scenarios. Either they take them out and replace them with people they feel will be more.
No, there's no either. They will try to eliminate all of them. So
Yeah,
the
I'm putting
leadership
people that will
structure
be more
will put
friendly.
up a fight because they know not putting up a fight will be their death. It will be the end of them because they will have to eliminate everybody that had any kind
What
of power in
what
the first
what
place. So you know what will
No,
happen?
why would they eliminate anybody that had any kind of power when they're already doing their bidding?
Because you're gonna put up no, you're not gonna do their bidding. They will have to kill you. They are invading you.
But
It
they're already doing their bidding, so why would
no,
they?
they will die.
Hold on. I don't think they will invade the current class of Nigerians leaders that are doing their bidding. But I say, let's say you have a leader like the type you have in Niger that comes in and tries throwing their stuff, if they want to invade those ones are not their leaders. So they are going to come in and want to get rid of those ones.
What
That
do
I
you
agree
think
with
will
you.
happen? All the top, let's say, think of the top 10 people
what I
in
will
Nigeria today. that run the country, okay? Just imagine whoever you think is the top 10 in the country that have any kind of power, any kind of influence, any kind of reason why, if we are saying it is your fault why the country is not developing, right? Because this is what we're blaming them. So you think an invading force comes and they say, oh, we're going to do your bidding, and then they're still going to leave them in power.
Yeah,
you think so?
No, if those people are doing their bidding, why would they kill them? They will not kill a resource. Those people are a resource, so that they will use those people to control the population. They even see when they came in the first time, they even spared the kings that fought them back. They spared the kings that fought them. When Ovaro went to Baisi, they didn't kill Ovaro when Baisi. They sent him on exile.
Why are you talking about? Oh.
No, I'm telling you that because that is how these type of people think. They don't need to kill you if they don't have to kill you.
So why did they exile people like Jaja of Okpobo and the King of Benin and people like that?
Yes, so that they can use them as hostages to the people. Like, but those leaders,
you were in power, forefathers. If you're in power and I'm taking over your situation, the next thing I'm going to do is to try to cut off any influence you have.
Okay, let me ask you this now. So if you're an American person that wanted to invade Nigeria, and I know you have been doing business with me as a corrupt Nigerian leader, and you wanted to invade Nigeria, I would say, why bother? We're already here. Send your soldiers to come and help guard us.
Let me tell you a question.
So you are still going to come to Nigeria and kill me? What is that all about?
Yes, I will
kill
you.
That makes sense.
I will, because that's
even
what
Hitler
makes sense.
didn't do that with the French. What are you talking about? Hitler didn't kill the French people that surrendered to him.
You always compare apples and oranges. Let me give you a good example.
Okay.
Charles Taylor. Okay, yeah, because sometimes he likes to talk. Charles Taylor, right, was released from the United States. Today, they will say Charles Taylor escaped, okay, from Plymouth County Correctional Facility. Charles Taylor never escaped. If you know how secure Plymouth County is, it is one of the most secure correctional institutions in the United States. They let him out of Plymouth County to go destabilize William Tober's government, Samuel Doe and Co.
Yeah.
Led him back to Africa. When he got to Africa, when they were done with him, you know what they did to him? He's in The Hague right now.
Is he still in The Hague? Is he not dead? Someone tell her, is he not dead? I thought if he's still alive.
Gentlemen, I will leave you people to go and sleep. But my take is this. America trying to invade Nigeria, Britain will tell them no. Because Britain has a lot of much more interested in Nigeria than America. So it's like taking a feeding bottle out of British baby's mouth. So they won't. That is just what I feel. They will.
Okay, so my last question to you before you leave.
Nigeria, Britain has already signed on to it. The other people, they work hand in hand. People they are not separate at all. If America wants to invade Nigeria, Britain has to sign up on it. If they don't sign up, like you said, it's true. So if it is happening, just British people are in on it.
Okay, before you go, do you think Britain will allow Nigeria develop?
Pardon? Do I know?
Do you think Britain, Great Britain, will allow Nigeria develop?
To be honest with you, I don't think Britain is holding us to develop. It's our people. Other countries ruled by Britain are developing.
No, because we always accuse them of the West. Oh, they want just like
No. You don't know my viewpoint. If that is get, you don't even know my viewpoint. I always say that.
Oh no, not you per se. I'm just saying general.
Okay. No.
I think every nation that is powerful do everything they can to keep nations that they can keep underdeveloped. It doesn't mean the nations that are supposed to develop themselves, they have the ultimate responsibility to develop themselves. Do you know how many? Yes, they did it to the Indians. The Indians lost a lot of top scientists in the process of development. They were listing them, thousands of them, and the same thing in Iran. They do all those things to them. They call them the kind of Great War, whatever they call it. But the point is that they do all they can to limit other nations. It doesn't mean that is their fault. Even I don't even care. In the end, it's our responsibility. We have the primary responsibility to develop ourselves. Them interfering with us is a secondary problem. Just like, it's your job to put burglary proof in your house. The arm robber is a secondary problem. if he comes out, the door is open. Don't blame him, because you are the one that didn't do your job. That is how you have to look at this type of things.
So 9, development in terms of infrastructure or systemic development, like
I agree with you,
curtailing,
CM. I think everybody probably agrees with you on that. And UK thing.
like curtailing.
Please come back. So sorry. Please come back so we can do more, because CM knows how to do. He tends to like details. We need to start collating. Maybe we'll do ministry by ministry every week or something, so that we can now capture the ministries, the spending of the ministries. Because if they know somebody's checking on them, maybe next time they are not going to be putting 0 employees and capital expenditure is 20 million or something like that. Maybe next time they will not be doing that. All those things might help. So sorry, I speak it to you. Can go ahead.
So I said I'm asking mine a question. One quick second.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear me?
I get your question. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. So no, what I'm saying 9 is, what do you mean by development? Do you mean like infrastructurally, or are you saying like putting systems in place? For example, curtailing corruption, for example, or do you just mean like physical edifices? That's what they.
Okay. So development meant in terms of I think to an I mean, my major I was more specific in the area of, for example, advanced technological development, and economic development, because I feel like these guys know. I mean, I don't want to say they, because sometimes I feel just like Fafada said, it's up to us. But even if they want to, forestall or throw a spanner in the works, I feel like they know if the moment we get our economic development right, like we're gone. And I think that's what Singapore did, to an extent. So that's where I'm coming from. I think that they don't want us to, to an extent, develop economically. Like other aspects are included, like technologically, but my major emphasis is on that economic, because the economy is tied to everything. So if we have to be a superpower, economy has to be great to sustain any wars you fight. We need the economy to be great to develop, superior military, weapons and other technological.
Western countries don't want any part of Africa to develop. No developed country wants Africa to develop.
It's always
That's
like that.
why
If they can get away with it, they will never let
they
it.
will do anything, including
It's just a rule.
including
It's not their fault.
including destabilizing your country, destabilizing the country through. You will be surprised, or don't be surprised, 50 years from now, when we have our grandkids and great grandkids, and they declassify a lot of documents saying a lot of this Boko Haram insurgency and all this kind of protests and violence in the riverine areas were actually caused by them. Do not be surprised that they financed a lot of these things. They don't want us to develop.
Okay,
And
but my
that's why
question now to you will be, what do you think would be the way forward? Because honestly, I hear this a lot, and sometimes in my head, I'm trying to like troubleshoot. Okay, so they always said that, just like forefathers rightly said, it's like in life, you have a goal. Life will throw obstacles at you, so it's left for you to say, this is my goal. I must reach my goal and be determined and fight and overcome those obstacles. That's how I see it to an extent. But I see the Nigerian leaders as people that, so if you don't achieve that goal now, that's why people say, oh, you were lazy, you were not determined, you didn't fight enough. So I see Nigerian leaders as in that class of people that are the ones limiting us from, achieving that goal. Just like you said, they will never let us. So, but we just have to find a way to. If not, 50 years from now, just like I know I read, I heard in the book, Lincoln, you even use Nigerian political system to do some kind of case study, that helped him to, remodel the Singaporean political system, fight corruption and all of that. But look at them today. Look at where we are. So is it at the West too? Because I know Singapore broke away from, I think, part of China and is in Malaysia. Yeah, but look at them now. And how many years from then, look at us. And in the next 50 years, this is the same thing we're going to be saying because, our leaders, the
Yes.
West didn't want us to do, and we were just docile and we couldn't, push ourselves.
Singapore is way smaller than Nigeria, has less tribes, has less conflict, internal factors against it. We have a myriad of it. We have a lot of things going on. We are like 70 or 80 different countries jumbled into one, and everybody has interest in it. So, and we have not only our leaders. You know what? I never ever say Nigerian leaders are bad. I say the Nigerian people are not good people. And a lot of people don't like to hear that because we choose the leaders from amongst us. I'll give you an example. Let's even say a lot of the people at the federal level are career politicians that have been there for some of them upwards of 4 decades, right? What about people like Dezani? What about people like Betty Edu? What about people like Dimeji Bankole? So we have these people and you put them in position and they do just as bad as the people, the career politicians, or even worse. So it is not a leadership problem, which, that is facetious to say, right? But it is also a us problem. It is a people
I mean,
problem.
I've had this day. I mean, I don't totally agree. I've had this conversation that I know we Nigerians, like the population, they have their own issues, you get. But for me, I think I stand to be corrected, but I feel like it's a top bottom approach. Like I feel that when the right people or when a leader that means well goes, I know it's not only him, but it trickles down because one, everything about him. Okay, let me say we have this kind of, to use the word, there's no saint, but okay, some kind of saint like leader does the right thing, and he comes on there and say, okay, this is what I want for this country. He chooses the people that at least are close to saint likehood, push out these things, and then he himself is seen to exhibit some or most of those behaviors that he wants to effect to the people. It won't be automatic, but I feel gradually, just like our kids, they see you do things. If you, do the wrong thing, they copy that. If you do the right thing, they copy that. So it becomes a part of them. That's how I see it for Nigeria. That the minute we have sincere leaders that are there and say, okay, we want this country work, we want to do the right thing, we don't want corruption, and they start working towards that, then gradually it would start to trickle down and the people would, over time begin to change and everything would begin to go. That's how I see it. I don't believe that it's from, ground to top. No.
We've had, including Namdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa, so at the center we've had Azikiwe, right? Well, Tafawa Balewa, we've had Ironsi, we've had Murtala Gowon, right?
Yeah.
We've had Murtala Mohammed, we've had Obasanjo, we've had Shehu Shagari, we've had Muhammad Buhari, right?
Yeah.
We've had Babangida, we've had Abacha, we've had NS Shonikon, we've had Obasanjo again, Yaradua, we've had Goodluck Jonathan, we have Muhammad Buhari, and we currently have Tinubu, right?
Yeah.
So everybody I just mentioned, who would you say out of all of them did not personally enrich himself? I can think of two.
Okay.
Well, who would you say did not personally enrich himself while in power?
Are you talking about in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's Nigeria.
I just mentioned Nigeria.
Okay,
just read
I
up the
mean,
list
I
of
wouldn't know for a fact, but I think for me it will be between Tafawa Balewa and Namda Zikiwe.
Okay, I'll say you're wrong because Nnamdi Azikiwe actually had the first corruption case at federal level in Nigeria, so definitely not
Okay.
him. So if I was to pick, I would say Murtala Muhammad, right,
Mm-hmm.
and Buhari, right, that did not go in there personally to pilfer from the treasury. But my point
Are
of
you sure
bringing
Buhari didn't go there too? I feel like maybe his first time he didn't, but this democratic time, I don't think so.
Well, that was where I was getting to. So
Okay.
if you can point, and this, when I say this, I always tell people remove your bias and remove, not you personally, I'm just saying people, remove your bias, remove your personal opinions, just go with what you can prove. So can you personally link any private accounts, private monies, private property to this man that you could say what had to have been gotten from governmental coffers while he was there? Remember, I said personally enriching himself, not allowing things to happen while he was there.
I
Which
mean,
is
but
still,
we can't
I'm
say
going to
that
get to my
for a
point.
fact. Okay. Yeah, we can't say that for a fact because the truth is, I mean, how do we verify these things except
So,
maybe the.
so basically, there's no fact. So there's no evidence. So basically, there's no evidence. Basically, we know, as far as we know today, he did not personally enrich himself. But we can point, for example, if we're going to say like the Nnamdi Azikiwe issue I just brought up, there's evidence that he was charged for federal misappropriation of funds, right? And we can also point to someone like obviously IBB or Abacha or Goodluck Jonathan. You know, we can point
But,
like
Buhari too was linked to the PTF funds that under his watch.
well, I'm not saying misappropriation.
I mean,
I said personal enrichment of funds, personally enriching himself.
yeah, well, like I said, it's reality because if you said we don't know what happened to those funds, so the fact that I'm not ostentatious about it and come out, like most of them do, or it's how will I put it now? I mean, some of them, okay, yeah, this person was alleged to have done this thing. For example, even the Jonathan was saying there's really no fact that he personally. It's more of the people around
Okay,
him.
well, yeah, let's say, okay, so let's say, no, well, Jonathan, we can say he had something to do. Why? Because there was that case where they codenamed him, Italian intelligence codenamed him Fortunato, where he had taken about $1 billion in bribe for the Henry oil field. And then his wife was also involved in other things that, they swept under the table. So Jonathan definitely personally enriched himself in one way or another. But in the end, my point, so my point still is, if these people, if we're looking, okay, I got thrown off. I got thrown completely off, but I'll come back to it. I'll come back. We diverted, and I'll come back to it.
Okay, so but forefathers, my question is like, so what do you think? Do you think it's a people because they say, oh, Nigerians were our leaders are or how do they say that? It's like our leaders are the people we are a reflection of who we are. So if that's the case, then how do we change? Like
I
how does
think
does it start from the people or does it start from the top, the leaders?
I think it starts from a combination of factors. If one has to be precise, it starts from the environment, the geopolitical environment that you are in, and it starts from the people. It's also from the people. It can start from the people. It can even start from a class of elites. But often, many nations is due to the class of elites and geopolitical situation. of their time. And some of them, like South Korea, I gather that many or most of the time it started from the people within the nation. They changed, and the leadership followed in suit. So, in our own case, I think our problem may be more due to history than things that was probably not necessarily in our control directly than we like to believe. It's easy to point fingers at each other, but it's a combination of factors like what the Westerners, the British did, what the Americans did when they were giving the ending colonization. All those factors resulted in why we're here. You can argue that from my own point of view, I would say our fall didn't happen from 1960 to date. It happened well before that, during the colonization wars. We've not come out of it. The idea to come out of it, you have to have broken completely, not necessarily completely. You have to have broken significantly the tie, the control the colonizers have over us. But that has never happened in history. So can you imagine if you were the one that you might put yourself in the position of the British? You came to Nigeria, colonized us, and then you ruled for at least 70 years. And that 70 years, we're talking about 3 generations. So you've had chance to breed people that work with your administration closely within the local population. And then you go on to hand over power to that local population that you have been working with for 70 years, where by the time you are handing over, you may have worked with some people within their family for 3 generations, where their father served that British colonizer. Their great grandfather served that British colonizer. So you could have had that go on. Then they handed power to these people. And you can see why even their children will carry on doing the same thing their fathers did. So, but look at the difference now. If a nation fought for their independence, look at the change of event that will happen. If you are the British guy that came to Nigeria, you've raised people, and suddenly the locals turned on you, want to fight you. Guess who is going to be on your side? Those people that have been working for you all this while. So now, those people that have been working for you all this while, those people that are rebelling against you will have to defeat them too. So by the time those people come and take over their country, those people won't exist anymore. At least they won't exist in positions of power anymore. That is what I call the break. But we never really had the break. So there's continuity between the colonizer and our current leadership. And that could be more responsible for our problem than anything else. The reason why I say that is because if you look at other countries that had that experience that I described, where they fought the colonizer and won, they tend to be more independent. They tend to be more developed. You see, so if you look at most Asian countries that fought off the colonizers, they are more developed than us, and including Vietnam, that even fought to the death. They are far more developed than us now. So that tells you something, that you need an elite class that are more patriotic to the people.
Yes, sir.
And you also need, not just only that, you also need an elite class that has fought for the people, because something happens to elites and people, men, maybe it's just men, maybe it's not women. When men fight together, their bond gets very strong. It gets very strong, and when they win, there is this thing that completely goes away. Tribalism, all that nonsense is not a big deal for them. Their own reality now is real politics. They know what power is. So they tend to focus on building their countries to be strong. They will have their fights, but they'll focus on building their country, because they all know what it costs to get to arrive there. They all know the consequences of not doing it, because they fought for it. But these are leaders. Can you argue that the ones that took over from independence fought for this country?
So if your premise is right, forefather, and 9, I remember what I was going to say. I'll get back to that. But if your premise is right, that if men that fought together will bond together, which I don't disagree with, by the way, but you said they will now have a purpose to push the country forward. They'll have the will because they know what it entails. So what happened to our own generals that all fought together. They fought civil wars together. Some of them were in wars in the Congo, and some of them were in East Africa doing operations. And then they came to Nigeria, came back home, and then they still turned everything upside down.
The generals, the wars you talked about in terms of the Congo one, they were fighting for other people, not for us. And
What
they
about
were
the Civil War?
that's what I want to come to. The Civil War was us fighting each other. If anything, it did us more damage. It's when you're fighting your colonizer, your oppressor, that is when it does you good. If you can't say family fighting each other will succeed, they will be damaged. But if they are fighting the
How
armed
about
robber that came
Rwanda?
and stole from them, they gain from it.
How about Rwanda?
Rwanda, the same thing.
They fought themselves. But
Yeah, if you fought yourself, you're still going. You still
no,
have
no, it's the unity.
Are you still there?
No,
Are you still
no,
there?
it's the premise, like you're saying. I mean, because he brought up the civil war. You said they fought them. So I'm saying Rwanda too, they fought themselves. But
they're not
their
developed.
unity. No, I'm not saying development. I'm saying unity, just like you are trying to pass your point.
My concern is that unity is not sustainable because it's not based on the population fought each other. So it's not based on them fighting an external enemy, and hence why they are not where they are supposed to be. Their population is similar to that of Singapore. They could have gone like the direction Singapore is going, but they are not. They are still in a way that docile like other African countries.
Give us an example of this theory you're giving us, that if they fight against each other, they fight together, they become stronger and they decide to be more unified.
Yes, an example, if you look at in Africa now, the ones that fought the French out of Algeria. They are, yes, and they are very, very, very anti-colonial, and they are very, very outspoken about it. They don't play around. And even Zimbabwe, that you will say the war is even on a lower scale, not at the level of the Algerian one. You can see how Zimbabwe is still, when they were negotiating with the British, they were still in the battlefield. When they were negotiating, they were fighting them. They were still in the battlefield, and they knew they had the upper hand because the Soviet Union was getting stronger. Things were not favoring the British then.
You know how many coups Algeria went through after they kicked the French out?
Yes, they went through all those coups, but look at them. They are still one of the strongest military in Nigeria, in Africa today, one of the most successful countries in Africa.
Based on what kind of system of government, a democratic one or a dictatorship?
It doesn't matter. That's why I've said this before. This type of government doesn't matter. It's the nature of the government, because what use is it that you have democracy when your nation is not strong and heading for anarchy and destruction later on?
So basically, there was no unity if it has to be a dictatorship.
Oh no, of course. Most nations that fight this type of conflicts, they actually install dictators. It's not even democracy.
So that means there's no unity. If it's a dictatorship, that means a certain group are in charge, meaning they will eliminate anybody or any group that is not subservient to their authority. They will take you out. So that means it is not necessarily a case of being united, it is a case of being brutish.
When I say united, I meant the ones that are carrying out. When I say united, I meant the ones that are carrying out the mission of the state itself. They are united, and their unity doesn't necessarily mean everybody unites with them. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Bolsheviks when they came into office, not because everybody agreed with them. Most of them are royalists, and most people in the country were actually royalists. And you had quite a lot of population that own property. So can you imagine telling people that own property for decades, generations, telling them that, oh, now it's socialism, you don't own it anymore? Yeah, they will refuse. So they had a lot of problems. Guess what, though? The people that worked with them, that forged that leadership with them, had the will. They believed they had a mission. They didn't care what those people thought. And if you stood in their way, they mold you over. And in the end, they made all those sacrifices. And this is why, in the end, they call Stalin the most successful dictator in history. Because the guy did he killed too many people, and he ended up dying, and people still revive him today. Because I think leadership is something that people will forgive you if you succeed. No matter how good you are, if you fail, they don't care. They really don't care. You can be very good, people will not remember you that much. They will be like, oh, yeah. But the one that succeeds, the reason why we are remembering Sankara right now and all the rest, because we've not had a leader that have truly succeeded heavily. If you see a leader that succeeded heavily, people will not remember Sankara that much. Because the gap between their performance will be so different. So if you look at Zimbabwe too, if you look at how Zimbabwe exerts its independence, it's more than Nigeria. If you look at how South Africa exerts its independence, it's more than Nigeria. Mandela literally told the West to their face, your enemy is not my enemy. Because he fought them too. He knows that, and he didn't. If you look at the fight that South Africa fought the white people, it's not even that aggressive compared to when you look at Vietnam, North Korean War, the Korean War, the wars that the West did all in Asia. It is brutal, very, very brutal. And yet, does that not surprise you? How is it that all these countries that are so brutalized, all of them are more developed than us? How did that happen?
Like which one?
Vietnam for one, North Korea, South Korea.
North Korea.
South Korea, you don't know North Korea is more developed than us? They can handle nuclear weapons that you said Nigeria cannot handle.
Okay, no, I thought you were referring to like economic development.
Oh, you walked into that one, didn't you? He walked into that one. They can handle nuclear weapons, multiple ones. They are even with ballistic missiles and all the rest of it that Nigeria cannot handle. So
Pakistan can handle nuclear weapons too.
Yeah, no. The point I'm making is that North Korea, when the Americans were done with North Korea, 80% of all structures in the nation was destroyed.
Yeah.
80%. That is some mean stuff. And you can see why the people hate America. If you go through that, you will hate America. And that's why North Korea, they are like poison shrimp principle ×2. They're like, bring it on. I'm waiting for you, America.
You really think the North Koreans hate America, or they just don't know that there is better outside of the cocoon?
Oh my God. Why would you think that? These people saw their country destroyed by America completely.
So why didn't the Japanese hate them though? Better because they did worse to the Japanese than
the Japanese was defeated. There's a difference. The Japanese were defeated and America treated them very, very benevolently for specific reasons, obviously, compared to any victor, the way a victor would treat a vanquished. You see what I mean? They don't have much of a reason to be against them. And it's in America's interest for Japan to be strong, because if Japan is strong, it helps them keep check on China. And this is the name of the game.
If North Korea opened its society today, okay, and allowed the free flow of people between the North, the South, and the outside world without Pyongyang just basically being in everybody's faces, and opened up, for example, the internet and mass media, how long do you think the current North Korean leadership will last, given between 12 months and 60 months before they were hung in the national square? How long do you think they would last?
I don't know. Maybe they won't last long, like you said. Maybe it will. See,
they definitely won't last long.
You are missing the point. You are missing the core of what they've done. They brought a nation that was almost completely colonized and taken over by the West from the brink to a nuclear power, to a nation that you cannot take out without suffering serious damage. That is an accomplishment that we have not managed the entire continent of Africa.
Have you ever taken the time to see the conditions of North Korean citizens? Like watch documentaries of people that snuck into North Korea with secret cameras? Because there's a reason why in North Korea, you never see any news about North Korea. You never see anything happening in North Korea. There's a reason why. And there's a reason why North Korea closes itself away from the outside world. So it is not that the citizens hate the West, more so that the citizens do not have examples of why their life is terrible. If they had an idea that they were living in hell on earth, trust me, North Korea will be burning like the Middle East right now.
Okay, yes,
let me give you
I get his point because why? I get his point because
breaking news.
even the
sorry, let him breaking news.
There is a serious protest in Israel right now. They want Netanyahu to resign. He should go rescue the hostages. Like it's a very massive protest going on in the country. If you look at it,
don't
yeah,
worry. If they keep protesting, he's just going to go outright and
that,
attack Iran.
yeah, he needs
You know
to
what
go.
Netanyahu is going to do? He's going to say, he's like, you want to protest, You want to protest? I will throw a missile in Iran. Let's see how
Netanyahu is evil. He's evil, complete evil.
But the guy, he needs to go.
He's going to do it.
Go.
So, but
it's a disaster.
Let me counter the point I Speak the Truth made. You see, I Speak the Truth. If you know any
Okay, sorry. Before you do that, let me put this on so that it will help you shape your. So, with what I spoke the truth said. See, Vietnam. How come Vietnamese don't hate the US like that? They are cooperating. Exactly.
See, it's not personal.
So, and they are open to the world. So maybe they see. But North Korea is different.
Vietnam has about 4 million soldiers for a country less than just about half population of Nigeria. They are not sleeping. They are trading. China, America was trying to nuke China when China was building their nuclear weapons. After they built it, America started trading with them. So it's not personal. I said this to you before. Everything the British have done to it, it's not personal.
Why is theirs personal in North Korea though? Like you said.
Yeah, my own is that those leaders that were alive and saw their country get destroyed, they hate America because America doesn't want them to develop. So, and they prefer to do their own thing. They want to be communists. They want to be close to China. America wants to force them to become capitalist and ally to them. So that's why they split the nation. The capitalists are in the north and the communists are in the south.
So you think the North Korean, again, the question is, would you think, is it the North Korean citizens, ordinary citizens that hate the United States?
Okay.
Or is it?
Yeah, I remember I didn't finish the point I was making. The point I was making was that if you look at Nigeria today, one of the reasons why a lot of Southeasterners feel very strongly against the North because of the Civil War. And compared to the Civil War, the North Korean one was far more devastating. They witnessed it and they saw it, their generation saw it, and they told their children, and not to mention the fact that America was still being rough towards them. So that didn't help. America funded South Korea that they hated because they hated them because they are capitalists, then funded them and pointed missiles at them. So they too had to do their own. So is that maintenance of the hatred that kept it alive? If America wasn't this mean, being harsh to them, they literally said, we are going to stop our nuclear program. Just give us guarantee you're not going to attack us. America didn't give them that. Unbelievable. That is free, isn't it? That, for me, that is freedom. You stop your nuclear weapon, I give you guarantee I'm not going to attack you. That should be easy. But America couldn't even do that for them. That tells you that what else you want to blame them for maintaining the hatred? They have to maintain the hatred based on the way America is responding to them.
You still haven't answered the question, though.
The question whether the people don't hate America personally is because sorry. Let me go and get this. I'm coming for a second. I'm getting a call come through.
That's $1 billion call right there.
So there's the massive protest is going on. I mean, I think Netanyahu, he needs to go seriously. Like,
oh, that guy is evil. He needs to get out.
He's evil.
His taste is blood tasting.
Blood. I don't even know what to describe him as. It's terrible.
It's only in Africa we think about God. These people, they don't think about God, man. Trust me. you know Africa. God forbid.
Zionists don't believe
God forbid, even for you to kill up and you still think, God is going to punish me. Like, these guys?
No, the Zionists don't believe in God. But they've deceived the whole world to say they are Jews. But they don't believe. Their ideology does not believe in God.
Bro, when I gave up on Netanyahu was many years ago. There was a war that broke out between Hamas and Israel. when he started bombing, that could be like 5 years ago or something.
Mm-hmm.
A journalist interviewed Netanyahu, like, you kill children, you bomb the hospital, you kill children, you bomb schools. You know what he said? He said, yes, that's what you want. Want to maximize the dead. That's what you want. That was exactly his language. I'm like, what? Is this guy human? Like, that was when I gave up on him. Not even this one.
For me, when I started seeing Israel slightly differently was when they killed their president. Because I was hoping that there was going to be peace at the time when they killed Yitzhak Rabin. And I was like, okay. Then within not very long after that, Ariel Sharon went to the Temple Mount and triggered the Intifada that completely torpedoed the peace process. I was like, okay, these guys, something is off here. And even then, you can argue that, okay, yes, it's almost equal because there was Palestinians doing suicide bombing, causing a lot of problems. So I was blaming both sides to an extent. But over time, you start seeing that, okay, they are the ones that keep building on that land. If you didn't want trouble, why do you keep building on the other land?
Do you know the term terrorism? And I've been on this since I was a child, and it was always so hard to get it along to people that weren't versed in these things. The term terrorism actually started with the Israelis, the Zionist movement. When they first went into Palestine and started blowing things up, they were the original terrorists.
With the Quds party,
the Egon party that went on to become the Likud party, isn't it?
Yeah,
those guys they don't play around. They don't play around,
blowing up stuff.
Like I think Osama bin Laden, and those Munich attackers. I think they gave terrorism bad names. Those people, because like the Irish people were called terrorists. This in Mandela was called a terrorist. Most of these people were freedom fighters. But people like Osama bin Laden, they just went and ruined everything.
They didn't ruin anything. It was what they fed to you. So if you want to feel like they ruined it.
Oh, you are talking about feeding. Are you not the one talking about feeding North Koreans garbage too?
But it's how you imbibe information. So you cannot say, for example, for a lot of people, when you give certain information, some people can easily see through it. For example, if there was no TikTok today, if there was no Twitter, if there was no Instagram, which is why they're trying to ban TikTok, guess what? The whole world, on Monday, they're trying to ban TikTok, period, in the United States, right? So if these things did not exist, guess what these people would have been doing? 99% of the people that are in support of Palestine today would have been against them because they would have listened to what MSNBC said, the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, BBC, Channel 12. They would have listened to everybody. And they've been trying to frame the narrative, but unfortunately for them, because of social media, it is not working. That is why they say, you know what? F y'all, we're going to kill everybody live on camera. Do what you got to do.
I think this guy is asking me this question. Sorry, he's asking me this question. You see, North Korea wants security guarantees, but the United States. This is Washington Post. So this is something that we know already. Anybody that is following these stories know that it is an issue. I don't, for the life of me, understand why America couldn't give them that. I don't know. Can somebody tell me, for the life of me, why America couldn't tell them, you know what, we're not going to bomb you again? It's not so hard to ask for.
It's not as easy. This is what I brought up earlier when we was talking about invasion. It's not as easy as, well, just don't bomb us. No, it will also entail, do not take us to court. Do not judge us on what you think our wrongs were. Give us some sort of immunity. And once you guarantee that, maybe say we can go seek safe haven somewhere. We can keep some of our money.
No. He's not saying no. What? You're not going to remove them from office. What is wrong with you? Man, you guys, you really have an American arrogance here. Jesus Christ, you are saying, oh, they're going to depart office. No, that's not what they are saying. They are saying you should not attack our nation. You have to give us guarantee that you are not going to invade us.
So tell me how that's going to work without us doing the things I just said was probably some
But
of
you
the
don't need to do that because
some of the
you didn't do
guarantees
that
they
with Saudi Arabia that just chopped human being like suya inside the embassy. You didn't do that with Saudi Arabia, did you?
but I don't understand how you argue. You always argue apples and oranges all the time. So
No, I'm
MB
quite shocked that you are even arguing this. But I would have said, America should have given them the security guarantee.
But that's not the point. MBS doing something to Khashoggi has no relevance. It is not even in the same context as the United South North Korea saying, "Well, do
No,
not
North Korea,
attack
Saudi Arabia
us."
is chopping people's heads regularly.
What do you mean chopping people's heads? According to
Yeah.
their law or
According to
extrajudicial
their
killing?
law, which is the same law
Well,
North Korea is following that you are complaining
well,
about.
but no, that I'm not complaining about it. So if Saudi Arabia is doing something according to their law, the United States just put someone to death in Alabama about a week ago. So if people
Then
are
why are
doing
you thinking that the North Koreans have to abdicate their throne?
if stop arguing apples and oranges. So if people are doing something according to their law is separate from saying, well, we want to invade your country, and you say, well, do not invade us, give us a guarantee that you will not do XYZ. And the United States is obviously saying, well, we will not give you that guarantee.
Then United States is the aggressor.
Nobody's denying that.
Now the nation, but okay, fine.
Don't be black
What
to be
what
that.
that
What
has
did I do
resulted to
now?
now is that nation has gone nuclear and is building ballistic missile. It's tested the nuclear drone, on a submarine drone. They literally built a submarine that is a drone and with nuclear weapon. Instead of me to give them security guarantees, you let them go and do this crazy stuff. Personally, I won't do that. That's crazy.
America is
The
not
arm
going
race
to
is
give
just
them
crazy, right?
But forefathers, do you think the trust is there actually? Do you think that if they gave them the security guarantees for a fact that they wouldn't still doubt that we don't trust? For example, it's just like Iran telling US give us security. You think Iran would even trust, even if the US give them guarantees? You think they would trust?
I think it would have stuck because generally when nations sign this type of stuff, you have to stick to it. It's almost like NATO.
It does happen. Is it not Russia that reneged on the nuclear pact they had because of what's going on?
There is no. They
Something
decided
that they signed
mutually.
for decades, and
No,
then they said
decided mutually because America wasn't
Yeah, but America did
obeying
not
it.
honor their
the last president America gave a guarantee ended up dead.
Which one? Saddam?
No, Gaddafi.
Did they give him a guarantee? Let me check.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't think they gave him any security guarantee.
Pay, not security guarantee, pay for the Lockerbie bombings and stop your your chemical weapons program, and then we'll call it even. And the moment he did that, open your country up for inspections, and he did that, and they killed him.
To be fair, that's different from security guarantee, and maybe that's why.
Bro,
what do you think?
If I'm a leader in any country, I'm never gonna ask for any guarantee. I will go
Exactly.
ahead and protect my environment.
Straight to poison shrimp techniques. I would be worse than poison shrimp.
You think North Korea? You think North Korea they're gonna ask for your guarantee today? Go after them.
Oh my God! Now forget it.
Why do you need guarantee? I guarantee myself, bro. Like guarantee.
They are busy annoying America every day, throwing nuclear weapons left and right. In Japan, America doesn't even care anymore.
North Korea, if America have a new president now, North Korea will just sharpen their cutlass and test some wire. Say, bro, I see they here.
The funny thing is that America doesn't even care what they are doing now. You know, before there was a time when North Korea would throw a missile into the Japanese sea. They were like, "Oh no, they fired another one." Now they just release it every day. Nobody cares.
Trump was forced to visit Kim Jong-un in non-military zone. Like Trump was making noise. Oh, rocket man. He was forced to go visit him. Like, bro, calm down, and I'll be your guy. Calm down.
Listen. I can't believe it. They actually met dirty today. You know, it's like
they met in non-military zone. Like they met. Like, shake him. Hey, like, bros, calm down. Now stop throwing rocket. See,
Stop
you gotta protect your environment. Period. Forget all these things.
The
Like,
guy went to
nobody
man
will
like,
protect you.
carry on building more rockets,
He
please. We need more.
disturbed Trump. He disturbed Trump. Trump have to look for a way, bro. Calm down now. Like, he went to visit him. Like, you think this?
If even Putin went to him, and now they are manufacturing weapons for Putin.
Trump said
Man, you can't make
Baba,
it talk.
now. Trump said it.
Baba,
This is
bro,
why I say you can't be
bro,
timid in this world. You have
bro.
to
If
lean
you
forward.
can have nuclear weapon, have it. You look at India. India, they are neighbor to Pakistan. You think India they gonna bully Pakistan today? Who burned them?
Exactly.
Pakistan will release some warhead into your country.
All you can do is
Bro,
have a better economy than them, but you can't bully them.
AY, know that they're not allowing countries to have nuclear weapons, right? But what is the attitude of the? Can you trust those nations?
That's it. Good question,
A
though.
country that have it, why do you have it? Why do you even?
Why would you trust the one that has already used it?
No, you're allowed to have it. But can you trust? Can you trust that nation?
Can you trust
Nobody
America?
trust anybody now.
America has bombed the nation. What are you talking about? Why would you trust America?
America don't new country before, bro. Nobody go trust.
They literally threw two nuclear weapons in the country, and you're saying,
please, if you don't know the details of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, please go and read, go and investigate.
No, we talk about that one, right? Nobody know the effect at that time of those
which effect? What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
He said he doesn't even know that it can be so
destructive. No, stop all this.
The truth is they knew. They did experiment. They did test with even,
Bro, then see.
The funny thing is when they did their, I was watching this documentary on Netflix. If you can, even you guys should even watch it. Let me see what's the name. So
bro,
when I think they were doing a test in one of the US, and it was so annoying. They said there were people in the Nevada desert somewhere. There were people living in proximity to the place, and I was like, and they did this thing, and then after they now found out the effect of what the thing did to them when they were carrying out the test, and I was like, how wouldn't you know that people are living because you think it's a desert? At least you should know. And they saw the effects of the test on those people, so they knew.
Now you don't need a test to know the effect of that bomb. Forget it. You don't need a test. Scientists
No, you need a test. I agree. On humans, you might know the destruction level, but you might not know. That's why experiments are carried out now. You don't know if you don't do experiments.
Why do you think they want them out of Vieques? They've been telling them to leave Vieques for over 4 decades now. Like, you gotta leave.
The black story, you think they didn't know what the nuclear weapons can do? This is the Trinity explosion.
If you guys have time, man. Exactly. Forefathers, if you guys have time on Netflix, watch this.
Just develop that even the about said it doesn't even know that can be so destructive.
I think they thought they were throwing knockout, eh? That's when they were throwing knockout.
The black story. If you have time on Netflix, watch this documentary, The Turning Point. You would see all these things we're debating from the history of the nuclear weapons development. You see all the history and the test they carried out and the effects they knew about it.
You know, the nuclear weapons they have right now, that the world has right now, is estimated to be like 10,000 times more devastating.
They building one right now.
What happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right?
Yeah.
But we do not know the effect. We can only assume.
Yeah.
We can, like Blackstone said, we can only say, well, it could be this devastating until you launch it and you destroy the whole planet. Then you say, oh shit, maybe we should.
They build different types. The hydrogen bomb, I think that's the most powerful one they have. And that hydrogen bomb is not the same as nuclear weapons. It doesn't release nuclear waste like nuclear weapons. The other type, the fission bomb, does. So that's the most powerful one by far. but they've never used it before. That kind of stuff, it will kill cities. It's a city killer. You drop it, the city is bye-bye. You drop it on another city, that city is
if
bye-bye.
not madness, why do you have it? If not madness, why do you even have it? Why do you have it? What are you
Evil,
using it for?
You
inherently
have
evil,
it just in
evil.
case somebody wants to come and you see
The
now, if you
evil
want to come and
people.
invade the UK, you would think twice. Oh my God, if those people, if I try to invade it, they've got it. It's an assurance.
If the
It's a
UK
safety.
drops a nuclear weapon anywhere on the planet today, the whole planet will be affected. What deterrent is
Yeah,
that? That is not a deterrent. That is just
not
plain.
necessarily,
That is just plain
not a
evil.
lot. No, see, if they drop it somewhere, it's going to affect the people they dropped it on.
If the United States
That's
was
all
to,
they need to know.
if the United States was to drop an,
It's just that it's a show of power, and that's what it is.
Yes,
Just a
I
show
think
of
it's
power.
more of a guarantee that they don't get attacked.
Bro,
That if you try to damage
anybody that drops a nuclear,
No, even they won't attack you. Will they use it? That's the question.
oh yeah, so if you are facing deadly attack where you are about
they will
about
use
to be
it.
completely destroyed, you will use it,
I
your
strongly,
enemy will know it too that you will use it.
I strongly believe there is anything called Third World War.
Think anybody wants
It's
to
gonna
watch
happen.
other soldiers come
Nuclear
and kill
is
their
gonna be
children?
nuked.
Nobody will want that. They will use it.
It will happen one day. You think these people
if
they're gonna
the
use this
United
stuff as a
States,
decoration in their bedroom? It's gonna
if
happen
the
one day, bro. Forget it.
if the United States was to drop a nuclear weapon on, who's their biggest adversaries? Choose one, pick one.
I'll say China.
No, they will not get close to Russia.
All right, so if
They
the
will not
biggest
get close to
adversaries,
China,
so,
Russia is just tribalism. China,
so,
they really do fear China for some.
so
They do fear China.
if the United States was to drop a nuke on China or Russia, you think it's just going to affect just Russia or China?
No.
Oh no! The moment they drop that, it's over. Everybody back underground somewhere.
So that is
That's
my
it.
fear. Okay, right now there is a budget.
I mean, it depends on the nuclear.
Sorry,
There's the tactical nuclear.
My fear.
There's
my
nothing
fear,
called tactical. That's
If you
just
use tactical nuclear on
rubbish.
China, you declared a
Nuclear
massive war.
weapons is mutually assured destruction.
No
Everybody's
population
dead.
will lose 100,000 people and say, you know what? I'm
Bro.
not going to reply. No,
Bro.
they will reply, kill 1 million. The other one
No,
will
With
kill
the
2.
evil,
That's it.
with the evil of the war going on, my biggest fear is the Taiwan and China. I think America, they're still gonna push Taiwan into war like what they did in Ukraine and Russia. If they try that, I think that's the next phase we're going. But
If China invades Taiwan now, if China invades Taiwan now, that's when America will be happiest. But by the time it gets to 2027, 2030, forget it. America will concede. America may be blustering, but I tell you, if China goes in there, America is not going to do anything. It's not. They would think about it from the point of view that it's not worth that fight. It's not going to be worth it then, because China will be
So
too
what
strong.
will be worth it then? So what would be worth it for them though? Because if they do that, they've lost their allies, everything. That trust, like, because it's like if America, we can't count on them, then
Oh, Shaka.
Sorry,
Shaka. You saw what they did to Saddam Hussein. What are you talking about?
No, I mean like allies, like say for example, like Australia, that say okay, if for any reason China invades, or the Philippines, for example, because there's a very strategic relationship with the US and the Philippines. So if China and you don't do anything, then allies in the regions would not have trust
I
in
want
you.
to quickly correct Fofather, the security part between Taiwan and America. If China invade Taiwan, America, so they are going to be on the ground. It's not Russia and the Ukraine.
No,
you need
they
to study
won't.
this. That is it.
If they don't do that, then that's the end of US dominance. I'm telling
Let me
you.
explain
There's
it.
everything to protect.
See, when it comes to this
Economy, integrity, everything is at stake with the US.
Let me just say this.
Even last year, a journalist asked Biden, "Are you going to put boat on the ground?" Biden said, "Yes, we are putting boat on the ground in Taiwan. Go and confirm this information."
These same people told hold on. These same people told Ukraine.
No, they never said they will put boot on the ground in Ukraine.
They told Ukraine. They told Ukraine, give your nuclear weapon up. We will make sure you are all right. We will swear.
They
We
just gave them
are the
50 billion. They
superpowers.
just
We
gave them
tell you
50
this.
billion
That's
dollars
what they
today
do now.
Forefathers, now you've said what I'm saying. So if for any reason, because there's this pact with Taiwan, for example, especially, the whole cheap thing, that's a major interest of US because they know if China comes there. So all those things are reasons why the Americans are saying we'll protect you.
That's what
Okay, let me just
that's
land
what I
my
was
point
trying to
now.
explain
So
to you.
if
That
for
cheap
any
part.
reason America, because they know Taiwan is not just any country, why they've said what they've said. If for any reason China invades and the US stands idle, trust me, they will lose their reputation amongst many of their allies
You
in
know
the
what the
region.
US will do? You know, if that happens, if it comes to that, I believe it may not come to that, but if it comes to that, US will sanction China to the end of the earth, and many American businesses will leave China and move to America. However, one thing I will say to you about the chip
What
manufacturing
happened
you're
with
talking about,
what about the sanction
let
with
me just
Russia?
make the
What
point
happened?
about the chip manufacturing. The chip manufacturing aspect is that America is what they are doing, what they call decoupling right now. They are taking all their
Bringing it back.
manufacturing home. By that time, by 2030, they would have started doing most of their manufacturing at home. So they are not going to miss a lot. You see, that's the calculation. And why would America go and fight then? They went, go and fight
China's
a
not.
dragon because of that
China,
tiny this thing. And they are brothers. They'll be like, make peace with your brother, Jerry. Let peace, bro. Like make peace with your brother. It's not like they are going to invade Australia. If it was Australia, that's a different story. You see what I mean?
So they don't care. Democracy is lost there, though. Then they will start. Then confidence will start building. Then China will start entering all those other countries, and democracy. That will be the beginning of the fall of democracy.
Yes,
China,
of course. Because you are
They don't care.
They are not protecting
You say they don't care. Are you sure?
Yes. See,
They don't.
America don't care whether it's a democracy or a
because of
tyranny or anything. It's whether it's in their interest. If their interest is not to go and put their military in, do you know what it means to fight China? That's risking a nuclear war. Literally destroy the whole world because of Taiwan. No, they'll be like, go and make peace with your brother. As a matter of fact, Nancy Pelosi will fly there and say, let's talk about this. We can't look at what Iran did just now. You would think Iran fired about 300 missiles and all the rest to Israel. And look at how they are like, oh no, we don't want this war. I tell you seriously, they don't want this war now because there's so many elections going on in the West. There's election going on in the UK. There's election going on in America. Quite a lot of elections going on. So they don't want this war now.
So you think Israel's case will be different, though, if the same fate? You think Israel will be different?
Israel,
I think Israel's fate. Yeah, would you think US would say, "Oh, because of this thing, we'll sacrifice our people"?
The US will defend Israel more because Israel means a lot. Israel offers them a lot of value. Israel is in the middle of a very, very geostrategic important area. They will not give that ground up. And Israel is still, that location is the Europe, Asia, and Africa joining together close to Europe, their homeland. They will fight to defend that place far more than they will fight to defend Taiwan. Taiwan, they are brothers for kind of. I'm even surprised they're even making a fuss out of it right now.
China is not going to invade Taiwan if the United States is not bogged down in at least two different warring theaters. So if say America is bogged down with Ukraine, sponsoring Ukraine, it doesn't matter. If they're bogged down in at least two different sectors, then they will go more.
Say like Iran,
Say like Iran.
One thing I will tell you for sure. One thing I will
They
tell you
have
for sure
Iran
that
boots
if
on
you see
Iran
China,
or boots in.
One thing I will say for sure to you is that if you see China going into Taiwan, know that those guys, because they are so calculating. The moment they are going, they know why they are going. Whether America is having 5 wars or 20 wars, they know somewhere along the line America cannot do anything about it. If they think America will do anything about it, they will not go. You see what I mean? They won't go.
So basically the same thing. America has to be bogged down in different theaters. So if the United States
it's not necessarily the case, or they are very strong. If they become so strong that America can't touch them, they will do what they like.
Let me ask you a question. What is the interest of China in Taiwan?
It's just sentimental if you think about It's not even a big deal like that. Too. I think it's more like you are part of our country, and Taiwan is annoying them.
I think it's the waters too, the South China Sea that it's
the other
it's not
summary.
a
The
lot of
other
money. They
summary.
just want them back home.
What Taiwan is to China, that's what Ukraine is to Russia. They are very similar. The location too, like so. America basically need those countries to monitor China, just the way they need Ukraine to monitor Russia. Like, hey, don't forget, I'm close to you.
Right.
I'm at your border. If you go try and go come to America border, want to form an ally, you dead, bro.
They are trying little though with what's this country? They are trying with Venezuela.
He said, America. So, how can you leave your own country and go and be making a life with the country and use it to monitor a country on that country?
Ask Castro what he passed through.
That's not fair, definitely.
So yeah, America, you can say whatever I like about America. Their interest comes first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they will not be talking to Saudi Arabia or if they care about human rights. You know.
What is the interest in what is the interest between Russia and Ukraine? What is the interest there? Because
they are superpower now. That's what makes them a superpower.
Because Russia is not it's not a democratic system of government. That's what the problem. Because Russia, they're not.
No.
That's not the
it's
reason.
not that at all. They don't care about democracy.
No. They don't care about democracy. Now we the Africa, they start
all the groups that are coming to America from China.
But if you say they don't care about democracy, so why would they fight all the wars we know? Most of them was to. In Vietnam was the same thing they were trying to do. In Korea, the same thing. So
it's all about strategic interests. So the United States, they will always need an excuse. Hey, why you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
How come one of the biggest American allies, Saudi Arabia, are they democracy? Bro, forget story.
No, I know it's about interest, but I'm not saying that they will try. It's just that when they see that, oh, we've tried here, this place, go, and then the interest is
China is
okay. If it's like that now, they would have fought hard in Iran. Now they wouldn't have allowed the Shah to just go like that. And the revolutionary,
because they thought the Ayatollah was
because there was interest there, they had massive interest there, but they tried, but they said, man, this one passed our power.
Well, they also had a hand in the Shah being abdicated.
Of course.
Don't think so, though, because if they did, why would they do that? Because if you're making room for some,
Yes, because at what was going on at that time. The Shah had to go.
As long as America could not find an insider to use against who they want to destroy,
they will
become a problem for them.
Yeah, I think the Americans will jettison anybody that is a problem to them. The only people they will not jettison is their own tribe. They will not jettison the Europeans.
That is a problem to them. Are these people coming to your country? Are they inside America? Come and cause a problem for America?
Are you talking about Russia? Are you talking about Russia?
Any country the America are having interest in.
It's not their fault now that they are powerful. It's your problem.
What is
that? They want stuff. They want stuff from you. You are there questioning them why they want stuff. What do you think life is all about?
It's just a matter of don't want to have.
They want what you have. Simple.
Blackstone. If Nigeria was a serious country, see, every country from Gambia all the way to Cameroon should be a vassal state of Nigeria.
I agree.
If Nigeria was a serious country, like we should be controlling, we influence them, but we should be on some, if we sneeze, you better catch a cold.
Yeah.
Nigeria could have run over many countries in West Africa if they want.
The Africa itself, especially East West and
West and Central Africa.
Yeah.
If we were a serious country that looked like 100 years in front, 200 years in front, 250 years in front.
Did you just come back from Hajj?
From where?
Hajj. You went to Saudi Arabia.
Which one be Hajj? Hajj never reach now, bros.
Where you call this all these days? You just go hide. They do your bad
Yeah,
things.
he's trying to make money now. He has to rake in all
I
the
go
money.
do now. I say make a be like you.
I go be like me.
Make a be like you, a forefather where they chop money.
Forefather,
I wish I was making all that money.
What is the time in the UK this morning? You are still here since yesterday. Since yesterday.
Forefather na spirit to no be like us. This guy,
I don't know, man. I don't have a life. You guys don't understand.
Spirit.
If I had a life, I would be doing other things. I don't
When
have
I
much
see
to do.
forefather on another platform, I'm like, whoa, how does this guy do it, bro? Like, he got a lot. You for the media person actually.
He just like going everywhere and be making noise.
I don't blame you now. All these Java people, you still haven't provided the mosque in Germany that you say it's not there. You are here having to go at me now. What am I going to do now? I don't have anything to do. I don't go out much, so I just go online and have a chat with people and stuff like that. I think I actually don't like the idea people keep.
You have something to do with forefathers.
Yeah. No, people like to parrot nonsense quite a lot. That's the one that gets me. When people start talking, giving fake news out there, I like to just feel like I need to correct it.
Pardon? I tell you, it is the fake news that trend that give them money. That's what they are talking about. They are using it to make money, to cash out.
Cash out? But it's not good now because you are misleading people. Giving people fake news all the time.
It is misleading those that do not research, don't look for the truth. You understand me?
Yes, to an extent.
They're just using it to make money, to make that the traffic goes on their channel or things like that. That's what that's what they are doing.
You know, earlier on today, Kolata was going on about, we don't know about what we are talking about economy. You don't know what the float currency is. You don't know what the peg one is. You don't know what the managed float is. I was like, why are you using all this convoluted language? If you understand the topic, you can explain it simply.
Why are you talking about
I was busy. I was busy when you guys were having that discussion. The truth is, if you listen to me all this while since this Tinubu policy started, I kept saying the same thing. The first thing is, it was a big disappointment for a president of a country like Nigeria. We come up the first day, I tell you, I remove subsidy. The second thing, Naira unification. Let me be very clear. There is no precedent. Nigeria cannot afford removing subsidy from petroleum. It's not possible. The second thing, Nigeria cannot unify exchange rate as we start today. The only way you can effectively do this, you have to have a plan. You can say, okay, I'm gonna retain subsidy for the next 2 years. I'm gonna support the Naira for the next 2 years. Then you have a master plan into manufacturing, into local production, agriculture. Like you have to develop a system to sustain that before you will now, okay, I need to get rid of this. Build refinery, more refinery, more refinery. If you don't have that, there is no way any president on air will come to Nigeria. If you try that, in 1 year, Nigeria will go in flame. I'm telling you, Nigeria will go in flame. Was just
even something Buhari knew. They pretended as if they didn't know. Something that Buhari knew.
We are talking about planning Nigeria.
That is the truth, because
no, wait, excuse me. Do you know what I put into?
Let me finish. When you say you are not supporting the Naira, nothing will stop the Naira from sliding to 5,000. Naira could have moved to 5,000. No joke. Let it go.
Let it go to 10,000 because there are other countries in Africa that will.
You don't need to be an economist. This is just. You don't need to be.
If that had continued within a couple of weeks, let's say it goes up to 2,500 Naira, there could have started being a run on the banks. Because people started telling me that, this landlord wants to sell his property in Nigeria.
So Father, you know how many
people wanted to start selling their stuff.
It will come to a time to balance, definitely. There are countries in Africa. There's one country in Africa. They change it to 22,000 to $1. 22,000.
Bro,
They're going to
bro,
handle. You know,
bro,
no,
it will not balance. See,
wait.
see.
You don't know. Wait. Don't answer them. Our actually Naira is still overvalued because we are not producing anything. We are not exporting.
Yes, now.
That's
what I'm talking about.
Naira is still overvalued, sometimes, but because of the pressure, they will maybe come to a point and say, okay, on this level, we support it on this level. You understand me? After a while, it will now everybody will now get used to it. And the things, no, you are right with what you are saying. I'm not saying you are wrong. You understand me? What they would have done, right? Have to maybe try and reduce some of the things that causes this high rate. For example, we are import dependent. You understand me? Why must now customs now fixing their clearing rate on dollar values when we are importing? You understand me? So why can't they reduce their clearing rate and bring it drastically down so that the cost of goods will not go down, even though the dollar is high? You understand me? But the cost of goods will go down because that will also affect the cost of goods. It will go down. You understand me? Right? There are other things we have to put in place. Now, even though the exchange rate is high, but the cost of them will be low because there are some. Let me finish. Look at Japan.
You hijacked my speech. You were here in the afternoon all day. I don't know for you guys.
No.
You would have let me. You were here all day today discussing this. You would have let me make
I was there,
my point.
I left. I was just trying to clear something. You understand me? Look at Japan. What is the exchange rate compared to dollar? What is the exchange rate? But I don't have the same problem we are having.
What about South Korea?
So because they have put some things in place. Even the exchange rate is not proportionate to the dollar. But they have put some things in refugees that actually does not actually that the rate of the other currency does not actually affect
all this story you're talking about. That is here. The government here is what my biggest disappointment I kept complaining about, right? That was a suicidal mistake. Like what my shock was the president, you say there is nobody to advise you can't do this. That was just my shock. Like out of 200 million people, are you guys crazy? Like, why will you do that without understanding the implication of what you are doing? That was just again, I'm not an economist, but these are just simple facts. If you go watch video, the first day on this channel, when they remove all this stuff, you will see my state. You will see where I stand. Even each time we discuss this issue, I said this is where we're going because what was really going on? People, hold on. Let me talk now. Even the people you think that are educated, they're telling you, oh, they removed the subsidy now. When you say removal of subsidy, it means if Iran start war today and oil price is $150, top price of petroleum will be like 3,000 naira. But people don't get what is going on. But how do you say you remove subsidy? You are still saying fuel is 650 for where? If you want to calculate the actual value of petroleum, top price of petroleum in Nigeria today, especially when that dollar was going up, but people would have been buying top price for like 1,500 or 2,000 naira. That would make the country to go into flame because the price of goods would be so expensive that
hyperinflation,
hyperinflation, how come? Hold on. That's why I was surprised. How come there is no economy? There is nobody close to the president to say, "Hey, Mr. Man, what are you doing?" Like that was just my surprise. I was shocked
because it was just a political gimmick.
Maybe they told him, and he just decided.
When they were debating it on TV and he doesn't listen to TV, he just want to do that out of pride. I'm a strong man.
President to boldly remove subsidy.
Yes, now.
In a country like Nigeria, where over 70% of the people
allow the flow, the market.
Now, so it can't be. The matter don't work. So they let people talk again.
In a country like Nigeria, where
you're welcome. The Blackstone
it used to be better.
Supposedly, over 70% of the people live on under $1 a day. or less than $2 a day. You remove it incrementally, or you buffer it by subsidizing other aspects of the economy, maybe food products, for example. So you put things in measure that will not affect
Assuming we
the
have
most
electricity, that would
vulnerable
have be the
people.
best way to
Well, maybe not
subsidize.
electricity. We don't have electricity,
We don't
but
have
at least
electricity, so are you going to
food.
be subsidizing
So
darkness to people?
maybe food. You know what I mean? So maybe we could have
Yeah.
created a way of knowing
Or
that we will
transport or
give
something. Yeah.
voucher exactly like transportation.
Yeah.
So you can't
How
just
long?
go and remove
For how long are they going to do that? For how long?
until we remove as much people out of poverty.
That's a corporate society that most of the things you try to do as will be good. People destroys it.
No, that means you will create it in a way until you can remove a certain percentage, which means a good number of people out of poverty. So it will remain in place until the most financially vulnerable
That cannot be done
people
within 4 years. That cannot even be done within 4 years because into consideration.
until the most financially vulnerable people are taken out of penury. So it should remain in place.
I wonder how long that will take actually, because if you look at what they are doing, the ministers, how they are presently, when you look at even the minister that was there for only for a few months.
Well, if it's going to take 20 years to get them out of whatever they decide is a target, if we say we have to take poverty down to at least 30% of the people, then
So-
if it's going to take 30 years, then it takes 30 years and subsidy remains in place
The other thing
for
that is
30 years.
surprising to me is the CBN governor, Cardi B, what's his name? Cardoso, sorry. He's lie that is not defending the Naira. Like, why don't you just come out and just tell Nigeria the truth? They are defending the Naira. That's just the pure truth. There
But
is
if it comes just
and here is the cargo. Like, it's not sustainable. Naira will still go up. It might take another 3 months, bro. They can't sustain
But don't
Naira.
be 200. Don't be too sure about that. Because in 3 months you are going to be heading towards June, July, and who knows? Maybe Port Harcourt refinery will be on stream.
it is not sustainable if they are going into the if they are going into the foreign if they're going into the foreign if they're going into the foreign reserve to back up
don't be deceived. It's not sustainable. This is just macabre.
You're just talking too much, and we are not getting any point across. See, the idea, if you want to take money, if they are taking money from foreign reserve to pay, that's another one, make it available for people to use in the local market. I don't see what the issue is. If you are selling in a marketplace and you spend all the cash giving people change and all the rest, what do? You go and get more money from the account. Does that make you
but that's where the problem is for fathers is your revenue coming in. It's not the oil that you're depending on. You're not even meeting the quota. You're not generating internal revenues and all that. So the faster you deplete it without replenishing, then you have a problem.
But that's not going to happen now. It's not going to happen now.
What do you mean that's not going to happen?
Right now.
What happened in Buhari's time when Bloomberg came to tell us that the reserves were at all-time low?
Okay,
let me just break the bubble. Listen, for father. Nigeria is a broke nation. Don't be deceived. It's a broke country. Don't just forget it.
I already know that. That is not the point. The point I'm making is that
we can't sustain. See. Countries like Saudi Arabia can sustain developing, protecting their currency. And as a matter of fact, Saudi riyal to dollar is pegged for over many years. It doesn't change. That is the power of countries that have the resources to protect their currency.
No, they don't. See, we are overthinking this. Jesus Christ, we are really overthinking this.
There is a sort of agreement between Saudi
It's
and
an
the United
agreement.
States. It's a
but it's not just a
security
Tell me
agreement.
what area you disagree with me on. If you have in your home, let's say you're running a home, you have $100 and you have 500 naira in your home, and your children come and say, you know what, I need to buy some things, and then they say your children tell you you have options on how you can buy it, whether you use your naira or use the dollars to buy it. You can decide that, okay, you want, how much do you need to buy something for? The stuff is about 300 this thing naira, but the equivalent in dollar is about $200. Don't worry about the exchange rate. So $200. So what you're going to do, you're going to take your naira and buy it, because if you go and use the dollar, you don't have enough. You will need to buy more dollars, and the owners of the dollars will charge you more for it because you are creating demand. Hence,
Wait, I'm
all
confused,
the Nigerian
Fafana.
government need
Are
to
you
do.
saying they want to buy stuff from? If you are you saying like importing stuff or buying something
Yes,
within? How are
Nigerians
you
are
going to use
consuming too
naira to
much
buy?
dollars. We
Okay,
are consuming too much dollars that we don't
okay.
have, and hence is driving the value of the dollar
Hey,
up.
but what do you do? You have your nation is
What do
import
you do?
dependent, so you
What
can't
you
use
do,
naira
what you
to
do,
buy the
one,
import those things.
once you do what you do first, you discourage the use of the dollar in Nigeria, because not
How?
we are not
How?
okay. Let me explain now. One of them is that people are going around saving money in the dollar because there is this panic. So they will convert their naira to dollars and keep it. Then when it appreciates, they will convert it back to naira and use it to go and buy stuff. So that you have to stop that one first. Then the bureau de change people that are hurting and they creating scarcity, and so that when the price goes up, they will sell it for higher price. You kill that one off too. You limit it, and which is what they have gone on ahead to do.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go nationally to tell people like the car that they went and bought from foreign countries and all the rest. Stop doing that. Start encouraging purchase of Nigerian made goods, because those goods you are purchasing is depleting your foreign exchange. All those things, by the time you save yourself 10 to 20% of foreign exchange that you normally do, it's equivalent to billions. And this is this is how you increase the value of your currency and reduce the demand. The only thing, the government keep doing this stuff all the time, they don't reduce demand. They just keep, they themselves are participating. The Nigerian government wanted to sell their own aircraft, they were selling it in dollars. It's like, how can you be behaving like this and you expect your currency to be good when you are also aiding it to decline? But now they are eye clear. About a month ago, the spokesman of the government came and said, you know what, Nigeria should start buying Nigerian made goods and all the rest.
Other one is story.
Yesterday, I saw an advert on TV saying, you should stop using foreign currency. They put an advert to discourage people for using foreign currency now.
Fafana,
Why?
let me ask you a question,
Something they
please.
should have known a long time ago, which I believe they know. They
Fafana, let me
didn't
ask
do
you a
it.
question, please.
It's not that they're doing it, and the Nigerian currency is appreciating. Go ahead.
Nigeria. Oh, so
How
sorry.
many things how many things are being produced in the UK? How many goods did they import?
Sorry, repeat that again.
I said, how many things are being produced in the UK, and how many do they import?
The UK imports a little bit more than they export, but they export a lot, from weapons to high tech this in gadgets. Some of the stuff Israel is using, they send it to them from here, so they do export a lot too. Yep, that's the UK for you. So the balance of trade, if they believe the balance of trade is not favoring them, you will see them, they'll be like, hey, we need to go and renegotiate this trade deal. They don't play around, because they know the consequence of having an unbalanced trade deal over time. They know, they do it to other people, so you can't play them on that one. They will come and renegotiate their trade deal with you quickly.
You know,
This doesn't favor them.
one simple way Nigeria could gain revenue, but they are slacking. And this was relating to something we was talking about earlier, is the issue of taxation. Nigeria has, just if we could tax the people of work age, because we have the highest population of youths or under the age of 21 probably in the world. Okay, so all of these are work age people that could definitely be paying taxes to not only the local government but also to the federal government. But this is what part of what I was trying to talk about earlier. If we cannot tackle, for example, the issue of knowing who the citizens are, that is also billions of dollars being lost every year, in addition to, like Nine said, being able to meet the quota for oil production and our natural resources like gold and tin and copper and all kinds of other resources being siphoned from the country without taxes being paid to the government. So taxation could actually help us where all these other things are failing. And this is how you know we have very unthinking leaders in power, or people that just do not have the moral compass or the political will to do what is right. Because just taxation alone from Nigerians of working age will
But they don't even
absolutely
have the jobs,
all
though.
these
Ask them.
the jobs will be created if you have
I hear you about tax. You see, the problem is democracy to an extent. Because if you start going full on, like face to face, taking tax from people, they don't like it. So I think the federal government of Nigeria, their approach is to do it in a roundabout way. They charge other institutions in a way like what other tax did they do recently? Like with Bureau de change, instead of them to say we want to collect money to tax them, they limited their ability to make money from it. So because most of the profit will come to them instead. In so many areas, they will talk about tenement fee or something like that. They will ask you to pay basically, which is estate tax. They
Kind
ask you
of,
to pay
yeah.
estate tax. Yeah, they don't like to go after people directly. Because they know people who like it with all the petrol
Without
price,
the hash.
petrol price and then the rest. And in a way, the increase in petrol tax is in a way is a tax on people. You see, in a way, it's a tax on
Let me ask
people
that question.
because
Let's go.
when you increase the petrol price, they are paying more to the government technically.
How about that? Let me ask another
Something that the
question.
government used to give to them, they are giving it back to the government. So that's what is going on. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. Another thing I want to ask that. Okay, what about the what about the oil well that are given to people? What are those people?
That's an interesting point you raised.
I have to contribute to the economy.
Someone was on the news yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? He was saying that Nigerian oil wells are barely being used. That it's like 80% of them are lying fallow. They are not doing anything. That it's unbelievable how the kind of mismanagement going on in Nigeria. Whether it's not being used or whether they are tapping it on the dark, I don't know. But point is that he's saying they are not active.
They go into joint venture with foreign companies, and they come and take oil, right? And they just they pay the owner of the oil well, and it goes away with the money.
Yeah, but they said many of them are not being used. And if they were tapping into them, we will be doing like 2.5 million barrels a day easily.
That's because they gave a lot of them to people, friends, cronies. They know they don't have the capacity to, because many of them they've not been able to bring, find technical partners to develop. So it's just lying fallow. Same thing like they did with the electricity, the disco thing, and just gave it to friends that didn't have knowledge. So the whole thing is, it's just.
That's true.
I want to add one thing, please.
Yeah.
So, and that's why I think I hope this Tinubu government does this, even though I feel like it was political. This matter of, I mean, I don't know whether to call it restructuring or whatever, state autonomy, fully. Because I was shocked when I was like, look at a state like Benue State, just like I speak the truth, he said, like his point. Benue, I was like, this state has no reason to be poor. When I saw like the governor, those Chinese trucks that they impounded, that were trying to take out or smuggle out lithium, I think, for all these batteries, solar batteries and things. I was like, this is terrible. Like, this state has no reason being poor. This is just, imagine the state is surviving on the little, and federal allocation. Then imagine that kind of resource in the ground. And the state is, because it's on the concurrent list. So if they, take it to the, sorry, is it exclusively, sorry. So if they take it to the concurrent list, so these states can have, direct access to these things, to their minerals, without the federal. I feel like that will help them too, Imagine setting up a processing plant there, processing the lithium, or, all these electric vehicles coming there, set up the plant, mining these things, and using it to produce cars, the employment and stuff like that. So I think that
I think if
it's a good thing.
individual companies own something in Nigeria, you own it. It's not. It doesn't come
Let
to
me
the
say,
federal
let me
government.
bring
I
this
think
point.
that is how it is
No,
in
I mean
Nigeria. I'm not sure America.
the mining right, like giving you rights to mine, it's exclusively the federal government.
That give that gives that permit. Yeah,
Yes.
but you can see why now. You can see why.
Okay, purpose. Okay, let's another part.
Because any state can decide to go and give anybody, but they don't control the territory of the country. So it's not a good idea to give them that kind of power. Pardon?
Oh, you don't think so?
For
No,
example, right?
the state can't grant the power, but the state can't grant the power. The ultimate authority to bring entities into your country has to be the federal government, just like passport and everything else. You can't say states should start handling passports too. That will just create anarchy.
No, but that is just like the issue too of building. I think these are the things that slow down our development too. It's just like the issue of seaport. You say, okay, it's strictly federal government that has to give you the license to develop a seaport. All this you get when the state can advance. The same thing with electricity. If it wasn't now that Tinubu,
But it's like that with everywhere. We're talking about
no, it's not.
national.
It's not like that in the US. Like states
Actually, it's
can
like that.
develop their own ports and
No, they
things.
can't just develop a seaport. The government have to give an approval. I'm not even in the US. I know it has to be.
No, you definitely notify them, but you can do it on your own. You don't have to wait for the federal government.
I get a feeling you have to. I get a feeling that's the national borders. You can't just stash any. What if you want to build a seaport for China, or even worse, North Korea?
Okay, no, so that's
That would
why I
be very
said that
interesting.
yes, you would have to liaise with them, but I'm just saying that, for example, okay, what I'm saying is in Nigeria, for example, you see how politicized this thing is. Okay, it's easy to grant because I don't see why the port should be only Lagos in a big country like Nigeria. Like, forget that you have other ports, but they're almost not functioning.
I think the reason why the other ports are almost dysfunctional, part of it is this one, political reasons where people are not encouraging it to grow. Instability in the south didn't help. Like you had the Niger Delta issues, and then you have the southeastern issue, didn't help. And then you don't have that coastal road that normally other nations do, because that coastal road encourages trade and all that stuff. We don't have it in Nigeria, and I found that very strange because Benin Republic have it, Togo have it, Ghana have it. I don't know. I think Cote d'Ivoire also have it. It's only in Nigeria we don't have it, which they are looking to construct now. So I think all these factors come together is part of the reason why this. I think the instability is one big one too. That Niger Delta one went on for years. Then the Southeast took over after they ended their own. So you can see why. Lagos just gets everything. Can you imagine if Lagos had that kind of instability? You will not see those sequels there.
Even Lagos is even having this. Is even putting their weight on it that other states do not have a seaport. Actually, Lagos also a part of it. Who are so standing?
It's easy to blame them.
They're not having that for the seaport.
No, because it's true. Other states apply. They just calculate it sometimes. Like, I'm not speaking on a very strong fact, but it's from the little I've heard.
I like
they
that.
Don't,
At least you came out. I don't speak for a very strong fact. Go ahead.
But like I know Akwa Ibom tried to do something like that. They approach the federal government for that. I feel like they know what they're doing. It's like, especially, I mean, I don't mean to sound tribal. I'm not even Igbo. So, but I feel like it's intentional and political. Like, they just don't want the southern axis. They want that flow to be centralized. Then Lagos keep that revenue, because the minute other places have that thing, like in the southeast, maybe one major one there, and in a functional one, maybe they revive the Calabar or whatever, it would remove a lot of traffic from Lagos, and those places, especially in the southeast, would that revenue, they would cut Lagos revenue significantly. So that's how I see it.
In Nigeria, Ajekuta City, they said they built it along the river Niger, and because the river Niger has not been tapped into, that corridor should be a massive trade route corridor. Man, Nigeria can be very beautiful, I tell you. Even just using the train lines from the south to the north. Yeah, when I was younger, when we used to travel along those things.
Can be beautiful. You're part of the people that have destroyed Nigeria now. You
you know what? This guy, you are a troublemaker. See, but I'm just telling you from what that Central River, if they had built it, I think part of the reason why they didn't do it as well as they could have done it was probably maybe some people were not very comfortable with Southeasterners. I'm suspecting that because I think although maybe it's just Nigeria, because even the Chad basin too is suffering the same thing.
Suspicion of not trust. That's a part of it also.
Yeah, but it's happening with the Chad basin too. So it may not be true. The Chad basin is been left to follow. The whole water is almost lost, and they said you could create a route for that water to go to the ocean, but no, they can't even be bothered. Nigerians can't be bothered. They've had discussion with Cameroon and others for forever. They've not been able to do it. So we don't build things. No, tell me, what does Nigeria build? Even the Dangote refinery, half of it is Indians that built it. What has Nigeria truly built on its own? Really built something big.
Something big.
Yes, Nigeria built it.
The third Milan Bridge.
Not it's not Nigeria that built it. We don't build anything.
Who built it?
I know. I was just looking at it the other day. Even this coastal road, I was like, so we don't even have any solid Nigerian engineering company.
I'm telling you, we should have one solid one by now. We should have had one solid one.
I was just very disappointed.
No. That guy they gave the contract to, he just a Tinubu friend. He just like a paddy issue. That's what it is. Because that guy has been working for.
So people say Julius Berger is Nigeria.
That guy is working for
Nigeria now.
I mean, no, when I mean maybe by shares or something, but when I mean like,
owned by